Introduction asterisk. Chen Mo traversed into the vast and ruthless realm of cultivation. Yet he was merely a waste with inferior five elements spiritual roots, struggling for survival in the medicinal garden of the Qinglan Sect, enduring scorn and disdain. As a top survival expert in his past life, he discovered a mysterious bronze door within his mind. This door leads to countless worlds, devoid of a clamor from a supreme deity or the interference of teammates, only offering a plethora of treasures awaiting exploration. Zombies besieging the city? The apocalyptic virus serves as a catalyst for the mutation of spiritual plants. Low-magic political intrigue? Valyrian steel and dragon crystals are the ultimate treasures for breaking the laws of magic and refining tools. Eerie whispers? The rules of bizarre tales transform into a whetstone for honing divine consciousness. While his peers fight desperately over a few spirit stones, Chen Mo has already armed himself to the teeth with resources from numerous worlds. When enemies exhaust their ingenuity to breach his cave's defenses, they find themselves facing a super fortress that combines magical arrays, technological barriers, and cultivation talismans. Chen Mo, relies solely on my own efforts and a bit of luck, as well as the generous offerings from countless worlds. Steady development, discreet plundering, all realms are my treasury. Chapter 1. The miscellaneous servant of the five elements and the whisper of the rusty gate. The cloying and putrid scent of the bone-corroding flower field was so thick it felt as if a rag soaked in expired syrup was lodged firmly in Chen Mo's nostrils, assaulting his senses. He numbly wielded the heavy hoe, capable of being a weapon, striking again and again as the blade cleaved through the hardened, purplish-black soil. He then scooped some almost clear, spiritual spring water from a nearby wooden bucket, cautiously watering the plants. This bone-corroding flower field lay in the most remote valley of the Qinglan Sect's outer gate, surrounded by mountains on three sides, perpetually shrouded in darkness. Only at midday did a few feeble rays manage to pierce through the dense fog, illuminating this morbid sea of purple-black flora. The flowers had an eerie shape. Their thick, fleshy petals exhibited a decayed purple-black hue, edges curled as if scorched by fire, resembling rotting flesh, exuding a nauseatingly sweet and fishy smell. Their roots burrowed deep into the hardened earth, greedily siphoning the already scant spiritual energy and the meager, almost imperceptible essence of the spring water. Sweat that had long since dried up, leaving only a thick layer of mud and sweat residue clinging to his face and neck, which would crumble off if he so much as smiled. The servant's garb he wore was now indiscernible from its original color, stained with sweat, mud, and the viscous juices of the bone-corroding flowers, clinging uncomfortably to his skin, causing incessant itching and discomfort. Huff, huff, Chen Mo gasped, feeling a fiery pain in his lungs, each breath akin to swallowing countless tiny pebbles. This accursed bone-corroding flower, its name sinister, its appearance grotesque, was the main ingredient for several low-tier poison pills. Serving these plants felt even more arduous than attending to one's true ancestors. They were exceptionally delicate. Too much water rotted their roots, too little caused their leaves to wither. Inadequate spiritual energy left them drooping, and even a slight disturbance would cause their toxic sap to splatter, leaving anyone touched by it numb for hours. The task assigned to him by the rotund Wang was clearly meant to torment him. He straightened his nearly broken back and wiped his face with his filthy sleeve, only succeeding in spreading the sweat and mud more evenly across his visage. Looking up, the entire medicinal garden appeared lifeless. Apart from these dreadful, bone-corroding flowers, there were a few sparse patches of drunken immortal grass and iron vine in the distance, all worthless, troublesome low-tier spiritual plants, carelessly allocated to lowly servants like him. The lack of spiritual energy and the barren soil made this place a forsaken edge of the sect. Little Chun, a long, greasy voice slithered from behind him, akin to a slippery snake infiltrating his eardrum. Instantly, Chen Mo's back muscles tensed, his heart skipped a beat, and his stomach involuntarily churned. The Grim Reaper had arrived. He instinctively forced a smile, the most humble and obsequious he could muster, swiftly turning around, bending nearly in half, his head bowed low, his gaze fixated on the mud-stained, expensive soft leather boots of the approaching figure and the tightly cinched, gleaming satin belt. Manager Wang, you personally came to inspect? This place is dirty. Please don't soil your boots. Chen Mo's voice bore just the right amount of trepidation and flattery, each tone having been rehearsed countless times, now ingrained in his very bones. Manager Wang, with a belly that could snap his belt, waddled over like a moving mountain of flesh. He wore a brand new silk robe today, but unfortunately, it was distorted by his enormous girth, dark sweat stains visible under his arms and on his back. His signature, triangular eyes squinted like a snake, sweeping over the wilting yet stubbornly foul-smelling, bone-corroding flowers in the field. He cleared his throat, spitting glistening droplets of saliva under the feeble sunlight. The harvest this month. He elongated his tone, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, his stubby yet surprisingly nimble fingers deftly plucking away 2 of the 3 low-tier spirit stones Chen Mo had just received from the administration hall, still warm from his grasp. The action was so practiced it was appalling, as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. With the spirit stones in hand, Manager Wong weighed them, his face folding into a satisfied crease, his small eyes glinting with avarice. Young man, work harder. Don't always think of slacking off. This medicinal field is our livelihood. If we can't maintain it, who will be the one to starve? The stench of garlic and stale alcohol wafted from his breath, mixed with an overpowering odor. Chen Mo clenched the remaining low-tier spirit stone in his hand, its cold, rough edges biting into his fingers, sending waves of pain through him. Yet the humble smile on his face remained fixed, even brighter. Yes, yes. Manager Wong, your advice is spot on. I will definitely work twice as hard. Never slack off. I shall not disappoint you. Internally, he cursed this fat man and his entire lineage, along with the family dog, his vicious maledictions boiling like magma in his chest, yet he dared not reveal a hint of it. As a miscellaneous servant of the 5 elements, his spiritual roots were a chaotic blend, touching upon gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, all equally mundane. In the outer gate of the Qinglan Sect, he was the lowest rung of the food chain, akin to a stepping stone caked in mud that no one wished to tread upon. Even cattle and horses had the luxury of being well fed. He merely burned himself to illuminate the increasingly portly belly of Manager Wong. Each month, those meager low-tier spirit stones, most of which were forcibly surrendered, left him with insufficient resources to even purchase the most basic of qi condensation pills, rendering his cultivation stagnated at the first layer of qi refinement, as if forever trapped in this filthy, muddied medicinal field. After bidding farewell to the moving spirit stone harvester and watching his rotund figure disappear into the misty path, Chen Mo's exaggerated smile evaporated, leaving only numbed exhaustion and deep-seated humiliation. Dragging his leaden legs, he made his way back to his dilapidated hut situated at the edge of the medicinal field, teetering on the brink of collapse. The hut was constructed from crooked wooden sticks and thatch, drafty on all sides, hardly superior to a doghouse. Pushing open the creaky, rickety wooden door that seemed on the verge of disintegration, a damp and musty odor, mingling with the acrid scent of sweat and bitter herbs, enveloped him. The pale moonlight streamed through several large holes in the thatched roof, resembling icy blades slicing through the darkness within, illuminating the cold earthen bed and the uneven mud floor. In the corner lay a few ragged odds and ends, and a chipped clay pot contained a small amount of murky drinking water. This was all he possessed. Sitting cross-legged on the cold earthen bed, a chill seeped through him, causing him to shudder. Exhaustion surged like an overwhelming tide, almost drowning him. He spread his hands open, revealing a solitary, feeble low-grade spirit stone, its aura barely perceptible. Closing his eyes, he attempted to circulate his meager and rudimentary guiding technique. His consciousness delved deeper within, where 5 chaotic spirit roots resembled parched riverbeds, laboriously channeling the meager trickle of spiritual energy emanating from the stone. The energy surged chaotically, stumbling and dissipating, with most of it escaping during the process, rendering the efficiency utterly disheartening. Out of 10 parts of spiritual energy, perhaps only 1.5 would remain, a scant blessing from the heavens. At this pace, even without the exploitation of the corpulent Wong, it would take an eternity for him to cultivate to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Alas! Chen Mo sighed deeply, exhaling a breath thick with the sense of earth, sweat, and despair. This damned transmigration. He had merely been sleeping at home, and upon opening his eyes, found himself here. While others transmigrated as favored sons of heaven or with benevolent systems, he had the misfortune of becoming the lowest tier in the cultivation realm, with talents appallingly subpar and a parasitic superior. The only golden finger he possessed. His awareness did not linger on the disheartening state of his roots and cultivation, but sank deeper into the chaotic void of his spirit sea. There, suspended in silence, was a door. A massive, ancient bronze door, weathered with rust. The door stood resolutely, towering infinitely, seemingly erected since time immemorial. Its surface was encrusted with deep green rust, mottled and pitted, some areas eroded to near hollowness, exuding an aura of decay and desolation, as if forgotten by the relentless march of time. Faintly visible were indistinct relief patterns, depicting incomprehensible, distorted forms writhing in anguish, obscured by thick layers of corrosion. This was the sole remnant he had brought with him into this fantastical world of cultivation. Regrettably, this golden finger often resembled a lifeless object, only occasionally vibrating inexplicably to remind him of its existence, serving no practical purpose. Additionally, there was a halo that continually brightened, the significance of which remained elusive to him. Chen Mo even suspected that this artifact might be a discarded remnant of an ancient power or perhaps a mere figment of his imagination. That night, disappointment and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. As usual, he approached the door with a sense of numb expectation, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to voice his grievances. He cautiously summoned his faint and nearly imperceptible consciousness, delicately reaching out towards the thickest patch of rust on the door, a spot he had recently discovered that seemed to elicit some response. Buzz. A faint yet remarkably clear vibration resonated from within the bronze door. It was more pronounced than any prior occurrence. The halo reached its maximum brightness. Chen Mo's entire being stiffened. His consciousness tightened instantly. Then, an indescribable stench, mingling the acrid scents of decay and blood, surged forth like a cold, slimy serpent from the seemingly seamless crack of the door. This odor did not merely assault his nostrils. It crashed into his very soul, shaking his consciousness. Ugh! Chen Mo's face turned pale, his stomach roiling violently as nausea surged, nearly prompting him to vomit. He clamped his mouth shut, his body convulsing uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But this was merely the beginning. Hiss, roar, ack. Countless wailing, ravenous screams filled with pure, inhuman malice echoed, reverberating as if transcending eons of time and space, detonating in his very mind. The essence of those sounds conveyed a primal, insatiable hunger for all living beings. It was destruction, it was consumption, it was the most unadulterated malevolence. Cold, viscous, despair, suffocation, zombies. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Fragments of memories from his past life, where he had clutched popcorn tightly in fear before the screen, flooded back, overwhelming his sense of hope. The sounds, the stench, perfectly matched his most terrifying apocalyptic visions. This cursed door, this rust-riddled artifact, it led to a world of apocalypse, a hellish realm overrun by the undead. An immense terror gripped him like a frigid iron hand, constricting around his heart, nearly suffocating him. His blood felt as though it had frozen instantly, his limbs turning icy. The door loomed silently in his spirit's sea, rusted yet exuding a far more potent aura of death and despair than the withering flowers in the fields. A golden finger for a transmigrated? This was a summons from the King of Hell, a one-way ticket to true damnation. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as if he had just escaped drowning. Outside the shack, the night breeze swept through the field of withering flowers, bringing a nauseatingly sweet scent, which in comparison to the earlier assault on his soul, seemed almost refreshing. The tremors and howls in his spirit gradually subsided, but the door remained, casting an ominous glow, with tendrils of that soul-chilling cold still seeping through the crack. Lying on the cold, earthen bed, Chen Mo stared at the gaping hole in the roof, watching the pallid moonlight gradually shift, his heartbeat refusing to settle. Fear coiled around him like frigid vines, ensnaring his every limb. Yet, amidst this profound terror, a faint, distorted thought flickered, almost overlooked by his own mind, like a spark struggling in the darkness. The door, can it be opened? On the other side, is there a world? Even if it is hell, could it perhaps harbor a chance for survival, a different possibility? This thought was too audacious, too insane, and it was swiftly engulfed by a greater fear. Yet, once the spark had appeared, it was difficult to extinguish entirely. The long night stretched on, the stench lingering, as the bronze door stood silently in his spirit's sea, seemingly awaiting an answer. Chapter 2. The Three Principles of Survival. The spiritual contamination from the bronze door tormented Chen Mo throughout the latter half of the night, akin to being fried in hot oil. The stench that directly assailed his soul seemed to seep into the marrow, lingering hauntingly in the depths of his consciousness. The howls from beyond the endless barriers of time, filled with pure hunger and brutality, echoed like countless malevolent spirits gnawing at his ears, each slight ripple of his consciousness serving as a reminder. Within your spirit, lurks an entrance to a living hell. He lay on the cold, earthen bed, gazing at the hole above, watching the pale moonlight gradually shift, consumed by deeper darkness until replaced by a faint grayish-blue glimmer on the horizon. Fear washed over him like icy tides, each wave attempting to drown him. Yet was repeatedly repelled by the growing defiance within him, a stubborn refusal to succumb to oblivion. Opportunity? This was no mere opportunity. This was a VIP express lane to the King of Hell, and one where others had cut in line. But a cruel reality loomed before him. Remaining in this world, he, Chen Mo, a lowly errand boy with discordant elemental roots, was trapped under the oppressive thumb of Wang and the rigid hierarchy of the sect, with scant hope of ever rising again. The most likely fate awaited him was to be drained dry, silently perishing amidst the fields of withering flowers. Yet beyond that door, though it led to hell, what if? What if within the crevices of that hell lay something that could allow him to survive, or even ascend? In his mind, countless bloody lessons from past lives, along with the reckless actions of protagonists in various zombie films, flashed like a revolving lantern. Faced with such a dire beginning, rushing in would only mean handing over his head. Not even a box would be left unclaimed. He needed a plan, he needed preparation, and, above all, he needed to engrave the phrase survive deep within his soul. Evolve cautiously, do not be reckless. To live is to produce. To live is to have a future. Chen Mo bit down on his molars, mentally savoring these 12 words repeatedly, akin to chewing coarse rice mixed with sand. Each bite was arduous yet essential to swallow. The dilapidated door within his consciousness seemed to sense the violent turmoil of his emotions, vibrating faintly, akin to a cold mockery or a silent urging. The darkest hour before dawn is when all things lie in silence. Chen Mo, like a mouse driven to desperation, finally resolved to take a risk and stealthily slipped out of his makeshift shelter. The frigid morning fog enveloped him instantly, bringing with it a biting chill and the distinct sweet, rotten stench of the bone-eating flowers. He shrank his neck, tightening his tattered servant's garb, and plunged into a corner of the medicinal field that was denser, less tended, and almost in a semi-abandoned state. Here, weeds thrived, and discarded medicinal hose and broken jars lay strewn about, serving as a secret base for observing the growth habits of resilient spiritual plants or weeds. His familiarity with this place far exceeded Wang Pengzi's imagination. With a clear objective, his eyes flickered with a desperate glint in the dim light. First was the bone-eating flower. Though its name was fearsome and its appearance unappealing, the broken stem exuded a viscous, pungent, milky sap. This substance was highly toxic, capable of paralyzing the nerves of demonic beasts and even low-tier cultivators. It was a recipe occasionally used by the outer disciples to deal with disobedient low-level spirit beasts or to add a little something to the meals of certain irritating peers. Its efficacy was rapid, but its toxicity was unstable and difficult to control, rendering it overlooked. Chen Mo cautiously wrapped a thick, water-soaked rag around his right hand, holding his breath as he avoided the petal's sap-splashing parts. He selected several particularly robust and sap-filled bone-eating flowers, pinching their stems near the roots with his nails. Soon, the milky, spoiled milk-like toxin slowly oozed out, emitting a strange odor of sweetness and decay in the faint dawn light. He retrieved several discarded bamboo tubes he had salvaged from the kitchen trash, thoroughly cleaned and dried them. With the gentleness of a lover, he carefully scraped the toxin into the bamboo tubes, wasting not a single drop. Before long, a thin layer of ominous toxin pooled at the bottom of one of the tubes. Essential for home defense, for travel, a vital remedy for self-preservation. Chen Mo weighed the cold bamboo tube in his hand, tightly corking it with a softwood stopper. He felt a sliver of the cold fear in his heart dissipate, replaced by a sickly, fragile sense of security. Next, his gaze fell upon the neglected, wildly climbing dark green vines at the edge of the medicinal field. The iron vine, with its unassuming name, possessed an extraordinary resilience, difficult to sever with ordinary blades. Due to its sparse and chaotic metallic spirit energy, it could not be used for weapon forging, relegating it to the status of an ordinary rope, and even that was too much trouble for anyone to harvest. With immense effort, Chen Mo used his chipped, worn-out hatchet to repeatedly chop and saw, barely managing to cut down a few of the most resilient vines, nearly as thick as his fingers. The rough surface of the vines rubbed his palms raw, inflicting a burning pain. He bundled the vines together and secured them around his waist. Then, he returned to his shelter, retrieving a large, pockmarked, gray-black whetstone, typically used for sharpening his hoe. He set the whetstone down beside the earthen bed, taking up the old, rusty hoe that had accompanied him for so long, its edge dull enough to be used as a hammer. Chill. In the quiet of the pre-dawn shelter, the monotonous, shrill sound of friction arose. Chen Mo, bare-chested, felt his lean-back muscles tighten as sweat quickly began to bead and trickle down his spine, bringing a slight itch that he remained oblivious to. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the hoe's wooden handle tightly, pouring all his strength into sharpening the rusted blade against the rough whetstone. Sparks occasionally flew, illuminating his fierce and focused gaze in the dim shelter, embodying a madness and resolve born of desperation. He would sharpen it, transform it into a weapon capable of cleaving bone and piercing skull. Grind, relentlessly grind. Make it gleam with the cold light, make it capable of cutting through hair. Well, at least through grass, right? This would be the only physical strength he could rely on in that world. His arms soon ached with pain, and the base of his thumb throbbed, yet he did not relent. Once more again, the coarse sounds of friction became the only war drum in this dawn hour. Gradually, the thick rust on the hoe was worn away, revealing the dull metallic sheen beneath, its edge becoming thin and sharp, glinting coldly in the occasional flicker of light. Finally, his gaze settled on an inconspicuous, bulging, tattered burlap sack in the corner. Inside was quicklime, which Wang Pongzi had procured a few days prior, claiming it was for amending overly acidic soil in the medicinal garden. Yet, after using less than a tenth, it had been discarded, left to the elements. Chen Mo approached, grabbing a hefty handful of rough, dry quicklime powder, carefully wrapping it in a relatively clean, dense cloth, tying the bag tightly to create a makeshift throwing powder package. The bamboo tube of poison, the gleaming hoe imbued with a hint of menace, the heavy bag of quicklime powder. These three items lay upon the cold earthen bed, simple to the point of being shabby, even laughable. Yet they represented the entirety of Chen Mo's preparations at this moment, a fragile line of defense constructed from all the resources and wisdom he could muster. Gazing at these three items, Chen Mo sat cross-legged back on the earthen bed, his consciousness once again delving into the sea of awareness, facing the still ominous bronze rust door, exuding a scent of decay that seemed poised to seep forth again at any moment. As if addressing a devil with whom he was about to sign a life-and-death contract, he enunciated each word with fervent intent, inscribing 3 iron rules distilled from fear and the will to survive in his heart. First rule of survival: equip yourself first. Even a pauper must be armed to the teeth. Quicklime powder, a physical blinding agent, biochemical interference. Whether zombies have eyes is debatable, but smearing their faces can't hurt. At least it may disrupt their sense of smell. The hoe, a physical weapon, the only reliance for close combat. Bone-eating toxin, a chemical attack, the ultimate trump card, to be used sparingly unless in dire straits. Lacking one, and the door remains shut. Better to endure than to expose oneself. Second rule of survival: time is life. The anchor point is the way home. Whether the world beyond the door is a den of dragons or a mountain of gold remains uncertain. The flow of time in the real world, unknown. Each exploration must be strictly confined to 2 hours, 4 hours at most. Employ an hourglass and incense as dual insurance for timing. When time is up, even if a mountain of spirit stones stands before him, he must immediately, without a backward glance, return. The anchor point is firmly set at this shabby shelter. Never linger, never be greedy. Greed leads to death. A universal truth proven by countless predecessors through their boxed meals. Third rule of survival: the human heart is treacherous. Insulation is key to survival. Behind the door lies a world teeming with more than just the undead. Survivors? Military forces? Organizations? All must keep their distance. The human heart is a far more terrifying entity than zombies, 1,000-fold. I am not here to forge friendships, but rather to scavenge. To explore for resources. The objective is clear. Proceed stealthily, seize what is needed, and retreat into the shadows, concealing both identity and presence. Dare to engage with strangers? A broken leg awaits. dare to intervene casually? One's mind must surely be trapped in a door. Every action must prioritize the preservation of one's own life above all else. Survive. Only by surviving can one dare to discuss the future. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the poisonous bamboo tube in his hand, the chilling touch and the swaying, paralyzing toxin within imparting a warped yet genuine sense of security. This contrivance is his sole reliance as a destitute interloper in this realm. As if in response to his fervent and resolute will, the bronze door in his consciousness trembled ever so slightly. The nauseating stench seeping through the crack seemed to have diminished just a fraction. There was even the faintest, almost imperceptible fluctuation, as if adjusting the entryway to the passage. Was it an illusion? Or had this wretched door finally acknowledged him, a mere wretch clinging to life? Chen Mo was uncertain, nor did he care. He knew only that the rules had been established, and a retreat had been prepared, albeit pitifully. Whether he lived or perished, whether he sank into despair or fought for a glimmer of hope, it all hinged on what was to come. He took a deep breath of the murky, frigid air within his makeshift shelter, securing 3 pieces of equipment at his waist within easy reach, his gaze drifting to the outside world. Dawn had broken, the stench from the bone-corroding flower fields growing ever more pungent. Wong the Fat would soon amble over for his daily inspection and exploitation. Action must be taken before that occurs. It is time to push open this door to what could be hell, or perhaps a novice village. Chapter 3. The barbed wire of the Dead City Police Station. The air in the makeshift shelter was thick with the damp odor of mildew, the lingering stench of sweat, and a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness that gnawed at the bones. Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the cold, earthen bed, taking 3 deep breaths in a futile attempt to quell the drumming of his heart. Yet, he found his throat dry and constricted, each inhalation akin to swallowing sandpaper. He lowered his gaze to inspect his armament once more. The poison-filled bamboo tube was securely corked and nestled in a makeshift pouch crafted from tattered cloth at his waist. The herb hoe, polished to a sheen that reflected his tense expression, was positioned at his side for easy access. The rough texture of the wooden handle pressing against his skin, a heavy sack of lime dangled on the other side, the coarse fabric brushing against his meager attire. Excellent. The trifecta of a destitute's arsenal, all equipped. He attempted to bolster his spirits, though the encouragement felt hollow, the cold sweat trickling from his palms betraying the tumult within. Cling to life, return alive, he silently roared, as if partaking in a rudimentary ritual of departure. Closing his eyes, he focused his consciousness with unprecedented intensity. Like the most devout yet fearful of believers, casting aside all distractions and plunging into the chaotic abyss of his mind. Before him stood a massive door, rusted and imposing, quietly looming against the backdrop of his consciousness, from the crevices of which a faint, undetectable stench seemed to seep, emanating an unsettling, ominous glow. Push! Without a moment's hesitation. He knew that lingering any longer would mean the footsteps of Wong Fatty could soon echo from outside. His intent solidified like a tangible force, coalescing all his fears, resentment, and desperate resolve. He hurled himself against the heavy, frigid door that felt as if it had never been opened since time immemorial. There was no cataclysmic uproar, no grandiose tunnel of time, not even a sound. Only a sudden, overwhelming sensation of weightlessness seized him. It felt as though he had stepped off a precipice. His entire essence violently wrenched from his corporeal form and cast into a rapidly spinning vortex. Instantly, a stench far more potent than that of the bone-nibbling flower in the medicinal field, mingled with dust, blood, decaying entrails, excrement, and the putrid odor of thoroughly decomposed organic matter, engulfed him like a thick, scalding sludge, flooding his mouth and nose, drowning his senses. This odor was utterly overpowering, piercing through the veils of his consciousness and assaulting his very soul. Heaving, a fierce physiological reaction surged upon him. Chen Mo clenched his teeth, his throat constricting violently as he forced back the bile rising in his throat. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The scene before him seemed to be violently torn, twisted, and then reassembled by an invisible hand. Devastation, silence, desolation, despair. The bronze door in his mind transmitted a memory to Chen Mo, and upon digesting it, he realized it was the narrative of the current world. He found himself standing in the center of a street littered with the wreckage of abandoned vehicles. The sunlight was a stark, lifeless white, coldly illuminating the cracked, curling asphalt road that revealed the dark underbelly beneath, alongside the peeling walls that exposed gray bricks. And the scattered debris of litter, shattered glass, and indistinguishable filth, occasionally revealing ghastly white bones. The air hung heavy, akin to a leaden weight, suffused with swirling dust and particulate matter. Each breath tasted of rust and decay, searing his throat. In the distance, a series of inhuman, elongated howls pierced the silence, reminiscent of a rusted saw scraping against rotting wood, hollow and unsettling, sending shivers down his spine and raising the hairs on the back of his neck. "Damn it," Chen Mo muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and nearly unrecognizable. His body reacted instinctively, faster than his mind could process. He instinctively crouched down like a startled lizard, icy sweat trickling down his back, pressing himself against the remnants of a toppled, rust-covered bus, its glass shattered, and its interior seats moldy and decayed. The cold metallic sensation seeped through his thin clothing, causing him to shudder, but also bringing a modicum of clarity amidst the initial shock. His heart thundered within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs in its frantic beating. His palms were instantly drenched in cold sweat, clammy and icy, making it nearly impossible to grip the wooden handle of his medicinal hoe. "Calm down, Chen Mo. Adhere to the rules. Observe your surroundings. Survive." He bit down hard on his tongue, a metallic, sweet taste flooding his mouth, the sharp pain momentarily dispelling the overwhelming terror that threatened to engulf him. Cautiously, he peeked out, his eyes darting rapidly, desperately suppressing his trembling body as he scanned the area. To his left, a row of low, dilapidated shops, their doors and windows shattered, signs askew and rusted, the darkened windows resembling the gaping maw of a beast, poised to consume anything that dared approach. To his right, in the distance, an intersection where several cars lay crumpled together, obstructing the road, their bodies smeared with dark red stains, while the ground bore numerous deep brown, already dried and solidified suspicious splatters. Straight ahead, approximately 50 meters away, stood a relatively intact three-story brick structure, lonely against the backdrop, its gray exterior marred with stains and bullet holes. The entrance was barricaded with several layers of rusted barbed wire, adorned with dubious black clumps and bits of flesh, while on the wall, in a haphazard scrawl of dark red paint that resembled dried blood, the word police was crudely inscribed. The letters, crooked and dripping, evoked a sense of desperate warning. A police station. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, akin to spotting a campfire in an endless desert of darkness. What could such a place signify in a post-apocalyptic context? Weapons, ammunition, protective gear, possibly even medical supplies, information, perhaps even a safe haven. The flicker of hope momentarily eclipsed the gnawing fear. He fought back the urge to vomit once more, took a deep breath of the death-laden air, crouched low, shifting his center of gravity downward, like a prowling raccoon, using the abandoned vehicles, toppled trash bins, and broken newsstands as cover. He stealthily and swiftly made his way toward the police station. He treaded as lightly as possible. Yet the faint sounds of crunching glass and rubble beneath his feet resonated like thunder in his ears, sending shivers down his spine with every step. As he drew closer to the police station, the pungent stench of decay intensified, nearly tangible, intermingled with a subtle scent of gunpowder and a more pronounced aroma of blood. The entrance to the police station was barricaded from within by heavy metal shelves, sandbags, and dilapidated furniture, leaving only a narrow gap through which a single person could squeeze sideways. Hanging from the barbed wire were desiccated fragments of dark red flesh, torn fabric, and even a withered tuft of yellow hair, silently narrating the brutal resistance and despair that had transpired here. Chen Mo's heart raced, each cautious step accompanied by a cold sweat that nearly soaked through his clothing. Pressed against the frigid, rough brick wall of the police station, he held his breath, striving to quell the frantic beating of his heart as he peered into the narrow, blood-scented gap of the entrance. Inside, the dim light revealed a scene of utter chaos. Overturned tables and chairs, scattered documents, and shell casings littered the floor, while large, dried patches of deep brown blood and claw marks marred the walls. As he focused intently on the entrance, seeking a way in and assessing the internal threats, a sharp sound suddenly shattered the silence, a crisp shattering, reminiscent of stones thrown upon a tranquil lake, erupted from a shadowy alley piled high with black garbage bags and discarded boxes beside the station. It was the sound of a glass bottle being knocked over. Chen Mo's body bristled with alarm. A chilling wave surged from his spine to the crown of his head, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. In the next moment, a series of hurried, dragging footsteps accompanied by a guttural growl erupted from around the corner of the alley, as if a beast had been unleashed. A figure stumbled forth, moving with an oddly disjointed yet alarming swiftness. The tattered, dirt-stained blue police uniform barely clung to its form. One side of its face mangled as if ravaged by a beast, revealing a stark white cheekbone and teeth, while one eye was missing. And the other was clouded and unfocused, radiating a primitive and ravenous desire for life. Its mouth agape, thick, black drool mixed with congealed blood dripped from the corners, forming grotesque strands, while a sickening hissing sound emanated from its throat, carrying with it an overwhelming stench of decay, barreling directly towards Chen Mo's hiding spot. A zombie. A living, moving, flesh-eating zombie. The visual horror surpassed any imagination. Chen Mo's scalp prickled. Fear washed over him like ice water. Yet the first rule of survival, equipment first, was instinctively etched in his marrow. The desire to survive eclipsed all else. Damn it, he shouted, not out of bravery, but pure, unadulterated terror. His body instinctively executed a clumsy roll to the side against the wall, a skill honed from being chased and scolded by Wong Fatty in the medicinal herb garden. He narrowly evaded the oncoming lunge. Bang! The zombie missed its target, its rigid body crashing violently against the unyielding exterior wall of the police station, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. As fragments of plaster and dust cascaded down, it appeared utterly devoid of sensation, merely shaking its decayed head, its murky white eyes instantly locking onto Chen Mo, who lay strewn on the ground, covered in dirt and debris. From its throat emanated a more fervent and ravenous growl as it opened its maw, dripping with black saliva, and lunged forward with even greater speed, conjuring a gust of foul wind. The clarity of sound pierced through Chen Mo's mind, the alarm ringing like an air raid siren. That accursed glass bottle had been the catalyst. This creature possessed acute hearing. In the face of life and death, hesitation was not an option. His left hand shot towards his waist like lightning, seizing the heavy bag of lime powder. As the zombie lunged again, its gaping mouth and the remaining murky, pale eyes fixated on him, he summoned every ounce of strength and struck down with fervor. A cloud of grayish-white dust erupted, instantly engulfing the zombie's head and face. The fine, choking lime powder infiltrated its open mouth and nostrils, obscuring its murky eye. The zombie emitted a more anguished, piercing howl. Its assault momentarily halted, descending into a frenzy of confusion. Its rotting, bony hands clawed at its face, desperately attempting to dislodge the tormenting powder. The black viscous slime mixing with the lime, creating an even more repugnant concoction. Precious seconds slipped away, perhaps his only chance. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Fear was wholly supplanted by a relentless will to survive. He gripped the sharpened medicinal hoe, glinting with a cold light under the pale sunlight. With a surge of energy, his body coiled like a spring before launching upward, channeling all his strength into his arms, aimed precisely at the zombie's exposed temple, striking down with a fervor that declared it was either its demise or his own. Crack! A sound that made the teeth ache echoed. The sensation initially sluggish before transitioning to the feeling of shattering something hard. The sharp tip of the hoe plunged deeply into its target. Viscous, dark blood mingled with the grayish, curdled brain matter erupted forth, splattering Chen Mo from head to toe. An indescribable stench, a blend of putrefaction and decay, assaulted his nostrils. The zombie's movements ceased abruptly, like a marionette severed from its strings, toppling backward with a thud that sent dust swirling into the air. A wave of nausea surged violently within him, and Chen Mo clamped his hand over his mouth, battling against the tumult within his stomach and the chilling, clammy sensation that clung to his face. He dared not linger, even neglecting to wipe his face, and with a powerful kick, he sent the fallen corpse flying. His body slipped through the narrow gap of the blood-scented shelves, scrambling and rolling into the interior of the police station at breakneck speed. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat. Bang! His body collided heavily with the cold, unyielding walls inside, rattling his very insides. Meanwhile, outside the police station, a cacophony of disordered and spine-chilling howls, accompanied by sluggish footsteps, surged forth like a disturbed beehive, drawing ever closer with alarming rapidity. The recent sounds of conflict, the roars, and the acrid scent of lime dust had summoned a multitude of curious neighbors, leaning against a cold, unyielding wall, which seemed to bear traces of some viscous substance. Chen Mo gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows, each inhalation tainted with the metallic tang of blood and dust. He raised a hand to wipe his face, only to find it smeared with a grotesque mixture of thick, foul-smelling blood and brain matter, sending his stomach into another violent spasm. "I survived," he murmured, his voice trembling with the vivid aftermath of his ordeal, laced with undeniable terror. Yet he was acutely aware that the threat had not yet dissipated. The horde outside was amassing, He hurriedly scanned the interior of the police station. The light was dim, with only a few beams of sunlight filtering through the shattered windows and door cracks, outlining the chaos strewn across the floor. Upturned tables, scattered documents, and shell casings littered the ground, while the walls and floor were splattered with large, dried patches of deep brown blood and horrifying claw marks. In the corner lay several bodies, gnawed to an unrecognizable state and in advanced decay, emitting a noxious odor, while flies buzzed incessantly around them. There was no time to waste. The corpses outside could breach the barriers at any moment. According to protocol, the target takes precedence. Suppressing his nausea and fear, he immediately commenced his search. His gaze swept across the chaotic reception area like a searchlight. One half-open metal filing cabinet, marred by dents and bloodstains, caught his attention. He dashed over and yanked open several drawers, most of which contained nothing but useless scraps of paper and reports. Finally, in the bottom drawer, he felt a slightly thicker, curled piece of folded paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a crudely printed and somewhat blurred city map. An alarming mark, boldly circled in red ink, or perhaps blood, stung his eyes. CDC, Centers for Disease Control. Beside it were hasty notes. This was the target location for the T-virus. A surge of joy coursed through him, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he quickly tucked the map into his coat. His gaze then shifted to a metal weapons cabinet, violently smashed open with its door twisted and deformed. It was utterly bare, evidently ransacked. Undeterred, he crouched down, rummaging through the scattered debris, papers, and the darkest corners of the cabinet, his fingers coated in dust and unknown grime. Then he grasped something cold and heavy. The metallic texture sent a thrill through him. He yanked it out, revealing a hefty fire axe with a broad, glinting blade that radiated a chilling gleam. The sturdy wooden handle in his grip instilled an unprecedented sense of reassurance and strength. Compared to his rudimentary medicinal hoe, this was an exceptional weapon. What a find! Chen Mo weighed it in his hands, feeling its heft, convinced it was 1,000 times more reliable than his prized hoe. This tool was perfect for chopping wood, or indeed, for cleaving the heads of zombies. Armed with a clue regarding the location of his target, the T-virus serum, and equipped with a more formidable weapon, Chen Mo felt a renewed sense of confidence. But the cacophony of the undead outside grew increasingly intense. The shelves and sandbags barricading the door groaning and cracking under the relentless pressure, dust cascading down like a harbinger of doom. This place was not suitable for prolonged stay. A way out must be found immediately. He tightened his grip on the cold wooden handle of the fire axe. His gaze electric as it swept over the bloody chaos in search of a rear exit or any alternative passage. Chapter 4. The night of alcohol and Molotov cocktails. The stench of decay and blood within the police station was almost tangible, mingling with the dust and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Each breath felt like swallowing sandpaper, scraping against Chen Mo's raw throat. Outside, the roars and impacts of the horde sounded like a death knell, growing louder and more insistent, as if countless hands were simultaneously battering and pushing against the barricades. The shelves and sandbags blocking the entrance emitted a disquieting creak, splinters raining down as dust swirled, threatening to collapse at any moment. Bang, bang, bang. Each heavy impact resonated like a hammer striking Chen Mo's taut nerves, making his eardrums buzz. He could even hear the faint crackling of the wooden shelves beginning to splinter. He gripped the hefty fire axe tightly, the cold, solid feel of it momentarily dispelling a sliver of panic, providing a semblance of false security. The map labeled with the CDC's insignia tucked against his chest felt like a branding iron, a symbol of hope for survival, yet also a guide into more perilous territories. His eyes darted around the dimly lit reception area like a startled rabbit, searching for any possible escape route or usable object. In the corner, a half-height, gray-white stainless steel cabinet reflected the pale light filtering through the door's crack, glimmering with a cold hardness. On the cabinet door, a bright red label emblazoned with a skull and crossbones leaped into his view like a flickering flame. Hazardous material. Medical alcohol storage. Alcohol. A bold, reckless, yet astonishingly clear plan crystallized in Chen Mo's mind amid the dire circumstances. Fire. Create chaos. Blockade. Classic scenarios from survival manuals and countless apocalyptic films flashed through his thoughts. He dashed to the alcohol storage, where a heavy metal door was secured with a seemingly flimsy padlock. Time was of the essence. Every second was a luxury. Chen Mo's expression hardened as he raised the weighty fire axe. His arm muscles trembled slightly from the previous battle and tension, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to steady his resolve. Clang! The shrill sound of metal striking metal exploded in the confined space. Sparks flew. The padlock shattered, twisting and ricocheting off the wall before tumbling to the ground. He yanked open the cabinet door, and a wave of potent, acrid medical alcohol surged forth, miraculously overpowering the surrounding nauseating stench. Inside, neatly stacked, were dozens of unopened glass bottles filled with high-concentration medical alcohol, 75 concentration. Each box contained 20 bottles, each holding 500 milliliters. The clear liquid swayed within the transparent glass, refracting a faint glow in the dim light, at that moment appearing more dazzling than the most exquisite gem in Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo's heart raced, not from fear, but from the exhilarating thrill of a desperate escape and the surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He hastily tore open the outermost box, twisting off the plastic caps of several bottles of alcohol. The potent, acrid scent of the liquor instantly intensified, nearly overwhelming him. Suddenly, a deafening crash accompanied by the splintering sound of what echoed through the air. The obstruction at the door was smashed open wider. Several decayed arms, dripping with flesh and adorned with broken, darkened nails, reached through the opening, frantically clawing at the air, emitting a chilling hiss and the clattering of teeth. More grotesque faces surged just outside the gap. Time. There was no time to waste. Chen Mo's movements quickened, as if wound up like a clock, his fingers trembling slightly. He tore the tattered, blood-stained police uniforms draped over a nearby chair into strips, soaking them in the opened alcohol, and swiftly stuffed them into several empty bottles. Crafting makeshift wick, his gaze darted like radar across the desk and floor of the duty room, where a few scattered, vaguely labeled medicine boxes caught his attention. Expired or not, having them was better than nothing. He snatched up the boxes, carelessly stuffing them into his pocket. They felt cold to the touch, seemingly made of metal. Then, his eyes fixed upon the largest unopened bottle of alcohol, a 5-liter jug, which resembled a miniature incendiary device. A guttural roar, filled with pure hunger, erupted as the barricade at the door was finally breached by a violent force, creating a gaping hole through which a horde of zombies could surge. 5 or 6 ghastly, ragged figures howled as they rushed in, toppling tables and chairs in their wake. Damn it, Chen Mo muttered under his breath, adrenaline peaking. He grasped 3 makeshift alcohol Molotov cocktails and, bending down, with his free hand, hoisted the heavy 5-liter jug of alcohol, summoning all his strength as he sprinted toward the direction indicated by the blurred sign of the police station's back door. His steps faltered under the weight. The back door was similarly blocked by tables, file cabinets, and debris, but it was evidently less sturdy than the front, the pile more loosely stacked. The roars and footsteps behind him closed in like a relentless predator. The putrid stench clung to his back. Chen Mo could even feel the cold, deathly breath upon him. He reached the back door, temporarily sheathing the heavy fire axe at his waist, and frantically began to clear the obstructing debris with his shoulders and hands. Sweat instantly soaked through his back, mingling with the splattered congealed blood, emitting an even more repugnant odor. His muscles protested in agony, but he pressed on, clearing away a few boxes and a toppled chair, finally revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for him to squeeze through sideways. Beyond the gap lay a dim, narrow alley, littered with overturned trash bins, waste, and old furniture, with no zombies in sight for the moment. Only the distant echoes of muffled growls. An opportunity. The only opportunity. Chen Mo drew a deep breath, a fiery pain searing through his lungs, akin to a tearing sensation. He first rolled the heavy barrel of alcohol through the narrow gap, the container colliding with the alley wall, producing a dull thud. Then, he seized a Molotov cocktail, yanked out the fabric wick soaked in alcohol, and carefully retrieved the flint and steel wrapped in oiled paper that he had used to ignite a fire in the apothecary garden. With a swift motion, he struck the flint. Sparks flew. The wick ignited instantly, the vibrant orange flame dancing joyfully, radiating warmth and illuminating Chen Mo's blood-streaked, sweat-drenched, and grimy face, taut with tension. Damn it! Chen Mo roared, as if to expel all his fears and oppression. He aimed at the densest cluster of corpses surging toward the front entrance, summoning every ounce of his strength to hurl the lit Molotov cocktail. The throw was somewhat awkward, yet the target was sufficiently large. The cocktail traced a brief, fiery arc through the air. Bang! Crash! The glass bottle shattered precisely at the feet of the 2 leading zombies, erupting in an instant. The high-proof alcohol ignited like a voracious serpent of flame, rapidly spreading forth. The blinding orange-red fire soared into the sky, a scorching wave of heat, accompanied by thick black smoke and the acrid stench of charred flesh, surged outward. The engulfed zombies emitted wretched, heart-rending screams, transforming into frenzied, writhing, and tumbling human torches. The flames not only consumed them, but swiftly ignited scattered papers, wooden furniture, and carpets strewn across the floor. The fire began to spread, thick smoke billowing. It effectively blocked the entrance for the moment, creating immense chaos. Now's the time. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Mo spun around like a top lashed by a whip, desperately squeezing through the narrow crevice of the back door. His shoulders and back scraped painfully against the rough doorframe and protruding debris, yet he remained oblivious. The cold, foul air of the alley poured into his lungs, and without looking back, he sprinted toward the dilapidated, chaotic district, entirely opposite to the direction marked on the map for the CDC. There, the buildings were denser, the alleys more numerous, resembling a labyrinth, better suited for evading pursuit. Simultaneously, he quickly ignited a second Molotov cocktail while running, tossing it back through the just-passed gap in the door without a backward glance. He dared not turn to witness the outcome. Boom. Another explosion erupted behind him. The piled debris and scattered documents within the back door ignited instantaneously, flames spreading rapidly. The orange glow leaked through the door crack and windows, the smoke intensifying. Success. Fire surrounded him. It provided the perfect cover and barrier. It should hold them off for a while. Chen Mo moved like a specter merging into the shadows, darting through the ruins, abandoned vehicles, and narrow, dimly lit alleys overflowing with refuse. His lungs heaved like bellows, each breath laced with the metallic tang of blood and searing pain. His legs felt as heavy as lead, muscles protesting vehemently, yet he dared not pause, instinctively squeezing every ounce of potential from his exhausted body in a frantic bid for survival. The flickering flames and the chaotic cries behind him gradually faded into the distance, replaced by the searing heat of the pursuing inferno with the chilling night wind. He was unaware of how long he had been running or how many streets he had traversed until the sounds and lights from the police station were completely out of sight and earshot. Only when his lungs felt as if they might burst and his throat was filled with a metallic tang did he sharply turn into a half-collapsed corner. Reminiscent of a shop's rear courtyard, leaning against a cold, rough concrete wall, covered in moss, he felt as though his very bones had been extracted. Collapsing to the ground, sliding down the wall to curl up in the shadows, gasping for breath. Each inhalation was laced with a tearing pain, and he could no longer suppress the violent urge to retch, bringing forth only a trickle of bile and acidic fluid. His face, charred black from smoke and fire, mingled with the splattered remnants of blood, brain matter, and sweat, formed a grotesque mask. His clothes were saturated with ashes, blood, mud, and perspiration, emanating an indescribable, complex stench. The abrasions on his back and shoulders burned with a fierce intensity. Surviving the onslaught brought no sense of joy, only an overwhelming fatigue and dread. His body trembled incessantly, a manifestation of the exhaustion following the adrenaline rush. Shaking, he reached into his pocket, feeling the cold metal of several drug vials still nestled there, solid to the touch. The fire axe at his waist felt cold and heavy, its wooden handle slightly slick with the moisture of his palms. In this frigid night of despair, these two items offered him a minuscule, illusory sense of security. Just as he began to relax the taut nerves that felt as if they might snap, attempting to calm the wild pounding of his heart, a crackling voice broke through the silence. "This is Delta Team, requesting immediate assistance. We are trapped in the B4 area of the CDC, facing formidable enemies. Urgent evacuation needed." Virus samples required the desperate, intermittent plea, laden with exhaustion and static, erupted from the device at his waist. The voice was hoarse, the words tumbling forth with frantic urgency, echoing the struggle of a man on the brink of death. Chen Mo jolted upright, almost leaping from the ground. It dawned on him that amidst the chaos at the police station, he had instinctively seized an old, dusty military walkie-talkie from the belt of a fallen officer clad in tactical gear. At the time, it had been a subconscious act, driven by the notion that this device might prove useful. Now, this relic hung from his tattered belt, its indicator light flickering with a faint green glow, while the life-threatening distress call continued to emanate from within. The CDC? B4? Formidable enemies? Virus samples? His gaze sharpened instantly, akin to a nocturnal predator spotting its prey in the shadows. He swiftly withdrew a crumpled, stained map from his pocket, and by the faint moonlight, he discerned the CDC's location clearly marked with a blood-red circle. The distress signal from the walkie-talkie matched precisely with his intended destination. It seemed that not only was there the T-virus serum required for the Bronze Door mission, but also a group of Delta team members, seemingly equipped with heavy weaponry, trapped there. And what formidable adversary could drive them to such a desperate plea for salvation? This murky predicament proved far more profound and perilous than he had anticipated. The mission at the Bronze Gate was indeed not an easy task to accomplish. Gripping the wooden handle of the fire axe, the chilling sensation momentarily quelled his tumultuous thoughts. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and fraught with danger. Yet, the words regarding the viral samples within that cry for help magnetically drew him in. Leaning against the frigid remnants of a wall, he exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of blood, directing his gaze into the depths of the city. Towards the area marked as CDC, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Chapter 5. The false immunizers armed with a map stained with grime and sweat. Along with the intermittent whispers of static-laden information from his walkie-talkie, he navigated the East District, circumventing the collapsed overpass and strategically avoiding direct confrontation near the sewage plant. Chen Mo transformed into a specter amidst the shadows of the city. He evaded the broad thoroughfares cluttered with abandoned vehicles, opting instead for the narrow, debris-laden alleys. Traversing through rusted, forsaken pipes and precarious buildings that had long been stripped bare, the fire axe served as both a tool for clearing obstacles and a source of reassurance. Its cold weight a constant reminder of the perilous world he inhabited. On multiple occasions, he narrowly escaped small, aimless clusters of wandering corpses, relying on his keen hearing and instinctual ability to hide in advance. He even caught a distant glimpse of an unusually massive creature, its abdomen ruptured and dragging putrid entrails. Lurking at a street corner while emitting a low growl, it was no ordinary zombie. The oppressive aura it exuded sent shivers down Chen Mo's spine, compelling him to choose a much longer detour. After weaving through danger for what felt like an eternity, the surrounding structures began to thin, leading him to a quarantine zone at the city's edge. A colossal complex, starkly incongruous with the surrounding desolation, emerged at the horizon. The towering gray-white walls stretched endlessly, topped with menacing, barbed high-voltage wires that had long since lost power. The heavy alloy gates stood ajar, contorted and deformed as if forcefully breached by an immense power from the outside, the gaping entrance resembling the jagged teeth of a beast, exuding a chilling aura of death that penetrated to the bone. The entire complex lay in eerie silence, devoid of light or human presence, and even the moans of the undead were seldom heard. A peculiar, frigid atmosphere, mingled with remnants of disinfectant, blood, and an ozone-like scent, wafted through the air, instilling a sense of foreboding and oppression. The stillness was unnerving, as if all sound had been devoured by that structure. He had arrived at the CDC, Centers for Disease Control. Chen Mo refrained from approaching the hellish entrance recklessly. Instead, he stealthily circumnavigated the towering walls, his figure weaving through the desolate underbrush and the shadows of abandoned watchtowers, his gaze sharp as a hawk, searching for any potential, inconspicuous entryway. His heightened senses rendered him acutely aware of every subtle sound around him. Soon, near a ventilation shaft situated in the shadowy recesses of the building, he discovered an anomaly. A vent that ought to have been securely sealed by a robust alloy grille had been violently distorted and torn apart from within by an unimaginably immense force. The jagged metallic edges protruded grotesquely, forming a gaping hole large enough for a person to crawl through. Dark red, semi-dried claw marks, and some viscous, unidentifiable black substance lingered at the edges. Something had emerged from this opening or entered it, and it was far from benevolent. A sense of foreboding settled heavily upon Chen Mo, intensifying his ominous premonition. He listened intently for a moment, aside from the whisper of the wind. There was an eerie silence, a silence so profound it bordered on madness. Without further hesitation, he secured his fire axe, inhaled a breath of icy air, and, like a silent eel, slipped through the cold, rough metallic aperture. The ventilation duct was narrow and shrouded in darkness, suffused with an acrid odor of disinfectant that was inextricably mingled with the unmistakable scent of blood and a faint, bizarre ozone aroma reminiscent of burnt circuitry and decaying flesh. A tightening sensation gripped Chen Mo's heart as he discerned a low, persistent hum emanating from deep within the duct, as if some massive backup generator or maintenance facility was still operational. He held his breath, crawling with hands and feet through the cold, coarse metal pipe, the fire axe occasionally clinking against the duct walls, each sound causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. The labyrinthine ductwork forced him to rely solely on instinct and a vague sense of direction guided by the hum. Time lost its meaning as he crawled onward, until a faint, pallid light flickered ahead, revealing a larger exit grill. Cautiously, he peered through. Before him lay an expansive and frigid underground chamber. A heavy, bomb-proof alloy door stood ajar, casting a ghostly, lifeless emergency light into the gloom. More distinctly, like icy water flooding his ears, was the sound of fierce gunfire and terrifying roars from within. The rapid-fire discharge of automatic rifles crackled like popping corn, reverberating in the confined space, deafening in its intensity. Boom! The muffled explosion of a grenade rattled the ventilation duct, sending dust cascading down. There was also an inhuman roar, filled with fury, a desire for destruction, and a chilling instinct to haunt. The roar pierced through the gunfire and explosions, sending shivers down Chen Mo's spine, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Merely the sound itself bore an oppressive weight and an instinctual terror. Chen Mo's heart raced to his throat. He adjusted his angle and cautiously leaned forward. Peering through the crack of the door, the scene that unfolded before him made his pupils constrict, a gasp escaping his lips, as though his blood had instantaneously frozen. It was a vast underground laboratory, littered with expensive scientific equipment, now thoroughly wrecked, screens shattered, and electrical sparks crackling ominously. A middle-aged man, Dr. Jenner, clad in a white lab coat stained with grime and speckled with blood, trembles pitifully behind a bullet-riddled and claw-marked operating table. His glasses lie shattered on one side, and his expression is one of utter exhaustion and despair, his face pale as a ghost, his eyes vacant, mumbling incoherently to himself. Not far away, 5 or 6 heavily armed soldiers, donned in black or camouflage combat gear, equipped with astonishingly advanced weaponry, take cover behind overturned lab tables, scattered riot shields, and lifeless bodies, engaging in a desperate and futile struggle against a monstrous entity. The creature retains a semblance of humanity, yet its stature towers at least twice that of an ordinary person. Its muscles bulge grotesquely, the skin a deathly pallor, riddled with gaping wounds that reveal dark red, writhing muscle fibers, and stark white bones. Most horrifyingly, its right arm has undergone a grotesque transformation, the muscle grotesquely swollen and hardened, its surface covered in a layer reminiscent of keratin, culminating in a colossal claw that gleams with a chilling, bone-like luster. That claw is sharp enough to effortlessly rend steel, each swing accompanied by a deep, piercing shriek that tears through the air. Bullets strike its form as if they were impacting resilient special rubber or lightweight armor, producing dull thuds that leave only shallow dents or a few splatters of dark blood, utterly ineffective. It appears to feel no pain whatsoever. It wildly swings its bone claw scythe, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous crash. A soldier wielding a heavy riot shield is struck down, shield and all. As if hit by a speeding freight truck, his body cleaved in two by that enormous claw. The sturdy composite riot shield distorts and shatters in an instant. The soldier's form is torn apart like a rag doll, blood and internal organs erupting like a fountain, splattering the nearby precision instruments and walls. Hank, no. Another soldier cries out in a heart-wrenching blend of fear and fury, his rifle unleashing a torrent of bullets, yet only adding a few inconsequential holes to the beast's hide. The remaining soldiers are driven back, their ammunition dwindling, cornered by the frenzied and invincible creature, with no retreat left. From behind the operating table, Dr. Jenner witnesses this harrowing scene, the last glimmer of hope extinguished from his eyes, leaving only utter despair and numbness. Trembling, as if grasping at the final straw, he presses his hand against a glaringly red button, encased in a transparent protective cover, preparing to initiate the self-destruct sequence. His face bears a tranquility born of collapse, a madness that seeks to annihilate everything alongside it. An opportunity, or rather, the only chance to slip through the chaos. Confusion serves as the greatest cover. Chen Mo's gaze, sharp as the most precise probe, swiftly sweeps across the bloody carnage of the infernal laboratory. Instruments, corpses, spent cartridges, shattered petri dishes, and flowing unknown liquids. Ultimately, his gaze locks onto Dr. Jenner's position, a vertical ultra-low temperature storage cabinet, shimmering with a faint blue light and continuously emanating a chilling white aura, stood like a beacon in the darkness, firmly captivating his gaze. The cabinet door bore a distinct biohazard symbol alongside a stark label that pierced Chen Mo's vision under the ghastly emergency lighting. T-virus prototype, T-virus. Through the heavily frosted glass window, several test tubes were neatly arranged inside, each containing a viscous liquid, deep as liquid sapphire, exuding a deadly allure. The target, his goal, lay before him. Chen Mo's heart raced. His blood surged through his veins with fervor. Great risks often accompany great rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. An audacious, nearly mad scheme took shape in his mind in an instant. He swiftly shed his tattered outer garment, stained with the blood, brain matter, ashes, and sweat of the undead, revealing a relatively clean gray undershirt beneath. Gritting his teeth, A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he seized the fire axe from his waist, not by the blade, but by the relatively blunt back, and with a fierce motion. He made a decisive incision along the outer side of his left arm, creating a wound that, while not deep, was sufficiently long. With flesh curling back and blood gushing forth, the excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, he did not falter. He immediately retrieved a bamboo tube containing the bone-eating flower's paralyzing toxin, dipping his fingertip into the milky, viscous liquid that reeked of sweet decay, and carefully applied it evenly around the wound. The toxin acted swiftly, alleviating much of the intense pain and significantly slowing the bleeding, while the blood darkened ominously, hinting at an unsettling aura, appearing decidedly abnormal. Next, he gathered the scattered ashes, the chilling condensation, and the already half-dried dark red blood, indistinguishable as either human or zombie, and smeared it across his face, neck, and clothing, transforming himself into a figure that seemed to have emerged from a brutal melee, a survivor clawing his way out of a sea of corpses and blood, barely clinging to life. All of this transpired in a matter of mere seconds. Outside, the battle had reached its final stage. The remaining soldiers precariously under siege from the monstrous onslaught, their cries echoing in despair, as Dr. Janna's trembling finger hovered over the red button's protective cover. Now was the moment. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing all fear and discomfort brought on by his disguise, summoning every ounce of strength to burst forth from his hiding place in the ventilation duct. He deliberately staggered, his steps appearing unsteady, his voice brimming with the euphoria of survival and a feigned extreme frailty and excitement, cutting through the cacophony of gunfire and the terrifying roars of the monsters. Doctor, don't press it. I escaped. I am immune. I possess antibodies against the virus. His voice rang out like thunder on a clear day, instantly capturing the attention of all living beings within the laboratory. The relentless predator, engaged in a frenzied assault on the last two soldiers, abruptly halted its movements. Its grotesque, tumor-riddled head twisted around, and its murky, bloodthirsty eyes fixated upon Chen Mo, the unexpected intruder. A low growl escaped its throat, tinged with confusion and a heightened interest. Dr. Jenner's hand jerked back from the red button as if struck by an electric shock. He turned sharply, his bloodshot eyes reflecting profound shock, disbelief, and a flicker of desperate hope akin to a drowning man grasping at driftwood. What did you say? An immune? The two remaining soldiers were momentarily distracted by this unforeseen development, narrowly avoiding the predator's lethal claws. This brief respite fueled their desperation, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the creature, momentarily stalling its advance toward Chen Mo. Stumbling, Chen Mo made his way towards the control panel, his steps unsteady. As he ran, he feigned weakness, raising his bloodied, sluggishly oozing arm, its darkened wound exposed for Dr. Jenner to see. I was bitten, right outside. Look, I haven't mutated. I've survived. I can't feel the virus's effects. I might truly have antibodies. His voice trembled just enough, infused with excitement and the quavering of survival. His appearance and plea were akin to casting a shimmering lifeline into the depths of despair. Dr. Jenner's gaze flickered intensely, shock, elation, and overwhelming skepticism intertwining, causing the muscles in his face to twitch as reason battled against despair. Quick, come here. Let me draw some blood. Immediate analysis. In his frantic state, he fumbled for the blood collection needle and test tubes on the control panel, his movements clumsy with excitement. There's no time, Doctor, Chen Mo exclaimed, pointing towards the fierce battle, his face a mask of urgency and fear, his voice hoarse with emotion. That monster is too powerful. They can't hold out much longer. This place won't hold. Your research, especially the original virus samples. Give them to me. I am the immune host. Only if I escape with them to safety can humanity hope to develop a vaccine. Hurry. If we wait any longer, it will all be over. As he shouted, he stumbled closer to the ultra-low temperature storage cabinet, which glimmered with a deadly blue light. His heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. Dr. Jenner was completely overwhelmed by the sudden glimmer of hope embodied in this human and the imminent, crushing threat of death. He gazed at Chen Mo's young face, smeared with grime and ash yet filled with sincerity and urgency, especially that uncharacteristically alarming wound and his feeble demeanor. He looked at the soldiers, precariously on the brink of annihilation under the predator's savage assault, and the last vestige of hesitation in his eyes was consumed by madness and a reckless gamble. All right, you take it. You must get it out. For humanity, Dr. Jenner nearly shouted, his voice laden with desperate resolve and a twisted sense of duty. He swiftly input a long string of complex passwords on the storage cabinet's control panel, his fingers trembling, almost pressing the wrong keys. Beep 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 hiss. The storage cabinet emitted a soft click as it unlocked, and an icy white mist surged forth in an instant. Dr. Jenner trembled, filled with a near-sacred reverence, as he extracted 3 test tubes containing the T-virus serum, glimmering with a deep blue light, and flowing, as if alive from the cabinet, shrouded in frost. The liquid rippled within the tubes, breathtaking yet lethal. He gingerly placed the vials into a nearby silver-white portable cryogenic storage box, which exuded an even lower temperature, then forcefully thrust it into Chen Mo's arms. Quickly, this way, the emergency backup route, Dr. Jenner urged, pointing towards a small metallic door on the side of the laboratory. Dimly illuminated by a faint green exit sign, his voice urgent. The coldness was bone-chilling, as though he held 3 blocks of eternal ice, causing Chen Mo to shudder involuntarily. Yet, his heart was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of elation. Without hesitation, he clutched the box tightly and dashed towards the green safety door, moving with remarkable speed, showing no sign of weakness. Wait! Dr. Jenner suddenly cried out behind him, his voice sharp and distorted. Chen Mo did not pause for an instant. Instead, he surged forward even faster. Dr. Jenner's gaze was fixed on Chen Mo's retreating figure, his expression a tumult of emotions. The initial joy and despair ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a cold, all-seeing suspicion, imbued with endless sorrow and mockery. Are you truly the immune one? This voice pierced Chen Mo's back like a frigid needle. However, he did not falter, slipping through the passageway like a wraith, leaving behind a resounding declaration that echoed through the cold metallic corridor, filled with righteousness and resolve for humanity. Take care, Doctor, he silently added. Take care, indeed. If my companion falls, I shan't perish. The bronze door beckoned. He was determined to return home. In the instant Chen Mo vanished into the passage, the last shred of doubt in Dr. Jenner's eyes transformed into a chilling, complete understanding, accompanied by a numbing despair. Yet it was all too late. He had been manipulated. Humanity's hope might merely be a ludicrous deception. A deafening roar erupted behind him, the soldiers' final, harrowing cries mingling with the excited, violent howls of the hunters, heralding the lab's demise. Dr. Jenner let out a bitter laugh, a smile more grotesque than tears, filled with endless irony and desolation. He no longer gazed at the passage or the rampaging monstrosity. With his last vestiges of strength, he resolutely pressed the blood-red button, as if seeking liberation. Boom! The ground-shattering explosion reverberated from behind. A terrifying blaze and shockwave erupted like an angered volcano, instantly engulfing the entire laboratory entrance. The searing wave, laden with metallic shards, glass splinters, and destructive energy, surged toward Chen Mo like a relentless tide. The passage shook violently, the overhead lights shattering one after another. Damn it! Chen Mo's heart raced with terror as he clutched the cryogenic box tightly, unleashing the fastest speed of his life as he sprinted through the narrow, violently shaking corridor, fleeing for his life. The searing heat behind him scorched his back, instantly charring his garments. The entire world seemed to be collapsing, deep within his consciousness. The bronze door erupted with an unprecedented and fervent call to return. Immediately. At once. Chapter 6. The metallic veins of the drunken immortal Herb. The intense sensation of weightlessness felt as though an invisible hand had forcibly yanked him back from an unfathomable abyss. His internal organs seemed to shift amidst the explosive shockwave resulting from the collapse of the passage. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, the violent dizziness causing the world to spin around him, nearly sending him tumbling off the cold earthen bed. The familiar and pungent scent of mold and earthy odors in the makeshift shelter brutally replaced the cacophony of explosions, the searing gusts, and the suffocating aura of death, flooding his burning lungs. He inhaled greedily, for though the air was tainted, it signified safety. Coughing violently, he could not restrain himself, his throat filled with the acrid taste of smoke and blood, bending over only to expel a mixture of bile and sour liquid. A sharp, searing pain coursed through his back. As he reached behind him, his fingers grazed the heated, charred fabric that had hardened and cracked, clinging to his burnt skin, pulling painfully with the slightest movement. A buzzing filled his ears, as if the echoes of the explosion still reverberated. Instinctively, Chen Mo checked his chest, ribs, and arms, confirming no fractures, only some superficial burns and internal injuries from the violent shock, releasing a long, painful breath that tasted of rust. Damn, I almost didn't make it. That doctor is truly insane. The overwhelming sensation of survival washed over him like a tide, nearly rendering him weak. Yet he immediately forced himself to regain composure. The foremost principle of survival was to assess his surroundings. He abruptly lifted his head, scanning the shelter with vigilance. The dilapidated wooden door remained ajar, showing no signs of intrusion. Outside, the corpse flower fields quietly exuded a sickly sweet stench under the moonlight. Everything appeared normal. It seemed that Fat Wong had yet to come for his inspection today. Only then did he finally relax, though his heart continued to race within his chest. Akin to the aftermath of a grueling sprint, clutched tightly in his arms was the cold, bone-chilling portable cryogenic storage box. The box still seemed to carry the residual warmth of the explosion, the scent of smoke, and the icy despair of the laboratory. Yet its frigid temperature pierced through his palms, a stark reminder that all of this was not a mere illusion. "I'm back. Damn it, I'm truly back," Chen Mo murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and dry, trembling with the aftermath of heavy panting and a flicker of incredulous relief. The harrowing deception within his consciousness. The terrifying roar of the hunter, Dr. Jenner's final, desperate gaze, and the cataclysmic explosion were etched into his memory as vividly as if they had transpired just moments ago. He could even faintly detect the lingering, acrid scent of smoke, blood, and the charred remnants of alcohol on his skin. The relief of surviving washed over him like a warm tide, temporarily submerging his limbs, leaving him nearly enervated. He lay sprawled on the cold, earthen bed, akin to a fish out of water, taking several moments to regain his composure. However, within the lexicon of the master of survival, the term security is perpetually accompanied by the word temporary. He abruptly raised his weary body, straining against fatigue, and cast an eager glance towards the corner of the room where a makeshift hourglass stood. The fine grains of sand flowed slowly, the markings clearly indicating the passage of time. Had merely 6 hours truly elapsed? Chen Mo narrowed his pupils, confirming twice before an overwhelming, indescribable euphoria surged within him, washing away the pain and exhaustion of his body. He had struggled for survival in that apocalyptic hell, infiltrating police stations, detonating zombie hordes, deceiving scholars, and outsmarting viruses, ultimately fleeing amidst cataclysmic explosions. The prolonged torment and peril felt as though they had spanned at least 2 or 3 days. Yet, in the real world, only 12 hours had passed. The time dilation of this bronze door was nothing short of miraculous. It was his greatest reliance for furtive development and capital accumulation. This signified that he possessed far more time than others, setting aside any lingering fear and fatigue. A powerful exhilaration and a fervent desire for his gains compelled him to sit upright. He carefully placed the cold, low-temperature box upon his lap, as if cradling a priceless treasure, akin to holding a Pandora's box that could unleash catastrophic consequences at any moment. His emotions oscillated between excitement and trepidation. Holding his breath, his fingers trembled slightly with anticipation and anxiety as they rested on the clasp of the box. The cold metallic sensation helped him regain a measure of composure. With a soft click, the sound resonated sharply in the stillness of the shack. The lid sprang open. A chill more penetrating than the musty odor of the shelter enveloped him, emanating an indescribable aura woven from the very essence of life, a dangerous and seductive allure. 3 vials. A full trio. The ethereal blue liquid lay quietly within the specially crafted test tubes, illuminated by the faint moonlight seeping through a hole in the roof. Resembling solidified liquid sapphire, or the coldest gaze of a demon from the abyss, radiating a mysterious, splendid, and lethal luminescence. Delicate frost flowers crystallized upon the walls of the test tubes, whispering of the extreme cold contained within. He had exceeded his target. This was undeniably a spectacular gain. Chen Mo grinned silently, revealing a set of white teeth that appeared somewhat sinister in the darkness. Yet, his smile quickly faded, as immense joy gave way to a more pressing dilemma. While the gain was substantial, how was he to handle this substance? He had witnessed its dangers firsthand. Could he carry it on his person? That would be akin to harboring 3 miniature hells that could erupt at any moment. The thought of accidentally shattering one of the vials conjured a horrific image he dared not entertain. He could instantly transform into something even more terrifying than the hunters, or perhaps simply dissolve into a puddle of flesh. Disposing of it? What a ludicrous notion. This was a prize he had secured at the cost of his own life. A lever to propel his future. It was the fuel for the golden finger sanctioned by this wretched bronze door. His gaze swept across the drafty, barren shelter. The mud bed, the rickety table, and a cracked clay pot for water offered no safety. That gluttonous Wong, the fat fool, might stroll in at any moment to conduct a search. At that moment, a gentle night breeze wafted through the holes in the makeshift shelter, carrying a familiar, faintly peculiar scent reminiscent of inferior wine dregs. mingled with the earthy aroma of soil. Chen Mo instinctively turned his gaze towards the window. The moonlight cascaded softly, illuminating the vibrant field of intoxicated grass that he was responsible for tending. The uniquely shaped grass blades, thick and serrated along the edges, swayed gently in the night wind. This intoxicating grass served as the primary ingredient for concocting low-grade clear spirit powder, apart from its feeble effects of invigorating the mind and its distinctive alcoholic scent. It was considered quite commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Yet, its remarkable resilience allowed it to flourish in this barren medicinal field, thriving with just a bit of sunlight and scanty diluted spiritual spring water. As he observed the silently dancing intoxicated grass beneath the moonlight, a wildly audacious thought struck Chen Mo's mind like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, igniting his pupils with fervor. The terrifying power and mutations brought forth by the T-virus, which transformed living beings into grotesque forms, made him ponder, what of the spiritual plants? Are they not, in essence, special flora imbued with spiritual energy? In a certain sense, could they not also be considered a form of life? If the T-virus can even animate the deceased, what unexpected effects might it have on these already unique living spiritual plants? Could it catalyze something extraordinary? This notion spread like wildfire, consuming all his thoughts. Risks? Certainly. What if he inadvertently cultivated a man-eating monstrosity? But what of the potential rewards? What if it succeeded? What if it yielded a precious mutated spiritual plant of immense value? What is the essence of survival? It is stability. Yet stability does not equate to timidity. When the moment calls for action, one must seize it. Fortune often favors the bold. Moreover, the cost was nearly negligible, comprising only those precious drops of viral solution and his own meager life. This medicinal field was his optimal testing ground, and it was likely that Fat Wong would not be returning to cause trouble anytime soon. Without hesitation, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a gambler. He carefully resealed 2 test tubes of the T-virus solution, tucking them deep within a low-temperature box, then wrapped them in tattered cloth and concealed them in a cobweb-laden crevice of the earthen bed, leaving only the used tube with more than half of its contents remaining. Like a thief, his heart raced with excitement and anxiety as he stealthily slipped out of the shelter. Under the cover of moonlight, he tiptoed to the edge of the intoxicated grass field. The cool night breeze, infused with the refreshing scent of earth and grass, somewhat diluted the lingering odor of gunpowder and blood from his body. His gaze sharpened, scanning the furrows of the field. Quickly, he fixed his sights on a particular plant, tall and robust, slightly towering over its companions, with thick, lustrous leaves shimmering under the moonlight, its veins clearly defined. It was evident that this was the champion of the barren field, brimming with vitality. It is you, brother, whether you are a dragon or a mere worm. Whether you are a creation of fortune or destruction, it all rests upon this tremor. Chen Mo whispered to the intoxicated fairy grass, as if engaging in a fateful dialogue with it. He knelt down, retrieving a slender steel needle from his pocket, one he typically used to poison the bone-eating flower. With gentle movements, he delicately cleared the soil surrounding the roots of the fairy grass, revealing a small segment of white root, slightly weak and coated in damp earth. He could sense the vitality pulsating beneath the soil. Taking a deep breath to steady his trembling hand, he carefully inserted the needle into the mouth of a test tube, holding his breath as he dipped it into a minuscule drop of ethereal blue liquid, smaller than a dewdrop. The droplet quivered at the tip of the needle, exuding an ominous yet alluring blue glow, as if harboring boundless power of life and destruction. Holding his breath, Chen Mo meticulously placed the needle's tip onto the exposed surface of the fairy grass's root, applying a gentle pressure. The azure droplet promptly seeped into the vibrant plant tissue, vanishing without a trace. Time seemed to freeze as Chen Mo squatted by the furrow, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the fairy grass. Breathing so lightly that it was barely perceptible, his senses heightened to their utmost. The night breeze rustled through the leaves of the surrounding fairy grass. Yet it remained utterly still, as if nothing had transpired. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Had he failed? Chen Mo's heart sank. The flickering flame of hope doused by cold water, a wave of disappointment and frustration washing over him. Indeed, the spirit plant was not an animal. Was the T-virus incompatible with its environment? Or was the dosage too small? Perhaps it required direct infusion into the sap? Just as he was on the verge of giving up, resigned to his misfortune and lamenting the precious drop of essence, a sudden transformation occurred. The robust fairy grass trembled ever so slightly, yet distinctly, without any forewarning. It was not a mere sway induced by the wind. The entire plant, from root to leaf, seemed to receive a shot of adrenaline, or a faint current coursing through it, shuddering suddenly. The leaves emitted a subtle rustling sound, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Chen Mo's heart leapt to his throat, not daring to breathe. Then, beneath the cool moonlight, a scene unfolded that would forever be etched in his memory. From the once lush green leaves, centered around the spot where the virus had been injected, intricate silver patterns emerged, resembling etched circuits on a circuit board. As if imbued with life, rapidly spreading. These patterns flickered with a faint but distinct metallic luster, like flowing mercury, akin to a living metallic network. Swiftly extending along the veins of the leaves, enveloping the entire leaf in the blink of an eye. Unrelenting, they cascaded down the petiole towards the root. Under the moonlight, the entire fairy grass seemed to don a flowing, cold silver web, mysterious and eerie. It emanated a chilling aura, starkly different from life, yet curiously intertwined with the plant's inherent vitality. By the heavens, it worked. It truly worked. Chen Mo nearly leaped from his spot, joy coursing through him like an electric current. He suppressed the overwhelming urge to let out a cry of exhilaration, his hands trembling with excitement, nails deeply embedded in his palms. Unable to contain his curiosity and enthusiasm any longer, he resembled a wild boar that had stumbled upon truffles. Gingerly using both hands to excavate the soil surrounding the roots of the mutated, intoxicated immortal grass, his movements as tender as if cradling a newborn, fearful of causing even the slightest harm. As the earth was carefully displaced, it unveiled the delicate, soft white rootlets that should have been present beneath. Gasp! Chen Mo inhaled sharply, his pupils widening once more. The sight before him sent shivers down his spine, electrifying him with a thrill. Those rootlets had undergone a complete transformation. They had grown sturdier, their hue no longer pure white, but instead exhibiting a subtle, metallic sheen of silvery gray. The surface was no longer smooth, but rather adorned with minuscule protrusions reminiscent of metallic granules. Even more astonishing was that these glimmering, metallic roots appeared to possess a peculiar vitality, much like tiny, greedy tendrils, actively and slowly entwining themselves around the diminutive, abandoned, low-grade metallic slag particles scattered throughout the soil. This medicinal garden was barren, laden with various impurities, including a considerable amount of discarded, spiritless low-grade metallic waste. With the naked eye, one could observe faint, metallic glimmers gradually being absorbed into the rootlets, as if the mutated, intoxicated immortal grass was actively drawing in the metallic impurities from the soil. This revelation struck Chen Mo like thunder in his mind. To cultivators, metallic slag was a burdensome refuse, a hindrance to the absorption of spiritual energy. Yet for this mutated, intoxicated immortal grass, it was a source of nourishment. A delicacy? It could consume what others deemed as waste. What did this signify? It meant that in this despised, spirit-deficient, metal-laden wasteland of a medicinal field, this plant was the chosen one. It could transform refuse into treasure. It could thrive on resources that others could not utilize. Could it even convert the absorbed metallic elements into part of itself? Enhance its own being. This silvery pattern, this metallic root system, an audacious and enticing plan instantly took shape in Chen Mo's mind. If he could cultivate this mutated, intoxicated immortal grass in abundance, and if it could stably accumulate metallic elements, wouldn't that mean he could harvest a batch of spiritual plants imbued with metallic enhancement attributes? What could that be used for? Alchemy? Incorporating into metallic spiritual plants? Crafting artifacts? Serving as substitutes for certain special metals? Or perhaps even as a tonic for body refinement? Enhancing physical form. This was tailor-made for him. Chen Mo, a golden finger, a cheat code for this desolate medicinal garden. An immense wave of excitement and euphoria surged within him like a volcanic eruption, nearly overwhelming him. He stifled the impulse to laugh aloud, carefully refilling the excavated soil, meticulously covering the roots of the shimmering, mutated, intoxicated immortal grass, even subconsciously adding a bit more earth. My dear, you truly are my greatest treasure. Chen Mo gazed at the patch of grass with fervent eyes, as if beholding a collection of shimmering spirit stones. He caressed the remaining half of the T-virus serum in his hand, treating it as if it were an unparalleled gem. The 2.5 remaining tubes offered an abundance of possibilities. Should he continue to refine the drunken immortal grass and expand its scale? Or perhaps explore other spiritual plants, such as the bone-eroding flower or the iron vine? Could there be even more wondrous transformations or more extravagant applications? A magnificent blueprint of the future unfurled before him, glistening with metallic luster and the fragrance of spirit stones. The challenges posed by Wang Fatsi seemed less daunting now. However, immersed in immense joy and future aspirations, Chen Mo remained blissfully unaware of the minuscule crack that had been drawn back in the heavy burlap curtains of the relatively lavish stone hut belonging to the overseer. Wong Fatsi. Behind the crack, a pair of small eyes, gleaming with greed, suspicion, and a subtle hint of malice. Fixated intently on Chen Mo's furtive figure as he squatted and leapt with excitement in the medicinal field and on the drunken immortal grass, whose leaves shimmered with an otherworldly silver light, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. Wong Fatsi squinted, his plump face twitching with a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 7. The greed of the overseer. As dawn broke, a faint, pale light began to creep over the eastern horizon, the thin morning rays struggling to dispel the last remnants of night. The medicinal garden, still enveloped in the damp, chilly mist of pre-dawn, clung to the purple-black petals of the bone-eroding flower like cold tears. Inside the hut, Chen Mo was lost in a shallow sleep, interwoven with fatigue and accomplishment, instinctively absorbing the meager spiritual energy of heaven and earth to mend the hidden wounds and exhaustion inflicted by the previous night's explosion. Suddenly, a thunderous bang shattered the morning's tranquility. The already rickety wooden door of the hut was violently kicked open by a hefty foot wrapped in greasy silk. Slamming against the frame, the hinges groaned under the strain, nearly collapsing, and the loud noise startled several mice scavenging for scraps in the corner, sending them scurrying into the shadows. Chen Mo jolted upright from the earthen bed, his heart racing. The euphoria and excitement from last night's successful experiment abruptly extinguished by the familiar violence, as if doused in icy water from head to toe, leaving only a chilling vigilance and a sense of foreboding. He had toiled late into the night and had only just begun to recover from the fatigue. At the entrance, silhouetted against the dim, unfeeling morning light, stood a familiar mountain of flesh, resembling a harbinger of misfortune. The overseer, Wong Fatsi, with his round belly that could snap a fine belt, blocked the doorway like a wall, nearly obscuring all light. Today, he had deliberately donned a relatively decent dark red silk jacket, though it was still stretched to its limits by his enormous girth, with dark sweat stains seeping from his armpits. His hair had been hastily combed and slicked with inferior oil, attempting to mask the perpetual greasiness that clung to him. In his small, triangular eyes, akin to the size of mung beans, there flickered a glimmer of avarice reminiscent of a ravenous wolf that has suddenly stumbled upon a plump lamb, intermingled with a hint of uncertainty. He strode forward with an air of self-importance, each step thudding heavily against the ground as if accompanied by a cadence of spirit stones. Disregarding the trembling figure of Chen Mo at the entrance, those beady eyes, sharp as a probe, fixated intently on the field of drunken immortal grass under Chen Mo's care. A chill gripped Chen Mo's heart, sinking him into a state of alarm. Something was amiss. This rotund man, usually sluggish until well past noon, had come so early at dawn, and he was heading directly for Chen Mo's field? Had last night's subtle maneuvers been uncovered? When had he arrived? How much had he seen? Hurriedly, Chen Mo leaped off the earthen bed, hastily donning the soiled and sweat-stained attire of a servant. The muscles in his face instinctively twitched, morphing into a well-rehearsed expression of humility and trepidation. He scampered after the imposing figure, his voice laced with an exaggerated obsequiousness and tremor. "Manager Wong, you're here so early? Truly diligent. A paragon. The very backbone of our sect. This place is quite damp. Do take care not to wet your precious boots." Wong Fatty snorted, exhaling a foul mixture of stale alcohol and garlic breath, casting not a single glance at Chen Mo, as if he were merely a buzzing fly. His greedy little eyes functioned like the most precise radar, swiftly scanning the field of drunken immortal grass, which appeared to be thriving. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn, as if by magnetic force, to the edge of the ridge, a small patch where Chen Mo had clandestinely tampered with things the night before. Particularly striking was a plant whose leaves bore the most distinct silver veins, still shimmering with a unique metallic glint in the faint morning light. Standing out conspicuously among its peers, the surrounding plants also exhibited a hint of silver sheen, setting them apart from the ordinary. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Wong Fatty feigned a squat, the effort leaving him breathless. He extended his short, greasy fingers, almost violently caressing the cold, silver-veined leaves, even pinching them to gauge their unusual resilience. His eyes ignited with an incredulous, nearly overflowing greed, as if he were gazing upon mountains of gold and silver, swiftly followed by a flicker of perplexity and confusion. He rubbed the leaves, which differed from the usual soft texture of drunken immortal grass, feeling the metallic coolness, and leaned in to sniff vigorously. Though only faint scents of grass and earth reached him, he detected no anomaly. Muttering to himself, His voice was loud enough for Chen Mo to overhear. What in the world is this strange grass? Silver and glimmering, with roots as hard as stones, and the leaves exuding an unsettling aura. I've tended to medicinal gardens for decades, overseen thousands of spiritual plants, yet I've never encountered such a bizarre specimen. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, the abrupt motion causing his flesh to quiver. With hands akimbo, resembling a water bucket, his triangular eyes gleamed with cunning, a stern and impatient light illuminating his gaze. His voice rose sharply, feigning authority as he reprimanded. Little Chun, what on earth is going on in this field? How did such strange things come to grow here? His finger nearly jabbed into Chen Mo's face, declaring that the emergence of such anomalies in a place of thin spiritual energy could only portend either fortune or calamity. According to the sect's regulations, all unidentified anomalous spiritual plants must be promptly submitted to the inner sect's spiritual plant hall for source verification. Should this be the work of malevolent forces or the summoning of ominous entities, how could a mere servant like you bear such grave consequences? This particular herb, along with those few suspicious variants, he waved his hand, indicating the mutated drunken immortal grass, and bellowed at the dazed servants behind him. Come forth. Carefully uproot them all. If you damage even a single root, I shall flay your skin. In that instant, Chen Mo felt his heart plunge into an icy abyss, as if ensnared by a cold, clammy hand, painfully tightening around him, nearly suffocating him, as his blood seemed to congeal. This was not merely the result of his arduous experiments, painstakingly exchanged for his very life with the T-virus essence. It represented his sole spark of hope to escape a fate akin to that of cattle and horses, to embark upon the path of cultivation. How precious was that T-virus liquid? A little less is a little more. Now, this rotund fool, with a mere casual reference to sect rules, sought to uproot the very flame of hope he had just ignited for his future and claim it as his own. This was a transgression far more heinous than the theft of his spirit stones. Manager Wang. Chen Mo abruptly raised his head, suppressing the tumultuous rage and murderous intent surging within his chest, his voice trembling with barely perceptible despair and struggle as he attempted one last desperate plea. Please discern. These plants may appear slightly different, but they have only just begun to show signs of anomaly and remain unstable. If we transplant them hastily, the change in spiritual environment and unsuitability of soil and water could lead to their complete withering. Would that not waste the potential boon that this anomaly may bring to the sect, and also undermine your discovery, manager? Would it not be wiser to allow me to nurture and observe them for a few more days, until they stabilize and their characteristics become evident, so that I may present them in their entirety to the inner sect, with all due credit going to you? Silence. Manager Wang abruptly interrupted him, his triangular eyes glinting with coldness, cruelty, and unabashed impatience, as if regarding a struggling ant. His tone dripped with derision. Here, I am the one who decides. Sect rules are rules. You shall submit them as ordered. Who are you, a mere servant, to dictate terms? Speak another word, and I shall have you pack your belongings and expel you from the herb garden, to toil for a lifetime in the damp, shadowy mines for spirit stones. You will never again see the light of day, nor be able to absorb even this meager spiritual energy. His greedy gaze slithered over Chen Mo like a serpent's tongue, as if seeking to penetrate his tattered clothing and uncover the secret that might have caused such anomalies. His voice lowered, thick with suspicion and menace. Humph. I've long suspected you of being sneaky and elusive lately. You seem distracted while working. Speak. Have you been secretly learning some sinister birthing spells? Or have you fortuitously stumbled upon some spiritual fertilizer left behind by a senior from the inner sect? He paused, a malicious, almost cruel smile creeping across his face as he pronounced the final, unvarnished verdict. Considering you have been relatively honest until now, your death sentence may be spared. But the penalty for your misdeeds remains. You have 3 days. Just 3 days. Within the span of 3 days, amidst these excavated pits, which marred the earth with their unsightly scars, he gestured toward the mutated herbs, delicately placed in a soft-lined jade box by the attendants. You shall cultivate for me 100 mature Xian herbs of a comparable size and exquisite quality. They must be of superior grade. Should you fail to produce even a single one, he leaned closer to Chen Mo, his plump visage quivering, a foul stench wafting forth, his eyes glinting with a mocking, feline coldness. I shall invoke the sect's regulations to punish you for the destruction of spiritual flora and dereliction of duty. I will flay your skin, extract your tendons, and cast you to the mountain guardian beasts as fodder. Do you understand? 3 days? 100 mature Xian herbs? And they must be pristine? In this land of meager spiritual energy and wretched soil. Chen Mo's mind erupted with a thunderous cacophony, as if struck by a bolt from the heavens. This was no mere task. It was an impossible demand. It was a stark, unyielding death sentence. Wang the Glutton had discarded even the last vestige of pretense, seeking to utterly annihilate him, to seize his fortunes, and ensure his demise was justified. Anger, humiliation, and despair blazed within him like a venomous inferno. His fists clenched tightly, nails embedding deep into his palms, inflicting a piercing pain that paled in comparison to the torment in his heart. Plundered, trampled, driven to the brink. As his nails broke the skin, warm droplets of blood seeped forth, mingling with the earth. His knuckles cracked from excessive strain, his body trembling with unbridled rage. A bone-chilling, palpable intent to kill surged within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting violently, threatening to breach the dam of reason. He fixated on the arrogant profile of Wang, his vision tinted with crimson. This wretched glutton. He dared to overreach, to seize my fortunes, to sever my path, to push me to the brink of annihilation. Just as Chen Mo's fury and murderous intent were on the verge of erupting, ready to confront Wang in a desperate struggle to the death, a sudden hum resonated within the depths of his consciousness. The once silent bronze door trembled violently, unprecedentedly. This time, it was not the stench of the apocalyptic world. A chilling aura, terrifying enough to freeze the very soul, surged forth as if a dam had broken, sweeping through his entire consciousness. Chen Mo jolted awake, as if doused with frigid water from the abyss, his boiling rage and murderous intent forcibly frozen by this sudden, soul-deep chill. His thoughts turned cold and lucid. He found his consciousness inexorably drawn into his mind's realm. Before him, the ancient, weathered bronze door, once cloaked in heavy rust, now revealed intricate, luminous silver patterns that shimmered like ice crystals. These patterns spread rapidly, intertwining and exuding an aura of chilling brilliance and immense spatial fluctuations. The entire door was enveloped in a soft, expanding azure light, swirling like a winter's breath. A chilling and ancient aura, reminiscent of the frigid epochs of the Ice Age, envelopes him. In stark contrast to the deathly silence and decay of the zombie world, this emanation is pure, icy, and fraught with peril that conceals unknown opportunities. A new world coordinate. Furthermore, this essence hails from a realm of snow and ice, an environment of extreme cold. The biting chill washes over Chen Mo's fury, instilling a sense of icy clarity and a heightened vigilance. He observes Wang Fatty directing the laborers to lift the jade box, that corpulent figure, arrogant and soon to vanish into the morning fog, while simultaneously feeling the frosty door in his mind that radiates lethal temptation and unknown dangers. The despair of being driven to the edge of a precipice intertwines with the cold resolve of discovering a new path, crystallizing in his gaze. His anger does not dissipate. Rather, it is refined by this ultimate chill into something more pure, sharper, and more restrained. He slowly relaxes his clenched fist, leaving behind 4 deep crescent-shaped imprints, tinged with blood, upon his palm. The mask of humility and trepidation has completely faded, leaving only a profound coldness and tranquility, a kind of indifference to risk. Wang Fatty. Chen Mo murmurs to himself, his voice calm and devoid of any ripples, yet more chilling than any roar. You have forced my hand. The corners of his mouth curl into a smile devoid of warmth, akin to the frigid winds sweeping across the ice plains. Gazing at the bronze door, now illuminated by the brightest halo, Chen Mo's consciousness is devoid of hesitation. With a resolute determination akin to burning the boats behind him, he plunges deep into his mind, forcefully reaching for that bronze giant door, adorned with frosty patterns and exuding a sharp, compelling radiance. Just before his consciousness is wholly consumed, he casts a glance at the heavy fire axe from the apocalyptic world in the corner, ultimately relinquishing the thought of taking it along. After all, such an object may prove ineffective in the deep snow and could become a burden. The dangers of the extreme cold world necessitate greater preparation and more agile responses. Before the makeshift shelter, there remains a scene of chaos in the medicinal field, a few unsightly dirt pits, and a whisper dissipating in the cold morning breeze. I hope this new world grants me the means to survive, and even the capital for revenge. Chapter 8. Traps of the Snowfield and the Grizzly Bear Hiss. Wang Fatty. I curse your ancestors to the 18th generation. The biting cold wind pierces Chen Mo's flimsy garment, akin to millions of icy needles. One moment he is gritting his teeth in the medicinal garden shelter, glaring at the denuded field of drunken fairy grass, and the next, he is unceremoniously hurled into a realm of white, a hellish pine forest by the bronze door. His physical senses feel as though they are rent asunder by the extreme temperature difference. The frigid air filling his lungs grates against his trachea like sandpaper, provoking violent coughs that reverberate painfully in his chest. The sky? Oh, that now resembles a leaden-gray pot lid. The heavy, low-hanging clouds seem almost within reach, desperately unleashing a flurry of goose-feather snowflakes. The snow does not drift down. It descends with a horizontal ferocity, dense enough to suffocate. Visibility? Non-existent, beyond 5 meters. The world is rendered indistinct, consumed by the howling winds and monotonous white. Chen Mo felt his exhaled breath crystallizing into fine ice frost before it could even leave his lips, clinging to his chin and tattered collar, each slight movement eliciting a sharp, chilling sting. The immediate priority was warmth and weaponry. Otherwise, before Wang the Fatty could come to collect the remains, he would become a frozen morsel himself. His teeth chattered like a motor, producing a relentless clatter, while his muscles involuntarily twitched in a subtle spasm. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze struggling to pierce through the blinding snowstorm, ultimately locking onto a particularly sturdy-looking giant fir tree. Its trunk was exceedingly thick, requiring at least 2 people to embrace it, and its low-hanging branches spread out like a colossal umbrella, with the base piled high with dense, wind-packed snow. "You will do, my friend. I shall borrow your roots," he murmured to the fir, as if it could comprehend his plight, which somewhat alleviated the panic of being cast into despair alone. He drew forth the only treasured tool he kept at his side, a humble-looking medicinal hoe, typically employed with great care to unearth spiritual herbs. It now transformed into his sole instrument of salvation. Chen Mo inhaled the frigid air deeply, striving to ignore the piercing pain emanating from his nearly frozen fingers, transforming into a human-shaped groundhog as he began to furiously excavate into the thick snow and the relatively soft humus beneath. The hoe flew through the air, dirt and snowflakes swirling, icy shavings incessantly splattering against his face and neck, sending shivers coursing through him. Yet he paid it no mind. The instinct for survival propelled him to dig relentlessly. Soon, a shallow pit emerged, just large enough for him to curl up within. The walls of the pit were uneven, but it at least offered some respite from the relentless winds. Almost rolling into the pit, Chen Mo immediately curled into a tight ball, concealing as much of his body's surface area as possible within this rudimentary windbreak. Although the cold still pierced to the bone, it was no longer the constant, tormenting agony that scraped at his very being, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. However, as the chill eased, the previously subdued pangs of hunger roared to life like a beast awakening from slumber, clamoring insistently. The hollow grumbling of his stomach echoed starkly across the desolate snowfield, where only the wind howled in response. "Stop it. I know you're hungry," Chen Mo exclaimed in exasperation, rolling his eyes at his betraying belly. He endeavored to dismiss the burning sensation in his stomach, his gaze sweeping once more across the snow-covered ground, searching for any potential opportunity. Suddenly, a series of indistinct yet discernible small animal tracks caught his attention. The tracks were dainty, with the fore and hind footprints closely aligned, exhibiting a characteristic hopping pattern, leaving shallow depressions in the thick snow. Snow hares. It must be snow hares, he instinctively deduced. Fortune favors me. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all feelings of cold and fatigue. Chen Mo recalled the striking figure of Bear Grylls from the wilderness survival show he had once watched nestled on his couch. Those survival techniques that had seemed thrilling from behind a screen now became his only hope. A snare trap. Yes, a snare trap is the simplest and most effective. He sprang into action, braving the biting cold as he snapped off some low-hanging yet remarkably resilient fir branches. With his numbed fingers, he carefully stripped away some relatively intact, fibrous bark from the base of a cedar tree, and even fortuitously unearthed a few sturdy dried vines beneath the snow. With his materials gathered, he began to clumsily set to work. This contraption appeared simple, yet the binding proved to be exasperatingly difficult. He muttered to himself, struggling with his frostbitten, nearly insensible fingers to twist the bark fibers into a coarse twine, then wrap the dried vines around it to enhance its strength. The process of crafting the noose was even more disheartening. His fingers refused to obey, resulting in knots that were crooked and haphazard. Simultaneously, he secured the medicinal hoe firmly to a relatively straight and sturdy branch, exhausting all the bark twine and vines in the process, tying a final knot. The end product was an exceedingly abstract creation, a skeletal spear that seemed on the verge of disintegration. Chen Mo weighed the awkward weapon in his hands. Well, better than nothing. At least it could serve as a makeshift cane to bolster his courage. He found the thought rather unconvincing. He carefully set this seemingly rudimentary noose trap along the well-trodden path of the snowshoe hare, attempting to disguise it as naturally as possible. Then, clutching his artistic bone spear, he retreated into the frigid snow pit, embarking on a long and torturous wait. Time, under the dual torment of cold and hunger, crawled like a snail. Every moment was an ultimate test of his willpower. He had to continuously move his toes and fingers to prevent them from freezing solid. As his consciousness began to blur under the encroaching chill, various illusions dancing before his eyes. A warm fire, the tantalizing aroma of roasted rabbit. Come on, dear brother rabbit. Show yourself, or I shall truly become an ice sculpture. Just when he felt his blood nearly congeal and his awareness was about to be engulfed by the freezing darkness. Snap, crack. A sudden, clear sound emanated from the direction of the trap. Something had been ensnared. The sound of the taut rope and the springing branches reverberated across the silent snowfield like thunder. It worked. Chen Mo's heart soared with joy. A surge of adrenaline coursing through him like electricity, temporarily dispelling some of the cold and numbness. He sprang up from the pit, his legs weak from prolonged squatting in the cold, yet he paid it no heed, gripping that seemingly unreliable bone spear tightly. His mind filled with visions of steaming roasted rabbit, rushing towards the trap. The desire to survive bestowed upon him a fleeting strength. However, as he stumbled through the snow-laden thickets that obscured his view, and finally beheld the true identity of the creature ensnared in the trap, his heart leapt into his throat. His blood felt as though it had frozen in an instant. What had been barely caught in that laughably simplistic noose was no harmless snowshoe hare. It was a startled, robust beast comparable in size to a small truck, a North American grizzly bear. The noose, like a cruel jest, had only managed to ensnare one of its powerful forelimbs. And rather than restraining this snowfield titan, the discomfort ignited its unbridled fury. Roar! A terrifying roar that could shatter eardrums and pierce souls erupted with a deafening blast. The tremendous sound wave enveloped the swirling snow and fog, spreading like a shockwave. The towering figure of the grizzly emerged, nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain of flesh that had suddenly sprung from the ground. Its dense fur was caked with ice and snow, exuding an oppressive primal force that was suffocating. Its small, blood-red eyes locked onto the unexpectedly appearing Chen Mo, burning with a fury and murderous intent provoked by an insignificant insect. With astonishing strength, its massive paw forcefully scraped away the snow beneath it, revealing the dark earth. Before it dropped to all fours and charged towards Chen Mo with a momentum that seemed to shake the very ground, crushing everything in its path. The earth trembled under its heavy claws, snow flying in all directions. In an instant, Chen Mo was paralyzed with fear. His mind went blank, leaving only the most primal instinct screaming, run. Yet, in the deep, knee-high, and resistive soft snow, how could a 2-legged human hope to outrun a 4-legged behemoth with explosive power? The difficulty was akin to expecting a plump man to succeed in losing weight. It was nothing short of a fool's dream. Oh dear! Chen Mo nearly rolled and crawled, using all his limbs, unleashing every ounce of potential he possessed, even surpassing the speed expected of someone in the first stage of chi refinement, as he lunged towards the sturdiest spruce tree nearby, the one with the lowest branches. The rough, cracked bark instantly tore through his already frost-bitten palms, blood oozing out only to freeze into icy shards. The frigid trunk numbed his fingers with a painful sting. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such pain. Like a frightened monkey, he desperately climbed upward, driven by the instinct for survival. His nails split. His arm muscles felt as though they were tearing apart, but he dared not pause for a moment. Crack! A tremendous sound erupted almost beneath his feet. The grizzly's colossal paw, accompanied by a stench of decay, slammed down with thunderous force at the very spot where Chen Mo had been desperately climbing. The sturdy spruce trembled violently, with chips exploded in all directions, leaving behind terrifying claw marks that revealed deep wood grain. The entire tree shook violently, leaves and snow cascading down, as if it would be snapped in two by this overwhelming force at any moment. Chen Mo clung tightly to a thick branch, his heart racing like a drum, nearly leaping from his throat. He could distinctly smell the foul odor of rotting flesh mixed with the bear's breath, feel the terrifying vibrations transmitted through the trunk, threatening to dislodge him, and even hear the grizzly's furious panting. Roar! Roar! The grizzly was now completely engulfed in a state of frenzy beneath the tree. It repeatedly rammed its heavy body against the trunk, viciously tearing at the bark with claws sharp enough to rip open an elk's belly. The deafening roars surged in waves, nearly shattering Chen Mo's eardrums. The snow at the roots was flung everywhere, exposing the gnarled roots and frozen black earth. This tree wouldn't hold for long. The spruce groaned under the repeated impacts, its branches shaking violently. Chen Mo forced himself to regain composure from the depths of his terror as his mind raced at an unprecedented speed. His gaze swept over the rough-boned spear in his hand, then back to the enormous figure below, rising once again, attempting to swat him down. He observed that each time the grizzly bear reared up and roared, its relatively soft underbelly, lacking the protection of thick fur, and its vulnerable, bloodied eyes would briefly expose themselves within his reach. A wildly desperate thought flickered through his mind, a notion of survival that seemed almost impossible. Fight or die? It was better to risk it than to perish at the hands of the gluttonous king. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He waited for the bear to rise again in fury, its massive form and the unbound left eye, now fixated on him, fully exposed beneath him. Die, he bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength and the feeble spiritual energy he could muster from his chi refinement. His body, like a bowstring drawn to its utmost tension, suddenly released. He leaped from the branch, using the force of his descent as the rough, sharp tip of his bone spear. With the resolve of a desperate gamble, either its demise or his own, was aimed directly at the grizzly's bloodied left eye, plunging down with ferocity. A sickening thud echoed through the air. The coarse tip of the bone spear, propelled by Chen Mo's desperate thrust and weight, miraculously pierced the soft eye socket of the grizzly, driving deep into its brain. A deafening, anguished howl erupted, filled with unimaginable pain and rage, resonating across the snowy expanse, momentarily drowning out the howling winds. The bear, grievously wounded, let out a deathly wail, violently thrashing its head in a futile attempt to rid itself of the horrific object embedded in its eye, disturbing its very brain. The immense force caused Chen Mo and the spear to tumble painfully across the ground. Warm blood and murky eye fluid gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the vast expanse of white snow, leaving a shocking, spreading scarlet trail. With one eye blinded, its brain injured, the bear lost all sense of direction and balance, staggering and emitting intermittent, anguished cries as it dragged itself away, leaving a gruesome trail of blood, stumbling into the depths of the dense forest, disappearing into the swirling snow, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a pungent scent of blood. Perched on the branch, Chen Mo felt utterly drained, collapsing like a rag doll, nearly falling from the tree. Cold sweat had already soaked through his inner garments, turning icy in the biting wind, sending shivers through his entire body, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He gasped for breath, each inhalation bringing the chill of the air, the heavy scent of blood, and the tremors of having survived a harrowing ordeal. He gazed at his hands, stained with bare blood and ice shards, and then at the ghastly pool of blood and traces of struggle below. An indescribable chill of terror and clarity spreading from his heart, more piercing than the frigid winds of the snowfield. This damned world, he murmured, his voice hoarse. For the first time, he truly grasped the brutal law of the jungle with flesh and blood. Survival is not a banquet. It is a gamble of life. There are no reasons to be spoken. Weakness is the original sin. After a brief moment of disorientation, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged once more. The pungent scent of blood served as the most conspicuous signal flare in this silent wilderness, heralding the imminent arrival of other predators, starving wolf packs or bears drawn by the allure of food. This was not a place to linger. He had to leave immediately. Chen Mo, struggling to maintain control over his trembling body, cautiously slid down the tree trunk. His feet sank into the snow, soaked with bear blood, and a wave of nausea surged in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Despite his discomfort, he retrieved the bone spear stained with mysterious bear eye tissue and congealed blood from the crimson snow. This object now appeared far more appealing to him, almost resembling a divine artifact. Just where the grizzly had recently thrashed, several items scattered among the blood and shattered snow caught his attention. He crouched down, brushing aside the bloodied snow. There were several bullet casings. Could they belong to a French fur trading party? Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, deep in thought. As his cold fingers traced the frigid shells, he dared not delay. Casting a final glance at the snow-laden forest that had nearly become his grave, he turned and plunged into the deeper, desolate white abyss, following the faint tracks leading into the unknown, drawn by the lingering scent of smoke. In search of a glimmer of hope. Chapter 9. The transaction on birch bark with leaden legs dragging behind him, each step sinking into the knee-deep snow. Chen Mo trudged for most of the day. Every lift of his foot seemed to drain his entire strength, icy snowflakes cascading into his tattered trousers, mingling with sweat and freezing into ice, scraping against his already numb and stiff skin, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. The biting cold wind felt like countless invisible knives relentlessly slicing at his exposed face and hands. His cheeks had long-lost sensation, frozen stiff, even taking on an unhealthy purplish hue, while his nose and ears felt as if they might fall off with the slightest touch. His stomach? Oh, that had long surpassed the point of hunger, evolving from an initial burning, cramping pain to a hollow, profound numbness, accompanied by bouts of debilitating weakness. Damn you, Wong Fatty. Wait until I return, he muttered fiercely, almost venting his frustration as he laboriously chewed on a piece of frozen birch bark he had painstakingly stripped from a dead tree. The bark was bitter and astringent, akin to chewing on wood shavings mixed with sand, nearly impossible to swallow. Relying solely on his meager spiritual energy to soften it just a little, extracting the scant plant fibers and moisture. Occasionally, fortune favored him, allowing him to unearth a few ice-encrusted, unknown roots beneath a layer of ice, which he would chew and force down. The intense earthy flavor and indescribable bitterness almost making him gag. It was only through the subconscious, persistent operation of his meager, nearly depleted spiritual energy that he managed to cling to life, resisting the omnipresent cold that sought to freeze him entirely. At this moment, the longing for Wong Pongzi surged within him like an unending torrent of river water, with every vile curse transforming into a driving force propelling him forward. The relentless wind and snow seemed to stretch into eternity, and all that filled his vision was an expanse of white. Just as he felt on the brink of exhausting his last ounce of strength, his consciousness wavering and nearly surrendering to despair, contemplating whether lying down could offer him any semblance of relief, a faint whiff of smoke, imbued with the distinctive fragrance of pine resin, suddenly pierced through the frigid air and invaded his nostrils, akin to the keenest hound catching the scent of its prey. This aroma was exceedingly delicate, nearly dispersed by the biting winds and snow, yet for Chen Mo, who had struggled in dire straits for far too long, his senses heightened to their utmost. It was like an unmistakable beacon. He abruptly lifted his head, his dazed mind instantly invigorated. Straining to widen his eyes, he gazed toward the end of his vision. Just before the dim light of dusk was completely engulfed by the increasingly ferocious storm, he faintly discerned, beyond a river valley blanketed in thick ice and as smooth as glass, the distant outline of a rocky shelter, beneath which flickered several tiny lights. Hope ignited within him like a fragile flame, rekindling his almost frozen heart. Gritting his teeth, he hastened his pace recklessly toward that direction. With each step closer, the scene grew clearer. At the end of the valley, sheltered by the mountain's windbreak, several conical tents, draped in thick animal hides and snow, nestled together, forming a precious refuge amid the white wasteland. From the apex of the tents, wisps of smoke escaped, merging into the gray sky. Outside, figures clad in heavy furs, robust in stature, their faces adorned with a blend of reddish-brown and black paint, busily tended to their quarry in a clearing, a massive moose, its antlers menacing. The air was thick with the metallic scent of fresh blood and the essence of primal existence. It was the camp of the Li tribe hunters. A surge of joy filled Chen Mo's heart, as if he had glimpsed a beacon of light in the boundless darkness. Yet, almost instantaneously, a deeper sense of trepidation and vigilance washed over him. How would these indigenous people, who had thrived here for generations, battling the harshness of nature, treat this oddly dressed, sudden and feeble intruder? Would they extend a hand of assistance or regard him as an invader? He halted, seeking refuge behind a massive ice rock, gasping for breath. Striving to calm his racing heart and tumultuous blood, he inhaled several draughts of the biting cold air, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. He understood that any hasty action could provoke a fatal response. Cautiously, he adjusted his tattered modern attire, stained with blood and mud, attempting to render it as non-threatening as possible. Then, he raised both hands, signaling his benign intentions, though the bone spear, a testament to his past prowess, remained strapped to his back, temporarily irrelinquishable, and slowly, step by step, emerged from the shadows of the valley. He moved as deliberately as possible, projecting an appearance of weakness and harmlessness. Simultaneously, with his empty left hand, he painstakingly retrieved the relatively intact, albeit blood-stained, mink fur he had found beside the grizzly bear trap. This is the only offering he can present at this moment. Perhaps the sole gift that could earn the other party's acknowledgement. Though it is second-hand and carries an ominous aura, fur remains a valuable commodity in this land. He cautiously lifted the pelt with his bone spear, allowing it to cascade down prominently. A sharp and vigilant whistle erupted from a young sentry as soon as he fully revealed himself, prompting an immediate response from the camp. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, The entire encampment swiftly entered a state of alertness. The hunters, who had been processing moose, abandoned their tasks in an astonishing display of agility, seizing their hardwood longbows and spears tipped with bone. The cold arrowheads and sharp spear points glimmered ominously in the dim light, all aimed directly at him. The once friendly atmosphere, filled with the warmth of camaraderie, was instantly supplanted by a chilling aura of menace and vigilance, plunging the mood to an icy low, more piercing than the surrounding cold. Chen Mo felt his heart leap into his throat, his muscles tensed as cold sweat trickled down, only to be swiftly frozen by fear. He stood rigidly, paralyzed by the weight of the moment. At this juncture, a particularly imposing figure emerged from the crowd, a man of great stature, broad-shouldered, his face etched with deep wrinkles reminiscent of Earth's ravines, bearing the marks of time and hardship. Adorned with an ornate eagle feather crown decorated with precious feathers and colorful beads, he signified his role as a leader or elder. His hawk-like gaze swept over Chen Mo, taking in the tattered modern attire that starkly contrasted with this world, and the hands and face that were purple from the cold, with some areas already festering. His eyes reflected scrutiny, wariness, and a subtle hint of curiosity. Chen Mo forced himself to compose his thoughts. He halted, delicately placing the lifted mink pelt onto the snow before him. He then pointed to his pitiful, nearly lifeless hands and face, struggling to raise his arm toward the central fire, which blazed with a warm, inviting glow, radiating heat and the aroma of food. He endeavored to convey a desperate, harmless plea for warmth and sustenance, embodying vulnerability in the face of the unforgiving cold. Language barriers? No matter. The most primal of survival instincts and body language transcend the boundaries of civilization. The air felt as though it had solidified. The sound of falling snow seemed to vanish. The hunters remained taut, bows drawn, muscles coiled, poised to unleash their arrows at a moment's notice should their leader command, or if Chen Mo made any sudden movements. He felt akin to a fish on the chopping block, the cold sweat beating at his temples freezing into shards of ice, each breath becoming a monumental struggle. Time stretched infinitely, each second lingering unbearably. At last, the elder in the eagle feather crown, whom Chen Mo would later learn was called Bighorn, narrowed his murky yet keen eyes slightly, emitting a low, raspy sound, incomprehensible yet filled with significance, before waving his calloused hand. Though the hunters gradually lowered their weapons in compliance, their gazes remained as sharp as ice, laden with unabashed distrust and warning. A young hunter, whose keen gaze and nimble movements suggested agility, approached swiftly on horseback. He cautiously picked up a snow marten pelt from the ground, inspected it momentarily, and then presented it to the moose. The moose felt the texture of the hide and examined the blood stains upon it, casting another discerning glance at Chen Mo, seemingly engaged in some form of assessment. Finally, Chen Mo was granted permission to draw near the fire, which radiated an inviting warmth. A woman from the local tribe, wrapped in thick furs and bearing the marks of the elements upon her face, yet exuding a tranquil demeanor, expressionlessly handed him a steaming bowl of broth, rising with fragrant vapors. The aroma was peculiar, a blend of unknown herbs and the robust scent of wild game, greasy yet, to Chen Mo at that moment. It was the most enticing elixir in the world. He accepted the rough wooden bowl with trembling hands, disregarding its heat, and eagerly sipped from it, taking small, hurried mouthfuls. The scalding, oily liquid coursed down his nearly frozen esophagus into his stomach, a long-desired warmth instantly spreading throughout him, revitalizing his numbed body. The sensation of warmth mingling with a slight sting. It felt wonderful to be alive. His nose tinged with emotion, nearly moved to tears. He quickly bowed his head to conceal it. As he savored the life-saving broth, he discreetly observed the details of the camp. The hunters continued to process the enormous moose with practiced skill and remarkable efficiency. Chen Mo noted that while skinning and butchering, they carefully collected a special dark green moss growing in the shade beneath rocks, mixing it with some animal fat, possibly that of the moose itself, in a stone mortar to create a paste, which they then applied to their frostbitten joints and faces, weathered from prolonged exposure to the elements. Frostbite remedy. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with sudden realization, his heart racing anew. This substance was a boon for his current plight and the harsh cold he might encounter repeatedly in the future. More importantly, for the delicate spiritual herbs in his medicinal garden, particularly those that would require a special cold environment for cultivation, this indigenous remedy passed down through generations could prove invaluable. It was nothing short of miraculous. An opportunity had arisen. He must seize it. He set down the empty wooden bowl and began gesturing animatedly towards the moose and the swift horse. He pointed to his own red, swollen, and ghastly frostbite. Then indicated the dark green ointment they were preparing and applying, his face revealing an intense yearning for assistance, his hands clasped in a pleading gesture. As if he might as well have inscribed the words requesting formula and seeking salvation upon his countenance. Subsequently, he produced his medicinal hoe. In the eyes of the tribe's hunters, who predominantly utilized stone, bone, and wooden tools, this metallic implement appeared to be an extraordinary curiosity, gleaming with an unfamiliar luster. Chen Mo approached a white birch tree, its bark partially stripped, inhaled deeply, summoned the faint remnants of his spiritual energy, and concentrated it at his fingertips. Beginning to carve forcefully into the hard, cold inner bark of the birch, he illustrated an exceedingly abstract stick figure, symbolizing himself, standing atop a high cliff depicted by steep, undulating lines. In the figure's hand, it raised an even more abstract flower, barely recognizable yet suggestive of layered petals, representing his elusive goal of an orchid, a fictional creation. Suddenly, the figure tumbled headfirst off the precipice, beside which a large cross was drawn, signifying the peril of death. Finally, with a vivid expression, he pointed towards a pouch containing dark green ointment, then gestured towards the cliff and the flower, and back to the ointment. The entire scene was hasty yet brimming with urgency. The message was clear: dear brothers and sisters, esteemed figures, I, your humble junior, am about to embark on a treacherous journey to a perilous cliff to gather this life-threatening flower, risking my life. I urgently require your ancestral frostbite salve for survival. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Only with the ointment can I dare to gamble my life, and perhaps succeed. The great horned deer ambled over to the birch bark, its murky yet sharp old eyes scrutinizing the deeply etched artwork, almost penetrating the bark. It then glanced at the peculiar metallic small hoe in Chen Mo's hand, which was anything but an ordinary stone tool. A look of profound surprise and contemplation crossed its wrinkled face, resembling a desiccated walnut for the first time. This strange, frail outsider seemed to possess an unusual strength, and the place he intended to go, along with his desires, appeared truly extraordinary and exceedingly perilous. After pondering for a moment, its rough fingers stroked the chin beneath the eagle feather crown, and from its throat emerged several deep, rhythmic syllables, which it directed towards the astute horse nearby. The horse nodded, its expression revealing understanding. It procured a small piece of exquisitely soft and delicate deer hide, and fetched a small segment of charred wood from the edge of the fire. Sitting cross-legged by the fire, illuminated by the flickering flames, it began skillfully painting on the deer hide. Its artistic prowess was evidently several tiers above Chen Mo's. With fluid and precise lines, it rendered clear depictions of various plants, the low, dark green moss clinging to the rocks, slender grass stems adorned with a few small yellow flowers, and the roots of a certain blocky plant. Then, with simple lines and dots, it illustrated the processes of gathering, drying, and grinding, culminating in the mixing with specific animal fats. Upon completion, it solemnly pointed at the dark green moss illustration and then gestured towards their ointment pouch. Done. Exceedingly detailed. Chen Mo felt an overwhelming surge of joy, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. This was a living, breathing, otherworldly version of a hand-drawn compendium of materia medica, richly illustrated with clear steps. He carefully accepted this invaluable piece of deer hide formula, as if cradling a rare treasure. His fingers trembling slightly with excitement, he meticulously rolled it up and tucked it into the innermost, driest pocket of his clothing. This was destined to be a source of wealth and a talisman for survival, far surpassing the value of that flintlock pistol. In the spirit of reciprocity, he could not accept such an important item without offering something in return. Besides the piece of marten fur intended as bait, he pondered for a moment, then resolutely retrieved the last remaining flint stone he had cherished and safeguarded since his journey from the main world. This object may prove useful to him in the future. Yet, at this moment, the acquisition of trust and the potential for what lies ahead hold greater significance. He solemnly handed the flint to Quick Horse and then mimicked the act of striking a spark. Quick Horse, perplexed, accepted the inconspicuous gray-black stone, glancing first at Chen Mo and then at the stone itself. Under the encouraging gaze of Chen Mo, he emulated him, pinching the flint with his thumbnail and gently striking it against a nearby piece of hard rock. With a sudden whoosh, a brilliant shower of golden sparks erupted forth, igniting a nearby dry tinder. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the onlookers from the Li tribe widened their eyes, inhaling sharply. Quick Horse nearly dropped the flint in shock, only to clutch it tightly as if it were a sacred artifact. his gaze towards Chen Mo now brimming with immense astonishment and reverent disbelief. This surpassed their understanding. The spark of the thunder god, an elder hunter exclaimed. Instinctively retreating a step, his expression towards Chen Mo entirely transformed. This marvelous little stone, this effortless mastery over fire and lightning, immediately stirred a considerable commotion within the camp. The initial wariness and distrust were swiftly supplanted by a mixture of awe, curiosity, and incredulity. Could this outsider truly be connected to the divine? This transaction was indeed worthwhile. Tremendously so. The atmosphere softened considerably, infused with a hint of cautious camaraderie. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo gestured once more, pointing to the abstract orchid he had drawn. Seeking to inquire where it might be found, Quick Horse comprehended his intent. Rising, he moved to the edge of the camp and pointed towards a solitary mountain peak. Barely discernible amidst the swirling snowstorm, its heights shrouded in thick clouds, the cliffs steep and daunting as if hewn by a giant's axe. His expression grew grave, even tinged with a hint of fear. He mimicked the arduous and cautious motions of climbing, imitating a low growl akin to some ferocious beast. Sketching the outline of a swift, all-white creature, before making a decisive gesture across his throat and shaking his head. A white demon? A snow leopard? Or perhaps some other mutated creature? Chen Mo understood the implications. Indeed, where treasures of heaven and earth lay, peril was certain. The narrative held true. That treacherous peak was the destination, and the guardian beast was exceedingly dangerous. He nodded solemnly to the great horned deer and Quick Horse, expressing his gratitude. The nourishing broth he had consumed and the medicinal formula he had received bestowed upon him newfound strength and hope. Under the watchful, albeit concerned and complex gazes of the great horned deer and Quick Horse, Chen Mo tightened his tattered garments, using the bone spear as a staff, and resolutely stepped once more into the howling snowstorm. His objective was clear, the perilous peak where the orchid resided. For the sake of the medicinal garden and to avenge Wang Fatty, he must press on. Yet, scarcely had he ventured a short distance away from the camp, when he was suddenly startled by the sound of urgent hoofbeats shattering the ice and snow behind him. Accompanied by an anxious whistle, Chen Mo's heart raced, and he instinctively turned, reaching for the bone spear at his waist. A swift rider approached on a stocky, robust Mongolian horse, well suited to the snowy terrain. His face etched with palpable urgency as he gestured animatedly, speaking rapidly in his native tongue. He pointed towards the direction from which Chen Mo had come, namely towards the ice lake, and then mimicked a multitude of riders wielding elongated, oddly curved, tubular objects. His earnest imitation of aiming and firing a weapon conveyed an air of grave seriousness, tinged with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the French fur traders were in pursuit? A sudden heaviness settled in Chen Mo's heart, extinguishing the brief warmth he had just garnered. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss, it appeared that his activities near the ice lake, such as the footprints left behind and the shallow pits he had hastily excavated, had drawn the attention of these men. Chen Mo resolved it was best to avoid any confrontation with them. "Thank you, brother." He nodded vigorously to the swift rider, etching this timely warning into his memory. The rider reined in his horse, watching as Chen Mo turned resolutely and hastened away, disappearing into the increasingly fierce snowstorm. Anxiety etched upon his features as he turned his horse back towards the camp. The wind and snow howled like a ravenous beast, swiftly devouring footprints, silhouettes, and sounds, obscuring all traces beneath a blanket of pristine white, as if nothing had transpired, leaving only an endless sense of peril and urgency in their wake. Chapter 10. Souls beneath the thin ice. The rider's warning struck Chen Mo like a bucket of ice water at -50 degrees, instantly extinguishing the meager warmth he had just managed to gather at the tribal camp, leaving him chilled to the bone, his very soul trembling. The flintlock rifles of the French fur traders. Such weaponry was beyond comparison to the finely crafted bone spears and hardwood bows of the tribal hunters. In this era, it constituted a terrifying force of devastating power. With a thunderous crack, after the white smoke cleared, a lead bullet could easily tear flesh and bone from 100 meters away, let alone the meager protective aura he possessed as a novice cultivator. Even those at the third or fourth level of refinement would find themselves grievously injured or worse if struck by such a projectile without specialized defenses. Run. He must alter his course immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo's mind raced under the weight of imminent danger, swiftly dismissing his original plan to ascend the perilous peak shrouded in mist. The target was too conspicuous, on the open snow slope. He would be nothing more than a living target, easily hunted like a rabbit by those mounted assailants armed with guns. Acting decisively, He relied on the final directions given by the swift rider and his own observations of the terrain, sprinting towards a more concealed valley path leading to the vast, mirror-like ice lake filled with unknown dangers. In this moment, the biting wind and snow, though still arduous, became his most steadfast ally, serving as natural camouflage and a silencer, greatly impeding the visibility and hearing of his pursuers. "Why are these scoundrels chasing me?" Chen Mo gasped heavily, the frigid air slicing through his lungs. He exerted every ounce of the meager, flickering spiritual energy residing in his dantian, not to confront an adversary, but to sustain his weary body, ravaged by frostbite in multiple areas, extracting the last vestiges of potential within him. He navigated desperately through the dense thicket, colossal boulders, and knee-deep snow. His senses heightened to unprecedented levels, his ears keenly attuned to any discord amidst the howling wind and snow. He detected the muffled sound of hooves crunching on ice, the clinking of metal harnesses, and indistinct yet fierce curses in French. Simultaneously, memories from his past life surged forth, akin to an activated hard drive, unleashing a torrent of relevant knowledge. High school physics, documentaries, survival skills flooded his mind. Concepts such as pressure, force distribution, ice thickness, load-bearing limits, and material tensile strength flickered with unparalleled clarity, coalescing into a bold, audacious, and nearly life-risking counterattack plan that quickly took shape in his consciousness. Wang Fatty, the blood debt you owe me shall be repaid with the lives of these relentless foreign pursuers. A fierce resolve replaced his fear, and a cold glimmer ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. He consciously embarked on this perilous scheme. In relatively open, well-visible snowy areas, he intentionally left behind clear, unsteady footprints, even carelessly dropping a scrap of fur he had brought from the tribal camp, uneven at the edges, imbued with a distinct scent of resin and gunpowder, next to a conspicuous pile of stones. He aimed to create an exceedingly dangerous decoy, presenting himself as the most enticing bait, meticulously leading his pursuers unerringly towards the deadly stage he had chosen, the vast, seemingly tranquil, yet treacherous ice lake. The expanse of the ice lake stretched far beyond sight, its surface obscured by a thick layer of snow, appearing as a vast, lifeless expanse, akin to a colossal white tombstone. Chen Mo cautiously stepped onto the ice, each footfall akin to walking on thin ice. The bone spear in his hand transformed into a probe, its tip continuously testing the thickness of the ice ahead. Emitting soft thuds, he occasionally crouched down, pressing his ear against the chilling surface, holding his breath, concentrating to perceive the sounds of water flowing beneath the ice, its direction and the sense of hollowness. He deliberately traversed areas where the ice exhibited an ominous, nearly dark greenish-blue hue, with fine cracks or tiny bubbles escaping. Regions where the sound of rushing water resonated urgently and hollowly. These were all perilous signals indicating relatively fragile ice structure, potentially insufficient in thickness. He danced on the territory of death, wielding scientific knowledge as his sole guide to movement. The faint, nerve-wracking crackling of ice occasionally echoed beneath his feet. Each subtle sound sent his heart racing, adrenaline surging, his back drenched in cold sweat, instantly becoming rigid. He maneuvered across the expansive ice surface, his path resembling a vast, invisible trap leading ultimately to the heart of the lake, where he had already marked the spot, a zone of turbulent undercurrents and the thinnest ice, a certain death. Indeed, it was not long before, amidst the howling wind and snow, the distant sound of hooves began to intertwine with a dull, urgent rhythm, growing ever closer. Not just one horse, at least a dozen. Simultaneously, indistinct yet filled with malice, the French shouts echoed through the air, reminiscent of the howls of ravenous wolves. They arrived sooner than anticipated. A chill ran through Chen Mo's heart, instead of fear. An exhilarating thrill akin to that of prey about to step into a trap surged within him. He hastened his pace, abandoning cautious exploration to feign panic as he dashed towards the ultimate trap zone he had designated at the center of the frozen lake. At the same time, he deliberately allowed his silhouette to flicker in and out of visibility amidst the swirling snow, ensuring that his pursuers could catch sight of him yet discern him only vaguely, tantalizing their appetite for the chase. A dozen French fur hunters, clad in heavy, filthy fur coats and faces encrusted with frost, armed with long flintlock rifles, emerged at the edge of the icy expanse like ravenous hyenas drawn by the scent of blood. Leading them was a man with a brutish visage, a jagged scar running from his forehead to his chin, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. His sharp gaze instantly locked onto the small, fleeing figure skimming across the ice. "Stop, you wretched yellow-skinned monkey! Thief! Despicable rat! Hand over the bear that injured us!" The leader bellowed in a harsh, broken English, his voice echoing like a rusty bell across the vast, empty lake. He barely paused for breath, roaring as he swiftly unslung his flintlock rifle, the dark muzzle aligning ominously with Chen Mo's retreating form, his finger poised on the trigger. Unfazed, Chen Mo intensified his performance of panic, deliberately stumbling as if utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapsing into the snow. He even accelerated towards the seemingly smooth and safest area at the center of the lake, as if in a blind rush for survival. Bang! A sharp, piercing gunshot suddenly shattered the relative silence of the storm. The lead bullet whistled through the frigid air, striking the ice mere meters from Chen Mo, erupting into a cloud of white mist consisting of ice shards and snow. Although the bullet was still a distance away, Chen Mo complied with an agonized and terrified scream, executing a perfectly timed, remarkably realistic stumble, as if grazed by the bullet or overwhelmed by fear. He plunged dramatically onto the ice, rolling clumsily twice before curling up, presenting an image of a wounded and incapacitated victim. We hit him. Or perhaps not. But that bastard is terrified. Quick, pursue. Capture that yellow-skinned monkey. I shall personally skin him alive. The leader and his men erupted into maniacal and cruel laughter upon witnessing their target fall, their ferocity and greed ignited. They urgently kicked their horses into a gallop, urging them to accelerate. The heavy hooves thundered upon the snow-covered ice, producing a dull, heart-pounding thud, akin to the war drum of death, as they charged towards Chen Mo's fallen form, their eyes fixated solely on the downed prey and the potential reward, completely oblivious to the subtle irregularities and lurking dangers beneath their feet. 1, 2, 3. Chen Mo lay on the icy surface, his cheek pressed against the biting cold, his heart racing as if it would shatter his ribcage. Yet, his mind remained unervingly calm, akin to a precise calculating machine, silently assessing the distance, speed, and the opportune moment to act. As the leader and 3 riders charged alongside him, closing within approximately 10 meters, their speed reached its zenith, and the snow kicked up by their hooves formed a cloud of white vapor. All the kinetic energy converged upon that small expanse of ice in a fleeting moment. It was now the moment of reckoning. A chilling light flickered in Chen Mo's eyes, akin to a serpent poised to strike after a long slumber, ready to unleash a lethal blow. He suddenly leaped into the air, his movements swift as lightning, disregarding the menacing faces, the ominous dark muzzles of guns, and the frenzied whinnies of startled horses nearby. Summoning every ounce of strength and explosive power from his core, his muscles tensed as he thrust the sturdy boned spear, akin to a javelin, with unyielding force towards a minuscule mark he had discreetly etched into the ice, a dark blue spot of utmost fragility. A sharp, resonant crack echoed. The sound, as piercing as a death knell from the depths of hell, reverberated through the snowy expanse. The noise was immense and terrifying. From the point of impact where the bone spear pierced, a network of terrifying fissures, as if alive, rapidly spread in all directions, exploding forth. The collapse of the ice was swifter than anyone could have imagined. No. Lou Bell's sinister grin froze momentarily, contorting into sheer shock and disbelief. My God! The riders beside him uttered a desperate prayer. Murd! Cried another, casting a final curse. The leader at the forefront, along with the 3 riders, found their combined weight and momentum instantly imposed upon the already crumbling ice. They had no time to react, their screams stifled midway, as a thunderous roar announced the complete collapse of the ice, engulfing them and their horses into the cold, inky depths of the lake. Shards of ice flew in all directions, and a vast, irregular black abyss materialized, resembling the gaping maw of a demon. Help! Save me! Pull me up! God! It's so cold! The anguished, desperate cries of despair and the dying whinnies of the horses erupted from that immense chasm, only to be swiftly consumed by the frigid waters and the howling wind. The icy lake pierced their fur coats like countless red-hot needles, instantly soaking them, mercilessly siphoning away all warmth and strength. Their violent struggles initially stirred chaotic splashes and floating ice, but within mere seconds, their thrashing weakened, leaving behind a few heavy fur hats and scattered debris that bobbed on the dark, tumultuous water before being dragged beneath the surface, vanishing completely, with only bubbles rising to the surface as the lake gradually returned to its cold, dead silence. The pursuing soldiers, a short distance behind, were struck with terror, their faces as pale as snow. They desperately tightened their reins, fear amplifying their strength. The startled horses neighed in distress, rearing up and spinning in terror, their hooves trampling wildly, unwilling to advance another step. The ice surface erupted into chaos as hunters gazed in terror at the vast chasm that had just claimed 4 lives, and several horses, resembling the very entrance to hell. A chilling aura of death enveloped them, rendering them quaking and shivering. Their earlier bravado entirely vanished. In the midst of this utter turmoil, fear, and rapt attention, Chen Mo sprang into action. Like a cold, emotionless specter, he leveraged the slick ice, lowering his center of gravity, and propelled himself forward with great force. Gliding across the surface as if skating, his target was unmistakable, a bulging leather holster that had fallen from the leader. Shaken loose by the violent movements and the tremors of the collapsing ice, now precariously near the edge of the abyss. In the confusion, no one noticed the true culprit. Chen Mo swiftly glided to the holster, snatching it up without a glance at the disordered hunters behind him, who were frantically attempting to rescue their comrades with spears and ropes amidst their own terror. He turned not once as he dashed towards the depths of the forest on the opposite shore of the icy lake. The wind and snow swiftly consumed his diminutive figure, leaving behind a group of stunned pursuers, lost in their fear and loss, alongside the still emanating chill of the unfathomable death hole. A cold, metallic sensation emanated from the holster as Chen Mo ran, hastily inspecting its contents. A finely maintained flintlock pistol. The gun, crafted from walnut wood and cold steel, was heavy yet fitting, its lines smooth and exuding the frigid aura of industrial-age death. The holster also contained a small, well-sealed pouch of gunpowder and a bag of polished round lead balls. It was as if he had received a timely boon. With a deep exhale, his breath clouding in the frosty air, Chen Mo felt his racing heart gradually steady, not from fear, but from a near-fervent excitement and a thrilling validation of success. The principles of ice load-bearing, pressure calculations, and material mechanics, under the lethal laws of this world's icy domain, were still precise and deadly, proving that the scientific knowledge from another realm remained effective. This was not merely a physical acquisition of a firearm, but a resounding affirmation of his belief that knowledge is power. It bestowed upon him an unprecedented confidence. Wang Fatty. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the cold holster, feeling its weight, his eyes gleaming with a cold, resolute light. This new blood debt is recorded in your name. Wait, your time will come soon. Your days of ease are about to end. Chapter 11. The crisis of the medicinal garden returns familiar air. Mingled with the musty scent of aged wood, the unique fragrance of rare plants, and the earthy aroma of soil, filled his nostrils, instantly replacing the knife-like, pure yet deadly cold of the snowy expanse. The intense dizziness from the spatial transition had not fully dissipated, and Chen Mo stumbled, his body still carrying the inertia of trudging through the snow, nearly toppling to the ground as he found himself back in his dilapidated shelter, where the bitter cold seeped through the cracks, and the surroundings were bare and desolate. Everything in the shack remained unchanged since his departure, cold, silent, lifeless, as if time had solidified here more firmly than the ice covering the snowy expanse. He could scarcely manage to breathe steadily, nor did he have the luxury to brush off the remnants of melting snow and mud clinging to him. In an instant, he lunged towards the makeshift hourglass he had carefully placed in a relatively dry corner, as if it were a lifeline. The fine white grains of sand flowed steadily and slowly, marking the passage of time in the primary world. Under the intense pressure, Chen Mo's mental acuity reached its zenith as he swiftly compared the flow of time between the two realms. The wilderness hunter world had stagnated for nearly 3 days, while the hourglass indicated that only a day and a night had passed in the primary world. The moment he deduced this conclusion, an indescribable sense of relief enveloped him, akin to a survivor emerging from the jaws of death, momentarily alleviating his body's chill and fatigue. The time difference at the bronze door was his sole respite, and it served as his greatest leverage for a comeback. Chen Mo's icy fingertips grazed the cold, rough glass wall of the hourglass, a flicker of calm settling in his heart. This precious time gap afforded him a critical window to execute his plan and respond to Fat Wang's ultimatum. Though fleeting, it was of paramount importance. He compelled himself to regain composure, promptly beginning to tally the perilous gains from this life and death expedition. Against his chest rested a soft yet invaluable piece of deer hide, inscribed with the formula for frostbite salve, still seemingly imbued with a trace of warmth from the clan's campfire. At his waist hung a weighty, frigid, and formidable flintlock pistol, accompanied by a pouch of gunpowder and a bag of lead bullets, each slight movement reminding him of the harrowing encounter on the icy lake. Yet, what ignited the fiercest passion within him were the 3 ethereal spirit herbs, carefully wrapped in oil paper and dry moss within his inner pocket. They glimmered as if meticulously sculpted from eons of glacial ice, their petals emanating a faint, visible chill. There were also several small seeds, similarly encased in moss and chilling to the touch, which he had risked life and limb to harvest from the treacherous crevices of a cliff, narrowly escaping the notice of the colossal, lightning-fast white demon snow leopard. Their value far surpassed that of the pistol. They embodied his true hope for vengeance against Fat Wong and the restoration of his medicinal garden. With these treasures, coupled with the remaining T-virus serum, Fat Wong, your days of comfort are truly numbered. A cold yet triumphant smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips, the fatigue and frostbite seemingly evaporating, replaced by a surging resolve for revenge and the exhilarating prospect of a turnaround. Eagerly, he turned to dash out of the shack and set into motion his long-conceived, supercharged cultivation plan. He intended to make Fat Wong pay a most excruciating price for his avarice. However, when he cast a hopeful yet slightly eager glance once more towards the patch of intoxicated fairy grass outside the shack, his territory, which had also brought him endless humiliation and pressure, an icy fury capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas surged through him, erupting like a long-dormant volcano, shooting up his spine to the crown of his head. The world before him suddenly plunged into darkness, his ears ringing, and his temples pulsating with a ferocious intensity, as if they were on the brink of explosion. The very essence of his blood seemed to solidify, only to then boil with a frenzied fervor. Before his departure, this verdant field, albeit ravaged by the gluttonous Wong, still retained a semblance of life, with more than half of the plants intact, serving as the foundation for his resurgence. Yet, at this moment, the scene that unfolded before his eyes could only be described as a harrowing catastrophe, a brutal devastation that defied humanity. It appeared as though a horde of ferocious beasts had trampled through. Vast expanses lay utterly overturned, with the soil violently upheaved and scattered everywhere, leaving behind grotesque, jagged pits of varying depths, like malignant sores on what was once a meticulously arranged field. The once resilient drunken fairy grass now lay in tatters, with only a few remnants of roots, pitifully exposed to the cold, damp air, gasping for breath. Particularly, the areas he had meticulously selected and secretly nourished with diluted T-virus solution had been mercilessly targeted, suffering a catastrophic sweep, nearly uprooted, leaving only a few roots, maliciously trampled into a pulp and thoroughly mingled with the filthy earth. In the dim, feeble light of dawn, these remnants exuded an eerie, ominous, ghostly blue luminescence from their fractured ends. Wong, Fat, Pig. These three words escaped his lips like shards of ice, each syllable steeped in venomous hatred and murderous intent. Chen Mo's fists clenched tightly, his nails already torn and the unhealed wounds reopening, digging deep into his palm. Warm blood seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the cold earth, yet he remained impervious to the physical pain, as his overwhelming wrath eclipsed all sensation. This gluttonous, merciless hog had, indeed, seized the opportunity in his absence to conduct a thorough and ruthless pillaging, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he were being forced into a corner, stripped of every last vestige of hope, drained of his final worth, and then callously discarded like refuse in the depths of a dark mine, as if sensing his soaring fury, or perhaps calculating the moment of his return. The corpulent figure of Wong, resembling a grotesque mountain of flesh, appeared at the end of the muddy path leading to the medicinal garden, precisely on time. He ambled forward, hands clasped behind his back, his prodigious belly protruding, moving with a slow, deliberate gait, a smug expression of triumph, cruelty, and greed plastered across his face. His triangular eyes leisurely surveyed the ravaged landscape, akin to a disaster-stricken field, as he emitted a series of mocking clicks, relishing in the calamity he had wrought, savoring the intoxicating power he wielded over Chen Mo's fate. "Ah, young Chen, you're back, are you? Quite nimble, I see. Have you managed to replant the drunken fairy grass?" Wong's voice, a grating croak, dripped with sarcasm as he approached Chen Mo, casting a shadow over him that nearly enveloped him entirely. The spittle that flew from his mouth, mingled with the stench of cheap, stale liquor and the oily scent of meat, nearly landed directly on Chen Mo's face. However, he elongated his distasteful tone, a short, stout finger adorned with a large golden ring, arrogantly pointing at the numerous pits and debris strewn across the ground. "Did I not clearly and unequivocally instruct you yesterday? 100 healthy specimens, not a single one less. Why have you not commenced the replanting?" He exaggeratedly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on the remnants of grass roots that emitted a faint yet insistent blue glow. For a fleeting moment, a trace of incredulity flickered in his small eyes, for the blue luminescence appeared indeed ominous, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by a more potent blend of greed and arrogance. "Look at these wretched things. withered and barely alive, yet they dare to emit blue light? It's an ill omen. They appear to have rotted. Who knows what plague they might carry? Quickly, dispose of these worthless remnants. They are an eyesore. Not a single rotten root is to remain. Replace them all with new, healthy, drunken fairy grass. Wong Fatty, with his hands on his hips, directed his massive nostrils toward Chen Mo, delivering his final, irrefutable ultimatum. 3 days. I grant you one last 3 days. At this very hour in 3 days, I shall return to collect. If I do not see 100 healthy specimens of drunken fairy grass. He sneered, extending his thick, paw-like hand toward Chen Mo's neck, making a profoundly insulting and threatening gesture. Then you shall be consigned to the deepest depths of the black mine, digging for spirit stones until your demise. Not a single bone fragment shall remain. With that venomous threat uttered, Wong Fatty seemed to revel in the accomplishment of a grand feat, humming a dissonant, lewd tune as he waddled away, his corpulent, greasy figure nauseatingly reminiscent of a corpse in the eyes of Chen Mo, who regarded him with an icy, penetrating gaze. Chen Mo stood rooted in place, his chest heaving violently, akin to a battered old bellows. He watched Wong Fatty's arrogant retreat until the figure vanished around the corner of the fence. Slowly, he lowered his head, his eyes, sharp as the most precise probe, sweeping over the remnants that Wong Fatty deemed worthless and ominous, yet which still emitted a faint but resolute blue glow. Suddenly, a cold, chilling smile crept across his lips, curving into a sinister arc that was devoid of warmth, imbued instead with an endless chill and a spine-tingling calculation. Dispose of them? Quite to my liking, he murmured softly, his voice eerily calm, yet brimming with a murderous intent potent enough to freeze souls. He gradually bent down, like a patient farmer selecting precious seeds. Yet as he gazed at the ominous blue glowing grass roots, a profound sense of trepidation flickered in his eyes. This substance had been catalyzed with the T-virus serum. Heaven knows the consequences of direct contact. Without hesitation, he tore a strip from the tattered hem of his robe, carefully wrapping it around his hands, ensuring that every finger was securely covered. Only then did he, with utmost caution, akin to handling the most venomous of serpents, begin to collect those remaining grass roots, one by one, from the frigid earth, as though gathering some deadly work of art. Wong Fatty, do you not desire 100 pristine specimens of the drunken immortal grass? Chen Mo gazed at the small handful of roots in his hand. Though damaged, they still emanated a peculiar blue glow with tenacious resilience. His eyes, as frigid as an unyielding glacier, bore an enigmatic smile that widened with each passing moment. I shall prepare for you a gift that will be indelibly etched in your memory, a profound experience that will leave you yearning for transcendence. His gaze drifted toward the ancient bronze door deep within his consciousness, which began to tremble ever so slightly, a portal to another realm. Chapter 12. The mountaineering pack of the death trained deep within the recesses of his mind, the archaic and mysterious bronze door, a harbinger of Chen Mo's fate, shuddered once again in silence. This time, the intricate patterns that appeared upon the door were no longer the stark ice and pine forests of North America, but rather a grotesque relief of contorted, writhing faces, each one a manifestation of anguish and despair, overlapping in a cacophony of suffering. Chaos, hopelessness, madness, and a thirst for blood surged forth like a tangible, murky tide through the barely opened crevice of the door, sending a chilling stab of dizziness through Chen Mo's consciousness. Suddenly, new coordinates flickered into existence within the chaos of his mind, glowing with an ominous crimson sheen, as if inscribed in blood with the title Train to Busan. In an instant, Chen Mo's expression hardened, his gaze becoming as sharp and cold as a tempered scalpel. The final ultimatum from Wong Fatty loomed over him like a death knell, ticking ominously. The effects of the T-virus serum, while bizarre, seemed more inclined toward enhancement and mutation, lacking the immediate and decisive impact he required for retribution. He needed a weapon of greater potency, one that was more efficient, more lethal, and capable of inducing widespread chaos. The zombie virus from the world of Train to Busan, which spread like a plague, capable of transforming the living into ravenous, bloodthirsty monsters in the blink of an eye, was undoubtedly the ultimate fertilizer tailored for Wong Fatty's gluttonous form and the troubles it might invite. Its effects would surpass those of the T-virus serum in sheer exhilaration. Risks? Enormous. That world was a veritable hell on earth. Yet the potential rewards could be beyond imagination. Not only could it resolve his immediate crisis, but it might also provide samples to confront even greater challenges in the future. Without a trace of hesitation, after inspecting the flintlock pistol at his waist and the supplies in his arms, his consciousness decisively reached out to the bronze door radiating an ominous bloodlust. A powerful sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, as though his soul were being violently extracted from its corporeal shell and thrust into a bizarre tunnel of light and shadows. Immediately following was a stark contrast of sensory overload. The cacophony of voices, the amalgamation of food aromas, the rich scent of instant noodles, the cloying sweetness of kimbap, the bitter notes of instant coffee, the smooth hum of the train speeding along, the rhythmic clatter of wheels against the tracks, and the warm air from the air conditioning system, all surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming his senses. Before him, the scene crystallized, a clean, bright, and modern Korean KTX high-speed train compartment, adorned with metallic sheen, glass partitions, and plastic signage, an echo of the long-forgotten civilized world. Outside the window, the urban architecture of South Korea and the somewhat desolate winter pastoral landscape rushed by in a blur, sunlight streaming through the glass and casting an illusion of tranquility and warmth. Breathing in the essence of modern civilization, Chen Mo instinctively inhaled deeply, the mingled scents around him eliciting a disorienting sense of time travel. Yet, within the fleeting fraction of a second that he was momentarily entranced, his acute survival instincts triggered an immediate alarm. A subtle surge of adrenaline quickened his heartbeat. Tranquility? This was undoubtedly the calm before the storm, the most perilous serenity. That lethal virus was likely already spreading its first drop of venom in some shadowy corner, perhaps within this very train, in one of its restrooms. Time equates to life. He must arm himself before chaos erupted entirely. He required equipment, immediately. He needed tools to carve a bloody path through this narrow metal coffin, ultimately reaching the source of the virus or securing a sample of its essence. Ordinary luggage held no significance for him. He sought specialized survival gear designed for extreme conditions. Calmly, he regulated his breathing, suppressing the slight dizziness brought on by the shifting environment. His gaze, akin to a highly precise scanner, swiftly and coolly swept through the connecting areas of the car and every passenger and piece of luggage nearby. The suitcases, handbags, and backpacks of ordinary travelers were not his targets. His steps moved slowly, mimicking those of a typical passenger seeking a seat, while in reality, he was on the hunt. Soon, at the rear luggage rack of a car near the back of the train, a target was identified. A foreign backpacker clad in a bright yellow professional windbreaker, shouldering a bulging, branded 60-liter mountaineering backpack, was a white male in his 20s, engrossed in the scenery outside through his headphones. The backpack was crammed full, with a pair of trekking poles nestled in the side mesh pocket, a sleeping pad secured atop, and most crucially, a series of professional aluminum climbing carabiners and a robust, metallic flashlight hanging conspicuously from the shoulder straps. This configuration was as if it were tailor-made for his apocalyptic survival needs. "It's you." Chen Mo was resolute. This opportunity was singular. He approached subtly, feigning the need to adjust his clothing, though there was little to arrange. His peripheral vision remained fixed on the distance between the backpacker and the car connection. Just as the train slightly decelerated, seemingly on the verge of entering a small station, a barely perceptible shudder coursed through the carriage. He made his move. Appearing casually close to the luggage rack, his fingers darted like lightning, deftly using a minuscule blade honed from shattered bone to sever the weight-bearing strap connecting the backpack to its frame. Simultaneously, he adeptly leveraged the train's motion to shield himself from any potential observation behind him. "Hey, my bag." The foreign backpacker felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder. His exclamation barely escaped his lips before the hefty mountaineering pack slipped from his grasp. Meanwhile, the seemingly unremarkable Asian youth, dressed in attire that appeared somewhat unseasonable, smoothly caught the heavy backpack as if it were preordained, his movements fluid and effortless, devoid of any semblance of urgency. He even offered the backpacker a vague, apologetic smile before turning away with the bag in hand. The backpacker was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when Chen Mo swiftly, like a slippery eel, squeezed into a nearby restroom that fortuitously appeared unoccupied, locking the door with a decisive click. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly within a mere few seconds, leaving behind the frustrated exclamations of foreign tourists, bewildered by the abruptness, and the fleeting, perplexed glances of scattered passengers nearby. Inside the cramped restroom, saturated with the scent of disinfectant, Chen Mo quickly placed his heavy backpack atop the toilet seat and unzipped the main compartment. What treasures lay within? A highly specialized static rope, approximately 10 millimeters in diameter and visibly over 30 meters long, robust enough for any challenge. A multifunctional fire axe, heavy and gleaming with a razor-sharp blade, equipped with a window-breaking tip. A high-lumen flashlight, encased in metal and boasting a blinding strobe function. A Zippo windproof lighter. A well-stocked first aid kit containing bandages, tourniquets, analgesics, and suturing supplies. Even a few energy-dense compressed biscuits and an unopened bottle of mineral water. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. A luxurious survival kit had descended from the heavens. Providence was indeed on his side. Clearly, this was the work of a seasoned player. Chen Mo felt an immediate surge of confidence. His sense of security elevated several notches. He promptly armed himself, the fire axe secured at his lower back, cleverly concealed by the hem of his jacket. The cold axe handle providing a sense of reassurance against his sturdy belt, the flashlight and lighter tucked into his trouser pockets. The climbing rope neatly coiled and slung across his shoulder, the compressed biscuits and water tucked into his embrace. In an instant, he transformed from an ordinary passenger into a discreet, yet formidable harbinger of the apocalypse. Fully equipped, Chen Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and calmly checked that the hammer of his flintlock pistol was in a safe position before opening the restroom door with composure. He needed to find a more secure location, ideally near the rear of the train, to facilitate an escape or access to the roof if necessary. However, as his gaze scanned the forward carriage like a radar, a figure caused his pupils to constrict and his steps to falter momentarily. At the entrance of carriage 15, approximately one carriage away, stood a tall man clad in a tailored black trench coat, his demeanor as frigid as the Siberian winds, wearing sunglasses that concealed his eyes. His stern visage suggested he could be sure you or a government agent, standing with his back to Chen Mo, phone in hand, seemingly relaying urgent information in a low voice, his tone grave. He stood as upright as a pine, with broad shoulders. Even from a distance, one could sense his trained, high-alert presence. Occasionally, he turned his head to scan the carriage, his movements devoid of the curiosity typical of an ordinary traveler, instead imbued with scrutiny and assessment, starkly contrasting with the weary or excited demeanor of fellow passengers. More critically, in the fleeting moments when the hem of his coat lifted due to movement, a distinct, hard outline was visible protruding from the side of his waist, unmistakably not the shape of a phone or wallet. A mysterious agent? Armed no less. The depths of this train's intrigue surpassed even cinematic depictions. A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine as he instinctively lowered his head, slowed his breathing, and seamlessly blended into the surrounding throng, though his heart raced uncontrollably, not from fear, but heightened vigilance. He had to be more cautious. He noted the agent's carriage number, 15. Simultaneously, he keenly observed that the LCD television at the end of the carriage, which had been displaying advertisements, abruptly switched to urgent news footage. The rapid-fire speech of the anchor was accompanied by a flashing segment from a hospital corridor where several individuals were seen in grotesquely inhuman postures, frantically biting and tearing at others. The scene swiftly transitioned back to the studio, yet the scrolling captions continued to announce shocking terms: riot, rabies outbreak, mysterious attacks, and a government plea for calm. A few passengers who had noticed the news began to whisper among themselves, their faces betraying confusion and a hint of unease. A storm was brewing. The virus had already begun to spread. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the cold handle of the fire axe strapped to his waist, an icy dread creeping up his spine. He needed to find a way to the roof of the carriage without delay. In movies, one of the greatest weaknesses of zombies is their aversion to light. He felt the strong flashlight in his pocket and weighed the axe at his side. He hoped it would be powerful and enduring enough. No longer hesitating, he began to move swiftly and discreetly towards the rear of the carriage. Each step teetering on the brink of collapsing order, the countdown to death had already commenced. Chapter 13. The rope of car number 15. The illusory, precarious tranquility within the train was akin to an overinflated balloon, finally reaching a critical point before being pierced by the sharpest, most terrifying reality, shattering it into fragments. The initial sign was not visual, but auditory. A fleeting yet distorted scream, twisted by sheer terror, emanated from a carriage ahead, piercing through the cacophony of background noise like a needle. However, this scream was abruptly silenced, as if cut off by an unseen hand. Then came a second, a third scream, no longer isolated, but spreading like a plague. It was not mere surprise or quarrel, but a heart-wrenching cacophony filled with extreme fear, pain, and unbelievable howls. This sound was akin to a signal flare from hell, instantly igniting panic throughout the entire carriage. Oh, help! He is biting me. He has gone mad. Monsters! They are monsters! Get away! Don't come near! Mom! Save me! The cries, desperate howls, the sickening sound of flesh being torn, and the horrific cracking of bones mixed frantically into a grotesque symphony of terror, swiftly drowning out all normal sounds. One passenger after another, within mere seconds, convulsed violently and unnaturally, their eyes rolling back or becoming clouded, drooling murky saliva and blood, emitting inhuman hisses of bloodlust from their throats, and then, like a wound-up killing machine, lunged at the nearest living person with astonishing speed and force. The narrow carriage transformed into a bloody chaos, a veritable slaughterhouse. Severed limbs and blood flew, fear and despair intertwined. The warm air was rapidly saturated with the pungent scent of rust and feces. People screamed like headless flies, shoving and trampling, hastening their own demise at the hands of the undead. Chen Mo was well prepared. As the first bitten crew member began to convulse, his eyes instantly clouded. He tensed his muscles like a cheetah poised to pounce. Without a moment's hesitation, he violently shoved aside several passengers, who were paralyzed with fear and screaming in the narrow aisle, and sprinted towards the rear of the train. The fire axe was swiftly drawn from his lower back, its cold blade glinting with a lethal sheen amidst the chaotic flickering lights, each swing imbued with resolute ferocity. "Get out of the way. Don't block the path," he bellowed, cleaving through a massive suitcase that had rolled to his feet, sending clothes and belongings scattering. With a fierce side kick, infused with a trace of his refined energy, he sent a newly transformed zombie, which had just lunged at him with a growl, crashing into a row of seats. His target was unmistakable, the junction at the rear of the train. Logically, it was where a maintenance hatch would typically be located, providing access to the relatively safe rooftop, a solitary chance for survival. However, while ideals may be grand, reality often proves to be harsh and unforgiving. The path to the rear was, at that moment, a veritable hellish corridor. The panicked crowd, having lost all rationality, filled the narrow passage like sardines in a can, surging backward in a frenzy, while more zombies poured in from various compartments, tearing at the living and creating further chaos and new undead. Particularly near Car 15. The scene was a veritable hellscape, with the area where the agent in black stood resembling the eye of a storm. "Damn it, I can't get through." Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he instantly assessed the likelihood of forcing his way through the throng and the tide of corpses to be zero, instead risking entrapment. A different path must be forged. He decisively swung the heavy fire axe with all his might, striking the sturdy tempered glass window beside him with a resounding force. Crash! A thunderous, heart-stopping shattering sound erupted. The robust glass, succumbing to the impact of the axe and the focus of the window-breaking cone, shattered into countless irregular fragments that exploded inward. A biting cold wind surged in like a torrent unleashed, flooding the warm yet death-laden carriage, bringing with it a chilling freshness, but also a more immediate threat of demise. Those who wished to survive, climb out to the rooftop. Chen Mo shouted with all his strength, his voice overpowering the cacophony of chaos and the growls of the undead. He was the first to hurl the climbing rope out of the window, the metal hook at the end tracing a silver arc through the air before snapping into place with a sharp clang, securing itself between the metal railing and the edge of the roof. Without a moment's hesitation, the instinct to survive eclipsed all else. Chen Mo grasped the icy rope, using both hands and feet, much like a trained climber, braving the suffocating blast of wind that rushed at him. He swiftly and nimbly ascended out of the shattered window. Glass shards sliced through his arms and clothing, inflicting stinging pain, yet he remained oblivious to it. Whoosh! The frigid gale enveloped him entirely in an instant. The tremendous wind pressure generated by the swiftly moving train struck him like a heavy hammer, rendering his breaths labored and filling his ears with the frenzied howls of the wind and the deafening roar of the train grinding along the tracks. He clutched the violently swaying rope with all his might, his knuckles whitening from the strain, as he battled against the gale that threatened to hurl him away. Desperately climbing upwards, each movement was excruciatingly arduous, his body swaying in the wind as if it could be flung off at any moment, to be shattered upon impact. Below, the desperate passengers in the carriage, upon witnessing this sole glimmer of hope, became consumed by madness. They surged towards the shattered window, shoving, tearing at each other, and even engaging in brawls, all in a frantic bid to grasp the precarious lifeline that swayed before them. The scene was more chaotic and brutal than a zombie attack, revealing the most grotesque facets of humanity. Some were knocked down, instantly trampled by the tide of bodies surging from behind, the sound of cracking bones resonating. Others managed to grasp the rope, but were ruthlessly yanked away by those beside them, plummeting into the throng of the undead. The cacophony of cries for help, curses, and weeping intermingled with the growls of the zombies, creating a true tableau of hell on earth. With great difficulty, Chen Mo inched his way up the cold, smooth, and constantly vibrating roof of the train. The metallic surface glistened like ice in the frigid wind, offering little to grasp. A moment's carelessness would send him plummeting into the abyss. He swiftly removed the other end of the climbing rope from his shoulder, crouching low against the howling wind, and maneuvered to a seemingly sturdy metal support of a ventilation duct on the roof. His hands moved deftly, drawing upon the skills honed in the wilderness. As he rapidly wrapped the rope around it, securing it with an exceptionally intricate yet exceedingly robust double fisherman-esque knot, accompanied by a safety knot to prevent slippage. With this secure anchor point, he finally managed to stabilize himself amidst the tempest, gaining a fleeting moment of respite. He lay prone on the icy roof, cautiously peering down at the chaotic hellscape below, his gaze focused intently on the direction of carriage number 15. The figure of the agent in black was indeed remarkable. Even amidst such turmoil, he maintained an astonishing composure and combat prowess. His movements were as graceful as a leopard, each strike of his tactical dagger executed with lethal precision, either plunging directly into a zombie's eye socket, penetrating its brain, or striking with lightning speed into the temple, delivering instantaneous death without wasting an ounce of effort. Beside him, he tightly shielded a little girl whose face was pale with terror, her incessant weeping echoing in the narrow, desperate confines as they fought and retreated, seemingly aiming for the rear of the train, yet being relentlessly obstructed by the surging tide of corpses and the chaos of the crowd, peril lurking at every turn. At that moment, a portly figure tumbled and crawled out from another shattered window not far below Chen Mo, panic etched across his disheveled suit, his face a portrait of sheer terror and selfishness. Upon seeing the dangling rope and the figure of Chen Mo, who had just managed to stabilize himself atop the train, his eyes ignited with greed and ferocity, akin to a drowning man seizing upon his last straw. He clambered upward with all his might, bellowing at Chen Mo with an air of entitled command. "Boy, hurry, pull me up, give me the axe, and the rope, everything, quickly." His corpulent body struggled to ascend with remarkable difficulty, gasping for breath. Yet, the primal instinct for survival and sheer selfishness unleashed within him an ugly strength. As he neared the summit of the vehicle, he extended his greasy, pudgy hand, not to grasp the edge of the roof, but rather to seize the fire axe handle that Chen Mo had tucked at his lower back. The intention was unmistakable, to disarm Chen Mo and perhaps even shove him off. In that instant, Chen Mo's gaze turned as cold as steel, a murderous intent surging within him. He felt no pity for this scoundrel, who in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, sought to harm others for his own gain, even ready to bite back. Just as Jin Chongwu's plump hand was about to make contact with the fire axe handle, his face contorted into a grotesque grin of anticipated success. Chen Mo acted. He abruptly lifted his foot. The solid sole aimed squarely at the fat hand clinging to the vehicle's edge, delivering a brutal and merciless kick. This blow was infused with chilling resolve and the strength of his cultivated qi. A piercing shriek, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from Jin Chongwu as the excruciating pain caused his fingers to loosen. His heavy, corpulent body immediately lost its lone point of support and was swept backward by the fierce wind of the speeding vehicle, resembling a discarded puppet. Simultaneously, Chen Mo's hands moved with electrifying speed, swiftly untying the knot he had just secured to the ventilation pipe bracket, leaving only the metal hook miraculously wedged at the roof's edge. With all his strength channeled into his arms, he exerted force from his waist, akin to a Western cowboy casting a lasso, violently swinging the entire rope towards the upper section of the 15th carriage. The rope, like a living serpent, arced gracefully through the air and landed perfectly, dangling near a shattered window of the 15th carriage, perilously close to Shi Yu and Xiao En's heads. No. Jin Chongwu's desperate wail was instantly shredded and consumed by the howling wind. His corpulent form plummeted like a sack filled with rotting flesh into the 14th carriage, teeming with zombies, akin to the gateway of hell. He was immediately engulfed by a multitude of gray-white, decaying hands, leaving only the chilling sounds of frenzied gnawing and a final, barely audible scream. Inside the 15th carriage, Shi Yu, shielding the frightened little girl Xiaoan, found himself cornered by several zombies, teetering on the brink of despair. Upon witnessing the descending rope, akin to a divine intervention, a spark ignited in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, and too swift to ponder whether it was a trap, he scooped up the terrified, sobbing Xiaoan, quickly winding the rope around her waist twice and fashioning a secure, easily releasable knot. He then clutched the rope tightly with both hands, shouting to the little girl, "Hold on, close your eyes." With that, he forcefully pushed off against the violently shaking walls of the carriage. Just as the claws of the zombies grazed their clothing, the two narrowly swung through the shattered window, barely escaping the grim fate of being devoured. Chen Mo, exerting all his might, pulled on the rope from the rooftop. His muscles taut, gradually hoisting the pair up onto the vehicle's summit. Shiyu held onto the trembling Xiuyan, her small face pale and her eyes tightly shut. As they lay on the cold, metallic roof of the vehicle, gasping for breath, he cast a vigilant glance at Chen Mo, his expression complex, yet resolutely nodded in acknowledgement. His voice low and composed. "Thank you." After swiftly checking the little girl and confirming that she was merely frightened, with no injuries to speak of, he allowed himself a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, amidst the frantic movements and the fierce gusts of wind, a silver-hued metal access card, distinctly different in texture from ordinary cards, slipped from the inner pocket of his trench coat. It clattered onto the cold, smooth surface of the car roof and, propelled by a powerful draft, began to slide precariously towards the edge. The card glided rapidly across the shiny metal, threatening to be whisked away by the raging wind into the hellish abyss of zombie howls below. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Almost instinctively, he leaped forward with a swift motion. His body slid along the icy car roof, and just as the access card was on the brink of slipping off the edge, he reached out with his right hand, seizing it with lightning speed. The card felt cold and heavy in his grasp, its metallic texture unmistakable. Under the dim light, the front of the card bore a clear inscription in English and Korean: Taejun Station Biolab B4 Access. Taejun Station? The Biolab? B4 level. Chen Mo's heart raced. His pupils dilated. Was this not the ultimate destination of his journey? The origin of the zombie virus? Or perhaps hope for a cure? It might even hold clues to the T-virus research. All the answers could lie in the place this card granted access to. Shiyu observed as Chen Mo retrieved the crucial access card, his gaze sharpening into that of a vigilant hawk, icy and filled with scrutiny. One hand protectively shielded Xiuyan, while the other stealthily and expertly moved towards the protrusion of a hard object beneath his trench coat. The atmosphere on the windswept roof turned tense and fraught with danger. Below them in the vehicle, the symphony of death continued its frenzied performance, the cries of zombies intermingling with the screams of humanity. Above, two men who had just escaped the hell of the undead found themselves in a silent, yet intense standoff over a small card that could determine the fates of countless lives. The howling wind swept between them, and the train's whistle echoed, as if providing a soundtrack to this new impasse. Chapter 14. The blood-soaked laboratory of Taejun Station. The cold metallic roof glimmered ominously in the night, the fierce wind howling like a drunken harpy. Tearing at Chen Mo's flimsy clothing, he clutched the silver access card inscribed with Taejun Station Biolab B4, feeling it colder than ice, nearly freezing his fingertips. Opposite him, Agent Shiyu stood like a statue of iron, unwavering against the howling wind, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through Chen Mo, revealing hidden vulnerabilities. The little girl, Xiuyan, huddled closely behind Shiyu, her face pale and lips tinged with a bluish hue from the cold, trembling like a quail frightened by a tempest. "Return it to me." Shiyu's voice sliced through the howling wind, colder than the frigid air itself. His right hand silently rested on the grip of his gun, knuckles whitening with the pressure, as if he were poised to draw it at any moment. Chen Mo did not immediately comply. Instead, he raised his voice, which wavered like a broken kite in the gusts. "Datian Station, Laboratory, Virus Strain. Our objectives align." He gestured towards the chaotic scene below, resembling a sandbox ravaged by a mischievous child, filled with zombie-laden vehicles. His tone carried an almost mocking urgency. "But you, just by yourself, with your whole family in tow, plan to charge in single-handedly? Are you possessed by Rambo or reincarnated as the Terminator? Do you truly grasp the situation inside?" Shiyu's gaze flickered rapidly, scanning Chen Mo with the intensity of a powerful spotlight, attempting to discern more flaws in this unexpectedly agile youth, whose intentions were starkly clear. There was an unmistakable aura of suspicion surrounding him. Yet, the current predicament was more chaotic than a pot of kanji boiled to oblivion. The train was wheezing as it decelerated sharply, the metallic screech against the tracks producing a jarring noise. The dilapidated silhouette of Datian Station emerged from the impenetrable night, akin to a slumbering colossal beast. The platform lay in utter silence, save for a few emergency lights flickering weakly, reminiscent of ailing elders, casting a dim yellow glow that barely illuminated the distorted bodies sprawled at the edges, alongside several grotesque figures staggering in a robotic manner, clearly not engaged in any form of exercise. In the face of overwhelming odds, any additional force, particularly one adept in handling these aberrant creatures, was not the worst choice in this desolate ruin. Shiyu's taut jawline relaxed slightly. "Cooperate?" He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, simultaneously loosening his grip on the gun. This minuscule gesture was nearly imperceptible, yet Chen Mo keenly sensed the shift. Cooperate. Chen Mo flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. With a swift flick of his wrist, a silver access card arced through the air, gleaming as it sailed toward Shiyu. The samples are mine, and the rest is yours. This gathering of wind and noise should come to an end. Prepare to jump. As the train came to a halt, its habitual swaying not yet ceased. Chen Mo and Shiyu sprang into action like poised cheetahs. Chen Mo deftly seized the fire axe slung across his back. His muscles taut as he unleashed a barrage of force upon the rusted emergency valve at the door's junction, the resounding clang of metal reverberating ominously across the still platform. Meanwhile, Shiyu simultaneously clasped the terrified Xiuyan, holding her tightly in his arms. The trio moved in perfect harmony, akin to arrows released from a bow, swiftly darting through the forcibly pried open gap of the car door and landing silently on the platform. They quickly crouched into the shadow of a sturdy, grime-stained pillar, their movements flowing with such fluidity that it seemed as though they had rehearsed this sequence countless times. How can one describe the scene within the platform? It was more harrowing than one could imagine, resembling a slaughterhouse that had just been trampled by a furious Godzilla. The surroundings were dark and stagnant, splattered with purplish-brown blood, marking the walls, floor, and even the ceiling with grotesque spray patterns. Dismembered limbs and entrails lay scattered about like discarded toy parts, exuding a nauseatingly sweet odor. Dozens of zombies, clad in tattered military uniforms or blood-soaked lab coats, aimlessly shuffled through the vast hall, their gait unsteady, eyes vacant and dull. From their decaying throats emerged a continuous, meaningless wheezing, reminiscent of a bellows. The air was thick with an overwhelmingly pungent stench of decay, mingled with the metallic tang of rust and the foul odor of rotting entrails, akin to a noxious fog that assaulted the senses, causing one to feel lightheaded and dizzy. The laboratory lay underground, on the B4 level. Shiryu suppressed his voice to a mere whisper, gesturing subtly with his chin towards the elevator and stairwell leading below. There. A heavy, seemingly indestructible silver-gray blast door loomed like a silent, ancient beast, coldly guarding the entrance to the passageway. A few bodies in white hazmat suits lay haphazardly at the threshold, their suits tattered and revealing skin that displayed an unnatural bluish-black hue. Their demise grotesque and indicative of a fierce struggle and despair before mutation. The path to the elevator was completely obstructed by an astonishing density of zombies. Resembling a nightmarish rush hour at a subway station, utterly impassable. Shiryu's sharp gaze shifted towards Chen Mo, his eyes conveying a clear message. Brother, it is time for you to play the role of the cleaner. Instinctively, Chen Mo took a deep breath, only to immediately regret it as the overwhelming biochemical stench surged into his nostrils, nearly causing him to retch. With great effort, he stifled the intense wave of nausea and swiftly retrieved a powerful flashlight with a black metal casing from his bulging backpack, reminiscent of Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket, his thumb decisively pushing it to the highest setting. In an instant, a soft hum resonated, and a piercingly bright column of pure white light erupted forth. More blinding than the noon sun, akin to a divine spear of judgment or a spotlight on a stage, slicing through the darkness and firmly illuminating the throng of zombies. The zombies, caught in the intense glare directed at their eyes, or where their eyes once were, reacted violently, as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, unleashing a cacophony of anguished, inhuman shrieks. Their movements became visibly rigid and chaotic, losing the sense of direction they once had, colliding with one another like headless flies. Some instinctively raised their decaying, bone-exposed arms, futilely attempting to shield themselves from a non-existent light source that nonetheless provoked a strong reaction in their sensitive nerves. The characteristic aversion to light was once again confirmed. Go. At the opportune moment, Shiryu barked a command, akin to an assassin activating a sprint skill. He deftly maneuvered through the disoriented and chaotic throng of corpses, cradling the tightly shut-eyed Xiuyan in his arms, moving with the grace of a feline toward the relatively safe entrance of the stairwell. Chen Mo followed closely, unwavering, his powerful flashlight serving as a loyal guardian, sweeping back and forth like a diligent human searchlight, continuously disrupting and repelling any scattered zombies attempting to encircle them, thus creating a fleeting path of safety for the team. The situation within the stairwell was hardly better. The walls bore splattered and smeared dark brown stains of blood, while the air was thick with an even more pungent scent of blood and decay. Fortunately, the number of zombies was relatively diminished, most having become trapped on the lower landing. The trio dared not pause for even a moment, holding their breath and moving as silently as possible, like phantoms descending swiftly, their hearts racing in their chests. The heavy blast door, symbolizing their ultimate goal, loomed closer, its cold metallic surface reflecting faint light. Shiryu retrieved the recently warmed silver access card, positioning it before the reader. A crisp electronic chime resonated clearly in the hushed stairwell. Authorization confirmed. Before passage opened, the cold, emotionless, synthesized voice announced as the heavy alloy door emitted a complex sound of machinery engaging, slowly sliding open to reveal a narrow gap just wide enough for a single person to pass through. What surged forth from beyond was an even deeper, more suffocating darkness accompanied by a mingled odor of potent disinfectant, congealed blood, and an indescribable scent of laboratory chemicals intertwined with organic decay. This odor could only be likened to a hellish air freshener. Without hesitation, the trio swiftly darted inside, their movements as quick as lightning. The blast door behind them thundered shut with a resounding crash, sealing off the cacophony of zombie howls and all light from the outside world, as if severing the two realms entirely. B4 level, the true core area. The pallid emergency lights flickered, insufficiently illuminating the cold, metallic corridor ahead. It appeared as though it had just weathered a combined assault from a demolition crew and unknown beasts, leaving devastation in its wake. Expensive laboratory equipment lay strewn about, glass shards and metal fragments littering the ground, while various paper documents blanketed the floor like snow, glued down by congealed dark red liquid. The walls were riddled with shocking bullet holes, evidence of fierce exchanges that had transpired here, and even more alarming were the immense, deep gouges embedded in the metal walls, as though a colossal wolverine had savagely clawed its way through. On the ground, amidst scattered fragments of equipment, there lay tattered and torn white protective suits, along with some suspiciously colored and oddly shaped viscous remnants that resembled biological tissue, evoking unsettling associations akin to forgotten scraps in a butcher's shop. With unwavering resolve, Shiryu led his companions swiftly through this chaotic scene, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic laboratory, heading directly toward a more robust room at the end of the corridor. The door bore a prominent yellow and black warning label, high-risk sample 70 storage. This door was evidently sturdier than the external blast-proof doors, featuring a small circular observation window with glass as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. Shiryu swiped his card once more, and the door slid open silently, unleashing a frigid blast of air that could instantly freeze one's nostrils, as if it were a living entity. Inside the room stood several towering cryogenic nitrogen storage tanks, cold and imposing like silent steel behemoths, their surfaces encrusted with thick frost, emitting a continuous, low hum. Shiryu approached one of the tanks, his fingers deftly dancing over the frosted control panel as he inputted a lengthy and intricate password. After double verification, the tank emitted a soft hissing sound of pressure release, and the heavy hatch slowly ascended. A wave of icy air poured forth, enveloping the space in swirling white mist, reminiscent of a miniature polar environment. Within the ethereal fog, rows of metallic racks glinted faintly, meticulously secured with dozens of sealed vials and petri dishes emanating eerie blue or sickly green luminescence, reminiscent of a clandestine repository for perilous pathogens from a science fiction film. Shiryu swiftly retrieved a specially designed silver portable cooler with an insulating layer, opening it with the gentleness one might reserve for a newborn, and carefully transferred several sample vials labeled with the original strain and the enhanced G12 strain into it using specialized tweezers, each movement executed with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened like the most precise radar, instantly locking onto a slightly smaller tank nearby, which also radiated a chilling aura, its label boldly declaring, T-virus derivative strain K-type, cryogenic dormancy. Bingo. Primary target acquired. Without hesitation, he pulled out a cartoon-printed thermos from his versatile backpack. Yes, you read that correctly. He had emptied it of hot water beforehand, and, donning the professional anti-freeze gloves Shiryu had handed him, swiftly opened the hatch of the smaller tank. A surge of even colder vapor erupted forth as he unceremoniously stuffed 3 blue-coated K7 sample vials into the thermos. The icy sensation, even through the thick gloves, was vividly transmitted to his fingertips. Mission: acquire viral strain accomplished. Secured 3 chillingly cold samples. Just as the fleeting joy of completing the task began to blossom on Chen Mo's face, a roar erupted. A deafening roar, ferocious enough to shatter eardrums and rend tympanic membranes, erupted from the depths of the corridor, as if the furnace of hell had been violently breached without warning. This was immediately followed by the terrifying sound of heavy footsteps pounding against the walls like a battering ram, accompanied by the jarring clatter of the alloy walls, twisted under immense force, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Something dreadful had awakened. Damn it. It was the tyrant prototype, the monstrous sentinel of the laboratory. It had not been entirely vanquished. Shiryu's face turned as pale as the emergency lights above, and he hastily shut the cold storage unit, his voice trembling with urgency. Fall back. Retrace our steps. Yet it was already too late. A towering figure, 3 meters in height, its muscles knotted like granite and exuding an explosive sense of power, burst forth. Half of its body was encased in heavy, dark metallic armor, while one arm had morphed into a colossal, bone-like blade gleaming with a deathly sheen. It surged towards the laboratory entrance with an unstoppable momentum, resembling a monstrous juggernaut. Its only remaining murky yellow eye was filled with the most primal and unadulterated desire for destruction, fixating with a violent intensity on the 3 individuals in the room. The malice in that gaze felt almost palpable. Take her away, Shiryu decisively shouted, shoving the terrified and nearly incapacitated Shio and towards Chen Mo. In the same breath, he drew his handgun with lightning speed, firing frantically at the tyrant's singular, murky eye without a moment's hesitation. The heated bullets struck against the tyrant's hardened skull and thick metal armor, erupting into a dazzling shower of sparks, producing a series of sharp clangs that seemed to merely tickle the beast, failing to even slow its advance, igniting its fury instead. Chen Mo swiftly scooped up Shio and's petite form, cradling her protectively, and without a second thought, turned to flee. Yet, his mind was alarmingly lucid. Racing against a creature whose strength and speed defied all logic, running in a straight line would be tantamount to courting death, certain to be the first to be turned into mere pulp. His gaze sharpened, rapidly scanning the surroundings until he locked onto a heavy metal gate marked with a red warning for high-risk biological containment. The red alert light flashed erratically, casting an eerie glow reminiscent of a nightclub's strobe lights. A wild plan took shape in Chen Mo's mind in an instant. While sprinting with Shio securely in his grasp, he swiftly drew the fire axe from his back, channeling all his strength into a fierce strike against the exposed hydraulic control valve box beside the gate. With a resounding crack, the metallic casing shattered, and a thick, viscous hydraulic fluid erupted with a splatter, coating the area around them. The heavy gate, deprived of its hydraulic support, emitted a disconcerting metallic groan, reminiscent of an old, rusted roller shutter, as it began its irreversible descent, wobbling ominously. In that instant, Chen Mo swiftly adjusted his powerful flashlight to an epileptic triggering strobe mode, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl it deep into the corridor behind the tyrant. The flashlight soared, spinning and radiating blinding, chaotic flashes that resembled a miniature sun, erupting in the dim hallway. This sudden burst of light and movement successfully captured the tyrant's unrefined attention, prompting it to turn violently, letting out a roar of frustration. As its massive bone blade cleaved through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed at the flickering, taunting light source. At that very moment, the descending heavy gate, akin to the cold blade of a guillotine, descended with an inexorable might, crashing down with a thunderous roar, stirring a cloud of dust that sealed the tyrant and several ordinary zombies, drawn in by the commotion, within the confines of the main laboratory area. A furious, thunder-like roar erupted from behind the gate, mingled with the horrifying sounds of the tyrant's bone blade clashing against the heavy alloy door, producing a cacophony of terror. Yet, the sound was heavily muffled by the thick metal, resonating dully like thunder, each strike sending tremors through the ground, shaking the very core of one's being. Without a glance back, Chen Mo clutched Shio tightly and dashed toward the emergency escape route etched in his memory. Shiryu seized the opportunity to free himself from the clutches of scattered zombies, following closely behind, their footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. As they burst through the narrow exit, Chen Mo's keen eye caught sight of a skeletal figure clad in a researcher's lab coat, its demise tragically evident. He deftly liberated a still glimmering red light monocular military infrared night vision device from its waist, a valuable asset for search and rescue in this environment. The 3 stumbled through the emergency exit, returning to the chaotic platform, where the cacophony of roars and screams echoed like a hellish nightmare. At least they had temporarily evaded the tyrant, a calamity of apocalyptic proportions. Nearby, a military green jeep sat haphazardly, deserted, with the keys still in the ignition, as if delivered by Providence itself. Thanks, Shiryu cast a profound glance at Chen Mo, his expression a tangled web of vigilance, gratitude, uncertainty, and a subtle warning. Without further words, he swiftly climbed into the driver's seat, the engine roaring to life as the jeep bolted into the deeper shadows of the platform, its taillights shrinking into the distance. Until we meet again, was the unspoken sentiment lingering in the air, understood by both without the need for articulation. Chen Mo stood still, gripping the cartoon thermos filled with a chilling beverage and the night vision device he had just retrieved, still warm from the remnants of its previous owner's body. He watched as the taillights of the Jeep faded into the darkness, finally exhaling deeply and thoroughly. In his mind, a quaint and enigmatic bronze door, adorned with unfamiliar engravings, suddenly glowed with a gentle yet resolute light, akin to a lighthouse guiding him home. Return. This thrilling adventure at the zombie-themed amusement park was worth every penny. Chapter 15. The Revenge of the Anesthetic Pollen. The familiar, damp scent of soil and mildew wafted through the makeshift shelter, akin to a muffled sigh, instantly dispelling the overwhelming stench of blood and decay from the zombie-infested world that lingered in his thoughts. Chen Mo inhaled deeply the air that, while not fresh, represented safety and belonging, his gaze falling upon the thermos adorned with a cartoon rabbit. He unscrewed the lid, revealing 3 ominous blue steel vials, K7 virus strain, exuding an icy chill, their surfaces coated with a fine layer of frost, resembling slumbering serpents. His attention shifted to the medicinal field, the land ravaged by the gluttonous and malicious Wong Fatty. Many of the drunken immortal herbs had been uprooted, leaving behind only broken roots that emitted a faint blue glow, pitifully buried in the earth, as if silently protesting. Wong Fatty, you revel in destruction, don't you? With such greedy hands and a heart full of malice. A dangerous smirk crept across Chen Mo's lips, imbued with a cruel, almost mischievousness. His gaze was so frigid it could freeze a swarm of flies in an instant. This time, I'll let you dig to your heart's content. All the way to the depths of hell. He sat cross-legged on the cold ground, placing the thermos carefully before him. Chen Mo took a moment to steady his emotions. Then, like defusing a volatile bomb, he meticulously and cautiously unscrewed the sealed cap of one virus vial. A barely audible hiss escaped as the internal pressure released, and a mist colder than the surrounding air seeped out, bearing an oddly metallic chill. He retrieved a specially crafted dropper, polished from beast bones in the wilderness, held his breath, and with unwavering steadiness, extracted a minuscule amount, barely half a drop, of the ethereal blue liquid. This K7 virus strain, while less concentrated than the ferocious T virus, leaned more towards neurohallucinogenic and parasitic control properties, perfectly suited for his purposes. With utmost care, he dripped the precious and perilous ultimate ingredient into a bowl of clear spring water, radiating a faint spiritual aura, stirring it gently and slowly with a clean wooden stick. For the next 3 days, Chen Mo transformed into an industrious gardener of sorts. He toiled relentlessly, selecting the most thoroughly ravaged patches of land where the residual glow of the roots lingered, and in his eyes, the grievances were most profound. Then, with a mix of anticipation and cold resolve, he poured the diluted, power-laden viral spring water over the ground, as if making an offering to his ancestors, applying it with precision and care. Then, a miracle, or rather, a meticulously orchestrated horror show, is poised to unfold. Those once wilted and lethargic grassroots, resembling mere shadows of their former selves, as if on the brink of complete desiccation, have suddenly been infused with an overwhelming vitality, akin to receiving an extraordinary surge of life force, augmented by a potent dose of high-grade stimulants. They begin to ascend at a visibly frenetic pace. The newly sprouted leaves of the enchanting herb no longer exhibit their former lush green. Instead, they manifest a profound, almost eerie shade of dark green, bordering on black, as deep as an unfathomable abyss. The once faintly luminous leaf veins now appear as if meticulously inlaid with glowing azure strips, clearly visible by day and by night. They exude an otherworldly radiance, flowing with a captivating luminescence, as though blue blood coursed beneath the foliage. Remarkably, at the apex of the plant, clusters of grape-sized, plump flower buds form at an astonishing rate. These buds present a deep, almost light-absorbing azure hue, their surfaces dusted with a crystalline, frost-like blue powder, quivering gently as if stirred by an unseen breeze, continuously emanating an oddly sweet and cloying fragrance so rich it almost seems tangible, provoking sneezes and dizzying sensations, leading to slight hallucinations. Success. Chen Mo, adorned with a self-crafted mask fashioned from the rugged hide of a beast captured in the wilderness, bears the poignant scent of the skin, yet its remarkable sealing properties prevail. Grasping a long-handled soft brush, meticulously crafted from scrap jade, he holds his breath, approaching the allure of the deadly blue flower buds with the caution of one disarming a bomb. With the precision of gathering precious gold dust, he gently sweeps the crystalline blue pollen into an exquisitely sealed jade vial, hollowed from a single piece of jade. The pollen feels strangely cool to the touch, and the sweet, enigmatic aroma stubbornly penetrates through 2 layers of thick beast hide, causing a subtle stirring in his consciousness, as fleeting flashes of vibrant, distorted, and nonsensical lights dance before his eyes, evoking a faint sense of delirium. Upon removing the pollen, the enchanting herb's leaves no longer shimmer with azure light, appearing much more ordinary. After a while of ventilation, the herb's intense fragrance dissipates, and the hallucinogenic effects have faded. The exquisite, revenge-themed hallucinogenic herb is ready for completion. A glint of cold triumph flashes in Chen Mo's eyes as he carefully seals the jade vial with a spiritwood cork and meticulously seals it with soft wax. Wong Fatty, prepare to receive your luxurious lifetime package of fear-inducing VR. He muses, shipping it directly to the soul, free of charge. As dusk descends, the setting sun bathes the horizon in a haunting orange hue. Wong Fatty, sporting a belly akin to that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, hums a discordant tune so peculiar it could summon wolves from the mountains, swaying with each step like a victorious general, leisurely making his way into the medicinal garden to claim his bounty. His triangular eyes, gleaming with shrewdness and avarice, habitually scan the medicinal fields, poised to relish the spectacle of Chen Mo in a state of desperation, kneeling and weeping in supplication. He contemplated how much more he could extract from this impoverished lad. Chen Mo, you little rascal, the 3-day deadline has passed. The boisterous, phlegmy voice of the fat, drunk immortal, which had only just begun to rise, was abruptly stifled, akin to a suddenly muted fat duck. In astonishment, he beheld Chen Mo, standing with an air of trepidation, bowing and scraping beside a patch of remarkably lush, yet ominously dark, drunken immortal grass, his face adorned with an almost servile smile. With both hands, Chen Mo cradled an open jade box, within which lay a few copious, deep green leaves that seemed almost ready to weep oil, their veins shimmering a haunting blue as if alive, their quality astonishingly exquisite, yet unsettlingly otherworldly. Manager Wong, you have arrived just in time. Your punctuality is commendable. Chen Mo, subtly stifling his apprehension, intensified his ingratiating smile, his voice quivering with excitement and fear as he reverently extended the jade box forward, bending lower. I have not slept a wink for 3 days and nights, forsaking food and drink, pouring my heart and soul into this endeavor. At last, I have fulfilled your esteemed expectations. Please, take a look at this newly cultivated blue-veined drunken immortal. Observe its quality. The spiritual essence is so abundant it nearly spills forth. Its fragrance is intoxicating, invigorating the senses, and promising longevity. I dare not claim credit alone. I present this to you, esteemed sir. Come closer, inhale its essence, and I assure you, you will feel rejuvenated, vigorous, and more formidable than ever. As Chen Mo exaggeratedly gestured and spoke, the deliberately stirred, rich, and almost cloying aroma surged forth like a living, ethereal appendage, fervently enveloping Wong Fatty's greasy visage. A flicker of doubt momentarily crossed Wong's triangular eyes. How could this grass be even more bizarre than the glowing root he had encountered previously? The fragrance was disorientingly sweet. However, the extraordinary allure of the blue-veined, drunken immortal, coupled with the implications of spiritual abundance and longevity embedded in Chen Mo's obsequious words, completely clouded his mind, already saturated with greed. What did it matter if it looked peculiar? The more unusual, the more valuable. As long as it possessed potent spiritual energy, it would surely appeal to the high-ranking figures in the inner circle who sought novelties. In due time, rewards would come, paving the way for his ascension. In an instant, the overwhelming tide of greed entirely submerged any flicker of unease or vigilance. He chuckled impatiently, leaning forward, his corpulent form akin to a junkie savoring catnip. Inhaling deeply and without caution from the jade box, the sweet, enigmatic fragrance surged into his nostrils like a torrent, an unstoppable force rushing towards the crown of his head. The aroma was strangely enticing, yet overwhelming. Before Wong Fatty could finish his sentence, his complexion turned pale, akin to a sheet of paper suddenly bleached white. The once familiar realm of medicinal fields before him crumbled and distorted in an instant. The verdant expanse of herbs beneath his feet transformed into an endless wasteland, flowing with searing lava, engulfed in flames of crimson despair, a hellish terrain. The scorching waves of heat rushed towards him, nearly igniting his beard. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's face, adorned with a sycophantic grin, swelled grotesquely in the widening pupils of Wong Fatty, contorting and deforming, skin cracking, as molten lava streamed forth. It morphed into an ancient beast of lava, its body roiling with scorching magma, fangs resembling towering blades, and eyes ablaze with the infernal flames of hell. The monstrous creature opened its gaping maw, capable of swallowing mountains, unleashing a terrifying roar that shattered eardrums and threatened to rend souls. Accompanied by a searing wave of destructive heat that surged toward him, the tangible sensation of burning, the oppressive dread, nearly caused his heart to seize. "Ah, lava beast. Spare me. My flesh is sour. It's foul and unappetizing." Wang Fatty let out a shriek so piercing it could tear through the heavens. A cry born from the depths of his soul, utterly consumed by an overwhelming terror that drowned his already meager reason. In that moment, his corpulent and clumsy form unleashed an astonishing potential, one he could never hope to attain in this life or the next, propelling him backward like a massive meat projectile shot from a powerful slingshot. He landed but felt no pain, rolling and scrambling away, crying and wailing. His voice twisted and distorted as if pursued by 1,000 vengeful spirits, completely disoriented, instinctively fleeing toward the depths of the medicinal garden, toward the unfathomable, mist-shrouded cliff of lost souls, running for his life. Tears, snot, and saliva smeared his face, while a suspicious dark stain rapidly spread across his pants. A foul odor wafting through the air. "Help! The beast is devouring people. Mother! Ancestors, save me!" His voice, now cracked and tinged with desperation, echoed like a mournful owl's cry, slicing through the tranquil evening sky, resonating far and wide. Chen Mo stood calmly, leisurely closing the lid of the jade box, sealing away the perilous yet alluring fragrance. He brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial task. The cold, cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips appeared particularly sinister beneath the encroaching twilight. He did not pursue. Instead, he remained still, listening intently. Moments later, from the direction of the Cliff of Lost Souls, a long, anguished wail filled with sheer terror and despair echoed out. "Ah!" The sound pierced the dusk, chilling to the bone. Following that was the sound of a heavy object plummeting rapidly, crashing against the hard rock, producing a dull thud, boom, crack. The sound of bones shattering and splintering, though distant, was faintly discernible in the stillness of the night, resonating with a haunting clarity that carried an ominous sense of finality. The following day, a sensational piece of news spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the outer sect. Wang Fuguei, the steward of the medicinal garden, had suffered a severe hysteria the previous night, screaming incoherently about being pursued by a ferocious lava beast, his mind utterly unhinged. In a frenzied escape, he ultimately lost his footing and plummeted into the soul-sunder cliff behind the mountain. Although he was promptly discovered and rescued by the patrolling disciples, his body was shattered, reduced to a state as fragile as disassembled building blocks. His dantian was pierced by sharp stones, causing years of painstaking cultivation to dissipate entirely. He remained in a deep coma, intermittently mumbling fragmented phrases about the beast, his condition resembling that of a lunatic, a sight too tragic to behold. Even an elder, who came to inspect the situation, shook his head in dismay, lamenting the futility of herbal remedies, stating that Wang's primordial spirit was damaged beyond repair, and it was likely that he would spend the rest of his life confined to his bed, utterly incapacitated. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Chen Mo blended in, listening to the exaggerated and embellished accounts shared by the attendants around him. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, forming a chilling arc, the unparalleled experience of a 12-hour immersive terror VR package, complete with permanent psychological trauma and physical debilitation, all thanks to Steward Wang. This unforgettable gift. Would you find it satisfactory? He whistled casually, his gaze sweeping over the throng until it settled upon the now vacant stone cottage that had once belonged to Wang. There, quietly resting on the table, lay a rough, dark wooden plaque symbolizing the temporary authority of the medicinal garden steward. A new chapter was about to commence. Chapter 16. The temporary steward's plaque Wang had completely devolved into a pitiful state, embodying both a lunatic and a waste of space. Day and night uttering incomprehensible murmurs and screams within his humble dwelling. However, the expansive medicinal garden required management. After all, the monthly quota of drunken immortal grass was an unyielding decree of the sect. Given that Chen Mo had successfully cultivated the extraordinary and visually striking blue-veined drunken immortal, which had directly led to Wang's madness, a thorough examination revealed that, after removing the pollen, the grass, aside from its peculiar hue and somewhat overwhelming fragrance, seemed to possess an unusually abundant spiritual essence, with no apparent toxic side effects. Furthermore, Chen Mo, having volunteered for the task amid the crisis, found that other attendants shunned this hot potato, fearing they would meet Wang's fate. Thus, the Outer Sect's administration conducted a swift and efficient inquiry, primarily to establish a formality, questioning Chen Mo and several attendants who had been at a distance. Their unanimous testimony confirmed that Wang had indeed lost his sanity and dashed out in a frenzy, leading to his unfortunate fall. Subsequently, the rough wooden plaque, emblematic of both opportunity and risk, was carelessly handed to Chen Mo, as if it were a burning coal. The handover was conducted by a disdainful disciple, who regarded others from a lofty perspective, pinching his nose as if the garden was permeated not with the scent of earth and herbs, but with the misfortune left by Wang. Here, take it. Do your job well. Do not emulate that gluttonous pig Wang, who greedily filled his pockets. He delivered the customary warning with rapidity, reiterating that the monthly tribute to the offering hall must not fall short by even a single drunken immortal grass, and the quality must remain impeccable. Otherwise, well, let us just say, you wouldn't want to witness the consequences. Upon concluding his words, he hurriedly departed, as if fleeing from a plague, fearful that lingering even for a moment would expose him to the madness or poverty of this place. Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot, grasping a dark wooden plaque that still bore the greasy touch of its previous owner. The wood was coarse, with jagged edges, and inscribed with the character for medicine and several lines resembling cloud patterns, feeling slightly heavy in his hand. Rather than elation over a promotion or the prospect of ascending to life's pinnacle, he was enveloped by a profound sense of responsibility, as if this territory was momentarily under his stewardship, coupled with a slight feeling of freedom from certain constraints. Though the title of temporary steward appeared inconspicuous, it signified his enhanced autonomy over this medicinal garden and a limited capacity for resource allocation. More importantly, it granted him the legitimacy to conduct perilous experiments that deviated from the traditional alchemical practices of the cultivation realm, infused with knowledge from another world. His immediate task was to tackle the dangerous source that nearly precipitated disaster, the blue-veined drunken immortal. The perilous pollen was meticulously sealed within a jade vial, and Chen Mo, employing beeswax and animal sinew mixed with earth, crafted an ugly yet functional barrier at the vial's mouth, ensuring that not a trace of its scent would escape. He then personally directed 2 trembling attendants to uproot the bizarre, ominous plants, gathering them in a desolate pit where he poured a copious amount of quicklime, followed by water. He observed as the lime fizzed and boiled upon contact with water, generating intense heat that consumed, corroded, and decomposed the eerie blue until it was reduced to a charred residue, which he buried deeply. This substance was too sinister, akin to a double-edged sword. A misstep could ensnare him, necessitating its complete destruction to avert future calamities. Having addressed the hidden dangers, he turned to the substantial inheritance left by Wang Fatty. The relatively spacious stone cottage, still redolent of mildew, sweat, and a faint greasy scent, had now become Chen Mo's temporary abode and laboratory. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring a bed, a table, and a chair, with a rusted storage chest occupying one corner. Chen Mo procured a sharpened iron nail and manipulated the seemingly secure, yet crude lock, producing a soft click as the lock sprang open. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed to himself, "A treasure trove awaits." Upon opening the chest, he discovered its contents were modest. The bottom layer contained a few low-grade spirit stones, their luster dim and spiritual aura weak, exuding a subpar plastic quality. Beside them lay several ingots of gold and silver, unremarkable yet substantial. Atop these were a collection of tattered low-tier spirit plant diagrams, the most worn sections pertaining to the drunken immortal grass, likely indicative of inquiries into its anomalous transformations. There were also chaotic ledgers filled with greasy fingerprints, revealing obvious discrepancies, and several packages of medicinal seeds, carefully wrapped in oil paper and relatively well-preserved. Chen Mo's gaze, sharp as a seasoned searchlight, swiftly scanned the ordinary items before honing in on a particular oil paper package marked with the words bone corroding flower, poison. He cautiously opened the container, revealing dozens of diminutive black seeds, speckled with gray, emanating a faint aura that elicited a tingling sensation upon the skin. The paralyzing toxin of the bone-corroding flower immediately conjured in his mind another frigid plant he had desperately salvaged from the wilderness, the cold orchid, known for its chilling properties. Subsequently, he recalled a recipe for an ancient salve, exchanged with an elder hunter from the wilderness hunter world for salt, designed to treat severe frostbite. Its primary ingredient was a peculiar lichen, known as the cold ground moss, which thrived in extreme cold and possessed the miraculous ability to protect tissues from complete necrosis in such harsh conditions. A bold, Nearly heretical idea ignited in his mind like a match striking in the dark, bursting forth in a dazzling spark. The lower-tier cultivators in the realm of cultivation, particularly the vast number of outer disciples and wandering practitioners, commonly grappled with a perennial dilemma, the turbulence of spiritual energy. Most cultivation techniques were as rudimentary as pirated novels, drawing in chaotic and impure spiritual energy, compounded by a scarcity of resources akin to that of a beggar in the wilderness. Yet, each aspired to ascend rapidly. Forcing their way through bottlenecks became a daily occurrence. This led to a loss of control over the spiritual energy during practice, rampaging through meridians that were narrower and more fragile than country lanes, resulting in meridian damage, sharp pains akin to needles, stagnation of cultivation, or, at worst, a complete descent into madness, leading to profuse bleeding or even an untimely demise. If he could concoct a substance capable of temporarily freezing or paralyzing this erratic spiritual energy, diminishing its destructive power and speed, thereby granting cultivators precious moments to recuperate, it would be akin to a timely delivery of coal in winter. Undoubtedly, it would be an essential need within the lower ranks of practitioners, representing a vast and untapped market. Without hesitation, Chen Mo decided to act. He immediately exercised his minor privilege as a temporary caretaker, designating a small, shaded corner of the medicinal garden, perennially cold and inhospitable, where even the weeds appeared wilted, as an experimental ground. He erected crude wooden signs around it, inscribed with charcoal in a haphazard manner. Experimental zone, no entry. Consequences at one's own risk. This was primarily to mitigate unnecessary troubles from potential alchemical failures or the emergence of peculiar substances. He rolled up his sleeves, taking matters into his own hands, meticulously sowing the ominous seeds of the cold orchid and bone-corroding flower. He also directed several laborers to procure large quantities of the icy, slippery cold ground moss from the chilling, desolate edges of a seldom visited cold pool on the back mountain, layering it thickly over the furrows to artificially create a small patch of mildly toxic, frigid environment. Thanks to his unconventional and perilous experience in accelerating growth across various realms, utilizing trace amounts of K-virus strains for stimulation, inducing special environmental conditions, and experimenting with fertilizers from another world. Alongside his willingness to expend his meager reserves of elemental spiritual energy, he diligently nurtured these promising spiritual plants daily, much like a devoted nurse tending to a child, resulting in their astonishingly rapid growth. The delicate orchid swiftly unfurled its translucent petals, resembling exquisite ice sculptures, with edges exuding visible wisps of frosty air. The bone corrosion flower was equally impressive, blooming with vibrant hues akin to tropical toxic mushrooms, its petals adorned with eerie patterns that emitted a dangerously sweet fragrance. Following this, Chen Mo immersed himself in a tumultuous blend of explosive artistry and self-inflicted trials. He carved out a small corner in his humble abode, acquiring a crude alchemical cauldron, heavy and robust like thick pottery. The process of extracting the paralyzing essence from the bone corrosion flower demanded utmost caution. Clad in thick gloves, he held his breath, fearful that a single misstep might transform him into a grotesque marionette, limbs askew and dancing uncontrollably. As he extracted the frigid juice from the orchid, cold enough to freeze fingers instantly, his digits repeatedly succumbed to frost, becoming numb beneath layers of white frost. When he sought to blend in the active agents from the cold moss, which could miraculously shield tissues from frostbite, even the slightest miscalculation could either render the concoction ineffective or provoke a violent reaction. The variables of temperature, blending sequence, and stirring intensity were as numerous and elusive as the stars in the night sky. Countless failures ensued. The inferior cauldrons could not withstand the pressure, shattering into fragments and leaving chaos in their wake. His fingers endured repeated bouts of frostbite and numbness, only to be gradually soothed by the spring water, allowing him to intimately grasp the concept of the heart's connection to the fingers and the precarious dance on the edge of demise. Yet, an indomitable spirit, born from modern scientific tenacity and tempered by his journey through time, sustained him. At last, during one of his attempts, an idea struck him: ordinary drunken immortal grass. A flash of inspiration ignited within him. Did this plant not possess the ability to stabilize the mind and soothe spiritual energy? Though its effects were feeble, it might serve as a crucial stabilizer. In a gamble of desperation, he added a minuscule amount of finely ground drunken immortal grass powder. A miracle transpired. The cauldron ceased to emit lethal fumes or explosive icy energies. Instead, a peculiar, dense white mist, reminiscent of theatrical dry ice, began to rise. As the mist gradually coalesced, it revealed a delicate layer at the bottom of the cauldron, as fine as snow, exuding an icy chill and shimmering with a faint blue glow. A refreshing aura, tinged with a slight numbing sensation, began to permeate the air. Chen Mo, gently rubbing his recently thawed, slightly reddened fingers, christened this creation with an exalted name befitting the realm of cultivation. He carefully scraped a minute amount of powder with a jade shard, bringing it to his nose for a gentle inhalation. A wave of coolness surged through him, invigorating his spirit. To evaluate its efficacy, he settled into a meditative position, consciously channeling the unruly and chaotic energies of the 5 elements within him, deliberately instigating a minor energetic disturbance in a relatively resilient secondary meridian. Instantly, a familiar sensation of pressure surged through the meridian. He held his breath, cautiously inhaling a minuscule quantity of the frost essence powder. An indescribable chill enveloped him, akin to gulping down ice-cold plum juice on a scorching summer day, sweeping through his nasal passages and cascading throughout his body, reaching every limb. The previously tumultuous and erratic energy, intent on tearing through the meridian, was suddenly plunged into a primordial ice cavern, its velocity drastically reduced by at least 70%. Although still moving slowly and stubbornly, the once formidable force of destruction had significantly diminished, becoming mild and even sluggish. Akin to a wild stallion restrained by a bridle and heavy saddle, reluctant, yet now manageable for communication and guidance. It was accomplished, truly accomplished. A spark of uncontrollable excitement ignited in Chen Mo's eyes, nearly compelling him to leap and cheer in place. Although the frost essence could not completely cure the turmoil of spiritual energy, it could substantially mitigate its intensity, affording cultivators precious moments for recuperation. For lower-tier disciples, this was nothing short of a miraculous life-saving elixir in critical times. Its market potential was boundlessly immense. He suppressed his exhilaration, choosing to remain discreet, carefully wrapping this precious initial product in oil paper and concealing it close to his person. However, the distinctive aroma that gradually permeated the medicine garden, a unique blend of the chilling fragrance of the ghost orchid and the perilous scent of the bone-eroding flower, along with the oppressive symphony of muffled explosions frequently resonating from Chen Mo's modest abode, inevitably drew the attention of some observant individuals. Before long, a young man, adorned in a brand-new inner sect disciple's attire of evidently superior fabric and exuding an air of arrogance akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, boldly approached. Approximately 18 or 19 years of age, named Zhao Ming, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement. His gaze bore an air of condescension laced with a barely perceptible greed as it swept over Chen Mo's dilapidated alchemical chamber, still littered with remnants of shattered cauldrons, and lingered momentarily on the peculiar experimental field of ghost orchids exuding a subtle chill. Finally, his eyes settled on Chen Mo's face smudged with medicinal ash, and in a tone that seemed to emanate from his nostrils, he remarked, "You are the new temporary steward, Chen Mo? I have heard you have been rather restless, dabbling with some inconsequential new contrivances. Your tone is bland, yet carries an undeniable command, quite intriguing. Bring me some samples to test the effects. Hurry, I'm pressed for time." Chapter 17. The glass beads of Lin City. Zhao Ming's haughty demeanor, akin to a self-important deity, lodged itself in Chen Mo's throat like a sharp fishbone, rendering him unable to swallow or expel it, leaving only a lingering, stifling pain. An inner sect disciple, even a mediocre one at the mid-stage of qi refinement, appeared as a top-tier predator in the food chain to Chen Mo, who had only recently shed his menial status and possessed a fragile foundation. This individual's request for the frost essence, delivered with a flippant tone and veiled greed, suggested a motive far beyond mere experimentation. It was clear he coveted the latent value of this novel creation, seeking to seize it without recompense. Strength. It was imperative to rapidly enhance absolute strength, without power. In this ruthless realm of cultivation where the weak are devoured by the strong, even the modest creations of one's own making could not be safeguarded, and one might even invite fatal peril. After dispatching that pestilential figure, Chen Mo stood alone in the medicine field, suffused with a faint chill and the scent of char. His fists unconsciously clenching tight. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness and urgency within, and immersed his consciousness into the enigmatic sea of awareness. His gaze sharpened as he refocused on the increasingly mysterious and ancient bronze door, suffused with the aura of ages. This time, the figures slowly manifesting upon the door were no longer the grotesque, writhing faces from a world of the undead, nor the familiar patterns of auspicious clouds and spiritual herbs from the realm of cultivation. but transformed into roaring flames, the fierce silhouette of a dragon intertwined with cold, sharp blades in a fantastical dynamic tapestry, a symphony of ice and fire. It was a world with a relatively simple power structure, yet possessed extraordinary materials such as Valyrian steel and dragon glass. Known for their unique reactions to energy and exceptional conductivity, this was precisely what he desperately needed as an excellent foundation for crafting more powerful and reliable rune weapons. Having made the necessary preparations, Lin's consciousness made contact, and a familiar sensation of slight dizziness, as if his soul were being drawn away, washed over him. The light and shadows before him swirled violently, distorting as the rules of the world shifted in an instant. The clamor, the chaos, the stench of sweat, the sour aroma of inferior beer, and that pervasive, briny scent that seemed to seep into every crevice of the stones. These extreme, stimulating odors brutally melded into an indescribable concoction, akin to the unique perfume of King's Landing, suddenly overwhelming Chen Mo, nearly suffocating him. He found himself in a narrow alley, filthy and crowded, littered with refuse, his feet sinking into an unidentifiable sticky grime. Outside the alley, a deafening cacophony erupted, a frenzied cheer akin to a tsunami, mingling with the heavy footsteps of soldiers and the oppressive sound of war horns, creating a backdrop of apocalyptic revelry. He swiftly discarded his somewhat jarring, anachronistic coarse linen garments, replacing them with a locally common yet humble linen outfit and an old, dark cloak, concealing his face beneath the shadow of the hood. Like a drop of water merging into a boiling pot, he cautiously slipped into the thrumming and chaotic crowd outside the alley. This was King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, now steeped in a grotesque fervor as the great battle loomed. The streets were teeming with emaciated, ragged citizens, their eyes alight with a frenzied zeal, as they waved tattered banners of the crowned stag, screaming hoarsely as they surged toward the vast square before the Red Keep. The air was thick not only with the stench of sweat and alcohol, but also with the tense oppression of impending battle, a hysterical sense that tomorrow one might perish, and today one must indulge to the fullest. Long live the king. Crush that traitor Stannis. Let the Blackwater become the traitor's grave. Purge them with wildfire. The fervent cries surged and receded like tumultuous waves, battering against Chen Mo's eardrums. On the eve of the Battle of Blackwater, in an instant, Chen Mo grasped the temporal context in which he found himself. Chaos, while a perilous ladder, also served as the prime opportunity for those willing to seize the moment amidst the turmoil. His objective was as clear as an arrow, that legendary Valyrian steel dagger. Based on fragmented intelligence and hazy memories, this formidable weapon is most likely held by the infamous spy master known for his avarice, cunning, and manipulative schemes, Lord Peter Baelish, colloquially referred to as Littlefinger. How to approach this slippery, ever-vigilant old fox? A direct assault or theft would be tantamount to suicide. Chen Mo calmly reached into his cloak, retrieving a handful of vibrant, roughly cut glass beads, which he had exchanged for his last coins from a street vendor in the main world. In this medieval realm, where even pure glass is a rarity, these beads were undoubtedly treasures. These inexpensive products of the industrial age now served as his best means of gaining entry. Taking a deep breath of the air thick with unfamiliar scents, he adjusted his hood and squeezed through the fervent, volatile crowd, arriving at a relatively upscale district near the Red Keep. Here, a number of well-dressed merchants and minor nobles, eager to glean information or seek opportunities, gathered, their expressions taut with tension and calculation. Chen Mo selected a conspicuous yet unobtrusive corner on the street, laying out a piece of relatively clean coarse cloth. With the solemnity of a sacred ritual, he carefully arranged the glass beads, sorting them by hue, creating a somewhat rudimentary yet eye-catching pattern that resembled a display of true treasures. The afternoon sun, infused with a languid warmth, cast its rays upon these crystalline orbs. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. The beads refracted a dazzling spectrum of colors, their brilliance shifting and shimmering like a captured fragment of a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, ensuring that this humble stall became the most radiant spectacle on the chaotic street. Almost immediately, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, followed by an insatiable buzz of wonder and speculation, akin to a hive of agitated bees. By the seven gods, what is this? Dragon glass? Or perhaps some lost gem of a summer sea? A merchant clad in a faded velvet coat stared wide-eyed. By the gods, I have never witnessed such purity, such luminous colors. This radiance outshines anything in the queen's jewelry box. A woman, adorned as a noble lady, covered her mouth in disbelief, her voice rising in pitch with excitement. Look at that blue. Does it not resemble the deep sea before a storm? And that red? It appears as if flames are swirling within. Soon, an invisible force parted the crowd. A tall, slender man clad in an exquisite dark red silk robe, sporting a meticulously groomed goatee, was drawn to this extraordinary spectacle. His gait was composed, his face adorned with the habitual, enigmatic half-smile, and his pale gray eyes sparkled with the shrewdness of a cunning fox, swiftly scanning the market stall, the goods, before finally resting upon the hooded figure of Chen Mo. He was none other than Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. He gracefully leaned down, not immediately gazing at Chen Mo, but instead extending his well-groomed, long-fingered hand to delicately pick up a profoundly colored blue glass bead, reminiscent of the ocean's essence. He scrutinized it under the sunlight, turning it slowly. The rays refracted within the bead, casting an enchanting halo, and a fleeting glimmer of surprise and an overwhelming desire for possession flickered in his eyes. Yet, he concealed it masterfully, quickly regaining his customary demeanor, marked by a hint of mocking calmness. An intriguing trinket, traveler, he remarked, his voice imbued with a unique, honeyed smoothness. Each word laced with a slight upward inflection, as if probing, from which distant corner do you hail? Eosus, or perhaps from some more mystical land far to the east. Very, very far east, esteemed sir, Chen Mo replied, slightly bowing as he endeavored to embody the persona of a timid, inexperienced foreign trader. His voice deliberately tinged with a gravelly timbre and accent. It is said to be formed from the tears of deep-sea mermaids, symbolizing boundless wealth, and profound wisdom. He concocted a fanciful narrative rooted in modern fairy tales, striving to imbue his gaze, cast in the shadow of his hood, with sincerity and trepidation. Wealth and wisdom. A fitting metaphor, particularly for one navigating such intricate circumstances. The traveler chuckled softly, deftly toying with the blue bead, savoring its smooth, cool texture, distinct from any ordinary stone or metal. His gaze swept over Chen Mo's modest attire and somewhat empty stall. So, what price do you intend to set for these mermaid tears? Surely enough to acquire a fine residence in Qinglan? He initiated his customary probing and bargaining dance. I dare not sell, sir, Chen Mo immediately replied, revealing a startled smile of feigned humility. He respectfully cradled the blue bead, as if presenting an offering. As one new to Qinglan, unfamiliar with its ways, it is a tremendous honor to witness your grandeur and experience your remarkable demeanor today. This bead, I wish to dedicate to you, hoping that in your leisure, you might offer me a few pointers, enabling me to conduct my humble trade in this city with peace of mind. I would be eternally grateful. He lowered his posture to an extreme, resembling one seeking refuge, paying a tribute for protection. The traveler narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Mo as if he were assessing a curious and valuable item. A perceptive, appreciative individual, willing to present treasures and adopt a sufficiently humble stance, merely seeking stability as a foreign merchant. Such characters were familiar to him, and he relished exploiting them. Casually and with effortless ease, he accepted the blue bead from Chen Mo's hands, relishing its distinctive, chilling touch in his palm, donning a warm, yet duplicitous smile. You are quite astute, traveler. You understand the art of presenting the right gift to the right person at the right moment. The sound of the little fingers sank lower, akin to a serpent gliding gracefully through the underbrush, imbued with an alluring magic that beckoned one towards ruin, all while resting upon a throne of power. Especially on a night when a great battle loomed, with countless eyes lurking in the shadows, it became apparent that mere cleverness was insufficient. A touch of extraordinary protection was required. For instance, his gaze, laden with implication and a hint of a smile, naturally swept over the ordinary tactical dagger, cloaked beneath Chen Mo's waist, one that had been brought forth from the world of Busan. Its modern industrial design starkly contrasted with the local blades, a dagger sharp enough to sever any conspiracy or darkness. After all, beautiful trinkets cannot withstand the true edge of a sword. A cacophony of alarm bells rang in Chen Mo's mind, while his expression masterfully portrayed a blend of confusion, bewilderment, and a flicker of desire awakened, perfectly embodying the persona of a small trader whose precarious situation had been unveiled. A talisman? A dagger? Do you speak of the legendary weapons forged from Valyrian steel? Such treasures were scarcely whispered of in tavern ballads. Mere dreams to be entertained from afar. How could one dare to genuinely aspire to possess them? He was compelled to exhibit a semblance of reverence and self-awareness. Oh, Valyrian steel, indeed a rarity, a coveted gem sought after by mortals. The voice of the little finger whispered like a devil's caress, each word laced with calculated temptation. Yet, I happen to know a trivial old tale. In his youth, His Majesty was quite the mischievous one, having possessed a beloved Valyrian steel dagger, exquisite in craftsmanship, which was lost in a minor, inconsequential mishap. It was said that he paused deliberately, his gray eyes keenly observing every subtle reaction beneath Chen Mo's hood, as if admiring the web he had woven. A figure, almost like a shadow, absent from official records, perhaps a thief, or a servant fearful of attracting trouble, had concealed it in the deepest recesses of the Red Keep's cellar, in a corner thick with dust, cobwebs, and forgotten remnants. He left behind an elusive, tantalizing clue, imbued with both temptation and peril, casting one last meaningful glance at Chen Mo before elegantly turning away, merging into the bustling crowd as silently as a droplet dissolving into the sea. A cold smile crept across Chen Mo's heart, the old fox, attempting to ensnare a wolf with empty hands while playing the art of using a blade against its own master, having reaped the benefits. He also directed me toward the dragoness lair, where success or failure bore no loss for him. Nevertheless, this vague clue pointing to the Red Keep's cellar was sufficient for him. He swiftly and discreetly dismantled his stall, stowing the remaining glass beads back into his garments. Just as his fingers brushed against the inconspicuous storage pouch, roughly sewn from animal hide and seemingly unremarkable, the ordinary steel dagger he had brought from the main world trembled ever so slightly, yet distinctly, as if drawn by some mysterious force. The Valyrian steel dagger was indeed there in the Red Keep's cellar. Moreover, this sensation appeared to resonate with the metal. What a delightful surprise. Chen Mo's heart raced, soon filled with a stronger resolve. The night would soon become his finest cloak of concealment. Chapter 18. The enigmatic mountain of the Red Keep's cellar. As the night descended like an immense velvet curtain, it enveloped the tumultuous city of King's Landing. Yet, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms did not succumb to slumber in the face of Stannis' looming army. Instead, it was engulfed in a morbid, hysterical cacophony of end times, fueled by cheap spirits, unexpressed fears, and the distant echoes of wildfires that resonated from the banks of the Blackwater River. Chen Mo lowered his hood further, merging into the shadows like a lizard, stealthily maneuvering beneath the towering walls of the Red Keep, which cast formidable shadows. From the direction of the Blackwater River, flames illuminated half the sky, creating a distorted semblance of day. The air was filled with the thunderous clamor of battle cries, the lamentations of the dying, the jarring clangor of steel upon steel, and the distinctive, reverberating blasts of wildfire explosions that echoed like the roars of ancient dragons, assailing the nerves of every soul within the city. The garrison of the Red Keep, evidently drawn like iron to a magnet, had largely diverted its attention to the frontline walls and docks facing immediate peril, leaving the rear, particularly the underground areas, eerily vacant and silent. Chen Mo held his breath, recalling the vague guidance of his little finger, reminiscent of poison wrapped in honey, and combining it with the terrain he had meticulously observed during the day. In a secluded corner, littered with discarded construction materials and refuse, he soon discovered a nearly forgotten entrance to a dilapidated freight passage leading into the depths below. The entrance was barricaded by a rusty, seemingly heavy iron grate, yet for Chen Mo, equipped with a fire axe and a grasp of modern mechanics, its structural integrity paled in comparison to a flimsy lock. After ensuring his surroundings were clear, he swiftly unwrapped the axe blade, muffling the sound with cloth strips, and steadied his breath. With powerful and precise strikes, he struck the rusted chains and hinges with great force. The sharp sound of metal fracturing was perfectly masked by the distant din of the battlefield. The chains snapped, and the grate was easily pushed aside to reveal a narrow gap through which one could squeeze. Upon entering, a nauseating wave of musty odor, dust, and the rancid scent of decaying food assaulted him, as if the very air were a tangible entity. The narrow, damp passage felt like a direct conduit to the gullet of some colossal beast. The atmosphere was thick and fetid. The cellar lay in a pitch-black void, terrifyingly silent, save for the muffled sounds of the distant battle and the sporadic scurrying of soldiers overhead, which served only to accentuate the eerie ambience of this forsaken place. Chen Mo decisively donned the military-grade infrared night vision goggles he had pilfered from a zombie in Busan, adeptly activating the device. His field of vision transformed into a monotonous yet vivid landscape of varying shades of green, revealing the intricate contours of the cellar's interior. On either side loomed towering oak barrels, reminiscent of silent giants. Scattered about were abandoned, rusted remnants of armor and weaponry, and numerous dust-covered fragments of furniture, missing limbs, and dilapidated crates, rendering this place akin to a vast medieval landfill, forgotten by the passage of time and history. He traversed the shadows formed by the clutter with a ghostly caution, each step as light as a cat's, striving to emit no sound whatsoever. Meanwhile, his left hand gripped tightly the inconspicuous leather pouch at his waist, within which lay an ordinary steel dagger from the main world, pulsating with an increasingly pronounced and urgent warmth. Like a precise metal detector, the vibrations grew clearer the closer he approached the depths of the cellar, the dagger even beginning to warm slightly, distinctly indicating a particular direction. Following this intensifying sensation, Chen Mo navigated the labyrinthine passages of the cellar. Suddenly, a heavy, slow sound echoed from around a corner piled high with barrels, reminiscent of an injured beast dragging its steps, mingled with a ragged, labored breathing like that of a broken bellows. Following that was the jarring clatter of iron chains scraping against the cold stone floor, sending chills through him. In an instant, every muscle in Chen Mo's body tensed, adrenaline surged within him, and without a moment's thought, he swiftly darted behind an immense oak barrel, large enough to accommodate 2 cattle. Pressing himself against the cold, rough wood, holding his breath as he cautiously peered from the edge of the barrel, through the green lens of his night vision goggles, a formidable figure loomed at the end of the corridor, akin to a moving mountain. Gregor Clegane, the Mountain of Magic, even in infrared vision. He radiated an astonishing heat and an oppressive presence. Clad in heavy plate armor, his helmet was conspicuously absent, revealing a face twisted and grotesque from agony, fury, and perhaps the searing of wild fire, resembling a demon from hell. One eye had morphed into a ghastly blood hole, perpetually oozing tissue fluid, while the other, intact, burned red as blood, veined with a spiderweb of crimson, flickering with a primal, feral light, suffused with pain and a desire for destruction. He wielded a colossal greatsword, its blade marred by chips and dark red stains, resembling a door panel, while his other hand, encased in an iron gauntlet, gripped a pitch-black dagger of ancient, fluid design, its graceful lines shimmering with a unique, muted metallic luster in the night vision goggles. It was the Valyrian steel dagger. The Mountain of Magic seemed to have just emerged from the bloody meat grinder of the front lines, or perhaps had detached himself from the battlefield in search of release. Bearing several gruesome wounds, his armor dented and cracked in multiple places, dark red blood oozing slowly, further staining half of his body in a terrifying hue. The shockwave of wildfire explosions, the agony from his wounds, and his inherently violent nature plunged him into a state of extreme frenzy and chaos, bordering on madness. He paced restlessly in the relatively spacious wine cellar, akin to a prehistoric giant bear enraged and trapped in a cage, emitting a continuous low, threatening growl from his throat, his breath forming clouds of white mist in the night vision goggles. The great sword in his hand was unpredictably swung, accompanied by a fearsome gust of wind, crashing. With a thunderous sound, it struck violently against a nearby barrel or supporting stone pillar, splintering wood and scattering debris, venting his uncontainable pain and fury. The Valyrian steel dagger lay firmly in his grasp, tantalizingly close. Should he seize it? Chen Mo weighed the option in his mind. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, comparable to the physical prowess of elite soldiers in this realm, he might manage against an ordinary soldier. However, facing the monstrous strength of the Beast Mountain, capable of rending lions and tigers apart and shattering bones with bare hands, would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Such a direct confrontation would surely reduce him to mere pulp in an instant. He promptly discarded this option into the mental refuse bin, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, swiftly scanning another jade vial hanging at his waist, containing the remaining, perilously potent powder of the blue-veined drunken fairy flower. Its hallucinatory effects amplified inner fears and pains, making it a tailor-made gift for a giant already teetering on the brink of madness, with a fragile mental defense. A highly audacious plan, with a success rate perhaps a mere 50-50, yet should it fail, he would instantaneously be reduced to a mere smear of flesh. This wild scheme crystallized in Chen Mo's mind. Suppressing the wild thumping of his heart, he noted the moment the Beast Mountain turned its back to him, irritably cleaving an innocent wine barrel with its colossal sword. Seizing the opportunity, like a stealthy, silent raccoon, he slipped behind the shadows of the barrel and refuse, deftly maneuvering to scale the top of another massive oak barrel. Gaining the high ground, with a determined grit of his teeth, he uncorked the jade vial, peering at the precious powder within. Shimmering with an eerie blue glow and barely half full, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but there was no room for hesitation. The outcome hinged on this decisive moment. He puffed out his cheeks, calculating the wind direction and distance, then aimed for the sparsely haired head of the agitated humanoid war machine below. forcefully blowing nearly a third of the powder from the vial. A nearly imperceptible, sweetly fragrant, pale blue dust descended like a deadly mist, enveloping the Beast Mountain's massive head. The Beast Mountain sniffed the air, its furious movements abruptly halting, as if it had caught a whiff of something strange. In the next moment, its remaining crimson eye widened in shock, pupils dilating to the edges in sheer terror. The world before it crumbled and twisted, transforming into the most horrifying nightmare. Within the distorted sensory realm wrought by the lethal powder, the dim, damp cellar morphed into an endless, roiling inferno of hellfire. Beneath its feet, the cold stone floor gave way to bubbling, scalding magma, searing its iron boots. Countless tormented souls of farmers it had mercilessly slain, fallen knights. And even the faceless strangers of all ages it could no longer recall emerged from the burning flames, their anguished wails piercing the very soul as they stretched out charred, skeletal arms, desperately grasping at its ankles, attempting to pull it into the depths of the magma. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, hidden atop the barrel, transformed in the frenzied and terror-filled gaze of the Beast Mountain into the very embodiment of its deepest fears and loathings. Its brother, the hunting dog Sandor Creggan, the monstrous figure, its half-face marred by grotesque burned scars, stood amidst the leaping flames, revealing a malevolent and triumphant grin. It raised a colossal sword, ablaze with hellish fire, unleashing a wave of searing heat and hatred as it swung down viciously towards his head. "Sandor, you wretched cur, unrelenting specter, die!" The mountain roared with a deafening cacophony, filled with primal terror and rage. He had descended into madness, his remaining sanity incinerated by boundless fear and fury. No longer did he heed the Valyrian steel dagger, once perhaps of fleeting significance to him, as it clattered to the cold ground. With both hands, he seized the enormous two-handed sword, summoning every ounce of strength capable of shaking city walls. His muscles bulged like rising rock, veins throbbing. As he recklessly swung towards the top of the barrel, the massive oak cask, swinging with abandon, as if to cleave the demon brother that had haunted his life into a myriad of pieces, ensuring no future threat remained. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy oak splintered under the mountain's wrathful force, shattering as if it were mere rotting wood. Blood-red, fragrant wine surged forth like a torrent, drenching the mountain from head to toe, transforming it into a giant of red wine. The viscous liquid soaked his hair, beard, and armor, amplifying his terrifying visage. Yet, rather than quenching his fury, it fanned the flames of his madness, further igniting his frenzied nerves. He was ensnared in the most dreadful of nightmares. Wildly brandishing the great sword, hacking at the air, striking the thick stone pillars supporting the cellar, causing tremors and cascading dust, cleaving through everything within sight. He emitted beastly roars and incomprehensible howls, repetitively bellowing Sandor's name along with a plethora of vile curses, the sound reverberating nearly toppling the cellar's dome. At the moment the mountain swung its sword to cleave the cask, wine pouring down like a waterfall, Chen Mo had already slid down from the top, landing silently, the splattered wine soaking his pant legs. His gaze sharpened like lightning, locking onto the Valyrian steel dagger that had fallen to the ground, still glimmering with a unique dark sheen even amidst the wine, as if it were prey discovered by a hunting cheetah. He swiftly snatched up the heavy, cold dagger, which pulsated with an enigmatic energy, as if alive. The moment he grasped it, the dagger emitted a barely perceptible yet soul-stirring chime, resonating briefly with the steel dagger nestled in his storage pouch. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby wooden crate, violently split by the mountain, revealing a scattering of black arrowheads, glimmering with an obsidian-like sheen, dragon crystal arrowheads, the key to combating the others. Buy one, get one free? Fortune favors me. Chen Mo's heart surged with elation, yet his movements remained unbroken. With his left hand firmly gripping the Valyrian dagger, his right hand swept through the scattered dragon crystal arrowheads with the swiftness of autumn winds, swiftly collecting them into his waist pouch. Behind him, the terrifying clamor wrought by the demon mountain, the sound of a giant sword cleaving, the shattering of wine barrels, the rush of flowing red wine, and the frenzied roars, finally drew the attention of the guards above. The tumultuous footsteps and uncertain shouts echoed from the entrance of the passage, their movement in the cellar. Good heavens, what is that sound? It resembles a battle. And there are screams. Is that the lord of the demon mountain below? What is he doing? Who is he fighting? Chen Mo dared not linger for even a moment, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos unleashed by the demon mountain. The fleeting curtain of flowing red wine formed a temporary cover. The guards above, momentarily paralyzed by the shocking turn of events, hesitated to descend recklessly. Like an agile eel, he swiftly darted into the narrow, dark passage from which he had entered, his figure vanishing into the deeper shadows, leaving behind a scene of devastation and madness. Behind him echoed the frenzied roars and sounds of destruction, reminiscent of a hellish demon's arrival, reverberating throughout the red fortress cellar, mingled with the terrified cries of the guards. These sounds lingered in the cold, damp air, imbued with the sense of wine and blood, creating a haunting resonance. Upon returning, Chen Mo leaned against the cold wall of his humble abode, which, though simple, finally possessed a semblance of home. He secured the door latch and meticulously checked that the windows were tightly shut before releasing a long, relieved sigh. His position as the steward of the herb garden was temporarily stabilized, and the troubles posed by Wang Fatty had been subdued. Yet, he was acutely aware that in this unforgiving realm of cultivation, such fragile tranquility was akin to a fortress built on quicksand, liable to collapse at any moment. Strength, after all, remained paramount. He murmured to himself, a glint of urgency gleaming in his eyes. To enhance his power, relentless personal cultivation was essential, but external aids were equally crucial. Cautiously, he retrieved 2 items from his closely held storage pouch, presenting them as treasures. The first was a dagger, wholly black, seemingly absorbing all surrounding light. Its blade bore a sleek yet perilous design, heavy in his grasp, with a chilling coldness that seeped through his fingertips, as if he were holding not metal, but a shard of eternal ice. Remarkably, the dagger appeared almost alive, subtly emanating a strange, reclusive energy wave, starkly contrasting the lively turbulence of the spiritual energy in the main world. It exuded a sense of quiet, icy sharpness, a legendary Valyrian steel dagger hailing from the ice and fire realm. Next, he revealed a small collection of dark arrowheads. They shimmered with a glassy sheen akin to obsidian, their touch equally frigid yet exhibiting a brittle hardness, as if they contained within them countless fragmented stars. These were the dragon crystal arrowheads. Oh, the legendary specialty of the ice and fire world. Chen Mo caressed the smooth, cold blade of the Valyrian steel dagger with an almost obsessive fascination. The unique chill seemed to penetrate his skin and seep into his bones, invigorating his spirit. In this grand cauldron of cultivation, the main world, one must navigate with the grace of a dragon or the stealth of a tiger. The rules of engagement are not to be taken lightly. As they traversed worlds, the truth of their nature, whether they were true dragons or mere paper tigers, must be thoroughly examined. Conducting tests on the properties of materials from other realms within the medicinal gardens of the main world, Chen Mo was not so reckless. Setting aside the potential for Valyrian steel and dragon crystal to attract unwanted scrutiny, the mere act of testing could create disturbances, such as the brilliant flash of spiritual light when breaking through barriers, or the peculiar sounds and odors that might arise during the purification of impurities by dragon crystals, could easily render him a target for scrutiny. Should a curious inner sect senior brother or, even more ominously, an elder's consciousness sweep through, he would find himself in a precarious predicament. His meager possessions and secrets were hardly sufficient to satisfy their appetites. With urgency propelling his thoughts, he decisively turned his gaze towards the silent bronze door standing in his sea of consciousness. The door, adorned with the emblematic flames of the Game of Thrones realm, though dimmed since its inception, still flickered defiantly like a candle in the wind, refusing to be extinguished. This was the place, the realm of Game of Thrones, the north, the eerie weirwood forest. Chen Mo focused intently, locking onto the coordinates. That place, ancient and serene, rarely trodden by human feet, still bore the faint essence of the children of the forest and the old gods. The low magic rules thrived in chaotic abundance, with far less rejection and suppression of foreign energy than in the main world. It was, indeed, a natural, complementary, and mysteriously atmospheric testing ground. Perfect. As his consciousness made contact, the bronze door opened silently, and he felt the familiar pull, grasping tightly the 2 treasures in his hands. Chen Mo's figure vanished from the stone chamber in an instant. The flow of light and shadow enveloped him, and the intense sensation of weightlessness and dizziness struck once more. Fortunately, after several experiences, Chen Mo had begun to adapt, merely frowning slightly in discomfort. After a brief disorientation, his feet landed firmly on solid ground. A biting cold wind rushed toward him, akin to countless icy needles, carrying with it the scent of pine resin and the heavy aroma of decaying wood, causing him to cough unexpectedly. The scene before him transformed dramatically. He found himself in a strange forest blanketed in pale, white snow. Towering, ghostly weirwood trees twisted and gnarled, their thick branches reaching towards the overcast sky like struggling giant arms. Nearly every rough trunk bore ancient, contorted faces carved into the bark, their hollow eye sockets and expressionless mouths seemingly watching silently and eternally any creature daring to intrude upon this domain. Surrounding him was an eerie silence, broken only by the low wail of the wind as it swept through the treetops, adding to the foreboding and mystery. The energy particles in the air were vibrant yet chaotic, a stark contrast to the orderly spiritual essence of the main world, exuding a primal, untamed, and somewhat tainted aura. This was the manifestation of low magic world rules. Safety first, safety first. Chen Mo shivered, not solely from the cold, but also due to the pervasive, unsettling atmosphere that enveloped this place. He muttered to himself, suppressing the inexplicable flutter in his heart, and deftly began to prepare his setup. From his storage pouch, he retrieved the resilient vines and sharpened hardwood branches he had meticulously prepared, skills learned from the world of wilderness hunters. In no time, several rudimentary yet effective tripwire traps were cleverly concealed beneath the snow and withered leaves, forming a makeshift warning circle around the designated testing area. While these traps would be ineffective against truly extraordinary beings, they would suffice to alert any unwary beasts or lost wanderers. Once everything was in place, Chen Mo rubbed his nearly frozen hands together, exhaling a puff of white mist, his face finally betraying a glimmer of excitement and anticipation. He once again retrieved his experimental apparatus. Test 1. The magical resistance of Valyrian steel. He carefully extracted a crumpled, dull gray robe from his storage pouch. This relic, unearthed from the treasures of the corpulent Wong, was said to be a low-tier magical robe, inscribed with simple protective runes capable of withstanding the spells of a nascent chi practitioner, such as the most basic fireball or ice shard techniques. It was unremarkable within Wong's collection, making it an ideal subject for his tests. Forgive me, dear robe, for the sake of science, or rather, for the advancement of cultivation. Chen Mo murmured as he draped the robe over a sturdy, low-hanging branch, resembling a gray cloak. First, he needed to establish a control group. He produced a gleaming dagger, forged from fine steel, took a deep breath, and channeled the scant energy of his third-layer chi cultivation into his arm, then thrust it forcefully toward the robe. With a soft hiss, a faint luminescence, reminiscent of a soap bubble glistening in sunlight, enveloped the robe's surface, gentle yet resilient. The fine steel dagger struck, feeling as though it had pierced a layer of highly elastic rubber. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but it was also repelled by a supple force. Upon closer inspection, the area where the dagger had made contact bore only a shallow white mark, the luminescence flickering briefly before returning to its original state. The defensive capabilities are satisfactory. It is indeed a commendable low-tier robe, without a doubt. Chen Mo nodded, pleased with his control group. This confirmed the validity of both the testing environment and methodology. Now, the main event was at hand. He inhaled deeply once more, this time gripping the entirely black, ice-cold Valyrian steel dagger. As he infused it with a thread of chi, he was astonished by the smoothness of the energy transfer. As if the dagger itself craved the influx of power, an experience starkly different from the sluggishness he had felt with the fine steel dagger. Aiming for the same spot on the robe where the white mark had been left, Chen Mo focused intently and thrust downward. The sound was distinctly different, deep, abrupt, carrying a texture reminiscent of tearing fabric and an intangible barrier. The moment the tip of the Valyrian steel dagger made contact with the soap bubble-like white protective shield, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Upon the obsidian, matte blade of the dagger, a peculiar dark luminescence, which seemed to flow continuously, suddenly flickered and became distinctly visible. The seemingly resilient white, ethereal shield crumbled as if it had encountered a searing hot iron, shattering into oblivion with a faint, crisp sound, devoid of any struggle or distortion. The ebony dagger, now unimpeded, effortlessly pierced through the stubborn fabric of the robe, its sharp tip emerging from the other side. Throughout this process, the Valyrian steel dagger emitted no remarkable energy fluctuations. It was more akin to a silent repudiation, a natural disintegration of low-tier energy structures. What an astonishing feat! Chen Mo's eyes widened in sheer amazement, a surge of elation overwhelming him, nearly causing him to leap in joy. It was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. This inferior magical attribute was indeed formidable. No wonder it could vanquish those magical constructs in the icy realms. The low-tier ethereal shield of the main world was rendered as fragile as paper before it. He carefully withdrew the dagger, scrutinizing the neat puncture made by the Valyrian steel in the robe, its edges smooth and devoid of any signs of charring or tearing, a pure instance of penetration. He grinned like a fox that had just pilfered a chicken, repeatedly caressing the cool dagger with delight. This instrument was undoubtedly a pivotal weapon for turning the tide in critical moments. Against those reliant on protective talismans, its efficacy would be nothing short of astonishing. His mind began to conjure various scenarios. Testing 2. The demon-slaying attribute of Dragon Crystal. With utmost caution, Chen Mo returned the Valyrian steel dagger to his storage pouch and focused his attention on the pile of dark dragon crystal arrowheads. He selected a pristine arrowhead and securely affixed it to a sturdier branch, the arrowhead pointing skyward. Then, he held his breath, his expression growing gravely serious as he meticulously retrieved a small jade box, crafted from a pale blue stone, from the innermost section of his storage pouch. The box felt icy to the touch, adorned with a yellow paper talisman, inscribed in a somewhat crooked manner with faint spiritual energy, his own rudimentary sealing charm, offering little more than psychological comfort. Gently peeling back the talisman, he opened the jade box. A faint, indescribable stench of decay immediately wafted forth, though exceedingly subtle. It struck him with revulsion. Inside the box, cushioned with oiled paper, lay a small, desiccated fragment of tissue, its texture reminiscent of dried, cured meat. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a severed human fingertip. The outlines of skin and nail were barely discernible. This was collected during his escapade in the realm of the Game of Thrones, while evading the Whites and exploring the cellar of an abandoned castle. It belonged to an unfortunate guard who had succumbed to becoming a corpse demon, the severed digit tainted with the chilling, deathly aura characteristic of such beings. Chen Mo had meticulously preserved it as an extreme negative energy sample. Suppressing his nausea, he pinched his nose and, with a slender twig, cautiously lifted the desiccated, repugnant fragment of the corpse demon's fingertip. Then, he slowly, almost imperceptibly, brought the tissue, imbued with the essence of death and an icy chill, closer to the dragon crystal arrowhead fixed to the branch. It was still half a foot away. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp, jarring sound erupted, reminiscent of a scorching iron pressed against waterlogged, frozen meat. A dense, inky black smoke erupted violently from the withered cadaverous tissue, mingling with a continuous and increasingly shrill hissing sound. An indescribable stench, a noxious blend of burnt flesh, the rot of ancient corpses, and a sulphurous tang, expanded explosively, saturating the air with a foulness that overwhelmed the senses. Chen Mo staggered back, his vision blurring as nausea churned violently in his stomach, threatening to expel the remnants of his last meal. He fought against the discomfort, fixating intently on the scene before him. The desiccated tissue appeared to ignite from within, trembling violently, shrinking, and blackening at an observable rate, with countless tiny black bubbles surfacing. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it completely lost all vitality, emitting a faint, muffled sound as it transformed into a small handful of gray-black, energyless ashes, dissipating into the frigid air, leaving no trace behind. In stark contrast, the dragon crystal arrowhead now emanated a gentle warmth, dispelling its earlier frigid chill. A pure, soothing aura spread outward from it, enveloping the surroundings in a calming embrace, effectively dispelling the inherent chill of the surrounding forest. Purification. Absolute purification. Chen Mo covered his mouth and nose, retreating several paces before daring to breathe deeply. Yet his eyes sparkled with disbelief and astonishment. The effectiveness was astounding. It far surpassed the low-tier exorcism talismans and dispelling symbols from the main world. This was truly a devastating weapon designed to counter the evil. Zombies, specters, and practitioners of dark arts would undoubtedly kneel in submission before such a force. He hurried forward, cautiously retrieving the now warm dragon crystal arrowhead, inspecting it meticulously to confirm its undamaged state, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He swiftly sealed the empty jade box, reapplying the talisman, and tucked it deep within his storage pouch, wary of attracting any unclean entities with the residual aura of this treasure. Test 3. The practical value of the flintlock pistol. Finally, Chen Mo produced the antique French flintlock pistol, a relic bearing the unmistakable marks of its era. A trophy from the world of wild hunters. To practitioners in the main world, it appeared to be an artifact destined for a museum. He adeptly began the loading process, pouring a small amount of mundane gunpowder, acquired from Wang Pongzi, into the barrel, compacting it with a ramrod, and then inserting a round lead ball. The entire procedure was intricate and slow. Raising his firearm, Chen Mo aimed at a fish beam with tree trunk approximately 100 meters away, as thick as a basin. He inhaled deeply and pulled the trigger. A deafening bang erupted, shattering the forest's tranquility. A brilliant flame and billowing acrid smoke erupted from the muzzle, and the tremendous recoil jolted his wrist, sending a tingling sensation through his hand and causing a dull ache in his palm. The lead bullet whistled through the air, striking the distant trunk with considerable force. Chen Mo swiftly approached to assess the impact. Upon inspection, he noted a shallow dent, about half a finger deep, along with a few splintered wood chips scattered around. For such a colossal tree, this damage was nearly negligible. TSK, Chen Mo pursed his lips. He casually picked up a sharp-edged stone from the ground, channeling his internal energy to his fingertips, and flicked it with a swift motion. A soft thud resonated. The stone shot forth like a powerful crossbow bolt, embedding itself deeply into the trunk, creating a cavity that was at least twice the depth of the previous bullet's dent. The surrounding wood fibers were splintered by the force. Sighing, Chen Mo weighed the smoking flintlock in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. Its short range, lack of precision, and unimpressive power, coupled with a cumbersome loading process, made it noisy and conspicuous, akin to a fireworks display. It might suffice against ordinary soldiers devoid of extraordinary powers, but in the realm of cultivation? He shook his head. Cultivators above the third level of Qi refinement were unbound by worldly constraints. With proper precautions, they could activate their protective spiritual energy, rendering the lead bullet almost trivial, akin to a mere tickle, hardly enough to impede their movements. Yet, the precise mechanical structure of the firearm, the firing pin igniting the flint, and the immense energy generated by the explosive powder intrigued him. He stroked his chin, plunging into contemplation. Could the principles of generating instantaneous powerful force through purely mechanical and chemical means be applied elsewhere? A glimmer of inspiration flickered in his mind. What if, instead of gunpowder, he utilized a more stable, potent spiritual stone powder, or directly inscribed gathering and explosive runes? Perhaps creating a spirit energy-driven device akin to a palm thunder that could release a controlled, instantaneous force? This thought flitted fleetingly through his mind, temporarily noted for future consideration. With the 3 tests successfully concluded, yielding results far beyond his expectations, Chen Mo felt an immense sense of satisfaction as he began to clear the remnants of his activities, erasing traps and traces, preparing for his return home. However, just as he grasped the Valyrian steel dagger, ready to stow it in his storage pouch, he paused. Chen Mo's movement abruptly halted, his brow furrowing. He keenly sensed a subtle, yet unmistakable anomaly that should not have arisen. The dagger's weight seemed to have diminished ever so slightly. Had he not possessed a far sharper awareness than others of the same cultivation level, he might have overlooked this minute alteration. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt the peculiar, latent energy emanating from the dagger becoming more vibrant, as if recently indulging in a sumptuous feast. What has it absorbed? Chen Mo abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercingly sweeping across the surrounding silence. The pallid visage of the fishleaf wood forest etched with the faces of long-gone souls. The air was thick with an almost ethereal chill emanating from these ancient trees, a manifestation of the residual power left by the forest's children and the old gods, a reflection of the land's low magic rules. Could it absorb this frigid essence? Would its weight diminish after such absorption? Would its energy fluctuations intensify? Chen Mo fixated on the dagger in his hand, which now appeared increasingly enigmatic, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty and profound contemplation. This characteristic is indeed intriguing. Could it be a glutton, feasting exclusively on this spectral energy? A bold, perhaps even audacious notion began to quietly take shape in his mind, a vision of a swift method to nourish and enhance this formidable weapon. After a moment of reflection, Chen Mo slowly returned the dagger to his storage pouch, casting one last glance at the peculiar fishleaf wood forest. His silhouette gradually faded in the glow of the bronze door, returning to the stone house of the main world's medicinal garden, leaving behind disordered footprints and traces of his exploration, which were soon blanketed by the fresh snowfall, as if no one had ever tread there. Only the ancient, hollow faces carved into the trees continued to gaze blankly at all that transpired. Chapter 20. The celestial eye of the auction having resolved the burdensome issue of Wang Fatty and established a preliminary foothold in the medicinal garden with the exclusive formula of cold essence powder. Chen Mo felt a slight easing of his financial constraints. Although the spirit stones remained scarce, akin to the meager moisture at the bottom of a parched riverbed, he was relieved to no longer be in the abject poverty that had left him yearning for even the most inferior spirit stones. The several inferior spirit stones from Wang Fatty's inheritance now lay heavily at the bottom of his storage pouch, radiating a reassuring glow. It was time to venture into the outer gate market. On this day, after handling the mundane affairs of the medicinal garden and discreetly enhancing the few mutated drunken immortal grass plants used as materials for the cold essence powder, Chen Mo rubbed his hands together, a smile blooming on his face reminiscent of a newly affluent landowner eager to indulge in spending. He sought treasures, sought whispers of news, and aimed to discover materials that might elevate his consciousness or bear runes. The spirit-binding runes were indeed effective, yet they consumed too much blue essence. His foundational consciousness must be fortified. The outer gate market sprawled across a broad valley at the foot of Qinglan Sect's outer mountain gate, bustling with the same vibrant chaos as a marketplace in the mortal realm. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, bargaining voices, and boastful proclamations intertwined with the fragrant aroma of elixirs, the refreshing essence of spirit herbs, the sharp scent of metals, and an unavoidable hint of sweat and dust, painting a vivid and noisy tableau of the lower echelons of the cultivation world. Top-quality fine iron ore, the unrivaled choice for crafting flying sword prototypes, fair to all, with generous quantities. An ancestral healing elixir, black jade healing ointment, just a dab for severed limbs. Refund in spirit stones for ineffectiveness. Don't miss out as you pass by. Recently excavated mysterious jade slips from ancient cultivator caves, containing supreme secret methods of the Tao. Only 50 inferior spirit stones. A rare opportunity not to be missed. Chen Mo donned a clean and tidy outfit befitting a steward, skillfully concealing his meager aura of the third layer of chi refinement, ensuring he neither appeared insignificant nor overly conspicuous. He moved through the bustling crowd and vibrant stalls like a seasoned and vigilant hunter, his keen gaze meticulously sifting through every potential target. His objectives for this excursion were clear. First, to seek special materials capable of better accommodating intricate runes, facilitating a smoother transmission of spiritual energy or consciousness, with hopes of optimizing the spiritual confinement rune on his Valyrian steel dagger, or preparing for the crafting of other rune-based weapons in the future. Second, to find spiritual items that could nurture and enhance the strength of his consciousness, which was his most pressing need at present. Unfortunately, while his aspirations soared, reality was starkly disappointing. After wandering for most of the day, his legs felt as if they might wither away, and the objects of his interest were either exorbitantly priced, causing his recently plumped storage bag to tremble, or were gaudy yet hollow trinkets, their inner emptiness palpable with a mere sweep of his consciousness. Alas, it seemed that every realm was the same. The depths were perilous and the goods dubious, and the cultivation world was no exception. Chen Mo sighed in disappointment, massaging his slightly throbbing temples, ready to return home to contemplate how to cultivate more iron moss, a far more practical endeavor. At that moment, a louder and more exuberant clamor erupted from the opulent, three-story wooden pavilion at the heart of the market, the treasure-gathering pavilion. Hurry and see. The monthly treasure appraisal auction at the treasure-gathering pavilion has begun. I hear there are several headline treasures this time. Even several inner disciples have been stirred. Is that true? Let us go. The crowd surged like ripples spreading across a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone, with more people magnetically drawn towards the entrance of the pavilion. The once spacious street became instantly congested. Chen Mo found himself swept along with the throng, moving forward against his will. He had no intention of joining such revelry, as his scant supply of spirit stones could hardly withstand any tempest. However, upon reflection, he thought it wise to witness the commotion. Even if he could not afford to buy anything, broadening his horizons might yield useful information. Thus, he too squeezed into the vast, brightly lit hall of the treasure-gathering pavilion, carried along by the excited crowd. Inside, the hall was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside, adorned with intricately carved beams and lavish decorations. It was now bustling with people and filled with a cacophony of voices. At the front stood a half-human-height mahogany platform, the designated display area for auction items. An elderly man, with white hair and beard, adorned in a brocade robe that exuded an ethereal aura, was carefully showcasing the auction pieces, his voice booming and robust, cutting through the din of the crowd. The first item for auction, a low-grade magic weapon, the Qinglan sword. Crafted from refined steel infused with a touch of cold iron, it slices through metal like mud, effortlessly severing hair. It also possesses a slight armor-piercing effect. Truly an excellent choice for chi refinement disciples for self-defense and sparring. Starting bid, 30 low-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 2 stones. 35. I bid 38. 40. The bidding resonated with fervor, and the atmosphere in the hall escalated rapidly. Ultimately, the azure sword was acquired by an outer sect disciple, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, for the price of 55 spirit stones. Chen Mo stifled a yawn. A flying sword? He was accustomed to daggers, finding them more discreet and manageable. Moreover, the craftsmanship of this azure sword struck him as rather crude, lacking the innate prowess of a Valyrian steel dagger. The second item up for bid was a fragment of an ancient jade tablet. The material was archaic and its age indeterminate, suspected to contain records of a long-lost alchemical formula or martial art. Opportunity mingled with risk. The starting bid was set at 20 inferior spirit stones. Chen Mo's spiritual sense swept over it. The jade tablet exuded a dim aura, its surface marred by cracks, casting doubt on whether its contents could even be deciphered. The odds were overwhelmingly against it. As anticipated, only a handful of individuals tentatively placed bids, resulting in the item ultimately remaining unsold. The third item, a century-old bloodening sock. Its condition was impeccable, brimming with medicinal potency, making it an excellent ingredient for the concoction of various healing elixirs. The starting bid was 15 inferior spirit stones. Chen Mo curled his lip. A century-old spirit herb? The bone-eating flowers in his medicinal garden, nourished by iron moss, were thriving and on the verge of mutating into an unknown variety. To him, this bloodening sow was akin to mere weeds, unremarkable. Subsequently, a few low-tier talismans and some refining materials were auctioned off. Though the competition was fierce, none captured Chen Mo's interest significantly. Leaning against a pillar in the corner, he began to ponder whether it would be prudent to slip away to avoid temptation. It was not until the final featured item was delicately presented on stage by two ethereal maidens, their beauty accentuated by their sheer veils, that the atmosphere shifted. When the red silk cloth covering the item was gently lifted by the venerable appraiser, a profound silence enveloped the bustling hall. As if a powerful spell of hush had been cast, rendering the space so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to the gem, unable to waver. It was a stone the size of a pigeon's egg, exhibiting an extraordinary depth reminiscent of the cosmos itself. It lay serenely upon a lavish black velvet cushion, its interior seemingly harboring a miniature, functioning universe. Countless minute particles, twinkling like stars, rotated slowly within, ebbing and flowing, forming a resplendent and enigmatic nebula. The aura it emitted was not one of intense energy, but rather an ineffable essence that penetrated the depths of the soul, inducing a profound tranquility, as if all distractions were smoothed away, while simultaneously evoking a sense of insignificance, as if one could glimpse the endless mysteries of the universe. Esteemed friends, the appraiser's voice shattered the silence, imbued with uncontainable excitement, even trembling slightly, clearly holding this gem in high regard. This item is known as the Eye of the Starry Sky. Its origins are enigmatic, neither metal nor jade, possessing a peculiar texture, impervious to fire and water, and resistant to blade and sword. After a collective appraisal by numerous experts, it has been determined that wearing this item consistently fosters great serenity and dispels inner demons, with the sole limitation being its exclusivity to the chi refining stage. The starting bid is set at 100 inferior spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10. A sharp intake of breath followed. A sudden gasp echoed throughout the venue, as if the air in a small area had been instantaneously siphoned away. 100 low-grade spirit stones. This price, astronomical to the vast majority of Outer Sect disciples who toiled perilously for mere handfuls of spirit stones, was indeed a staggering figure. It was enough to purchase several decent low-tier magical artifacts or exchange for a considerable amount of cultivation elixirs. In an instant, nearly everyone in the hall displayed expressions of trepidation. The bidders were few, limited to a handful of individuals in the front rows, who appeared affluent and exuded a palpable aura of strength, cautiously testing the waters with slow increments. The atmosphere felt somewhat desolate and stagnant. 110. A voice resonated flatly. 120. Another voice followed from a different direction. 130. The increments were modest, revealing a sense of caution. After all, the starry eyes effects were merely auxiliary and perceptive, not directly enhancing cultivation or serving as offensive or defensive artifacts. Its value remained somewhat nebulous. Moreover, over 100 spirit stones was by no means a trivial sum for the Inner Sect disciples. However, the moment the starry eye appeared, deep within Chen Mo's sea of consciousness, that bronze door erupted as if it had been plunged into a cauldron of molten iron, bursting open with a resounding crash. A tremendous tremor ensued, far more intense than any sensation he had felt from Valyrian steel or dragon crystal, a force akin to awakening a slumbering beast of ancient times, which roared with greedy urgency. The tarnished copper rust on the door was violently stripped away by an unseen force, cascading down to reveal an even older, intricate, dark golden base imbued with a primal and mysterious essence. Countless twisted, indescribable symbols, seemingly from an era long before, writhed and coiled around the doorframe, ultimately coalescing into dazzling golden lines that appeared to be forged from pure energy. A terrifying force, almost maddening in its intensity, akin to the gravitational pull of a cosmic black hole, surged forth from within the door, transcending the boundaries of his consciousness, its target resolutely fixed upon the starry eye on the high platform. The yearning emanating from the bronze door was crystal clear. Acquire the object from the realm of the mysterious sovereign. It must be obtained. Chen Mo, overwhelmed by this sudden upheaval, turned pale, his form barely swaying as he grasped the nearby pillar to steady himself. A surge of alarm gripped his heart as he instantly comprehended. This item originates from the realm of the mysterious sovereign, and it holds paramount importance for the bronze door. This intense desire surpassed any he had experienced before. It even eclipsed the very need to traverse worlds. The bronze door seemed to convey a message. To miss this chance would be to face irreparable regret. The appraiser on the platform, noticing the bidding had stagnated at 130 spirit stones, appeared to sense the lull, preparing to inquire whether anyone else would bid or to commence a countdown. In that fleeting moment, a voice resounded from the corner of the hall, not particularly loud yet imbued with a resolute finality. Echoing with a sense of irrevocable determination, 150 low-grade spirit stones. It pierced through the air, clear and vibrant in every listener's ear. After a fleeting moment of silence, a greater uproar ensued. All gazes instantly converged, like searchlights, upon the source of the sound, a young man leaning against a pillar, clad in the plain attire of a menial servant, appearing youthful with merely the cultivation of the third layer of chi refinement. 150 low-grade spirit stones. Who is this individual? Has he lost his mind? All for a stone that merely possesses an aesthetically pleasing facade. With practical efficacy limited to the chi refinement stage, this price could easily procure 2 commendable low-tier magical artifacts. Could he be a young master from a renowned cultivation family, venturing into the mundane world? Yet, his attire hardly suggests such a background. The inner disciples in the front row, who had been partaking in the bidding, furrowed their brows and turned their heads, scrutinizing Chen Mo with sharp eyes, their expressions revealing a blend of appraisal, astonishment, and a hint of displeasure at being disrupted. Chen Mo felt the weight of myriad gazes upon him, some filled with surprise, others with confusion, a few mocking him as though he were a fool, and many openly displaying greed. His heart bled. 150 spirit stones. This astronomical sum was nearly the entirety of Wang Fatty's inheritance, supplemented by an advance on 3 months of his meager salary as the garden steward. Once expended, he would find himself destitute once more. Yet, the frenzied tremors and insatiable pull of the bronze door within his sea of consciousness left him utterly convinced that the value of the celestial eye far surpassed the 150 spirit stones. This mysterious portal had never exhibited such unruly behavior before. The appraiser on stage momentarily paused, scrutinizing Chen Mo as if to ascertain whether he was attempting to cause a disturbance. However, upon meeting Chen Mo's pale, yet resolutely determined gaze, coupled with an undeniable aura of sincerity, the elder quickly regained his composure. Fearing a withdrawal, he brought down his small golden hammer with a resounding thud upon the table, exclaiming loudly, 150 low-grade spirit stones. This esteemed friend bids 150. Is there a higher offer? 150 for the first time. 150 for the second time. 150 for the third time. Sold. The celestial eye belongs to this steward. Congratulations to the friend for acquiring this wondrous treasure. With a finality that echoed throughout the hall, Chen Mo gritted his teeth, stepping forward to the backstage to claim his auction prize under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. His hands trembled slightly, a mix of exhilaration and heartache coursing through him. Chen Mo retrieved small fabric pouches filled with spirit stones from his storage bag and hastily pinned an IOU for the advance on his salary, backed by the treasure-gathering pavilion, allowing him to barely assemble the required 150 spirit stones. As the celestial eye, warm to the touch and seemingly harboring a miniature universe with its flowing starlight, settled into his palm, an upheaval erupted. The bronze door in his sea of consciousness burst forth, radiating a brilliant golden light that devoured all. In an instant, the light enveloped him entirely, along with the celestial eye in his grasp. The next moment, Chen Mo's figure, alongside the exorbitantly priced gem he had just acquired, flickered like a soap bubble under the sun, vanishing without a trace. Within the confines of the treasure pavilion, an unprecedented chaos erupted, accompanied by frenzied speculations. However, the instigator of this tumult, Chen Mo, was already beyond the reach of these events. Chapter 21. The protective ritual of Beckland, the sensation of weightlessness and vertigo brought on by this temporal displacement, was 100-fold more intense than being pursued by a horde of ravenous zombies in a post-apocalyptic world. Chen Mo felt as though he had been forcibly thrust into a kaleidoscope, spinning at a high velocity, its interior smeared with inferior paint. Countless distorted, shattered, and bizarre shadows flickered before his eyes, elongating and warping, rendering any concrete imagery utterly indecipherable. More terrifying still, a cacophony of sharp, jarring, and nonsensical utterances, seemingly emanating from the depths of an abyss, pierced his ears like a multitude of cold, barbed steel needles, burrowing into his mind and stirring his very soul. The only action he could muster was to cling desperately to the last vestige of clarity, exerting all his strength to grasp the warm, starry orb in his hand. The gem emanated a peculiar, gentle coolness, akin to a solitary lighthouse amidst a storm, serving as the sole anchor tethering him to reality, barely preventing him from becoming irrevocably lost or driven mad amidst the tumultuous currents of time and the pollution of his psyche. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was but a fleeting moment, or perhaps it spanned an eternity. Bang! With a muted thud, his feet finally made contact with a solid surface, the sheer force of inertia causing him to stumble, nearly dropping to one knee. A complex and unfamiliar scent surged into his nostrils, a faint whiff of coal smoke. The dampness brought forth by the Thames, the pungent odor of horse manure, and the unmistakably stale air of the early industrial era, tinged with steel, steam, and untreated industrial fumes. No longer did silence reign in the wilderness, nor the relentless groans of the undead. Instead, he was greeted by the melodious chimes of horse-drawn carriages, the rapid clatter of hard-soled shoes against cobblestones, and the conversations of passers-by, enriched with the unique cadence of Rune and the Beckland accent. Fresh oysters. Just arrived from Priai's port. A dozen for merely 5 pence. Extra. Extra. A violent gang clash has erupted in the East End. Suspicious traces have been discovered at the scene, with night watchmen now involved, suspected to be linked to extraordinary powers. Good sir, would you care for a shoe shine? I guarantee your footwear will shine as brightly as new. Chen Mo shook his head, as if it were filled with glue and still buzzing with noise. Battling the intense nausea and the profound fatigue that tugged at his soul, he endeavored to straighten his posture and survey his surroundings. The architecture bore the hallmark of typical Victorian style. Terraced houses constructed of red brick, neat yet somewhat stifling, cast-iron gas lamps standing sentry along the streets. Ladies adorned in corseted gowns, their delicate feathered hats perched atop their heads, entwined with their male companions. Gentlemen in tailored suits, high-crowned black top hats, and civilized canes, hurrying along. The air was thick with a facade of orderly conduct, yet beneath it simmered a restless and complex atmosphere. After inquiring around, it became abundantly clear. This was Beckland. Undoubtedly, the realm of the enigmatic lord, the capital of the kingdom of Rune, the land of hope, the metropolis of all. Before he could thoroughly examine further details, the bronze door, which had just completed an exceedingly unstable bout of veracity, did not succumb to silence as it usually did. Instead, it continued to tremble violently. The newly formed, resplendent yet frigid golden patterns on the doorframe flickered like erratic circuits, and a torrent of cold, explicit streams of information surged into Chen Mo's consciousness. Warning: entering a high-sequence rule suppression zone. Degree of rule suppression: severe. Non-native supernatural powers, spiritual energy and consciousness from the cultivation system, detected undergoing exclusion and suppression by world rules. Current cultivation level under suppression. Qi refinement stage 3 suppressed to sequence 9. Initial extraordinary characteristics manifested, but without corresponding potions or acting methods for assimilation. Notice: excessive use or exposure of suppressed powers in this world will significantly increase the probability of being observed by high-tier entities, losing spiritual control, or encountering unknown dangers. Simultaneously, an icy dread, far surpassing the chilling winds of the north, seized Chen Mo's heart. This was not the straightforward physical threat he faced from zombies, nor the blatant survival of the fittest in the cultivation realm. It was a deeper, more enigmatic, and ineffable terror. The waters of this world were deep enough to drown true deities. Various secret organizations, righteous churches, cultists of malevolent gods, and incomprehensible entities thrived here. With a mere misstep, one might not even realize how they perished or who was responsible, and even in death, their soul could be dragged away by certain entities to serve as eternal laborers. Survive. I must survive. Discretion is golden, caution is life. Here, curiosity not only kills the cat, but also ensures that the cat meets a most gruesome and restless end. Chen Mo fervently urged himself, forcefully suppressing his discomfort from the recent transition and his curiosity about this unfamiliar world. His primary task was survival. The immediate priority was to find a secure and reliable refuge. He strained to recall the strategies he had read in his past life, the storyline of the novel Lord of the Mysteries. Swiftly identifying the target area in the Northern District. That place was a gathering ground for the middle class and professionals of Beakland, with relatively good public safety. Situated neither too far nor too close to St. Samuel's Church, theoretically within the routine patrol range of the Night Watchers, yet not overly conspicuous. He adjusted his attire. A robe that seemed respectable in the main world but appeared somewhat out of place here due to its material and style. Striving to present himself as a young gentleman just emerging from the countryside, somewhat awkward yet still presentable, if one overlooked his pallid complexion and the fatigue beneath his eyes. He raised his hand to hail a carriage. To the Northern District, Minsk Street, Chen Mo instructed the driver in slightly stiff yet grammatically correct runic, an ability bestowed upon him by the bronze door after traversing multiple worlds. The carriage clattered along the cobbled streets as Chen Mo observed the grand city from the window in silence. Prosperity coexisted with filth, hope intertwined with despair, and the realms of mystery and mundanity lay but a thin veil apart. Upon alighting in the Northern District, Chen Mo generously counted out a few copper pennies to pay for his fare, having acquired the money rather casually from several seemingly affluent merchants. He began his leisurely search in the vicinity of Minsk Street. This street, tranquil and orderly, was lined with uniformed terraced houses, each adorned with quaint gardens, exuding a sense of restrained dignity that met his requirements. Chen Mo primarily focused on which establishments displayed signs indicating rooms for rent. After an extensive search and comparison, he ultimately found himself in front of a particularly clean and respectable three-story terraced house. A small notice indicating a room for rent was affixed to a window on the second floor. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo approached and rang the doorbell. The door quickly swung open to reveal an elderly lady with a kindly visage, her hair a distinguished white, meticulously styled, and framed by gold-rimmed glasses. She donned a simple dark long dress and a pristine apron, her gaze warm and serene. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" she inquired, her voice gentle, imbued with a calmness that suggested a lifetime of experience. "Good afternoon, madam," Chen Mo replied, striving to make his spoken ruin sound more natural, inclining slightly. "I noticed that you have a room for rent and would like to inquire about the details." "Yes, young man. I am Mrs. Smith," she said, her face brightening with a soft smile as she stepped aside to allow him entry. "Please come in. The wind is quite strong outside. The room is on the second floor. You may first see if it meets your satisfaction." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Mo entered the house. The foyer was immaculate, adorned with a carpet, and the air carried a faint scent of lemon and beeswax, revealing the owner's penchant for cleanliness. The room on the second floor faced south. It was modest in size yet well furnished, featuring a single bed, a wardrobe, a writing desk, a chair, and a small fireplace. The window afforded decent light and a view of the street below. Overall, it appeared both clean and comfortable. "Weekly rent is 12 pennies, sir, which includes breakfast. A deposit is required along with the first payment," Mrs. Smith explained. As Chen Mo assessed the room, he subconsciously summoned the faint, suppressed awareness that the world's rules had rendered almost pitiably weak, cautiously sweeping through every corner of the space like a gentle breeze. It was indeed clean, in the physical sense, free of dust and stains. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Was it too clean? Or perhaps it was the almost excessively pristine aura in the air, imbued with a faint, ethereal sanctity? Or was it the gaze of Mrs. Smith, peering through her gold-rimmed lenses? Her expression was warm, her smile impeccable. Yet deep within her eyes lay a tranquil depth reminiscent of an ancient well, seemingly capable of piercing through his facade of calmness and the secret that set him apart from this world. This subtle sensation set off a warning bell in Chen Mo's mind, yet he maintained an unflinching exterior. The safety of the Northern District, the reasonably priced rent, and the condition of the room itself all aligned with his needs. Perhaps this slight sense of unease hinted that things were not so simple, which may not necessarily be a bad omen. At least it did not suggest a den of cultists. "The room is splendid, madam. I am quite satisfied." Chen Mo quelled the inexplicable chill in his heart and resolved to rent the space. He needed to settle down quickly to study the eye of the starry sky and adapt to this world. "Very well." Mrs. Smith smiled gently, retrieving a standard rental agreement from the drawer in the living room. Chen Mo took the pen, signing a premeditated pseudonym, Charles Chun. and paid the first week's rent along with a security deposit. As the brass key slipped into his palm, he felt as though he were grasping a slightly warm hot potato. With the key in hand, he expressed his gratitude once more before hastily ascending the stairs to enter his temporary room, locking the door firmly behind him and meticulously checking the security of the lock. A safe haven. He must construct a sanctuary immediately. A strong sense of urgency compelled him to act without delay. The first thing he did was approach the street-facing window, drawing the thick, dark velvet curtains tightly shut, blocking any potential prying eyes from the outside. Instantly, the room dimmed, illuminated only by the faint glow of embers about to extinguish in the fireplace. Taking a deep breath, he carefully extracted a dozen glistening, cold dragon crystal arrowheads from his storage pouch. These peculiar crystals from the world of ice and fire were the most potent items he possessed, known for their exceptional purifying effects against negative energies and corrupted entities. Rely on you, dragon crystal arrowheads. Chen Mo recalled the pure, warm energy field emitted by the dragon crystals during his tests in the Yuliangmu forest, which dispelled malevolence. He embedded the arrowheads into the corners of the floor in the bedroom, living room, and study area, meticulously sealing them with a special wax infused with a touch of lead powder and unique herbs from the main world, ensuring that the energy would not excessively leak while forming a stable triangular configuration. The moment the last arrowhead was embedded and sealed with wax, a gentle yet firm invisible force field connected the 3 points, resonating throughout the room. The air within seemed to be filtered by an imperceptible, finely woven sieve, becoming extraordinarily fresh as a faint warmth, reminiscent of the gentle sun on a winter afternoon, spread throughout, quietly dispelling the lingering chill and Chen Mo's subtle unease, allowing his taut nerves to relax ever so slightly. It worked. A rudimentary dragon crystal triangular protective formation. Chen Mo let out a long breath, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Although exceedingly simplistic, bordering on rudimentary, this setup should suffice in dispelling low-tier vengeful spirits, alerting him to the encroachment of malevolent energies, and providing a modicum of mental sanctuary. This gave him a semblance of security, yet it was not enough. Pondering with a glimmer of caution and a hint of mischievousness in his eyes, Chen Mo sought to add an element of intimidation, to make any potential onlookers reconsider their intentions. From the depths of his storage pouch, he carefully retrieved a petite glass vial, meticulously wrapped in layers of talisman paper. He cautiously began to peel away the talisman layers, as if defusing a bomb. Within the glass vial, a minuscule quantity of desiccated, blackened organic fragments, reminiscent of coal ash or tar, lay ensconced. This peculiar memento was meticulously scraped from the cranium of an exceptionally robust and unfortunate zombie in the world of Busan. It had undergone a specialized treatment to suppress its vitality, yet an exceedingly faint essence of chaotic distortion, imbued with corrosive and frenzied undertones, was deliberately preserved. While this substance held no significance in the primary realm, in this world, it radiated an aura of danger, an ominous warning to stay away. With great care, he placed this foreboding little vial beneath the carpet at the center of a triangular array, gently weighting down the edge of the carpet with a piece of furniture. He chuckled to himself, contemplating that should any unwary extraordinary thief or enigmatic intruder venture in and pry open his floor, the mere sight of this object would surely instill a moment of dread and contemplation within them. Chen Mo felt quite satisfied with his blusterous stratagem. Perhaps they would even surmise that a mad recluse studying abyssal curses or otherworldly taint resided within. Such thoughts would deter any casual provocation. Just as he completed this arrangement and straightened his back, ready to catch his breath and delve into the enigma of the starry eye that had driven the bronze door to madness, a gentle, rhythmic knocking echoed. Startled, his heart raced, and his muscles tensed instantaneously, yet he compelled himself to relax. Quickly, he adjusted his facial expression to resemble that of an ordinary tenant who had just moved in and appeared somewhat fatigued, then opened the door. Mrs. Smith stood outside, holding a plate of steaming, tantalizing cookies that emanated the inviting aromas of ginger and cinnamon, her smile warm and welcoming. "Welcome to 15, Minsk Street, young man. A small token of my kindness. Gingerbread I baked myself, hoping it suits your taste." "Thank you, madam. You are exceedingly gracious." Chen Mo swiftly accepted the plate, donning a polite and appreciative smile. He inhaled deeply. The cookie's rich fragrance was devoid of any peculiar scent. "I hope you enjoy the tranquility here. Should you need anything, feel free to come downstairs and let me know," Mrs. Smith remarked, her gaze seemingly drifting through the living room, lingering almost imperceptibly longer at the center of the carpet that Chen Mo had recently disturbed, concealing the abyssal curse. A fleeting glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes. almost too swift for Chen Mo to perceive, leaving him to wonder if he had imagined it. "Thank you once again, Mrs. Smith," he reiterated. "Do rest well," she gently concluded, turning and descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. Chen Mo held the plate of aromatic gingerbread, closed the door, and leaned against the cold door panel. The smile that had graced his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a grave expression and an indescribable sense of vigilance. This landlady was undoubtedly formidable, he mused quietly to himself, raising the alarm within his mind to its utmost level. This seemingly tranquil abode in the northern district was likely far from ordinary. He cast a glance at the gingerbread in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately dared not to indulge, carefully placing it upon the desk. In this unpredictable world, caution is never excessive. Chapter 22. The cipher of Rossel's diary. Having settled into the temporary safe house at 15 Minsk Street, North Bakeland, and confirmed that the eye of the starry sky exhibited no immediate anomalies, the bronze door seemed to succumb to a digesting silence. Yet, Chen Mo's taut nerves dared not to relax in the slightest. In this inscrutable realm, where pathways of sequences intertwine and high-level entities may cast their gaze, his cultivation, suppressed to a mere equivalent of sequence 9 and devoid of potions or disguises, rendered him as vulnerable as if he were exposed to the elements. The urgency of self-preservation loomed large, especially in the face of insidious curses, mental manipulations, whispering pollutants from hidden entities, and a plethora of bizarre extraordinary abilities. The protective talismans from the main world diminished significantly in efficacy here, potentially inciting unnecessary troubles due to the disparity in energy properties. He urgently sought to acquire the indigenous esoteric knowledge of this world, particularly techniques related to the soul and spiritual defenses. Direct access to a systematic, high-sequence inheritance was evidently a fanciful dream. Thus, what was the most cost-effective, relatively accessible route that might harbor invaluable knowledge? The answer sprang to mind almost instantaneously: the diary of Emperor Rossel. The diary penned in Chinese by that esteemed traveler was considered an arcane text to the natives of this world, yet for Chen Mo, it was the key to uncovering the profound secrets of this realm. Within its pages lay countless insights into esoteric symbols, information on the paths of sequences, and even glimpses into the very essence of the world. Even deciphering a fragment could yield tremendous rewards. The desire to obtain Rossel's diary grew overwhelmingly intense. He donned a relatively respectable black suit that would not appear too conspicuous in this world, placed a round hat that obscured half his face upon his head, and adjusted his appearance in the vague glass mirror of the room, transforming himself into an ordinary, perhaps young employee of a bank or office. Then, taking a deep breath, he buried the vigilance born from another world deep within his gaze, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Guided by the faint hints of the bronze door in his sea of consciousness, which resonated with the aura of the same source traversal, along with the memory of a renowned gathering place for extraordinary individuals frequently visited by the protagonist Klein, he lowered his hat's brim and melded into the bustling crowd of Bakeland. Winding through alleys thick with the scent of fish, cheap tobacco, and low-quality alcohol, he eventually arrived near the dock area. At last, an unremarkable entrance leading underground came into view. Above it hung a weathered wooden sign, its inscriptions faded but legible: the Braveheart Tavern. After paying a £1 entrance fee, though not his own money, it still caused a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth as he continually reassured himself that this was a necessary investment. Chen Mo was led to the kitchen by a taciturn bartender, his muscles bulging and eyes fierce. The bartender wordlessly pulled open a heavy barrel, exuding a sour scent of malt fermentation, revealing a concealed dark door behind it. Beyond that threshold lay another realm. The light abruptly dimmed, illuminated only by a few kerosene lamps and torches fixed to the walls. The air was thick with swirling smoke, mingling the pungent aroma of inferior cigars, the scent of sweat, cheap perfume, and an indescribable, faintly extraordinary essence emanating from those of exceptional paths, creating a stifling atmosphere. Approximately a dozen figures were dispersed across the modest space, some perched upon wooden crates shrouded in shadow, others leaning against the cold stone walls. Their appearances varied. Some were cloaked in heavy robes, others donned bizarre bird-like masks, while some bore intricate tattoos obscuring their features, and others merely concealed the lower halves of their faces with scarves. Their auras ranged from cold and serpentine like lurking venom, to frenzied and oppressive like smoldering flames, to the stillness of a parched abyss. It was a quintessential gathering of anonymous extraordinary beings, existing in a gray area. Chen Mo's arrival caught the attention of several furtive glances, like icy tendrils skimming over him, seemingly assessing his threat level and value as a potential target. He immediately hunched slightly, striving to appear more ordinary and innocuous, while suppressing his heightened awareness within, daring not to reveal even a hint of it. Newcomer? Codename? A hoarse voice, as if its vocal cords had been rasped by sandpaper, emanated from the deepest shadows. The figure remained unseen. Only a deeper darkness could be sensed in that corner. Gardener. Chen Mo lowered his voice, mimicking a somewhat clumsy rune accent in a brief reply. He chose this codename as a wry nod to his profession in his primary world, a touch of self-mockery and remembrance. The proceedings of the gathering were straightforward, free trade, conducted anonymously, with items passed through the enigmatic convener or his attendants concealed in shadow. Some offered talismans adorned with twisted symbols, emanating faint spiritual vibrations. Others whispered urgently, seeking primary materials for a certain series of potions, their voices laced with eagerness and longing. Some dealt in intelligence regarding a small cult stronghold or the patrol routes of official extraordinary squads. The bizarre array of exchanges unveiled information that painted a more vivid picture of the dangers lurking within this world. He patiently listened, much like the most diligent of hunters, quietly gathering streams of information while awaiting his quarry. At last, midway through the gathering, a similarly hoarse voice, belonging to a figure dubbed Viper, broke the silence. Wrapped in a voluminous, hooded dark robe, their form was nearly indiscernible. I am offering 3 pages of the original diary fragments of Emperor Roselle. The figure brandished the aged, frayed edges of the yellowed paper, bearing intriguing symbols and patterns that perhaps concealed long-lost secrets. The highest bidder wins. Or one may barter items that significantly enhance spiritual perception or soothe the mind. There was a slyness in the voice, clearly aware of the allure this item held for certain individuals, yet unable to guarantee its actual worth. The target had emerged. Chen Mo's spirit lifted. Yet he maintained an outward calmness. An item to enhance spiritual perception or soothe the mind. He just happened to possess such a thing. He refrained from speaking immediately, allowing a moment to pass, only to discover that the surroundings seemed devoid of any response. Evidently, for most extraordinary individuals, the indecipherable Roselle diary held far less value than a practical talisman or potion ingredient. I possess an item that may align with your needs. Chen Mo replied in a deliberately hoarse and subdued tone, ensuring that no one could recognize him by his voice. He cautiously retrieved a small, white jade vial from his bosom, actually extracting it from his storage pouch with a flick of his hand. The vial's design, reminiscent of the primary world, appeared somewhat out of place in this realm of steam and machinery. Within the jade vessel, a few crystalline droplets exuded a faint chill, akin to the frozen dew of dawn. This was his product, the result of diluting the essence of the ghost orchid 100-fold, which he had named Clear Heart Essence. It possessed a subtle ability to calm the mind and soothe restless spirits. In the primary world, this item was deemed of little value due to its mild effects and the availability of its ingredients in his apothecary. But here, a silent attendant approached, receiving the jade vial from Chen Mo's hand and passing it to the shadowy figure of the serpent. The serpent accepted the vial, removed the similarly jade-crafted stopper, and refrained from consuming or sniffing it directly. Instead, he delicately dipped a slender silver probe into the liquid, observing it closely before cautiously bringing it near his nose. Wafting the scent gently, a flicker of surprise and satisfaction flashed in his murky eyes hidden beneath his hood. An extraordinary carrier with an icy attribute? The calming effect was remarkably pure and gentle, almost devoid of impurities. Indeed, it was an excellent auxiliary material, particularly suitable for apprentices or those prone to spiritual instability. He was evidently discerning, or rather, he had an urgent need for such items. Without further hesitation, he promptly handed over the 3 fragile, yellowed pages of the diary to the attendant, rasping, "It's a deal." The transaction concluded smoothly, and the attendant returned the 3 pages to Chen Mo. They felt slightly heavy in his grasp, the paper brittle, imbued with the unique dry scent of historical dust and a faint, indescribable residue of spirituality. Chen Mo held it as if it were a precious treasure, suppressing the urge to study it immediately. He carefully stowed it in his inner pocket and discreetly rose, slipping away like a shadowy raccoon from that perilous and oppressive basement. Upon returning to the safe house at 15 Minsk Street, he locked the door, drew the curtains, and barely pausing for breath, he eagerly seated himself at the desk. Under the steady, albeit dim, light of the gas lamp, he meticulously retrieved the 3 pages of the diary. The paper was indeed ancient and yellowed, with a unique texture suggesting the incorporation of some extraordinary material for prolonged preservation. It was filled with distorted, bizarre symbols, starkly different from rune script, interspersed with numerous incomprehensible geometric patterns, astrological charts, and scrawled Chinese characters. Yes, although some characters appeared slightly deformed, mingled with initials of pinyin and peculiar abbreviations, Chen Mo recognized them at a glance. Those were indeed Chinese characters. This is the very text that drives countless extraordinary individuals of ruin to madness, a language deemed forbidden by the god of steam and machinery, Roselian. A wave of exhilaration surged within. Indeed, only a traveler can decipher the secret codes of another traveler. He endeavored to read directly. On the XDH day of the XDH month, it was raining yet again. The weather in this cursed place was more absurd than London. Attending that salon, the perfume of those noble ladies nearly overwhelmed me, as if an entire bottle had been spilled. The disturbances from the chaotic sea grew increasingly peculiar. It felt as though some colossal entity was on the verge of awakening. Damn it, could it be another ancient one? He experimented with the apprentice path of the Sequence 8 Master of Tricks. The potion's taste was akin to mint toothpaste mixed with chili oil, utterly ghastly. The entries in the diary were fragmented, interspersed with an abundance of complaints, trivial matters, and veiled references to the profound secrets of this world, along with numerous records concerning inventions and certain indescribable affairs. The wealth of information was immense. Yet it lacked direct accounts of the specific applications of extraordinary abilities that Chen Mo urgently sought. Instead, it was filled with symbols and intricate patterns. Furrowing his brow, he meticulously examined those distorted symbols and complex geometric designs. Clearly, these were not mere doodles. They contained a certain order and power. He attempted to apply the foundational rune knowledge from the main world to decipher them, but found only faint similarities, with the overall complexity and malevolence far exceeding his expectations. He tried to infuse the suppressed spiritual energy, reduced to a mere trickle by the world's rules, into the diary, but it yielded no response. He then attempted to stimulate it with the energy of dragon crystal, yet it remained unyielding. Damn it, mere literacy was insufficient. These symbols and patterns were the crux. Was it truly necessary to resort to the methods of Klein, relying on transport rituals and the power of mist, or to enlist the aid of a cryptologist? Chen Mo felt a surge of frustration, akin to possessing a treasure trove yet being unable to access it. These symbols were evidently a cryptographic system created by Roselle, intertwining Chinese characters, the mystical symbols of this world, and his own interpretations, just as he found himself at an impasse, staring at the grotesque patterns to the point of straining his eyes and preparing to abandon this pursuit in favor of examining the changes in the bronze door. Buzz. Within his mind's eye, that bronze door, now entwined with newly formed golden patterns and seemingly still digesting something, appeared to sense his agitation and intense thirst for knowledge. It trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, a faint glimmer, as delicate as a candle flame in the wind yet imbued with a certain essence of revelation, analysis, and insight, emanated from the nascent patterns on the door, slowly sweeping across the 3 pages of the diary spread before him. A miracle occurred. In Chen Mo's vision, those once incomprehensible and bewilderingly complex symbols and patterns, under the illumination of this dim golden light, suddenly came to life. They began to disassemble, morph, and reorganize autonomously. Their strokes, structural turns, and energy flow hints subtly resonating with some of the foundational runes he had mastered in the main world, as well as the spiritual intuitions he had just begun to explore in this realm. Chen Mo's heart raced with excitement, as he immediately focused all his mental faculties, drawing upon the suppressed yet unchanged essence of his consciousness, which had become even more refined through his traversals. He endeavored to manipulate and comprehend the symbols that, under the golden light, seemed to have become docile, revealing fragments of their secrets. A hum resonated as the symbols on the 3 pages of the diary simultaneously emitted a faint glow, perceptible only to Chen Mo's consciousness. They appeared to detach from the fragile paper, swirling in the void, intertwining, and ultimately coalescing into an extraordinarily intricate, 3-dimensional silhouette of dark golden runes composed of countless subtle, esoteric lines. This runic manifestation exuded a chilling, oppressive aura that restrained and suppressed all forms of mental power. It seemed to embody the shackles of all cognitive activities and the severance of all spiritual connections. Although it existed for merely a fleeting moment before dissipating, the complex structure, with its intricately precise strokes, deeply and forcefully inscribed the nature of spiritual energy, its circulation and activation, into the depths of Chen Mo's consciousness, like the most meticulous of imprints. Spiritual confinement rune, applicable in the mysterious world, effect, requires the core drive of one's own consciousness, soul power, to briefly confine the target's mental energy, spirituality, forcibly interrupting their spellcasting, mental attacks, divination, or connections with the spirit world and higher existences. The duration and effect depend on the disparity in consciousness, spirituality, strength, and hierarchical suppression between the caster and the target. Side effects: significant consumption of consciousness. Consecutive use within a short time may lead to mental fatigue and spiritual depletion. The notion of consciousness as a driving force startled Chen Mo momentarily. But overwhelming elation surged forth like a volcano, nearly prompting him to leap from his seat. This was undoubtedly a divine technique tailored precisely for him. Despite the constraints imposed by this world, his foundation lay in cultivation, with a primary focus on consciousness, soul power. While extraordinary beings in this realm relied on potions and masquerades to gradually unearth their spirituality, his consciousness had undergone numerous refinements through traversals and the baptism of the bronze door, rendering it far more condensed than that of his contemporaries. This rune had opened a gateway to a new world for him, a realm where extraordinary abilities could be wielded without the need for potions. He promptly settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes, eagerly attempting to visualize the intricately complex dark golden rune within his mind, using his faint consciousness to trace its form with his fingertips. With intense concentration, his mind became like the most delicate of chisels, laboriously replicating the complicated structure. Failure after failure plagued him, as his consciousness rapidly diminished, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he remained undeterred, persistently trying time and again. At long last, a flicker of golden light emanated from his fingertip, and a fleeting, ephemeral rune, no larger than a fingernail yet structurally complete, appeared for an instant before collapsing. Success. Though pitiably weak and fleeting to the point of insignificance, Chen Mo acutely sensed that if his target remained unguarded, this ephemeral confinement of spirit could render its thoughts stagnant for a full second. In critical moments, that fleeting second could delineate the boundary between life and death. Even more exhilarating was the revelation that the process of channeling this rune bestowed upon him a revolutionary understanding of his own consciousness. It transcended mere introspection, communication with the bronze door, or simple external perception. It resembled a mental hand capable of extending outward, intricately shaping and intervening in reality. Though suppressed in this world to the extent of a trickling stream, this fundamental insight felt akin to unlocking a new door, with a seed deeply planted in his heart, poised to grow into a towering tree in the future. Excitement intertwined with the fatigue from practice. Chen Mo meticulously stored away the 3 pages of invaluable diary remnants, preparing to place them into a specially designed containment vessel. As his fingers inadvertently brushed against the edge of one page, an unusual, exceedingly subtle sticky sensation distinct from the paper itself coursed through him. A flicker of unease ignited within him, a foreboding premonition sweeping over him. With utmost caution, he utilized his fingernail and the delicate manipulation of his consciousness to meticulously tear open the thin, nearly inseparable old layer. Inside, he was confronted by an exceedingly tiny, desiccated, darkened fingerprint, resembling a blot of ink. As Chen Mo's gaze focused and his consciousness instinctively swept over this crimson fingerprint, an indescribable, bone-chilling essence of madness, despair, malice, and hatred surged forth, akin to a serpent that had lain hidden for millennia, suddenly slithering up his fingertips and racing along his arm into his mind. No, do not save me. Knowledge is a curse. They are watching. Oh, it felt as if countless malicious, fragmented, inhuman whispers were howling and shrieking in his ears, and before him flashed horrific, distorted visions that were incomprehensible, writhing darkness, slippery tentacles, blood-dripping eyes. This essence, this lingering impression, seemed to emanate from a soul utterly torn asunder, reason obliterated, forever plummeting into an abyss of boundless nightmares. With a gasp, Chen Mo abruptly withdrew his hand as if seared by a branding iron. His complexion paling to a ghostly white, his back drenched in a cold sweat, and his heart thundering, nearly bursting forth from his throat. He hastily shoved the diary remnants into a pre-prepared jade box inscribed with containment runes, slamming the lid shut and sealing it with several protective talismans. Breathing heavily, he stared at the jade box, as though it housed a terrifying demon. The fate of the diary's original owner, that extraordinary individual who attempted to decipher it, was likely a fate far worse than being devoured by zombies. The dangers and madness of this enigmatic world, conveyed through this minuscule fingerprint, steeped in endless suffering and despair, once again sounded a deafening, bone-chilling alarm in Chen Mo's mind. Power accompanies risk, Knowledge harbors contamination. Spiritual confinement. Mastery must be attained swiftly. Strength. I crave greater strength. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms, a fleeting glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes, yet overshadowed by a burgeoning sense of urgency and resolve. Chapter 23. The first rune weapon. Armed with the knowledge of spiritual confinement runes deciphered from Roselle's diary, and deeply wary of the ominous implications embodied in that blood fingerprint, Chen Mo did not linger long in the unsettling safe house of Qinglan. He desperately needed to transform this precious gift from the enigmatic realm into tangible combat power that could be grasped and wielded in critical moments to save his life. The bronze door in the sea of consciousness, which appeared to have digested its prior burdens and regained its tranquility, now bore a deeper sense of profundity. With focused intent, he locked onto the stone chamber within the main world's medicinal garden. As shadows and light danced, the air, mingled with the scent of coal smoke and mysticism, was replaced by the familiar fragrance of spiritual plants and the earthy aroma of the garden. Although the spiritual energy in the main world remained thin, the reassuring sense of returning to a relative home ground allowed him to exhale deeply. The experimental subject, without a shadow of a doubt, was the Valyrian steel dagger, which had proven its mettle, maxed out its law-breaking attributes, and appeared capable of absorbing negative energy to grow. This dagger, with its unique material, possessed a natural advantage in energy conduction and storage, making it an exquisite canvas for rune engraving. Inside the stone chamber, beams of light streamed through a small window, forming a clear pillar in which dust particles floated serenely. Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the rudimentary bed, holding his breath and centering his mind to attain optimal focus. He first retrieved the entirely black, ice-cold Valyrian steel dagger, laying it horizontally across his knees. His fingertips glided over the smooth blade, the cold sensation and the contained energy fluctuations providing a sense of tranquility. Next, he closed his eyes, conjuring once more in his sea of consciousness the intricately complex spiritual confinement runes composed of dark golden lines. Each twist and every subtle flow of energy was strikingly clear, as if directly imprinted upon the depths of his soul. He extended his right index finger, hovering just above a relatively flat area near the guard of the blade. Without making contact, the spiritual power from the third layer of Qi cultivation began to flow gently, yet the core driving force was his consciousness, far more refined than that of fellow practitioners at the same level, honed through multiple traversals and the baptism of the bronze door. At this moment, this consciousness served as his most precise and stable carving tool. He began to carefully etch the runes. The power of his consciousness surged forth, coalescing into a needle-like energy inscribed with the fineness of a hair, yet possessing unparalleled resilience, gradually descending upon the blade of the Valyrian steel dagger. The process proved to be exceedingly arduous, far surpassing his previous expectations. Though the Valyrian steel exhibited a high affinity for energy, the complexity and finesse of the spiritual confinement runes were overwhelming. Each stroke embodied a profound understanding and application of spiritual power, far beyond the simplistic nature of mere energy conduits. It resembled a miniature, meticulously crafted instrument of precise laws governing spirituality. Chen Mo felt as though he were carving into the hardest superalloy, or laboriously traversing through a viscous, tenacious adhesive. Each stroke demanded immense mental expenditure and required precision to an extraordinary degree. He must remain utterly focused, without a trace of distraction or error. Otherwise, not only would all previous efforts be in vain, but it could also provoke a backlash from the runes, endangering his very soul. Soon, perspiration soaked through his garments, the veins on his forehead bulging slightly, while his temples throbbed rhythmically. His complexion paled at a visible rate, and his lips pressed tightly together into a thin line. The room resonated solely with his labored and oppressive breaths, along with the almost imperceptible hissing sound produced by the contact between his consciousness and the dagger's material. A sound only he could perceive, from the zenith of the sun to the descent of twilight, and then to the sparse brilliance of the moonlit sky. A full day and night passed. Chen Mo, akin to a monk in deep meditation, remained sleepless and unyielding, his entire mind immersed in the intricate art of rune engraving. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume a basic fasting pill. When thirst arose, he would sip clear water. When the exhaustion of his consciousness caused a splitting headache, he would take a brief respite, practicing foundational techniques to regain a modicum of energy before resuming his work. At the moment the final stroke of consciousness fell, akin to the crucial touch that completes a masterpiece, connecting flawlessly with the initial stroke. Hum. The Valyrian steel dagger resting on his knee emitted a faint yet profound hum, that resonated deep within his soul. The entire intricate dark golden rune suddenly illuminated, flashing with a barely noticeable glimmer that carried an icy, binding aura. The light flowed rapidly along the engraved lines before vanishing completely, retreating into the depths of the obsidian dagger. On the blade's surface, there remained only an exceedingly faint, complex dark pattern, slightly darker than its surroundings. Nearly imperceptible without close inspection. When touched, it revealed only the slightest elevation. At last, it was accomplished. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, releasing a breath that felt as if it had been held for an entire day. His body weakened suddenly, leaning back against the frigid stone wall, swaying slightly as darkness flickered before his eyes. The depletion of his consciousness was immense. His head throbbed, as if struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer, leaving him with a dull ache. Yet, simultaneously, a profound sense of accomplishment and exhilaration surged through him like a warm current, diluting the fatigue. With trembling hands, he grasped the dagger resting on his knee. The sensation of holding it felt even heavier than before, not in terms of physical weight, but rather a deep connection of spirit and intent. The cold touch remained, now infused with an intimate familiarity, as if it had truly become an extension of his own being. A subtle bond formed between his consciousness and the dagger. From now on, you shall be known as the Silent Constrictor. Chen Mo tenderly caressed the icy blade, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his pale visage. He sensed that with a mere thought, infusing his consciousness, the hidden rune on the blade could be instantly activated, delivering an unforeseen mental assault upon his adversaries. An opportunity to test this new weapon's might would soon present itself. A few nights later, under a moonless and windy sky, a figure stealthily scaled the low earthen wall of the herb garden, akin to a phantom. The intruder moved with practiced agility, landing soundlessly, clearly a seasoned individual. A faint current of spiritual energy flowed within him, suggesting he was approximately at the third level of chi refinement, marking him as no ordinary thief. The individual in question evidently possessed prior knowledge of the terrain, displaying an intimate familiarity with the layout of the medicinal garden. With unwavering focus, he made a beeline for the most flourishing and aesthetically pleasing specimens of the bone-eroding flower, which harbored a faint trace of toxicity and spirituality. His eyes glinted with avarice, fully aware that these mutated bone-eroding flowers could fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones on the black market. Yet, unbeknownst to him, every move he made had long been perceived by Chen Mo. By manipulating iron moss to absorb metals, he altered the soil's magnetic properties, thus establishing a rudimentary alert formation at several critical points in the garden. This system had already been triggered. Chen Mo, akin to a most patient hunter, concealed himself in the shadows, his presence nearly imperceptible. He coldly observed as the thief adeptly excavated the most valuable bone-eroding flowers, uprooting them along with the soil and stuffing them into his medicinal basket. Then, with remarkable agility, the thief turned and swiftly made his way towards the wall. Just as one foot ascended the wall's edge and his center of gravity shifted, at that precise moment when his old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, an optimal opportunity for attack emerged. Chen Mo sprang into action. Like a specter, he glided silently from the shadows, his footwork refined to perfection, his speed akin to a tempest. The dagger in his hand traced an almost imperceptible, dark arc beneath the dim moonlight, imbued with a chilling intent as it aimed directly for the thief's cervical spine, a region rich in nerve endings and susceptible to mental disruption. At the instant the dagger's tip was about to breach the skin, even as he sensed the warmth of the thief's body, Chen Mo's mind ignited with intent, and the rune representing spiritual confinement in his sea of consciousness flared to life. A faint yet profound hum resonated, as if emanating from the depths of the soul. He exerted all his might into the blade's surface, where the rune had only recently been inscribed, yet had not yet been tested in battle. At the very tip of the inky dagger, a fleeting glimmer of dark golden light flickered momentarily, an invisible, bone-chilling force, specifically designed to ensnare the soul and spiritual essence, instantly penetrated the thief's fragile, spontaneously formed protective aura, akin to a heated blade slicing effortlessly through butter, driving mercilessly into the depths of his soul's consciousness. In that moment, the thief's forward motion abruptly froze, as if an unseen hand had pressed the pause button. He remained poised on one foot against the wall, body leaning forward, hands gripping the edge, his entire being rendered immobile, his gaze vacant and hollow, as though his soul had been instantaneously extracted, leaving behind an empty shell. The spiritual energy that once coursed through him came to a sudden halt, akin to a river that had run dry. Effective. Indeed, it was effective. Chen Mo's heart surged with elation. Yet, This joy was fleeting, lasting but a brief moment. Almost immediately, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying pull emanating from the dagger's tip. The mental energy sustaining the spiritual confinement rune surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, pouring out with unprecedented velocity, consuming far more rapidly than any spell he had ever cast. A mere 0.1 seconds, perhaps even less. It endured for less than 0.1 seconds. The thief's bewildered and hollow gaze suddenly regained clarity, only to be immediately enveloped by boundless horror, fear, and disbelief. He could not comprehend what had just transpired. Feeling as if he had died and returned, his mind a blank slate. A tremor originating from the depths of his soul causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Ghosts. There are ghosts. He emitted a chilling, inhuman shriek, his voice rife with utter terror. He scarcely gave thought to the precious bone-eroding flowers in the medicine basket behind him. Fleeing as if pursued by demonic forces from the depths of hell. With desperate agility, he scrambled over the wall and tumbled into the darkness outside. Fleeing with a speed far surpassing his previous pace, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Only a few scattered bone-eroding flowers and a faint, acrid scent lingered in the air. Chen Mo did not pursue him. He remained rooted in place, clutching his dagger, his complexion even paler than before. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his chest gently rising and falling, breaths coming in quick succession. An intense feeling of emptiness and pain surged within his consciousness. That brief moment of explosive power had nearly drained him of nearly 30% of his total spiritual awareness. Its effectiveness was remarkable, truly a masterful technique. Yet, the cost was terrifying. He felt the hollow weakness and sharp pangs in his consciousness, wryly weighing the dagger in his hand. With my current level of spiritual awareness and recovery speed, a full-powered activation would only immobilize an opponent of the same rank for about 0.1 seconds, consuming a staggering 30% of my awareness. This technique could truly only serve as a last resort, requiring an absolute guarantee of a fatal strike or a chance for absolute escape. If the first attempt failed or did not eliminate the enemy, I would be left significantly weakened. This glaring flaw doused the excitement he had felt upon acquiring such a formidable skill like a bucket of cold water. He cast his gaze towards the dark expanse of the night sky, determination igniting within his eyes. Spiritual awareness. I must urgently enhance the strength and recovery of my awareness. Otherwise, no matter how formidable this spiritual confinement may be, it remains but a fleeting illusion, a mere mirage. I must acquire methods akin to the audience pathways of the mysterious world or similar meditative practices without delay. Otherwise, this skill would be nothing but a mere decoration. Or worse, a death warrant. The desire to grow stronger had never felt so intense. Chapter 24. The final value of the manager. The successful forging of a runic weapon had granted Chen Mo a crucial trump card capable of turning the tide in a critical moment. However, he was acutely aware that the hidden dangers left by Wang Fatty had not been entirely eradicated. Wang Fatty's prior coercion of the mutated drunken immortal grass, which he had presented to a certain figure within the inner sect, undoubtedly entangled him with certain individuals or vested interests. Most notably, the avaricious Zhao Ming, who had previously come in person to demand the cold essence powder, his eyes glinting with malice, posed a persistent threat. A sword of Damocles hanging above Chen Mo's head, ready to fall at any moment. It was imperative to sever this connection completely, redirecting any potential investigations elsewhere. At the same time, I would utilize this now useless pawn, Wang Fatty, to bear the brunt of all my troubles. A glint of cold light flashed through Chen Mo's eyes as a plan quietly took shape. He intended to manipulate Wang Fatty's unfortunate incident into a case of self-immolation, thereby completely extricating himself from the situation. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. On this particular day, two disciples clad in the somber attire of the Deacon Hall arrived at the medicinal garden. They claimed to be sent by the hall to inquire about the severely injured and delirious Wang steward, while also seeking to understand the circumstances surrounding his injuries. In reality, they were clearly acting on some insider information, investigating whether Wang Fatty had engaged in embezzlement, dereliction of duty, or other misconduct. After all, the sudden madness and subsequent fall of an outer sect steward warranted an explanation. As the temporary steward of the medicinal garden, Chen Mo was responsible for their reception. He exhibited utmost cooperation, displaying a respectful and humble demeanor, tinged with a hint of appropriate reverence towards the deacons. He guided the two men to the room where Wang Fatty lay, still permeated with the faint sense of herbal medicine and decay, and refrained from elaborating on Wang's dire condition. Instead, he subtly emphasized Wang's past behavior. With a somber tone, He vividly recounted how Wang had been greedy and domineering, oppressing the lower-ranking servants and concocting various excuses to withhold resources. He then focused on the batch of mutated drunken immortal grass. Esteemed brothers, Chen Mo lowered his voice, his face revealing just the right amount of trepidation and fear. After the mutation, the toxicity became severe, and the younger ones dared not approach. Yet, Steward Wang treated it as a treasure, forbidding us from speaking of it, and personally took those poisonous herbs, claiming it was to present to some high-ranking individual. At this juncture, he paused appropriately, his eyes flickering as if reluctant to say more. The two deacon disciples exchanged glances, a glimmer of insight flashing in their eyes. Embezzlement, deception, the concealment of dangerous items. These clues were already quite valuable. Observing their reactions, Chen Mo hesitated, then, as if having made a significant decision, mysteriously added, moreover. In the days leading up to Steward Wang's fall, his behavior grew increasingly bizarre. He seemed not quite in his right mind. He was constantly mumbling about treasures, power, and immortality, and he clung tightly to a package wrapped in black cloth, refusing to let anyone touch it. Anyone who approached was met with his ire. Although he was ultimately rescued from the cliff, that black package vanished without a trace. He paused again, lowering his voice further. Tinged with fear, I have privately suspected that Steward Wang may have come into possession of some illicit item, which ultimately backfired on him, leading to such a fate. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly gone mad and fallen? The two deacon disciples exchanged glances once more, their eyes glinting with excitement. This explanation was rational and perfectly aligned with the symptoms of obsession and the consequences of greed. More importantly, it potentially involved forbidden artifacts or taboo items. This was not merely a case of negligence and embezzlement. The implications were far more serious. If verified, it would also represent a significant achievement for them. That black package, was there not a single clue left? The lead deacon disciple asked solemnly, his tone growing more urgent. Chen Mo shook his head in confusion. It was utter chaos at the time. I truly did not pay attention. Perhaps it is still at his residence? He cautiously suggested that Steward Wang had previously prohibited our entry into his chamber. Perhaps therein lay the key to uncovering his residence. The leading disciple immediately issued a command, his tone brooking no dissent. Yes, brother, this way please. Chen Mo's face was adorned with feigned trepidation as he eagerly nodded and led the way to the stone dwelling that had once belonged to the corpulent Wang, but was now under his stewardship. Upon entering the stone house, Chen Mo adopted the demeanor of a nervous subordinate, standing with hands clasped at his sides. Meanwhile, two disciples commenced a meticulous search, rummaging through every nook and cranny. Chen Mo, pretending to be nonchalant, subtly nudged a corner seam with his toe or cast a curious glance at a shadow lurking beneath the bed. Indeed, within a covert compartment he had meticulously prepared, crafted from Valyrian steel and designed to appear aged, one disciple detected an anomaly. Brother, there is a hidden compartment. It seems to have been pried open, he exclaimed. The two immediately converged upon the discovery. The compartment was shallow and barren, yet it bore fresh scratch marks and an almost imperceptible, lingering aura of malevolence and a bloody scent. Search. Examine this vicinity thoroughly. There must be something. The steward disciples were invigorated by the find. Soon, another disciple felt a cold, hard object nestled in the crevice of the floor beneath the compartment. Upon extraction, it revealed itself to be an antiquated flintlock pistol, its barrel and grip stained with a dark crimson, reminiscent of dried blood. Exactly the firearm that Chen Mo had brought back from the world of the wild hunters, which he had meticulously enhanced. He had first soaked it in the venom of the bone-eroding flower, creating an unnatural rusted appearance, and then carefully applied a minuscule amount of zombie brain tissue, deliberately cultivating an unsettling aura interwoven with madness and bloodlust. What a potent stench of blood and resentment, and this discomforting sense of evil, one disciple remarked, pinching his nose and frowning. Indeed, it is a sinister artifact. The chaotic and malevolent aura lingering upon it cannot be mistaken. It is certainly not of the righteous path, asserted another disciple, his eyes reflecting both disgust and a hint of excitement. It appeared the servants' claims were far from unfounded. Steward Wang had undoubtedly hoarded such wicked relics, attempting to harness their dark powers for his own advancement, ultimately succumbing to their corruption, leading to his madness and downfall. The conclusion that Wang had secretly harbored a malevolent artifact, seeking to exploit its power, only to be consumed by it, was swiftly substantiated. This perfectly elucidated the tragic fate of Wang and provided the Steward Hall with a resounding and accurate investigation result to showcase. As for the sinister artifact, It was meticulously wrapped in layers of specially crafted yellow talismans inscribed with sealing runes by the disciple, who prepared to return it to the steward hall. Observing the steward disciples depart with their significant evidence, their faces alight with satisfaction and a hint of triumph, Chen Mo slowly closed the dilapidated wooden door of the herb garden, a barely perceptible, icy smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, Wang Fatty, your sole remaining value lies in bearing all the blame for me, thus bringing this troublesome matter to a decisive conclusion. He strolled over to the corner, seemingly casually kicking aside several stones used to disguise traces, revealing the subtle scratches left by prying open a hidden compartment, merely a result of a gentle stroke from a Valyrian steel dagger. The so-called rust and bloodstains on the gun barrel, upon close inspection with a heightened sense, were riddled with flaws. Yet they were sufficient to deceive those who were quick to form conclusions, eager to close the case. Additionally, he intended to plant a moderately sized nail in the path of senior brother Zhao Ming. A cold smile crept across Chen Mo's face. The Deacon Hall's procedure of confiscating sinister artifacts and tracing their origins was inevitable. Who had Wang Fatty previously honored? Who might have bestowed upon him or engaged in dealings involving such nefarious items? Zhao Ming, as the most likely supplier, and one who had failed to procure the cold essence powder, would undoubtedly find his name on the internal investigation list of the Deacon Hall. Even if he could not be dealt with severely, at least it would ensure that he attracted the Deacon Hall's attention, making him hesitant to reach into the medicinal garden anytime soon. With the matter resolved, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if the air in the medicinal garden had become considerably fresher, and the ominous cloud hovering above him had begun to dissipate. He glanced at the increasingly thriving iron moss and the mutated intoxicated fairy grass, contemplating his next steps. With the crisis averted, it was time to continue enhancing his strength. Chapter 25. The cost of targeted search. Having resolved the troubles left by Wang Fatty and firmly affixed an enormous blame upon him, Chen Mo felt the air in the medicinal garden had brightened significantly, and his cultivation seemed to flow more smoothly. However, he did not indulge in this fleeting tranquility. The pursuit of strength was an eternal endeavor. His gaze once again turned toward the world filled with death and mutation. He had already acquired samples of the ordinary zombie virus from the Busan expedition world. Those decaying, mindless creatures provided only basic biological materials brimming with chaotic energy, offering limited assistance for his current research. He yearned for a deeper understanding of the mechanisms of viral enhancement and even sought to attempt genetic editing and modification, aspiring to apply this knowledge to the cultivation of spiritual plants in the main world or to the potential creation of biological weaponry in the future. He recalled the calm and self-sacrificing Dr. Choi from the temporary laboratory at Taejun Station, as well as the precious GD12 serum formula notes preserved in a cooler by the protagonist, Shiryu. Those notes were undoubtedly among the highest achievements of humanity's research on the K-virus in that world. If only he could find a more comprehensive set of Dr. Choi's virus research notes, especially the core manuscripts regarding the mechanisms of viral enhancement, host selection, and gene editing technology. Chen Mo's eyes glimmered with the fervor of a scientific enthusiast, as if he could already envision countless possibilities for merging otherworldly technology with cultivation techniques. He focused his mind and attempted to communicate with the bronze door in his sea of consciousness, directing his intent toward the Busan expedition world. Yet this time, the vibrations of the door were unusually intense, deviating from the usual stable sensation that pointed towards a specific moment in time. The scene within was no longer a clear destination, but rather a chaotic blur, as if countless fragmented shards of time were swirling chaotically. The branches of the world line churned and overlapped in a frenzied dance. Various fleeting images flickered indistinctly: the ruins of a burning city, snow-covered wastelands, wandering forms of diverse mutated zombies, and the wreckage of overturned trains. Time had significantly shifted, and Chen Mo furrowed his brow. It had likely been quite some time since he last departed from that world, perhaps years, or even longer. The laboratory at Taejun Station had long been obliterated. In this vast apocalypse, with the unpredictable flow of time, accurately pinpointing the specific laboratory where Dr. Choi had perished, or the exact time and place where his notes might be stored, was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The risks of vague positioning were far too great, Chen Mo calmly analyzed. Should he be transported directly into a horde of zombies, or worse, into the lair of some mutated overlord, or even beside the dining table of a colossal tyrant, the consequences would be dire. The recently acquired spiritual confinement could withstand mental assaults, but against the absolute force of physical might, he would be finished in less than a second. He required a more precise location. It was essential to establish a clear spatial and temporal coordinate, just as he had done previously with Qinglan. The bronze door seemed to sense Chen Mo's thoughts and provided a notion. By sacrificing an equivalent energy body or high-value item, one could specify a clear spatial and temporal coordinate for traversal. He fixed his gaze upon the chaotic, roiling visage of the portal within his consciousness, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, a pained expression crossing his face as if he were about to sever a piece of his own flesh. Trembling, he plunged his awareness into his storage bag, delving deep to rummage through everything he had painstakingly saved since taking on the role of a temporary steward, even having to slightly withhold from the sect's share, which he justified as reasonable frugality. All the spiritual stones he had accumulated. They emitted a gentle and pure glow, akin to fireflies in the night sky, imbued with the essence of celestial vitality. This was all the hope he had for breaking through to the fourth level of chi refinement or exchanging for a practical spell. One must make sacrifices to reap rewards. Knowledge is power. Power is spiritual stones. Burn my spiritual stones. Grant me the precise location of Dr. Cui Zhenghao's virus research notes, particularly the core manuscripts on gene editing and enhancement mechanisms. Chen Mo was like a gambler risking everything, a flicker of madness and determination flashing in his eyes as he roared, forcefully pressing those alluringly radiant low-grade spiritual stones against the restless bronze door. Buzz! The moment the spiritual stones made contact with the door, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Instead of being repelled, they softened and decomposed as if submerged in clear water, transforming into the purest flow of spiritual energy, ravenously consumed by the bronze door as if it had been starved for eons. The chaotic scene within the door surged violently, boiling as if a boulder had been cast into a cauldron of hot oil. Countless indistinct fragments of images flashed by at an unprecedented speed, more than 10 times faster than before, as if the very fabric of time itself were rewinding and fast-forwarding. The flames consuming the city's ruins swiftly recede, only to be blanketed by ice and snow, which subsequently melt away to reveal new edifices. The wandering forms of the undead morph continuously, shifting from sluggish to nimble, from ordinary to mutated. Ultimately, after depleting nearly 5 spirit stones of ethereal energy, the flickering of the scene begins to decelerate. Upon exhausting the 7th spirit stone, the imagery gradually sharpens and stabilizes. With the consumption of the 9th stone, the scene comes to a complete standstill. A dilapidated cluster of buildings, cloaked in a thick layer of snow, materializes at the center of the doorway, its walls marred by enormous, grotesque claw marks, as if left by some horrific beast, alongside a multitude of pockmarks resembling a honeycomb. At the entrance, a twisted and partially collapsed alloy door hangs ajar, akin to the maw of a monstrous entity forcibly torn asunder. Faintly discernible upon the lintel is a fragmentary inscription in Korean, National Virus Research Institute. The perspective shifts, as though guided by an invisible hand, drawing closer through the disarray, littered with frost, congealed blood, shattered apparatus, and fragments of protective suits, within the primary laboratory corridor. Skillfully avoiding several corpses of researchers, frozen in their final moments of struggle, the gaze ultimately fixes upon the entrance of a relatively intact, independent cold storage chamber at the far end. The robust alloy door of the cold storage has been violently torn open, revealing an entrance large enough for a person to pass through, from which a frigid mist billows forth like a dense white fog. The perspective delves deeper, revealing several massive liquid nitrogen tanks toppled and ruptured, frost blanketing everything. The temperature so low that it seems even the air itself might freeze. In the corner of the cold storage, behind an overturned metal lab table, the camera focuses on a figure clad in a tattered and frozen lab coat, curled up in a fetal position, long since frozen stiff, encased in a thick layer of frost resembling a crystalline sarcophagus. The face is frozen in an expression of utmost terror, despair, and a hint of reluctance. None other than Dr. Choi Jong-ho. Beside his curled figure lies a scattering of several thick notebooks, similarly encrusted with frost. The perspective sharpens as if endowed with microscopic capabilities, capturing the inscription on one notebook's cover with clarity. Choi Jong-ho's manuscript on virus enhancement and gene editing theory. Adjacent to it, another frozen notebook reveals a corner of a page with the bold title, GD12K Controllable, GD12 Serum Optimization Direction and Hypothesis on K-Virus Controllable Mutation. Simultaneously, an ethereal hourglass composed of fragmented light sand materializes above the doorway, clearly indicating a countdown of 72 hours. Beside it, a line of small text reads, Precise coordinate anchoring. Duration, 72 standard hours. Exceeding the time limit or target movement will result in anchor failure. Found it. Dr. Choi's notes. The most crucial objective. A surge of elation floods Chen Mo's heart. Yet as he witnesses the swiftly dwindling sand in the hourglass and the nearly exhausted 10 spirit stones, his heart plummets. As if doused in icy water. 3 days. 10 low-grade spirit stones. All for a mere 3 days of precise positioning time. Considering my current earning capabilities, this price is utterly outrageous. Oh, the bronze door, you merciless money grabber. Garlic bird, investing money to gain strength, I have no regrets. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was even more ruthless than usury. Yet, despite his grievances, time was of the essence. He dared not delay for a moment. Fearing that a second's hesitation would result in his notes being buried under a thicker layer of snow or discovered and devoured by some lurking creature drawn by his scent. He swiftly checked his gear, a Valyrian steel dagger, several dragon crystal arrowheads, a powerful flashlight, a basic medical kit, some high-energy food and water, and most importantly, a large-capacity low-temperature storage box. His consciousness immediately plunged into the gradually stabilizing brilliance of the bronze door, coordinates incredibly clear. The light and shadow twisted, time and space transformed. This time, due to the precise coordinates and the stable energy of the spirit stone, the traversal process, though still uncomfortable, was far smoother than his previous journey to Qinglan, at least devoid of the maddening murmurs and distorted light. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, accompanied by an extreme cold that could freeze one's very marrow. The biting cold wind sliced through his relatively thin garments like countless icy blades, stinging his face. The air was thick with a pungent odor of decay, a faint lingering scent of disinfectant, and the unique chill of ice and snow. Chen Mo shivered violently, instantly activating the spiritual energy within him to combat the bitter cold while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Before him stood the remnants of the Busan National Virus Research Institute. However, being there in person was far more desolate and heart-wrenching than it appeared through the door. The main building had collapsed significantly, as if trampled by a giant's foot, with enormous claw marks on the walls that were shocking to behold, their edges smooth beyond belief, certainly not the result of ordinary weapons or explosions. Thick snow nearly concealed the lower windows and entrances. The distorted alloy door at the entrance resembled a beast's jagged fawn, appearing even more sinister against the stark white of the ice and snow. Silence reigned, an utter silence. Only the moan of the cold wind as it passed through the building's openings echoed like the weeping of countless lost souls. 72 hours, the countdown has begun. Chen Mo silently reminded himself, unwilling to waste a single second. He quickly donned his infrared night vision goggles, once again grateful for Comrade Shiryu's generous sponsorship, gripped the cold dagger tightly, and cautiously stepped into this deathly wasteland sealed by ice and snow. His objective was clear, heading straight for the deepest independent cold storage, where Dr. Choi's body lay. Inside the research institute, it resembled a hellish ice cellar. Shattered glass, twisted metal, frozen black blood, and tattered fragments of protective suits were strewn everywhere, remnants of fierce battles and calamity. Occasionally, he glimpsed partially frozen corpses of zombies trapped in the ice, maintaining grotesque and terrifying postures, as if they might break free at any moment. Guided by the coordinates, Chen Mo moved swiftly like a shadow through the debris, his steps light, striving to avoid shattering the ice beneath him or making excessive noise. He carefully navigated the frozen obstacles and the treacherous ice pits that might harbor danger. The main experimental area was in disarray, nearly filled with snow and collapsed concrete blocks, almost impassable. He relied on the vague guidance of memory and positioning to discover a relatively intact emergency passage, descending deeper into its depths. The further he ventured, the more intense the chill became, and the foul stench in the air faded, replaced by an icy silence that belonged to death itself. At last, the torn, alloy door of the cold storage, emanating a chilling aura, appeared at the end of the passage. A white mist, resembling a living creature, continuously surged from the breach, rendering visibility within extremely low. Chen Mo inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, tightened his grip on the dagger, and switched on his powerful flashlight, its beam piercing through the dense mist as he cautiously stepped into this frigid tomb. Chapter 26. The agent's cold storage inside the cold storage. The extreme cold white mist resembled a sentient entity, entwining every inch of space, devouring light and sound. The beam from Chen Mo's flashlight struggled to carve out a limited path of illumination within this thick curtain of ice, visibility scarcely exceeding 5 meters. Beneath his feet lay a thick, uneven layer of ice, each step producing a faint crackling sound that echoed painfully in the stillness of the environment. The air was thick with a pungent blend of metallic rust, frozen machine oil, and an indescribable, deathly aroma solidified by the low temperature. Several massive liquid nitrogen storage tanks lay toppled like fallen giants, scattered haphazardly across the floor, their bodies ruptured, the remaining liquid nitrogen long evaporated, leaving only thick frost and icicles. Some laboratory tables and instrument cabinets were also frozen in place, cloaked in ice crystals, preserving the chaotic state of the disaster. Chen Mo's heartbeat thudded heavily in his chest, both from the cold and the heightened tension. Following the final visual guidance provided by the bronze door, he cautiously navigated around obstacles and ice puddles, feeling his way toward the corner etched in his memory. The powerful beam swept over a disordered corner, ultimately fixing upon a toppled metal laboratory table, where a curled-up figure came into view. It was Dr. Cui Jinghao. He wore a tattered white lab coat, already encrusted with frost, stiff as a statue. His arms were tightly wrapped around his chest, as if guarding something until his last breath. A transparent layer of ice covered his face, the frozen expression faintly revealing extreme terror, despair, and an unfathomable bitterness. A brilliant scholar. Meeting such a tragic end in this frigid hell was truly lamentable. Beside his curled embrace lay several thick notebooks, also cloaked in frost. Yet the material of their covers appeared to have undergone special treatment, allowing the faint outlines of the inscriptions to be discerned under the beam of light. Chen Mo's heart tightened, a mixture of exhilaration and vigilance coursing through him. He hurried forward, resisting the impulse to reach out immediately, first scanning the surroundings with the beam to confirm the absence of any obvious threats. Apart from the cold and silence, there seemed to be nothing else. No longer hesitating, he crouched down and retrieved the specially designed low-temperature storage box from his bag. Then, he carefully extended his hand, attempting to extract the notebooks from the layer of ice, which seemed to be lightly frozen to the ground and required a bit of force. Just as his fingers were about to graze the frigid cover of the manuscript titled Theories on Virus Enhancement and Genetic Editing, a sudden mutation erupted. Crack, crack. Nearby, a colossal cylindrical cultivation tank, entirely encased in thick ice, unleashed a cacophony of ear-piercing sounds as the ice shattered violently. The noise echoed through the silent cold storage like thunder. Chen Mo felt every hair on his body stand on end. An overwhelming sense of peril dousing him like icy water, nearly suffocating him. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the notion of retrieving the notes, instinctively retreating backward with great force. Yet it was too late. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the icebound shell of the massive cylindrical tank shattered explosively. Countless sharp ice shards shot out like shrapnel from a cannon. A ghostly pale figure emerged from the ice, radiating an extreme chill and a savage intent to kill. This creature, while slightly smaller than the tyrant he had encountered earlier, was more streamlined, exuding an aura of agility and danger akin to a predator. Its entire body was cloaked in a layer of stark white, resembling a heavy exoskeleton, with sharp, bony protrusions sprouting at the joints. Its limbs had transformed into razor-sharp bone blades, glinting with a metallic sheen, replacing its hands and feet. The creature's head lacked eyes and a nose, possessing only a grotesque maw lined with spiral, serrated teeth, which opened and closed rhythmically, emitting a chilling, clicking sound. Most terrifying of all was its tongue, resembling a steel whip bristling with countless barbs, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, striking with a velocity that far surpassed Chen Mo's reflexes. Aimed directly at his vulnerable back, the speed was so swift that it left only a pale afterimage. The imminent sense of crisis rendered Chen Mo's mind nearly blank. He had no time to turn around. Instead, relying solely on his honed instincts from numerous encounters with death, and a heightened awareness cultivated under the oppressive rules of the world, he instinctively thrust the Valyrian steel dagger backward to block. Simultaneously, he channeled his internal energy, attempting to bolster his defense. Clang! The shrill sound of metal clashing erupted. Sparks flew. The creature's bone tongue, capable of piercing steel, collided forcefully with the seemingly frail Valyrian steel dagger. An unimaginable force surged forth, akin to a truck hurtling at high speed. Chen Mo felt a searing pain in his right arm, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. His palm burst open, warm blood gushing forth, almost causing him to lose grip on the dagger. The sheer force propelled him forward, causing him to stagger, a metallic taste flooding his throat, nearly making him spit blood. The creature, evidently taken aback that this seemingly weak target could withstand its lethal strike with a mere dagger, hesitated momentarily, emitting an enraged, piercing shriek that grated on the nerves like nails scraping glass. Seizing the momentum of his forward lunge, Chen Mo forced his body to twist. His gaze locked onto the silver metal portable cooler, which lay beside Dr. Chui's lifeless form. The opportunity was fleeting. He disregarded the excruciating pain in his right arm and the tumultuous surge of blood within him. With lightning speed, his left hand shot out, seizing the cold, heavy refrigeration box and cradling it in his embrace. Without a backward glance, he sprinted desperately towards the gaping maw of the freezer. Simultaneously, his other hand produced a powerful flashlight, unwaveringly set to its maximum strobe mode, which he vigorously aimed at the monstrous predator pursuing him. The blinding white light emitted by the flashlight's strobe function evidently caused significant disorientation to the bone-armored creature, which primarily relied on thermal detection and acute hearing. It emitted a shrill, anguished scream, its pursuit momentarily faltering as its pale, bony blades flailed wildly, striking the surrounding frozen apparatus and sending shards of ice scattering. Chen Mo surged forth with unprecedented speed, adrenaline coursing through him, extracting every ounce of potential from his body. He burst out of the freezer, dashed through the dim corridor, and emerged from the dilapidated entrance of the research facility, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The biting cold wind sliced against his face like a knife. Yet it sharpened his senses. His gaze swept rapidly across the snow-laden ruins, quickly locking onto a massive, rust-covered cylindrical metal tank not far from the Institute. The tank bore a prominent skull and crossbones emblem, recognizable even beneath the snow, with the words flammable and explosive emblazoned below, indicating it was a storage container for volatile chemical materials. Damn it, a fiery gift from another world. A glint of fierce resolve flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He swiftly transferred the refrigeration box to his relatively safe left hand. Despite the agonizing pain and bloodied right arm, he steadied himself as he retrieved the last homemade Molotov cocktail from his storage pouch. This concoction was crafted from potent spirits and oils brought from the main world. Employing the rustic methods learned from the wilderness hunter realm, he bit down hard on the cloth sealing the bottle, tearing it free, and with the frigid air around him, summoned a flicker of spiritual energy to ignite a spark. The cloth ignited instantly, summoning every ounce of strength and enduring the tearing pain in his right arm. He hurled the Molotov cocktail with all his might towards the colossal, rust-streaked metal tank. Simultaneously, he dove towards a pre-selected shelter, the wreckage of a military armored vehicle. Overturned and half-buried in the snow, the cocktail traced an arc of flames through the air, as though time itself had slowed. Crack! The glass bottle shattered precisely upon striking the metal tank. Boom! A towering inferno erupted, instantly consuming the fuel within the bottle and swiftly igniting the chemical vapors seeping from the tank's corroded fissures. This was merely the beginning. Kaboom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated, as if a colossal bomb had been detonated. The crimson fireball ascended like an enraged sun, instantly obliterating the massive metal tank into fragments. A colossal shockwave erupted in a circular frenzy, sweeping up the accumulated snow and shattered ice, conjuring a tempest of white. Yet this was merely the beginning. The violent explosion instigated a terrifying chain reaction. Boom, boom. The resounding detonations continued in relentless succession. It was evident that other fuel tanks or chemical containers lurked nearby. The entire research facility, reduced to ruins, trembled violently under the invisible foot of a giant, quaking and collapsing amidst the deafening, unceasing roar of explosions. Flames and thick, black smoke surged like a hellish fountain, illuminating the surrounding area in a crimson glow, engulfing not only the monstrous creature of bone armor that had just pursued to the entrance of the facility, but also vast expanses of debris in an instant. Even the frigid cold storage began to cave and melt under the intensity of the explosion and searing heat. The horrific shockwaves and searing metallic fragments howled past Chen Mo's head like a tempest, crashing against the heavy remains of the armored vehicle with thunderous clamor that sent chills down his spine. He huddled protectively over the cold storage box, curling into a ball, feeling the earth beneath him tremble with terror and the roar that threatened to rupture his eardrums. It felt as though a century had passed before the cacophony of explosions gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of burning structures and the occasional sound of collapse. Cautiously, Chen Mo peered from behind the wreckage of the armored vehicle, his face smeared with dirt and ash. Behind him, what was once the research facility had now transformed into a blazing, twisted graveyard of steel, the flames and smoke staining the gray sky with a vivid hue. The terrifying creature of bone armor had vanished without a trace, likely entombed beneath tons of debris or vaporized by the overwhelming heat. The biting cold wind mingled with the acrid smell of charred remains and pungent chemicals. He exhaled slowly, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, a sharp pain radiating from his right arm. Yet, he set aside his discomfort, immediately lowering his gaze to inspect the cold storage box cradled in his arms. The silver casing bore numerous dents and scratches, with one shallow cut inflicted by flying debris. Yet its overall structure remained intact, the sealing latch still securely fastened. Trembling, he attempted to open the cold storage box. The latch clicked softly, the lid sprang open, and a gust of icy white mist escaped. Inside, several cryopreserved virus sample vials, their labels slightly faded, were layered alongside scattered experimental tools. At the very bottom, carefully wrapped in waterproof tarpaulin, were thick notebooks filled with densely packed data and intricate charts. He swiftly retrieved the topmost book. Flipping open its frost-dampened cover, Cui Jinghao's manuscript on virus enhancement and gene editing theory. He rapidly turned the pages, the Korean and English terminology, genetic maps, chemical formulas, and experimental data densely populating the sheets. One page deliberately folded, its title boldly declaring, Optimization Direction for GD12 Serum and Hypothesis on Controllable Variations of K-Virus. The most crucial objective was finally within reach. Chen Mo's heart raced with exhilaration, nearly leaping from his chest. All his sacrifices and risks had culminated in this moment of triumph. He cast a fleeting glance at the hourglass of shimmering light within his consciousness, now nearly half emptied, and dared not delay any further. Swiftly, he secured the cold metallic container, cradling it tightly in his arms, while communicating with the bronze door within his mind that steadfastly maintained its coordinates. His silhouette, illuminated by the raging fire behind him, became indistinct amidst the swirling ashes and the relentless snowfall, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the remnants of a still-burning ruin that spoke of apocalyptic madness. Chapter 27. The genetic grafting of the bone-eating flower bearing the cold metallic container, salvaged at the peril of his life from the desolate ruins of Busan. Chen Mo returned once more to the modest, yet reassuring stone cottage within the main world's medicinal garden. Outside, the familiar fragrances of spiritual plants and earth contrasted starkly with the deathly world interwoven with ice and flames. He gingerly placed the cold box upon the only relatively flat stone table in the room, as if it were a fragile and invaluable treasure. Ignoring the lingering pain in his right arm and the urgency to meticulously tally his other spoils, his entire focus was instantly drawn to the thick tomes, repositories of Dr. Cui Jinghao's heart and soul. With a reverent demeanor, he delicately brushed away the frost from the cover of the manuscript titled Theories on Virus Enhancement and Gene Editing, and opened it. In that moment, a radically different yet subtly interconnected system of knowledge unfolded before him, akin to the vastness of the starry sky. The notes were rife with specialized biological terminology from his previous life. The double helix structure of DNA, RNA transcription, reverse transcriptase, restriction endonucleases, gene scissors, the nascent form of CRISPR-related technology, vectors, protein expression, alongside intricate and artistic gene maps, protein structures, chemical equations, and densely packed experimental data. Fortunately, Chen Mo's foundation in physics, chemistry, and biology from his former existence was relatively solid. Though genetic engineering was not his primary field, he could grasp the basic principles and terminology. At this moment, as he delved into the text, though it was profound and esoteric, akin to celestial scripture, his formidable learning ability and the subtle perceptions afforded by his consciousness allowed him to tenuously follow the core concepts, gaining a vague understanding of the astonishing wisdom encapsulated within those charts and formulas. Dr. Cui's research extended far beyond the mere creation of devastating zombie viruses. One of his core theories, which intrigued Chen Mo the most, revolved around utilizing the virus's formidable capacity for mutation and adaptation as a vector for gene editing, enabling controllable and directed gene enhancement and editing of target organisms, rather than merely fabricating mindless killing machines. Among the conjectures regarding enhancing plant cells' resistance to specific environments, such as heavy metal contamination, and their capacity for metal ion accumulation, as well as employing specific viral segments as genetic couriers to graft and enhance particular traits, Chen Mo felt a sudden spark of inspiration. He almost instantaneously lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze, directed towards the bone-eating flowers in the medicinal garden, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a faintly sweet scent, their leaves manifesting an ominous shade of purplish black. The bone-eating flower murmured to itself, its eyes shimmering with the unique excitement characteristic of a scientific visionary. It inherently possessed the ability to absorb heavy metal toxins from the soil, which served as the foundation for its survival and toxicity. Although its efficiency resembled the sluggishness of a snail and its growth cycle was prolonged, it had a considerable demand for spiritual energy. If, by employing Dr. Chui's theories and viral technology, one could select gene fragments that enhance metal affinity and transformation, utilizing the modified virus as a vector to infect the bone-eating flower, one could deliberately augment its capabilities. A mad and audacious plan rapidly took shape and refined itself in his mind. This endeavor could not only expedite the absorption of metallic impurities from the soil, purifying the medicinal garden's environment, but it might also enable the accumulation of metal elements, potentially forming a unique spiritual plant material or even altering its intrinsic properties. Without hesitation, Chen Mo transformed into a fervent scientist, devoting himself wholeheartedly to the research. He initially expended considerable time thoroughly digesting and understanding the sections in Dr. Chui's notes regarding plant cell transformation, the weakening treatment of viral vectors, and the selection and introduction of gene fragments, conducting countless simulations in his mind. This process was more mentally taxing than cultivation itself, yet the thirst for knowledge and technological prowess drove him onward. Subsequently, he began preparing the experimental materials. He selected a batch of the most vigorous bone-eating flower seedlings, with the most developed and robust root systems, designating them as his test subjects. He cleared a small experimental plot and surrounded it with stones inscribed with rudimentary isolation runes to prevent any potential contamination. Next came the most critical and perilous step, the viral operation. Following the methods outlined in his notes, he arranged a rudimentary isolation area within the stone chamber, using dragon crystal arrowheads for purification assurance. Cautiously, he extracted specific gene fragments from a viral strain sample labeled K7 from the refrigerated box. This variant, derived in the laboratory, exhibited low aggressiveness towards animal cells but displayed an extraordinary affinity for metal ions. The subsequent steps plunged into a realm rich with the essence of cultivation, a domain beyond Dr. Chui's imagination. Chen Mo eschewed the modern precision instruments mentioned in the notes, as he lacked access to such equipment. Instead, he utilized a specially crafted spiritual liquid imbued with gentle wood attribute spiritual energy as the culture medium, suspending the extracted and weakened viral gene fragments within it. He then sat cross-legged before the experimental nursery, holding his breath in concentration, summoning forth a pure consciousness far more agile and perceptive than any sophisticated apparatus. The power of his consciousness resembled countless minuscule nanorobots, cautiously extending to envelop the viral vectors suspended in the spiritual liquid, guiding them as if performing a delicate micro-level surgical procedure, attempting to graft them into the nuclei of the bone-eating flower seedlings' root cells, with the aim of integrating them into their genetic material. The process was exceedingly intricate, tedious, and demanded an exceptionally high precision of control over his consciousness, with a failure rate dishearteningly high. The initial batch of 10 seedlings, shortly after the viral vector was introduced, began to convulse violently within less than the duration of a stick of incense. Their leaves swiftly blackened and withered, while the roots rotted away, evidently succumbing to severe genetic conflicts and rejection responses, ultimately reducing to a small puddle of foul, black sludge. Chen Mo recorded the phenomenon expressionlessly, discarding the failed specimens and proceeding to the next batch. He adjusted the proportion of wood attribute spiritual energy in the elixir, attempting to enhance the seedling's vitality and tranquility. In the second batch of 20, some seedlings managed to survive, yet they exhibited terrifying and uncontrollable mutations. Some roots grotesquely swelled into tumor-like distortions, breaking through the soil. Others sprouted sharp, metallic spines on their leaves, only to quickly exhaust the plant's nutrients and perish. Still others emitted a bizarre, corrosive gas that tainted the surrounding soil a deep black. Failure, and yet more failure. The experimental nursery lay in disarray, as if tainted by some malevolent force. The consumed bone corrosion flower seedlings had accumulated into a small heap. Yet, Chen Mo remained undeterred, his gaze growing ever brighter. Each failure provided invaluable data. He feverishly combed through Dr. Chui's notes in search of optimization strategies and theoretical support, while continuously adjusting the elixir's formulation, refining the intensity and method of his spiritual guidance, and selecting more compatible viral fragments. He worked with the patience of an artist sculpting a masterpiece. Whenever his spiritual energy waned, he would meditate to restore it, and upon recovery, he would immediately resume his work, repeating this cycle. Heaven does not forsake those who toil earnestly. After expending vast quantities of seedlings and mental fortitude, Enduring sleepless nights, he finally observed a small cluster of approximately a dozen bone corrosion flowers that had resiliently survived the initial ravages of genetic modification. Their above-ground appearance remained largely unchanged, still adorned with their eerie violet blossoms, yet the leaves seemed more robust, with veins faintly shimmering with a metallic luster. The most profound transformation, however, occurred within their root systems. Chen Mo carefully excavated the soil around one of the roots. What had once been ordinary white fibrous roots had transformed into unusually thick, twisted structures, exhibiting a dull, metallic hue reminiscent of wrought iron, and upon touch, they possessed an unexpectedly cold hardness. More astonishingly, the surfaces of these dark roots were cloaked in a dense, moss-like layer of dark green fuzz. This velvety covering appeared almost alive, quivering slightly upon contact with the air. Chen Mo's heart raced. He promptly collected some discarded mineral slag from the garden, rich in trace amounts of metals such as iron and copper, and evenly sprinkled it onto the soil surrounding the mutated bone corrosion flower's roots. In the next moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. Those dark green, fuzzy root systems, as if sensing the scent of blood like a school of sharks, began to undulate subtly, yet distinctly, as if they were living entities. They rapidly extended finer, mycelium-like structures, entwining with the mineral particles, while the fuzzy layers secreted a transparent, slightly viscous liquid. Under the intense concentration of Chen Mo's awareness, he observed with clarity. Those hard mineral slag particles were being decomposed and dissolved at a visibly rapid pace under the influence of this special liquid. The metallic components were efficiently absorbed and transported by the roots. Simultaneously, the plant of the bone-corroding flower seemed to receive a tremendous boost. Its leaves became noticeably more lush and verdant, with the purple veins becoming increasingly vivid and profound. Even the previously wilted flower buds visibly swelled, their colors becoming more vibrant. It was a success, an authentic triumph. Chen Mo, overwhelmed with excitement, raised his fist in jubilation, almost leaping into the air, his face radiating an uncontrollable ecstasy. The efficient absorption, decomposition, and transformation of metallic impurities in the soil into unique nutrients for its growth was nothing short of a natural environmental champion and biological metallurgist. He named this successfully mutated bone-corroding flower iron moss. Not only did it retain the original toxicity of the bone-corroding flower, but it also acquired a remarkable ability to concentrate and transform metals. This was a fortune waiting to be harvested. Not only could it purify the soil of the medicinal garden, but it might also yield iron spirit grass and copper spirit flowers directly in the future. Chen Mo, brimming with delight, immediately set about propagating the remaining successful samples and expanding the cultivation area of iron moss, replacing the ordinary bone-corroding flowers. Soon, centered around the iron moss cultivation area, the soil of the medicinal garden began to undergo subtle and persistent changes. The land, once compacted and barren from years of toxic herb planting, seemed to become a bit more loose, with a significant reduction in the metallic impurities it contained. Chen Mo, however, was not satisfied with this progress. He combined his knowledge of material science from the main world with the subtle perception abilities of a cultivator to create a highly sensitive magnetic detection rod for regular testing. The results thrilled him further. The needle of the detection rod exhibited a pronounced, continuous deflection when approaching the iron moss area, and the angle of deflection gradually increased over time. The soil's magnetic properties were continuously enhancing. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a new frontier. It appeared that the metallic elements absorbed by the iron moss were not entirely consumed for growth. Rather, some were somehow precipitating and accumulating deep within the soil. Perhaps, under the influence of the roots of the spiritual plants and the complex interactions with soil microorganisms, combined with the special substances secreted by the iron moss itself, a peculiar, metal-rich spiritual soil was forming deep within this transformed land. Or perhaps, it was some unknown mineral substrate. He sensed that beneath the seemingly ordinary soil of the medicinal garden, something extraordinary was brewing. A heavy, metallic vitality was silently accumulating. This transformation was slow yet steadfast, as if something lay dormant underground, awaiting the day it would break through the surface. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Chen Mo stroked his chin, gazing at the rejuvenated medicinal garden before him, his heart brimming with anticipation for the unknown. Dr. Chui's notes had opened a new door for him, leading to a world vast and boundless. Chapter 28. The gift of the tribe hunters. The successful cultivation of iron moss and the peculiar transformation of the medicinal garden soil have imbued Chen Mo with unprecedented confidence in biological modification and resource conversion. However, He is acutely aware that in this perilous primary world, particularly with the ominous shadow of senior brother Zhao Ming's sword looming above, mere passive defense on the ground and relentless farming is woefully inadequate. He requires a pair of eyes that can soar through the heavens, surveying the earth and grasping the entirety of the situation, eyes that are more covert, more efficient, and less detectable in their reconnaissance. Intelligence is the key to survival and victory. Chen Mo murmurs to himself, his gaze once again drawn to the quiet bronze door within his sea of consciousness. It is time to venture out for resources once more. His thoughts sweep across the patterns on the door, each representing different worlds, the energy already brimming. Ultimately, he fixates on the design symbolizing ice, primordial forests, and hunting, the world of the wild hunters. There, vast skies and the finest aerial hunters await. This time, he opts for a temporal anchor shift. He requires the passage of time in that realm to be sufficiently long for the tribe to recover from previous crises, yet not so extensive that everything has changed irreparably. His focus locks onto 5 years after his last departure. As light and shadow dance, the familiar, slight sensation of dizziness washes over him, followed by the crisp yet pure cold wind enveloping his body, infused with the refreshing scents of pine needles, fir, and snow, dissipating the faintly sweet odor from the medicinal garden of the primary world. He materializes at the edge of a coniferous forest blanketed in deep snow, where towering redwoods and firs stand like giants clad in silver armor, silently observing. 5 years, in the grand scheme of the majestic Rocky Mountains, is but a fleeting moment. The terrain remains largely unchanged, still embodying the original, vast expanse of snowy forests. Yet, when Chen Mo casts his gaze towards the valley he remembers, he discovers that the camp of the tribe hunters has undergone a remarkable transformation. The camp has expanded significantly. It is no longer just a scatter of a dozen tents, but has evolved into a well-organized settlement. Numerous sturdy leather tents have been erected, and a robust wooden fence made of thick logs and resilient vines encircles the area, complete with rudimentary lookout posts. What once was a temporary encampment has blossomed into a small tribal stronghold. Wisps of smoke rise gently, and faint voices can be heard, signaling a vibrant vitality. It seems they have thrived over these 5 years. With a sense of reassurance settling within him, Chen Mo adjusts his relatively thick cotton clothing. No longer merely the tattered garb of a servant, but rather the warm attire prepared by the primary world, and strides toward the camp. As he approaches the gate of the fence, before he can utter a word, a lithe figure bursts forth from the camp, like a whirlwind. It is a tall, robust young hunter, his bronze skin gleaming, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and the youthful naivety has faded from his face, replaced by the resolve and composure born of experience. It is none other than Fast Horse. Fast Horse's eyes fixate on Chen Mo, initially narrowing in suspicion, then widening in disbelief as he appraises him from head to toe. Soon after, overwhelming joy and excitement erupt across his face like a volcano. Chen, by the spirits of the forest, it truly is you. The voice of the swift horse trembled with excitement as he suddenly opened his arms wide, delivering a robust and powerful embrace to Chen Mo, vigorously patting his back. I knew it. The spirit of the forest would surely guide you back. After such a long time, your appearance has scarcely changed. The warmth of Kuai Ma's genuine enthusiasm instantly dispelled the chill of the northern realm. Chen Mo, smiling, returned the embrace. Kuai Ma? It has been far too long. You have grown stronger, embodying the essence of a true tribal leader. Haha. Come. Elder Stag, and everyone have missed you. Kuai Ma's fervor invigorated the camp. Soon, Chen Mo was welcomed into the central, largest, and most substantial chief's tent. Inside, a warm bonfire crackled, dispelling the cold from outside. Elder Stag remained seated on his prized animal hide, the passage of time etching deeper wrinkles upon his face. His hair grayer, yet his eyes retained their vitality, wisdom, and the tranquility of a sage. Upon seeing Chen Mo, the elder broke into a sincere and generous smile. His voice, though aged, still carried a dignified resonance. Welcome back, friend from afar. The spirit of the forest blesses you. 5 years have passed, yet your figure remains vivid in our memories and songs. The spark of Thor you brought us has granted us an everlasting hope during the long winter. And your wisdom in dealing with the white-skinned demons has served as the sharpest hunting knife, safeguarding the peace and future of our tribe. In these 5 years, we have driven away those greedy demons, allowing our tribe to thrive, the children grow healthy, and the hunting grounds flourish once more. You will forever be a cherished friend, a brother bound by blood. The elder's words were slow yet powerful, each syllable heavy with meaning. This simple yet profound gratitude stirred a warm current within Chen Mo's heart. He solemnly bowed to the elder. "It is my honor to assist my friends. Seeing the tribe flourish brings me genuine joy." Elder Stag nodded with satisfaction, signaling to Qinglan. With a solemn demeanor, akin to performing a sacred rite, Qinglan presented an object carefully wrapped in soft deer hide. He slowly unveiled the hide, revealing not a mighty weapon or precious furs, but a booklet bound with processed, resilient birch bark and fine animal sinew. On the cover, a soaring eagle was depicted in charcoal, its gaze sharp and its posture graceful. Qinglan handed the booklet to Chen Mo, his voice imbued with a sense of legacy. "Chen, my brother, this is one of the most precious arts of falconry, reserved for the bravest, wisest hunters favored by the spirit of the forest." Chen Mo felt a stir in his heart as he carefully accepted it. Opening the resilient birchbark pages, he found detailed illustrations of various birds common to the Rocky Mountains, analyses of their behaviors, nesting locations, hunting techniques, and a core collection of unique whistles to mimic the calls of different eagles for communication. The records were meticulously detailed, clearly the result of countless generations of hunters' experiences. The eagle, the voice of the swift steed, resonates with reverence. It is the warrior of the sky and the vigilant eye of the forest's expanse. It possesses the ability to unveil hidden perils in the distance, to trace the footsteps of the most cunning prey, and to guide you back home. Now, one of the most cherished legacies of this tribe is entrusted to you. As he spoke, the swift steed demonstrated several commonly used commands for summoning, circling, diving reconnaissance, and returning home, each whistle imbued with a dynamic pitch and rhythm, filled with a wild cadence and marvelous tempo. This gift was precisely what Chen Mo had longed for, far more precious than any tangible possession. Enthusiastically welcomed by the Li tribe, Chen Mo lingered for several days. He humbly absorbed various techniques and knowledge of falconry from the swift steed while diligently practicing. However, suitable falcons were not easily found in the Rocky Mountains, and their wild nature required extensive time to cultivate trust. Noticing Chen Mo's eagerness, the swift steed assisted him in capturing a young raven that had just left its nest, a creature of considerable size and a fiercely independent gaze. In Native American culture, this bird is also regarded as a symbol of wisdom and a messenger, renowned for its intelligence and strong learning capacity, making it an excellent candidate for reconnaissance. Chen Mo attempted to communicate with the robust raven using the standard whistle commands taught by the swift steed, yet the raven merely tilted its sleek black head, casting a sly glance at him, indifferent and even attempting to peck at him with its beak. An idea sparked in Chen Mo's mind, recalling his unique mental perception. He cautiously separated a minuscule fragment of his consciousness, almost negligible, and endeavored to convey a simple gaze infused with curiosity, mingling it with a friendly whistle command imparted by the swift steed, directed at the raven. In an instant, the raven's once wary and defiant expression transformed. It abruptly turned its head, its obsidian eyes fixated on Chen Mo, as if truly seeing this bipedal creature for the first time. Its small head bobbed in confusion, striving to comprehend the faint yet striking connection of thoughts and emotions that had entered its mind. This direct communion of souls surpassed the limitations of mere whistles. A breakthrough. Chen Mo's heart raced with hope. He concentrated intently, cautiously separating another fragment of his consciousness, mingling it with the intent to soar and observe, alongside a whistle command denoting assent. The raven seemed to grasp this extraordinary mode of communication, emitting a resonant and jubilant call, suddenly flapping its wings and soaring skyward like a bolt of black lightning. It circled and glided at great heights, exuding elegance and confidence. Chen Mo immediately closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on that delicate fragment of consciousness, striving to maintain the tenuous connection. In an instant, a scene emerged, hazy and oscillating, reminiscent of the distorted imagery from an antiquated television set with poor reception. Fragmented visions flickered before his eyes, a vast expanse of snow-covered forest, resembling an immense carpet woven of green and white, meandering frozen rivers, akin to silver ribbons, and the distant clan camp, appearing as a collection of small building blocks. Although the image was blurred, the perspective shaky, and the connection intermittent, requiring intense concentration to maintain, this was undoubtedly a revolutionary breakthrough. Fragments of consciousness could now carry simple commands and vague visual feedback. The raven could truly become my aerial reconnaissance. Chen Mo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This form of connection based on consciousness was far more direct, efficient, and elusive than traditional falconry techniques. A few days later, Chen Mo, armed with the precious birch bark book on falconry and the young raven he had tentatively named Black Shadow, bid farewell to the amiable elder Dajiao and his friends from the Li clan, returning to the main world. Upon reaching the stone house in the medicinal garden, Chen Mo immediately constructed a comfortable perch for Black Shadow and prepared fresh water and strips of meat. Initially, Black Shadow was somewhat wary of its suddenly altered surroundings. However, with Chen Mo soothing it with the meat infused with a trace of spiritual energy and guiding it through their connection, the raven soon settled down. As this magnificent raven, with feathers gleaming like obsidian, spread its robust wings and released a call that was slightly hoarse yet resonant. It silently integrated into the gray expanse of the sky above the medicinal garden, embarking on its first reconnaissance flight. Chen Mo stood outside the house, gazing upward at the figure gradually shrinking into a small black, his heart brimming with a sense of control. He realized he had finally acquired a pair of celestial eyes that overlooked the grand scheme, Xiaoming, or any other malevolent observer. Under the watchful gaze of these sharp and elusive skyward eyes, their movements would be utterly exposed. For the first time, the initiative quietly tilted in Chen Mo's favor. Chapter 29. The steam engine on the ice field above the medicinal garden, Black Shadow, as raven eyes tirelessly circled through the wind and snow. After months of nurturing their connection with fragments of consciousness, Chen Mo could now share a clearer vision with it, albeit at the cost of nearly half of his consciousness each day. Rubbing his aching temples, he gazed at the gray sky and chuckled wryly. Maintaining such an aerial lookout consumed consciousness even more than alchemy. At that moment, although the images transmitted from Black Shadow's eyes remained veiled in a translucent blur, he could distinctly discern the outlines and movements of figures on the ground. Crouching beside the spiritual field, feigning to tend to a wilting bone-eating flower, his thoughts had already soared into the clouds. If that fellow Xiaoming truly harbored ill intentions towards me, would he saunter through the front door? Most likely, he would emerge from some unexpected nook, delivering a surprise gift. He muttered to himself, a sense of crisis coiling around his heart like an icy vine. Relying on heaven and earth was ultimately no match for relying on oneself. He must devise something more covert and powerful for self-defense. A long-conceived idea resurfaced, to craft a pneumatic crossbow. The contraption launched with astonishing speed, silent yet fierce, serving as a formidable weapon that strikes from the shadows and turns the tables in dire situations. However, despite the brilliance of the concept, the fundamental technological bottleneck lay in the pressure vessel. While the exquisite iron material of the main world is commendable, the rudimentary containers crafted through traditional forging techniques exhibit coarse structures, rendering their sealing and pressure-bearing capabilities highly unreliable. Storing high-pressure gases is out of the question. Even containing a bit of air poses a significant risk of explosive failure. He required a more intricate design, a more stable high-pressure source, and a more dependable sealing technology. The time for knowledge had arrived once more. Chen Mo inhaled the icy air deeply, his gaze sinking into the depths of his consciousness, where the ancient, silent bronze door loomed majestically. The wilderness patterns, emblematic of snow and hunting, flickered to life, casting a soft glow. Target acquired, the wilderness hunter world. The temporal anchor? With a thought, he fixed it at 5 years after his last departure, synchronized with the timeline of the Li clan tribe. This approach would spare him the hassle of re-establishing connections and expedite his acquisition of what he needed. He was off. As his will settled, the familiar dizziness of transitioning through space and time enveloped him. A chilling wind, mixed with hard snow particles, struck his face like icy sand, enthusiastically coating Chen Mo. He shivered violently, hastily wrapping his thin disciple's robe, adequate in the main world but woefully insubstantial here, around himself more tightly, his teeth chattering from the cold. A shadow. He focused intently, reaching out through the thread of his consciousness, as if dialing a specialized line across dimensions. Moments later, a resounding caw pierced through the wind and snow from the heavens. A bolt of black lightning sliced through the gray-white sky, folding its wings and executing a precise, graceful dive to land firmly upon Chen Mo's shoulder. It was the shadow. Affectionately, it nudged its small head against Chen Mo's cheek, soon emitting a soft cooing sound from its throat, and released a small, somewhat blurry image composed of faint light and shadow. This was a recently experimented method of information transmission that consumed less energy. Although not as clear as direct sharing of consciousness, it excelled in convenience. Could we perhaps employ a more elegant means of communication next time? Chen Mo mused, wiping his cheek disdainfully as if truly splattered with drool, before focusing intently on the light orb. In the image, a fortress, rugged in design and exuding an aura of primality intertwined with steel, stood starkly at the entrance of a distant valley. The main structure was composed of hefty logs, yet crucial areas were reinforced with thick, dark steel plates. Several massive iron chimneys resembled the breathing apparatus of a colossal beast, unabashedly exhaling plumes of thick smoke into the sky. From deep within the fortress emanated muffled, yet rhythmic clanging sounds, as if a massive iron creature was methodically breathing inside. Surrounding the fortress, figures clad in tattered garments, barely resembling remnants of the French military, were patrolling, each hunched against the cold like quails in the snow. What on earth? The remnants of the French forces? Not only had they survived, but had also initiated a steampunk infrastructure in this desolate place? Chen Mo's eyes suddenly sparkled, the brilliance surpassing even the moment he beheld a garden full of ripe spiritual herbs. This commotion, this chimney, this unmistakable industrial cacophony, it could only be a steam engine. Along with it, there existed a high-pressure gas storage apparatus. He was so exhilarated that he could scarcely contain himself. It was as if a long-awaited dream had finally materialized. A supercharged version of steam power. His pneumatic crossbow now held promise, politely declining the enthusiastic invitations from the swift steeds and the tribal folk, who were merely curious about what new marvel this favored of the forest spirit would conjure next. Chen Mo transformed once more into a specter of the snow-laden landscape. With his formidable physical prowess and exceptional adaptability to the environment, he hastened toward the valley guided by the shadowy figure. Days later, he had blended seamlessly into the surroundings like a vividly colored chameleon, stealthily lurking atop a ridge blanketed in thick snow, cautiously peering down at the industrial marvel that continuously belched forth black smoke and steam. The fortress, built in harmony with the mountainous contours, was ingeniously designed to exploit the advantages of its terrain. A rushing glacial river had been partially diverted through an artificial channel, driving a massive wooden water wheel that creaked as it slowly rotated. A seemingly intricate assembly of grease-laden gears and linkages transformed the natural flow of water into the primal force that powered the steel heart of the fortress. The outer defenses were formidable, a crude wooden palisade, watchtowers that loomed above the ground, equipped with antiquated flintlock guns and two seemingly aged bronze cannons. Their dark muzzles aimed menacingly at the valley entrance. Patrols were frequent, their movements rhythmic. A direct assault? Chen Mo immediately dismissed this foolish notion. Such actions were the folly of brutes. A wise man relies on technological exchange, or, to put it more aptly, on inspiration. His gaze functioned as the most precise of scanners, meticulously scrutinizing every detail of the fortress, ultimately fixating on a robust dark metal pipeline protruding from the mountainside, broader than a grown man's waist, continuously hissing and releasing scalding white steam. This pipe connected downward to a semi-buried, bulbous metal tank, swollen as if gorged on pufferfish. The tank's surface was densely studded with rivets and connected to various sizes of brass valves, with the most crucial component being the pressure gauge. He had found it. The high-pressure steam storage tank. This was it. Chen Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. The structure and principles of this apparatus were far more advanced and reliable than the rudimentary gas tank he had previously envisioned crafting with a hammer. It was a prototype of high-pressure gas cylinders custom-made for his ideal pneumatic crossbow. In the following 3 days, Chen Mo patiently assumed the role of an observer of the steam fortress's routines. He lay concealed in the snow, braving the biting cold, meticulously documenting the changing of the guard and the workers' activities. He discovered that each evening, as the sunlight painted the snow in a haunting orange-red hue, the heavy ironclad wooden door of the fortress would swing open, from which emerged a small group of 5 or 6 workers. They were bundled in bulky, tattered cotton coats, their faces etched with numbness and fatigue, grumbling as they trudged along a snow-packed path, heading toward the incessantly wailing steam apparatus for their daily maintenance, waste discharge, and pressure relief operations. The entire process lasted approximately half an hour. Within this fleeting half hour lay the opportunity. A sharp glint flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as a plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. On the day of action, at dusk, Chen Mo concealed himself behind a dense thicket of snow-laden, withered brush along the path, draped in thick white camouflage fabric, suppressing even his breath to the utmost, blending seamlessly with the snow, resembling a silent mound of snow. As the group of workers approached, dragging their heavy steps, tools in hand, and lamenting in heavily accented French about the cursed cold, the harsh foreman, and the perpetually malfunctioning machinery, Chen Mo sprang forth like a coiled leopard. There were no cries of battle, only 2 nearly imperceptible sounds, barely discernible above the wind. The last 2 workers in the line felt a slight sting and numbness at the back of their necks, akin to being bitten by a giant ice mosquito. Their vision faded into darkness before they could utter a sound, collapsing softly into the deep snow beside them, rendered silent. The others remained oblivious, heads bowed, continuing their weary march while cursing. "My apologies, brothers, just borrowing your attire for a moment. I assure you it will be returned intact, though perhaps slightly dusted with snow." Chen Mo silently mused, his movements swift as lightning. He quickly dragged one of the unconscious workers deeper into the shadows of the thicket, deftly stripping him of his oil-stained, sweat-scented, and grease-laden thick cotton coat, along with a worn felt hat which he donned. He also tucked the two unfortunate souls away more discreetly, covering them with snow to prevent them from succumbing to the cold. Then, he hunched his back, mimicking the laborious posture and somewhat sluggish gait of the workers, lowering his head as he blended into the rear of the advancing maintenance crew. Upon entering the gas storage area, the deafening roar of steam engulfed him like a tangible wall, drowning out all other sounds, rendering the foreman's shouts a mere indistinct buzz. The scalding, humid steam enveloped him, mingling with the heavy scents of oil, rust, and sulfur, nearly suffocating. As he feigned receiving a large wrench from a companion, tapping it on an apparently inconsequential pipe merely for show, he pushed his own awareness to an unprecedented peak. His eyes gleamed with a barely perceptible golden light, akin to two high-precision scanners fervently documenting every external detail of the massive gas storage tank, the systematic arrangement of rivets, the precise orientation and configuration of pipes, the distinct styles and potential functions of each valve handwheel, and the scale range and accuracy of the pressure gauge. Simultaneously, his mind, honed through numerous trials, functioned like a high-speed recorder, imprinting the crude schematic held by the foreman, stained with black oil, marked with crucial dimensions, the tank's diameter approximately 4 feet, wall thickness nearing 1 inch, and a vague range for maximum working pressure, and specifications for the pressure relief valve, with astonishing clarity into the recesses of his memory. While the external structure was nearly complete, it was the internal configuration that would ensure the success of the replication. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the colossal energy expenditure and the inherent risks, yet recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. He cautiously extracted an exceedingly thin, yet concentrated strand of his consciousness, attempting to penetrate the immensely thick and heated metal tank wall. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion surged through him, akin to a searing needle piercing his brow and violently stirring within. Cold sweat instantly adorned his forehead, and a cacophony resounded in his mind, accompanied by waves of dizziness. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stabilize his thoughts, enduring the discomfort as he endeavored to extend that strand of consciousness inward, vaguely perceiving and sketching the internal structure, the crisscrossing reinforcements supporting the immense internal pressure, and the specific principles of the pressure relief device, which he vaguely discerned to be a leverweight safety valve. How ingenious! It utilized a counterweight to balance the internal pressure. Although he could only perceive a rough outline in principle, the essential mechanical structure had been unveiled to him. This half-hour of high-temperature, high-pressure maintenance felt to Chen Mo more exhausting than a life-and-death struggle. When the foreman finally blew the piercing whistle, signaling the end of the repairs, Chen Mo felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of being completely drained by the relentless heat and noise, his head heavy as if filled with lead. Yet within him swelled a profound sense of satisfaction and exhilaration, akin to that of the gas tank itself. He followed the weary procession, still bowing his head, mimicking the postures of others, and safely exited the area filled with the roars of steel and scalding steam. Once he had distanced himself from the guard's line of sight and found a sheltered spot away from the wind, Chen Mo could hardly contain himself as he promptly seated himself on the ground, gasping for breath, the cool air filling his lungs and slightly reviving his foggy mind. He quickly retrieved several resilient animal hides and a specially crafted charcoal pencil that he had prepared in advance, neglecting rest. And relying on his formidable memory and the profound impressions left by his consciousness scan, he began to sketch with swiftness and precision. The lines were accurate and fluid, and the annotations were detailed and professional. The theoretical thickness of the iron, the precise spacing of the rivets, the possible models of the valves, the estimated range of the pressure gauge, the calculations for the counterweight of the pressure relief valve, and even the internal layout and stress structure of the reinforcements, which he had only vaguely sensed with his consciousness, were all carefully delineated with dashed lines and notes. In the frigid depths of the Rocky Mountains, a design blueprint for a high-pressure gas tank, which encapsulates the quintessence of early steampunk ingenuity from another world, was birthed from the pen of Chen Mo Triumph. This venture promises immense profit. As Chen Mo gazed upon this borrowed technological marvel, a radiant smile broke across his weary visage, as if he could already envision the awe-inspiring scene where a pneumatic crossbow, centered around this high-pressure vessel, would unleash its formidable power. The return of my extraordinary high-pressure gas tank is finally within reach. He once again communicated with the bronze door, his figure vanishing silently amidst the snowstorm. Clutching the warm blueprint and brimming with anticipation for the next phase of creation. Chapter 30. The pneumatic crossbow and the ice arrows armed with the blueprint for the high-pressure gas tank borrowed from the steam fortress on the icy plains. Chen Mo plunged into the most remote and seldom visited abandoned forge room at the corner of the medicinal garden. The air was instantly suffused with a complex aroma of aged charcoal ashes, metallic rust, and a hint of mildew. He needed to transform the otherworldly concepts on the blueprint into tangible objects suitable for the main realm. The first step was to obtain the necessary permits for materials and usage of the space. The duty disciple of the refining workshop scrutinized the application form presented by Chen Mo. Casting a doubtful glance at the cart piled high with enough fine iron ingots to forge several standard flying swords, his brow furrowed in confusion. Junior Brother Chen, your application states that you are improving the pressure device for the irrigation of the spiritual fields on the back hill of the medicinal garden. Are you certain this is merely for irrigation? With the weight of these fine iron ingots, it would be more than sufficient not only to create a few pressure tanks, but to completely relay a water supply system for half the garden. Esteemed senior brother, you possess a discerning eye. Chen Mo immediately donned a sincere expression, as if he had finally been asked the right question. His acting skills rivaling those of seasoned performers on earthly stages. What you may not know is that the newly opened spiritual fields on the back hill are situated too high. The water flows up weakly and feebly. Ordinary cast iron pressure barrels have exploded like firecrackers with just a slight increase in pressure, destroying several in the process. The disciple's bone-eating flower is on the verge of shedding its leaves from thirst. It is truly unavoidable that I must invest in these superior fine iron ingots to create a thicker, sturdier pressure vessel. Rest assured, all material costs and rental fees will be covered in full, as per the regulations. With the limited authority granted to the temporary overseer, his persuasive eloquence, and a few low-grade spirit stones discreetly slipped as a lubricant, Chen Mo finally secured the materials and the short-term use of the secluded forge room without incident. However, the true challenge would only commence the moment the furnace was ignited. The strength, toughness, and affinity for spiritual energy of the fine iron in the main realm indeed surpassed that of ordinary steel, but correspondingly, the difficulty of processing it escalated exponentially. Shin Kong possessed a cultivation level of 5 layers in qi refining and a formidable spiritual sense that surpassed that of his peers. However, he was not of a traditional blacksmith lineage and had not systematically studied the nuances of material handling or the techniques of incantation. At this moment, he could only rely on the most rudimentary method, brute force combined with meticulous manipulation of his spiritual awareness to ensure safety. Clang, clang. The heavy forging hammer struck down repeatedly upon the glowing red iron ingot, sending sparks flying like fireworks. The tremendous recoil jolted Chen Mo's hands, leaving them numb and his arms fatigued. He needed to forge repeatedly, employing the clumsiest of methods to eliminate the impurities within the material and to initially shape it into a cylindrical form. During this process, his spiritual sense acted as countless invisible, precise probes, acutely perceiving the subtle structural changes within the iron as it resonated with the hammer's strikes, guiding the point and intensity of each blow while carefully avoiding internal cracks caused by stress concentration. This was undoubtedly a dual torment of both mind and body. Bang! A dull yet astonishing roar suddenly erupted within the confines of the small forge. Chen Mo, covered in soot and grime, crawled up from behind a pile of discarded iron scraps, coughing and waving away the swirling dust. His heart sank as he gazed at the forging table, where the nascent form he had just shaped lay shattered into 3 fragments, its edges still glowing with a faint red heat and emitting wisps of blue smoke. Damn it! It exploded again. This marked the 4th failure in just 3 days. Looking at the pile of iron ingots that had turned to scrap, Chen Mo felt as though his already meager spirit stone pouch was weeping. These were resources painstakingly exchanged for with real gold and silver. No, he could not rely solely on brute force. His spiritual sense must not be merely a probing tool. It needed to engage more deeply, actively guiding and dispersing the internal stress generated during forging. He wiped his face, smeared with sweat and soot, yet his gaze grew ever more focused and sharp. In the days that followed, this secluded forge transformed into a veritable experimental ground for explosive artistry. The monotonous sounds of striking, the hissing of the bellows, and the occasional sudden explosions became the dominant symphony of the place. Eventually, disciples from the medicinal garden would instinctively take detours around this area, wary of being struck by debris from a failed forging attempt. Failure, reflection, adjustment, and retrying. After enduring countless setbacks and expending enough precious iron to bankrupt any outer sect disciple. A diminutive, half-height dark-hued metal canister stood defiantly and intact upon the forging table. It exhibited the unique, somber luster of iron that had been repeatedly forged. Its surface far from smooth, marred by the marks of the process. Except in certain areas where Chen Mo had skillfully used his spiritual sense to polish a relatively even contour. Atop the canister, a sturdy brass valve and an old pressure gauge, acquired from the second-hand junk pile of the refining workshop, its scale somewhat blurred yet marginally functional, were meticulously installed. The joints were sealed and reinforced repeatedly with specially crafted spiritual adhesive and metallic wire. Inflation test, Phase 1, commence. Chen Mo rubbed his hands together, his eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He had arranged the most rudimentary water flow formation, embedding several low-grade spirit stones into the formation's core, driving the water to strike a makeshift water wheel. This power was then transferred through a crude, almost unbearable wooden gear mechanism, creaking yet barely functional, converting the rotation of the water wheel into the reciprocating motion of a piston. The piston struggled within the cylinder, each movement gradually compressing a substantial amount of air into the silent gas storage tank. The slender needle of the pressure gauge, akin to an old ox laboring to pull a cart, inched upward with great difficulty and deliberation. Chen Mo's heart raced, his focus unwavering, acutely aware of the tank's condition, fearing the heart-wrenching sound of a rupture at any moment. Time passed slowly, and when the needle finally trembled yet resolutely ascended to the predetermined pressure mark, equivalent to the impact force generated by a mid-stage Qi refining practitioner's full power strike, Chen Mo swiftly halted the formation and closed the intake valve. The gas tank stood silently, its surface icy to the touch, devoid of any hissing leaks or visible deformations. Silence lingered for 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. He had done it. His extraordinary high-pressure gas cylinder had truly come to fruition. A tremendous joy erupted within him like a volcano. Chen Mo was nearly propelled off the ground, circling the cold iron mass 3 times, almost compelled to embrace it in sheer elation. This small step signified a critical breakthrough in the cross-world technological fusion, having resolved the core issue of the power source. The subsequent construction of the crossbow's main body proceeded relatively smoothly. The bow arms were paramount, requiring immense elasticity and toughness to withstand the instantaneous impact of high-pressure gas. Chen Mo had prepared meticulously, retrieving those iron vines he had carefully nurtured in the corner of the herb garden. Repeatedly soaked in the venom of the bone corrosion flower, its peculiar properties astonishingly enhancing the toughness of plant fibers and certain energy conductivity. He intertwined these remarkably resilient vines, akin to crafting the most powerful composite bowstring, tightly wrapping them around specially crafted steel bow arms with ingenious grooves. The main body of the crossbow was constructed from a blend of hardwood and fine iron, ensuring sufficient structural strength to endure the explosive force while maintaining a lightweight design for ease of transport and aiming. Finally, he devised the most intricate and representative activation mechanism, embodying Chen Mo's steampunk approach to localizing cultivation practices, eschewing traditional mechanical triggers, gear systems, and notch structures. He designed an exceptionally clever pure pneumatic activation system. He connected the high-pressure gas tank to a completely sealed miniature impact gas chamber behind the bow arm via a specially crafted, thick-walled metal hose, with an interior polished to a smooth finish. In the fleeting moment of pulling that rudimentary trigger, a series of linkages deftly activates an intricate bypass valve, allowing high-pressure gas to surge into the confined impact chamber. The immense thrust generated by its rapid expansion directly propels a specially crafted piston that is connected to the crossbow string, resulting in the piston driving the string forward with astonishing speed. This entire activation process is several times swifter than traditional mechanical winding methods, with a more immediate and ferocious transfer of power, devoid of any premonition or delay, with a sharp, abrupt, and piercing whistle reminiscent of compressed air being unleashed. The sound erupted when Chen Mo first pulled the trigger during a dry test, echoing like a colossal metallic swarm in a furious roar. This sound is powerful enough to earn its name, the bumblebee. Chen Mo fondly caressed this cold, heavy, yet potent instrument of destruction, officially bestowing upon it the title of pneumatic crossbow bumblebee. Merely possessing the crossbow is insufficient. The arrows require an upgrade as well. Chen Mo's ambition is to achieve an ultimate freezing effect. He retrieved his most prized possession, several carefully nurtured, ghostly transparent orchids that had long been cultivated in a frigid corner. With meticulous care, he extracted the essence of extreme cold contained within their petals and roots. As the ice-blue viscous liquid was exposed to the air, the temperature within the forge plummeted visibly, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on Chen Mo's eyebrows and hair tips. Next, he added a unique active substance extracted from polar moss, known for its remarkable frostbite protection properties, which would prevent the metal arrowheads from becoming brittle in extreme low temperatures while also delaying the cold's corrosive effects on the arrow shafts to some extent. Finally, he carefully and evenly enveloped this chilling ice-blue viscous mixture around the specially designed, bloodletting grooved, high-carbon steel arrowheads and the front ends of the shafts, subtly solidifying it with magical energy. The success of this endeavor hinged on this moment. Ice arrow condense. Chen Mo gently immersed a specially prepared arrow, tipped downwards, into a previously prepared bucket of icy water mixture. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, an excruciatingly rapid freezing burst forth. The icy water mixture spread outward from the arrowhead as if it had come alive, frantically freezing the surroundings. Within mere breaths, a crystal-clear masterpiece, as if meticulously sculpted from pure crystal, was born. The arrowhead shimmered with a deadly icy blue light, the shaft adorned with spiraling, resplendent ice crystal patterns, while tendrils of visible white cold air entwined around it like tentacles, sending chills to the touch, as if it could freeze the very air around it. The ice arrow has been perfected. Exhaling a thick plume of white mist, excitement and anticipation sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes. He required a practical test. In the most remote and desolate corner of the medicinal garden, near the rocky cliffs of the back mountains, a half-human-sized, tough brown rock was selected as the unfortunate target. Chen Mo solemnly loaded a chilling ice arrow, radiating an astonishing cold, into the buzzing crossbow's slot, the frigid sensation penetrating even through his specially crafted gloves. He held his breath, steadying himself in a firm stance, and raised the heavy crossbow with unwavering resolve. Aiming through the rudimentary sight at a piece of bluestone 100 paces away, he pulled the trigger. His buzz, the familiar, sharp, compressed shriek once again tore through the air. The azure ice arrow transformed into a frigid beam of death, swiftly traversing the distance and striking the center of the bluestone with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! There was no deafening explosion, nor shattering debris. Instead, a peculiar muted sound resonated, as if a searing iron had abruptly pierced through ice. The metallic tip of the arrow easily penetrated the rock under immense kinetic force, and immediately, like a living plague, a dense frost, glimmering with a pallid chill, spread chaotically from the arrow's impact, enveloping every inch of the bluestone's surface. Amidst the faint hissing sound, the chilling essence invaded the rock's interior at a terrifying speed, disrupting its structure. Chen Mo hastened over, witnessing the bluestone, which moments ago had been exceptionally hard, now entirely cloaked in a thick layer of opaque white frost, continuously emanating visible streams of white cold. Cautiously, he extended his finger and gently touched the icy stone surface. Crash! As if reaching a critical point, the entire bluestone emitted a soft groan, and then, as though it had been frozen for millennia, it instantaneously disintegrated from the inside out, shattering into evenly sized, cold, mist-emitting ice fragments. Not even a piece the size of a fingernail remained intact. Marvelous! What a frost howl! What an ice arrow! Chen Mo could not contain a low roar, his eyes blazing with a sharpness surpassing the arrow's own edge. Such power, capable of instantly freezing the protective spiritual light of a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner, would surely be insurmountable. Once struck, the outcome would undoubtedly be shattered bones and stagnated spiritual energy. He caressed the cold and reliable body of the crossbow, feeling the chilling essence that seemed capable of freezing blood course through his palm, a profound sense of newfound confidence welling within him. With this formidable duo, amidst the lurking dangers of the outer sect, he finally possessed a lethal weapon potent enough to threaten adversaries of a higher caliber. Henceforth, the name buzzing felt inadequate. It shall be called Frost Howl. The pneumatic crossbow, Frost Howl. When this arrow is released, all shall be ensnared in frost, and even the spirits shall howl. He solemnly bestowed a name befitting the power of the first masterpiece he crafted with his own hands, a fusion of wisdom from two worlds. Chapter 31. Daenerys of the Game of Thrones world with Frost Howl and the Ice Arrow as his formidable golden duo. Chen Mo felt an unprecedented fortitude in his posture as he traversed the medicinal garden, as if the very air had become a touch more invigorating. Yet, as one who is fundamentally steeped in the spirit of technological exploration and plagued by a severe case of paranoia, he scrutinized the cold crossbow in his grasp, perpetually sensing its immense potential for enhancement. The Valyrian steel dagger, after absorbing the ambient negative energy, not only became lighter but also seemed to exhibit an amplified effect against magic. This indicated that high-tier extraordinary materials possess an exceptional affinity and capacity for energy, even capable of self-optimization through interaction with specific energies. He stroked his chin, his eyes brightening with fervor. If he could acquire even more advanced materials, such as dragon scales? This thought sprouted within him like wild grass, growing uncontrollably. Dragon scales. They encapsulate the formidable life force of the mythical dragon, embodying the essence of fire and even a hint of immortality. Just envisioning the possibility of embedding dragon scales at critical junctures of the frost howl, or honing them into arrowheads inscribed with runes of magic breaking, sharpness, and fiery explosions, was breathtaking. Merely contemplating it caused his heart to race and his blood to surge with excitement. The goal became instantly clear: dragon scales. The source was unmistakable: the world of Game of Thrones, under the dominion of Daenerys Targaryen and her three increasingly formidable dragons, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion. Within his mind's eye, the once silent bronze door stirred once more. This time, the dragon-shaped patterns symbolizing fire and destruction blazed with intensity, as if molten lava flowed beneath. Chen Mo's focus sharpened. The time anchor must be precise. He pinpointed the chaotic yet opportunistic moment. The unsullied army of the Mother of Dragons clashed with the Dothraki Screamers in a final showdown against the defending forces of King's Landing. The proud capital wailing amidst flames and blood. As light and shadow distorted, the dizziness of temporal displacement washed over him, followed by an extreme wave of scorching heat, mingled with the acrid scent of char, blood, and sulfur, crashing against his face with the force of a sledgehammer, nearly suffocating him. The scene before him unfolded like a vivid tapestry of hell. The grand city of King's Landing had succumbed to utter madness and destruction. The towering walls were riddled with breaches and collapses, while flames soared within the city, billowing smoke that stained the sky a foreboding dark red. Below, the Unsullied held their ground in silence and resilience, shielded by the wild, unrestrained charge of the Dothraki cavalry, braving the arrows raining down from the walls like a tempest, along with scalding oil and debris, fiercely assaulting the already crumbling massive gates. Golden-robed soldiers and mercenaries on the battlements engaged in a desperate and chaotic defense. The cacophony of cries, clashes, and the clanging of weapons deafening. Above, the true masters of this war reigned supreme. Three colossal shadows blotted out the sun. The largest and most fearsome black dragon, Drogon, the slightly smaller yet equally lethal green dragon, Regal, and the pure white dragon, Viserion, emerged as apocalyptic beasts from ancient myth, swirling amidst smoke and flames, diving down. With each upward gaze, their throats glowed with a disquieting orange light, and the dragon flames they expelled descended like divine retribution, effortlessly reducing sections of walls, towers, and battalions of soldiers to mere smoldering cinders. The tremendous winds generated by the colossal dragon's wings could even disperse the flames on the ground, etching death and terror deeper into the hearts of every living being. Chen Mo found himself at the site of a small village, now reduced to ruins after being scorched by dragon fire. The remnants of crumbling walls still burned. Waves of heat distorted the air, and the ground was searing, littered with charred and contorted corpses. He swiftly suppressed the shock within him, hastily donning the tattered garments, stained with ash and blood, that he had prepared beforehand, transforming himself into a refugee, terrified and desperately fleeing the chaos of war. Yet, his gaze resembled that of the most composed falcon, piercing through the tumultuous battlefield, fixating intently on the sky's most formidable creature, the massive, ferocious black beast, Zhuagong, which unleashed the thickest torrents of dragon fire. To confront such a beast head-on, that would be akin to inviting disaster. Delivering takeout to the dragon would be more sensible. Chen Mo's mind raced, instantly dismissing any unrealistic fantasies. Scavenging was his only option. The battlefield was rife with chaos. Should the dragon dive and collide, or be grazed by those massive scorpion crossbows, shedding a few scales was entirely plausible. With a plan set, he immediately sprang into action. He activated the infrared night vision goggles inherited from Shiryu, and the chaotic blobs in his field of vision became distinctly layered, with heat sources clearly discernible. Simultaneously, he established a connection to his consciousness, sharing the perspective of the raven soaring high above. In an instant, he felt as though he possessed both a divine vantage point and thermal imaging, like a phantom with cheat codes for a full map and X-ray vision. Chen Mo began to navigate swiftly along the periphery of the battlefield's burning ruins and chaotic streets. He skillfully avoided the most intense areas of conflict, focusing his search on the scorched earth and the paths beneath where the dragon might swoop low, potentially shedding scales in the process. His movements were astonishingly agile, leaping between the remnants of walls and utilizing every available cover, while his consciousness remained highly attuned to any possible energy fluctuations or falling debris around him. Fortune favors the prepared. As Chen Mo approached a crossroad near the city wall, piled high with corpses and rubble, Zhuo Geng unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. In a bid to obliterate a large scorpion crossbow precariously perched on a crumbling tower, which had nearly struck its wing membrane, the enormous creature dove ferociously, akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky. Its massive wings beat down upon the stone pinnacle of a tall clock tower to maintain balance and generate downward force, resulting in a resounding crash. The brick and stone structure could not withstand such terrifying power, shattering instantaneously. Countless fragments fell like rain, amidst the chaos of dust and debris. Through the dual perspectives of infrared vision and the high-flying raven, Chen Mo distinctly spotted several palm-sized scales, their edges sharp and gleaming with an obsidian-like luster, cascading from the collapsing stones. The location was merely a few steps ahead, at the burning intersection. My scales. Chen Mo's heart raced to its utmost, adrenaline surging. The few dragon scales radiated an astonishingly high temperature in the infrared spectrum, resembling glowing irons, strikingly conspicuous against the chaotic backdrop. Without a moment's hesitation, he braved the searing heat waves that could scorch his respiratory tract and the choking smoke that brought tears to his eyes. Like a snow leopard that had spotted its prey, he pushed his physical limits to the extreme and dashed towards the scattered dragon scales. However, just as he was a mere dozen steps away from those enticingly gleaming, molten scales, an unexpected change occurred. The green dragon, Rhaego, seemed acutely aware of the small black dot below, which was unnaturally active and moving at great speed within the fiery dragon's forbidden zone. It emitted a piercing shriek, laden with warning and intent to expel, as its massive head swung sharply, icy vertical pupils locking onto Chen Mo. In the next instant, Rhaego's fearsome maw, lined with sharp teeth, opened wide, an orange-red glow rapidly coalescing deep within its throat, swelling ominously. A torrent of searing dragon flames, capable of melting steel and vaporizing rock, surged forth like a volcanic eruption or a divine flame whip, descending upon Chen Mo's location with an aura of annihilation. The coverage was vast, leaving no refuge. In that critical moment, Chen Mo's spirit soared in alarm, his scalp tingling with dread. Instinct for survival utterly eclipsed rational thought. He scarcely had time to turn around, let alone aim accurately. Drawing upon countless encounters at the precipice of life and death, he instinctively seized the frost howl slung across his back, firing without a glance at the deathly fireball plummeting towards him. Whoosh! The icy blue arrow shot forth, transforming into a cold meteor that resolutely surged against the tide, plunging directly into the core of the orange-red inferno. Boom! Instead of the anticipated explosive roar, an intense clash erupted between the utmost cold and the utmost heat. A massive cloud of dense, pure white mist erupted, expanding like a giant cotton candy, voraciously consuming the surrounding flames and enveloping the entire area. The furious orange-red dragon fire was surprisingly countered and largely extinguished by this icy blue chill. Yet, the residual, still terrifying shockwave and scalding airflow struck Chen Mo with the force of an invisible hammer, crashing down upon him just as he reached the vicinity of the dragon scales. Thud! Chen Mo felt as though he had been struck head-on by a frenzied bull, his internal organs instantly shifting, a coppery taste flooding his throat as he nearly spat blood. His body was uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing into a heap of still smoldering, charred debris, every bone in his body screaming in agony. Fortunately, the explosive force of Frost Howl was sufficiently potent. The extreme cold contained within the icy arrow was adequate to withstand the blast, and with the distance mitigating the impact and significantly weakening the dragon flames. He remarkably managed to narrowly escape with his life, though the internal shock had undoubtedly inflicted serious damage. Suddenly erupting, a dense and obscuring mist of ice severely disrupted the senses and attack rhythm of the green dragon, Rhaego. It let out an enraged roar, flapping its wings to ascend, seemingly realigning its target and temporarily abandoning its fiery breath for a finishing blow. Now was the moment. Chen Mo, enduring excruciating pain that felt as if his entire being were falling apart, performed a quick roll and scrambled towards the scattered dragon scales. The scorching debris burned his palms, sizzling and forming blisters, yet he paid no heed to such discomfort. His gaze swiftly scanned the charred earth, quickly identifying 5 palm-sized dragon scales, each radiating intense heat and seemingly containing a tempestuous fire attribute energy akin to molten lava. With utmost haste, he swept them into a specially crafted pouch lined with fireproof beast hide. The sharp edges of the scales instantly cut into his fingers, causing blood to seep out. But he remained indifferent. The weight of each scale felt as though it harbored the strength of a miniature fire dragon. Acquired. Withdraw. Without a moment's delay, Chen Mo dared not linger. Utilizing the cover of the still dissipating ice mist and the cacophony of chaos above the battlefield, he dashed away like a startled hare, clutching his churning chest, limping and expending his final ounce of strength to flee from the city walls. Simultaneously, he fervently communicated with the bronze door within his sea of consciousness. The returning stream of light enveloped his nearly disassembled body. Just before his figure vanished entirely, he cast a fleeting glance back at the epicenter of the explosion. There, ice mist and heat wildly intertwined and surged, leaving devastation in their wake. The air resonated with the thunderous roar of the black dragon, Trogon, whose fury was heightened by the blunder of its subordinate, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Alongside the final lament of the city of Qinglan amidst the unending dragon flames and warfare. In his arms, the 5 still scorching dragon scales pressed against his chest, emanating a heart-stirring and tumultuous energy wave. This venture was worth it. Chapter 32. The Forbidden Book Directory of the Academy returning to the modest yet secure stone house in the herb garden. Clutching the 5 dragon scales still radiating astonishing heat and containing ferocious fire attribute energy. Chen Mo felt the spirit of a technology enthusiast and weapon crafting aficionado ablaze within him, yearning to forge these top-tier materials into weapons immediately. However, he forcibly restrained this impulse. The treasures of the world of Game of Thrones extend far beyond Valyrian steel and dragon glass. He pondered calmly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the stone walls, envisioning the unknown beyond, the ancient and enigmatic runes of the children of the forest, seemingly embodying a powerful natural law distinct from the cultivation systems, yet equally formidable. These secrets were unlikely to be grasped by ordinary scholars. His ambition immediately fixated on the academy, recognized as the repository of knowledge across Westeros. That ancient hall nestled in Old Town, a confluence of countless tomes, scrolls, and forbidden knowledge. Once the energy of the bronze door accumulated sufficiently, it was once again activated within the sea of consciousness. The interplay of light and shadow enveloped him, the sensation of time and space shifting becoming familiar. When he reappeared, Chen Mo found himself standing on a street paved with blue stone slabs, permeated by an extraordinary atmosphere. The air is no longer tainted by the acrid smoke and blood of conflict, but instead carries the scent of aged parchment, dried ink, a hint of dust, and the faint brine of the sea breeze. Surrounding him are ancient, formidable stone edifices, while the attire of passers-by reflects a more dignified demeanor, their conversations imbued with a scholarly restraint. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern an undercurrent of subtle tension and anxiety etched upon many faces. The Old Town, the seat of the academy, renowned for its wisdom, now also bears the unsettling fragrance of a world altered by war. The entrance to the academy is heavily guarded, particularly scrutinizing unfamiliar visages. Chen Mo, well prepared, discreetly retrieves the last few exquisite minks and a small nugget of natural gold he brought from the wilderness of hunters. He approaches a night watchman, whose eyes flicker and whose attire, though somewhat shabby, bears the ink stains of a scholar. After a hushed exchange and a display of sincerity, the guard weighs the gold in his hand, a servile grin swiftly spreading across his face, his vigilance evaporating. Ahem, esteemed scholar, please do come in, he urges in a lowered tone, hastily presenting Chen Mo with a somewhat worn, faded gray apprentice robe and a crudely crafted identification card, the ink slightly smudged. The situation has been rather tumultuous of late. We appreciate your understanding. Chen Mo dons the robe with haste, bowing his head to mask his unease, and merges with the sporadic flow of entrants into the library, a vast hall akin to the cavernous belly of a colossal beast. Upon entering, he is met with an overwhelming sense of awe. Towering bookshelves, resembling silent forest giants, are densely packed with scrolls, ancient tomes, and hefty volumes. The air is laden with the weight of a millennium's worth of wisdom, infused with the musty aroma of aged paper tanned leather, dried ink, dust, and an enigmatic scent reminiscent of moldy cheese. The lighting is dim, illuminated only by a few distant, costly whale oil lamps. While countless scholars and apprentices glide silently between the shelves, their presence punctuated only by the rustle of turning pages and the occasional suppressed cough. With a clear objective in mind, Chen Mo seeks the ancient Valyrian runes, drawing upon his vague recollections of a song of ice and fire. His exceptional sense of direction honed in the Rocky Mountains, and his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he deftly navigates away from the mainstream areas of history, astrology, and medicine, discovering the more obscure realms of advanced Valyrian studies, the archaeology of lost empires, ancient legends, and pagan symbols. The books in this section are even more venerable, their spines damaged and pages yellowed and brittle. Chen Mo eagerly delves into the texts, his powerful consciousness functioning as an efficient scanner, swiftly traversing the esoteric words, abstract illustrations, and symbols. He dares not overlook any fragment of potentially valuable information. Indeed, his efforts bear fruit. Amidst a pile of nearly forgotten documents, he uncovers a tattered, charred, and curled manuscript entitled The Valyrian Metallurgical Fragment. The fragile parchment seems as though it might disintegrate at the slightest touch. The preceding narrative, cloaked in obscure academic language, recounts a series of fragmented conjectures. The dragon's flame, rather than an ordinary fire, is posited as the key to refining star iron. Its essence transcends mere energy absorption, resembling a characteristic of energy devouring and demonic disruption, possibly stemming from a blood sacrifice curse rather than the material itself. The information is disjointed and rife with speculation. Yet terms such as energy devouring and blood sacrifice curse deepen Chen Mo's understanding of the phenomenon, where dragon scales and Valyrian steel daggers enhance their properties upon absorbing negative energy, sparking more audacious hypotheses. This provides him with invaluable insights for subsequent handling of these materials. However, these revelations do not suffice to satiate his curiosity. Chen Mo's gaze involuntarily drifts deeper into the library. There lies a section symbolically locked with a thick iron chain, guarded by two elderly scholars draped in gray robes, their white hair and beards betraying their weariness as they doze in their armchairs, exuding an aura that is both ancient and unsettling. The forbidden books area. Having ventured this far, Chen Mo licked his parched lips, and the thrill of reckless curiosity overwhelmed his caution. He inhaled deeply, allowing his soul-calming meditation technique to quietly activate, his presence diminishing to an almost imperceptible level, akin to a moving backdrop. He then summoned the supreme stealth skills honed in the enigmatic world, adept at manipulating light, shadows, and blind spots. Like a genuine gray specter or a nimble, patient gecko, he glided silently along the profound shadows cast by the towering bookshelves. Each step was meticulously placed to avoid sound, his breathing nearly suspended. At the very moment the two old guards succumbed deeper into their slumber due to the tedium of their watch, Chen Mo melded into the darkness, slipping into the slightly ajar door of the forbidden books section. Inside lay another realm. The light was dimmer, relying almost entirely on the sporadic flicker of oil lamps fixed to the walls, exuding a peculiar odor of rancid oil, dust thick enough to inscribe words coated every surface. The air was cold and stagnant, imbued with an indescribable antiquity, a faint scent of mildew mingling with a decay reminiscent of ancient bloodlines. The bookshelves, no longer wooden, were composed of an enigmatic dark stone, housing tomes of extraordinary materials, bones inscribed with symbols, stone tablets adorned with intricate designs, and volumes bound in remarkably resilient dark brown bark and glossy animal hides. Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. He felt akin to a treasure-seeking mouse in a vault, his consciousness sharply focused as he cautiously surveyed the ancient labels on each shelf. Whispers of the abyss, sanguine rituals, primordial otherworldly entities, and the powers of nature worshipped by ancient gods were among the titles he encountered. In a corner shrouded in cobwebs and the densest shadows, he stumbled upon an exceedingly hefty tome. Its cover, stitched from coarse yet remarkably sturdy dark fish leather and tanned dark animal hide, felt chilling to the touch, even emanating a faint pulse of spiritual energy. The pages of the book were composed of a certain yellowed yet remarkably resilient plant fiber paper, upon which dark red ink, exuding a faint scent of rust mingled with an indescribable sweetness, depicted countless twisted, archaic runes brimming with an elemental force of nature and an air of mystery. Adjacent to these illustrations were hastily scribbled annotations and warnings in the common tongue. The power of the old gods is not to be trifled with by mortal flesh. Beware of mental disorientation and self-invoked calamity. The Codex of the Forest Children, fragment. This was it. Chen Mo's heart raced, feeling that this adventure was worth every moment. He swiftly produced the specially prepared, gossamer-thin skin of a demon beast and a meticulously crafted charcoal pencil, beginning to create rubbings with remarkable speed. His movements were both swift and silent, his fingers steady to an extraordinary degree, akin to a masterful artifact thief, as he precisely replicated every detail of the runes. One by one, runes pulsating with the rhythm of nature and the mysterious power of the wilderness emerged on the beast's skin, intertwining vines symbolizing growth, spirals representing storms and thunder, and intricate patterns signifying the Earth's guardianship and the connection of roots. Chen Mo was utterly absorbed, lost in the act of replication. Upon reaching the final page, an exceedingly complex rune, composed of countless entangled branches and a multitude of eyes that seemed capable of piercing the soul and inducing dizziness, came into view. The adjacent annotation read, "The heart of the fish-beam tree, a bridge to communicate the will of the old gods, a vessel for the projection of souls. Only a pure heart or a powerful soul may carry it, yet proceed with utmost caution." Just as he concentrated fully on perfectly capturing the last detail of the eye, an unforeseen change occurred. Beside the bookshelf, a desiccated and twisted branch of the fish-beam tree, serving as mere decoration, appeared to blink ever so slightly, its carved ancient visage stirring. A chilling, vast presence, seemingly emanating from the depths of the primordial forest, filled with a detached scrutiny and the weight of endless epochs, swept through the entire restricted section like an invisible tide of terror, without warning. The air instantly solidified. The drifting dust hung suspended in midair. Time seemed to halt. Chen Mo's hair stood on end, his scalp prickling with fear. A tremor emanating from the very depths of his soul coursed through his entire being. He felt like a diminutive insect ensnared in the cold gaze of a prehistoric leviathan. Even his thoughts threatened to freeze. He had been discovered, not by a guard, but by something far more terrifying. Run. This thought flashed through his nearly paralyzed mind like lightning. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. In an instant, he crammed all his rubbing tools and the copies he had made into his garment, not even taking the time to secure them properly. Before turning and sprinting with the speed of a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, fleeing toward the entrance of the forbidden section, just as that cold, indifferent will was about to fully lock onto him and deliver unimaginable punishment, Chen Mo narrowly dashed through the doorway. His figure swiftly merging into the sparse, yet normal flow of patrons outside the library, striving to conceal any trace of his unusual presence. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he cast a cautious glance over his shoulder. The entrance to the forbidden section remained dim and tranquil, the two elderly guards still dozing, as if the suffocating terror he had just experienced was merely a figment of his heightened anxiety. However, the icy sensation of cold sweat saturating his back, along with the faint tremor resonating in the depths of his soul, unmistakably affirmed the reality of that moment. An ancient and formidable presence had been subtly stirred. He dared not linger for a moment longer. Bowing his head, he hastened away from the academic city, even departing the old town entirely. At a secluded riverbank outside the city, he finally allowed himself to pause, panting heavily as he cautiously retrieved the rough, cold tome of the runes of the Forest Child. Flipping to the final page, he fixed his gaze upon the rune of the heart of the Fishlow. His fingertips brushed against the bark-like pages, the chilling yet subtly sentient sensation prompting deep contemplation. Could this serve as a vessel for soul projection? In essence, consciousness is a highly concentrated and extended form of soul energy, and perhaps this rune could indeed become the ideal conduit for my consciousness. Could it even allow for the creation of a substitute puppet to withstand the backlash of the low magic world's rules? A bolder, more audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 33. The backlash of the low magic world with the runes of the Forest Child in hand, and the pivotal concept of the heart of the Fishlow firmly in his thoughts. Chen Mo found himself wholly consumed by the potential of soul projection it described. This was, quite literally, a meticulously tailored blueprint for a consciousness substitute technique. If successful, it would mean that in the future, while traversing the heavily rule-bound low magic or even no magic worlds, he would no longer need to risk his fragile body. A puppet capable of bearing part of his consciousness and simulating the essence of his being would serve as his most perfect pathfinder and shield. The allure of this prospect was so intoxicating that he could hardly suppress the impulse to act immediately. The pure heart of the Fishlow was needed as the vessel. Chen Mo's gaze returned to the universal bronze door within his sea of consciousness. His objective was clear, the world of Game of Thrones, where the faith of the old gods still lingered, and ancient Qinglan forests sprawled across the north. As the energy of the bronze door had yet to be fully expended, with a mere thought, light and shadow swirled, and Chen Mo found himself deep within an ancient, rarely trodden forest, blanketed in the heavy snows of midwinter. The air here was cold and pure, imbued with the crispness of pine needles and fresh snow, while a profound sense of solemnity and vastness permeated the depths. Towering, ancient Qinglan twisted together, their trunks adorned with countless carved human faces, all silently and eternally watching over any soul that dared to intrude upon this sacred ground. Chen Mo dared not show any sign of hesitation. He stilled all his presence, and, before the largest and oldest Qinglan, whose carved visage was most indistinct, bowed deeply in a gesture of utmost respect, feeling a primal unease at the weight of that unseen gaze, fearful of being marked by the old gods. Then, he carefully extracted the formidable Valyrian steel dagger, channeling his spiritual energy with meticulous precision as if performing delicate surgery. He severed a piece about the size of a fist from an inconspicuous lateral branch of the Qinglan trunk, its texture dense and intricate like the network of blood vessels. Warm to the touch yet imbued with a unique resilience akin to jade, a dark crimson heartwood. At the moment the heartwood was liberated from its tree, he felt as if the atmosphere of the entire forest had momentarily stagnated, and the gazes carved into the trees grew even more profound. Not daring to linger, he swiftly communicated with the bronze door to return. Safety first. Such a critical alchemical process must be conducted in the sanctity of his own dwelling in the main world, where the spiritual energy environment was relatively stable and, more importantly, free from the unsettling, omnipresent ancient watchfulness. Upon returning to the stone chamber, Chen Mo immediately commenced the intricate sculpting endeavor. He refrained from using any metallic carving tools, instead concentrating his spiritual consciousness into an invisible, yet exquisitely refined spiritual needle. He referred to the intricate runes of the Qinglan heart, each stroke imbued with a peculiar rhythm, and began to etch them onto the dark red heartwood with meticulous care. This process was immensely taxing on his spirit. Each stroke required not only flawless replication of the runic shapes, but also an understanding that infused the underlying thoughts of communication and embodiment. The power of his consciousness flowed like a gentle stream, ceaselessly penetrating the wood. Soon, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, his complexion paled slightly, and the mental fatigue overshadowed the physical exertion. For an entire day and night, he toiled without rest, fully engrossed in his work. When the final stroke was perfectly inscribed, the dark red heart of the Qinglan seemed to be suddenly infused with some invisible life force. It trembled ever so slightly, radiating a soft and subdued dark red glow, resonating in an extraordinary manner with Chen Mo's exhausted, yet vibrant consciousness, as if they were intertwined by blood. A palm-sized, vaguely humanoid figure with indistinct features lay quietly in his hand, its touch cool, as if it possessed its own breath. Success. The core vessel of the surrogate puppet was complete. Chen Mo exhaled a long, weary breath, nearly depleted, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. However, the formation of the vessel was merely the initial step. Next came the crucial test to ascertain whether this surrogate puppet could truly withstand the backlash of the world's rules. The testing ground, without a doubt, had to be the North's Qinglan forest, where the power of the old gods was most active and the suppression of rules was most evident, as tests in a high-pressure environment held real significance. Once more, he ventured into that silent and solemn ancient forest. Chen Mo, in his true form, cautiously concealed himself within a naturally hollowed tree cavity of a colossal Qinglan, wholly engaging in the soul-quieting meditation technique, drawing his breath and heartbeat to near cessation, as if sinking into the deepest hibernation, merging with the ancient tree. With utmost caution, he meticulously extracted approximately 1/10 of his primary divine consciousness, a quantity sufficient to animate the puppet for simple movements while maintaining a clear connection, ensuring that even if damaged, the core would remain intact. He then gradually infused this consciousness into the palm-sized puppet, affectionately named Xiao Hong, crafted from the wood of the fishbeam tree. Upon receiving the consciousness, the runes etched upon its surface glimmered faintly, and its indistinct eyes seemed to flash with a flicker of light. Clumsily, it moved its limbs and, with unsteady steps, exited the tree hollow, arriving at a clearing bathed in the serene glow of the moonlight. Xiao Hong, it is now your moment. Success or failure hinges on this. Chen Mo, in his original form within the tree hollow, swallowed nervously, his mind intensely focused as he remotely controlled the puppet through the thread of divine consciousness. He guided Xiao Hong to awkwardly raise a diminutive wooden arm, attempting to perform the most basic and rudimentary fire spell of the primary world. The objective was to conjure a faint flicker of flame. This flame, scarcely able to ignite even a cigarette in the primary world, or an energy so feeble it could almost be disregarded. A mere spark, slightly larger than a match head, flickered timidly upon the delicate fingertip of the puppet, wavering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, in this world of low magic, governed predominantly by the forces of nature and ancient deities, this pitifully weak flame was akin to a drop of molten lava in a tranquil pool of sacred water. It resembled the igniting of a sulphurous torch from the depths of hell within the solemn confines of a hallowed cathedral. Suddenly, the once serene fishbeam forest, akin to a colossal entity slumbering for eons, was roused into a furious awakening. Every ancient, indistinct face carved into the fishbeam trees, regardless of its initial expression, seemed to simultaneously open its eyes in that fleeting moment. Countless icy, vast, and terrifying wills, filled with the fury of desecration and the indifference of judgment, surged forth from every direction, rising from the depths of the earth, from each snow-laden pine needle, and from every breath of moving air. The invisible pressure descended like a mountain of divine weight, as if the very sky were collapsing, bearing an absolute, unyielding force that obliterated all in its path. Bearing down with precision upon the clearing, where the otherworldly essence radiated from Shaohong. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, the dark red fishbeam puppet was ensnared in a network of rapidly spreading fissures, akin to a spider's web. The thread of divine consciousness attached to Chen Mo felt as though it were pierced by countless searing divine punishment needles, violently stirred. An indescribable terror, a pain that surged to the very depths of his soul, rushed back through the consciousness link like a tsunami, striking fiercely at Chen Mo's original form within the tree hollow. What was even more terrifying was the frigid, lifeless backlash of the world's rules, imbued with an absolute intent to annihilate, that began to claw back through the consciousness link, relentlessly pursuing and threatening to consume his original form. Now is the moment. Detonate. Within the hollow of the tree, Chen Mo's true form turned as pale as gold leaf, with fine strands of blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His soul engulfed in excruciating torment, as if being torn asunder. Yet, he bravely endured this agony, capable of shattering the resolve of an ordinary person. Clinging to the last vestige of clarity, and without hesitation initiated his prearranged contingency. In the center of the clearing, within the chest cavity of Little Red, a minuscule high-pressure gas canister, no larger than a thumb, filled with the highly unstable chemical detonator crafted from the extract of bone corrosion, was ignited in an instant. Boom. A thunderous yet piercing explosion erupted suddenly in the serene sanctity of the woodland clearing. The raging shockwave, mingled with searing metallic fragments and debris from the fishbeam wood puppet, obliterated Little Red, already riddled with cracks, into mere smithereens. The colossal energy unleashed by the explosion, the blinding inferno, and the chaotic waves of physical and chemical disturbance, disrupted, distorted, and temporarily obscured the precise and terrifying intent of world order that had descended upon him. In that fleeting moment of disruption, seizing the minuscule opportunity presented by the forced malfunction of the rule's lock, Chen Mo, enduring the tumultuous agony within his consciousness and the debilitating sensation of his soul being rent asunder, summoned every last ounce of strength to fervently communicate with the bronze door within his mind. The returning light enveloped his nearly shattered form just in time. In the final glance before his figure vanished completely, he beheld the devastation at the explosion's epicenter. With charred fragments of fishbeam wood and twisted metal strewn across the ground, the air thick with the wrathful intent of the rules, alongside a lingering sense of disbelief and cold fury, as if he had been toyed with by lesser beings in such an unexpected manner. Upon his instant return to the main world, Chen Mo could bear no more, violently expelling a mouthful of blood imbued with the essence of his divine soul. Collapsing to the ground as if all his bones had been extracted, his complexion ashen, his mind buzzing as if trampled by 1,000 colossal dragons, experiencing excruciating pain and severe damage to his consciousness. Yet, within the depths of his bloodshot eyes, there glimmered a terrifying brightness, flickering with the relief of survival and the ecstasy of a successful experiment. Cough. He had succeeded. With great difficulty, he raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the charred remnants left in his palm, carefully assessing his condition. Though his soul had suffered significant injury, requiring prolonged nurturing for recovery, its foundation remained intact, leaving no irreversible harm. The substitute puppet had indeed proven effective in attracting and withstanding the backlash of the rules, though it was but a one-time use. Accompanied by a heavy toll of bloodshed and injury, it was undoubtedly a life-saving technique in critical moments. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Following the intense exhilaration came overwhelming weakness and bodily pain. He glanced into his storage bag, where only 3 low-grade spirit stones remained after the auction and numerous traversals, and then cast a fleeting glance at the charred fragments of fish beam wood scattered on the ground. Next time, I must find a more affordable type of explosive. The cost is becoming quite burdensome. He murmured to himself, an overwhelming sense of fatigue crashing over him like a tidal wave. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand it. His heavy eyelids closing, and he succumbed to a deep slumber upon the cold stone ground, a faintly satisfied, almost twisted smile lingering on his face. Chapter 34. The whisper of the fish liang with the northern winds, sharp as knives laden with ice shards, swept through the desolate fish liang wood. The gnarled, pallid branches twisted towards the leaden gray sky, while blurred human faces, like tree tumors, flickered in the dim light, their hollow eye sockets silently gazing upon any intruder. The air was thick with an indescribable heaviness, a blend of accumulated snow, decaying leaves, and a more ancient, stagnant essence. Chen Mo sat cross-legged upon the thick blanket of snow, a rigid wolf skin beneath him offering little respite from the biting cold that penetrated upwards. He rubbed his stiffening fingers together, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, his gaze intensely fixed upon the dark red object resting in his palm. The fish liang wood heart, the size of a fist, warm to the touch, possessed an unusual elasticity, as if he held a piece of solidified blood jade. This precious gem was painstakingly extracted from the ancient fish liang tree within the realm of Game of Thrones. According to the dubious runic compendium, this peculiar item serves as an exceptional medium for crafting high-tier rune weaponry, provided it is first sliced into thin layers. To carve wood with a Valyrian steel dagger. The mere thought would surely provoke laughter from the antiquated masters of the forging peak. Chen Mo chuckled to himself, drawing forth the entirely black dagger, glimmering with a ghostly, dim light from its sheath. As the dagger emerged, the already thin air seemed to grow even more frigid, the intangible sharpness brought by its demonic attributes slicing through the stagnant atmosphere. He weighed the wood hard in his hand, finding the right angle, inhaling the icy air deeply, and cautiously pressing the sharp tip of the dagger against its dark red, warm surface. The motion was slow, akin to a lover's tentative caress. At the very moment the blade met the wood heart, a chilling, indescribable wail erupted from the depths of his soul, bursting forth within his consciousness without warning. It was not merely a sound, it was a torrent of intent directly impacting the essence of his being, imbued with the coldness and vastness of countless eons. Chen Mo's vision abruptly darkened, a searing pain akin to a red-hot needle piercing deep into his marrow. He let out a muffled groan, his body swaying violently, nearly losing grip on the Valyrian steel dagger. Within his consciousness, a multitude of shattered, chaotic images, stamped with intense emotion, abruptly flooded in, deep within the shadowy forest. The moonlight cast a ghastly pallor. A group of diminutive beings, with skin as rough as tree bark, encircled a crackling bonfire, performing a bizarre and frenzied dance, uttering ancient syllables of inscrutable meaning. Their hands were smeared with dark red liquid, fervently and devoutly daubing it upon the trunk of a colossal fish liang tree. That dark red was unmistakably blood. The scene shifted abruptly. The winds howled with fury. Ice-blue torrents surged like monstrous waves of death, engulfing the land, devouring the forest, and freezing the rivers. Clad in animal hides and wielding stone axes and bone spears, the ancestors cried out in despair, smearing their boiling blood upon the fishlow, seeking refuge. The trees groaned under the weight of the extreme cold, while the war horn rent the heavens asunder. The clash of steel echoed amidst the rising flames, and contorted faces were consumed in blood and fire. Cold, exclusionary, like deities perched high in the clouds, they gazed indifferently upon the minuscule lives beneath, observing the cycles of birth and death. A boundless and overwhelming will, as frigid as absolute zero, coalesced into an invisible colossal cone, ensnaring the heavy fragments of memory and thrusting with the force to obliterate all towards the core of Chen Mo's consciousness. Chen Mo emitted a suppressed cry of anguish. The veins on his forehead bulging, cold sweat instantly soaking his inner garment, rising in steamy wisps in the frigid air. He felt as though he were a fragile boat amidst raging winds and monstrous waves, on the verge of being utterly engulfed and assimilated by this ancient and icy will, transforming into a living puppet burdened with the remnants of forgotten deities. Damn it. How could a mere piece of rotten wood carry such spiritual pollution and come with a documentary gift of historical records? Alarm bells rang in Chen Mo's mind, almost prompting an expletive. This was no mere material for crafting. It was akin to dismantling the head of a slumbering ancient god. In this life and death moment, the instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He forcefully collected his nearly disintegrating spirit, concentrating all thoughts into a singular focus. Deep within the sea of consciousness, a glimmer of gold suddenly illuminated. A complex structure, embodying immense binding power, materialized as a runic illusion, a gift from the diary of Emperor Rossel. Chen Mo's awareness surged like rivers converging into the sea, wildly flooding into this spiritual binding rune. Subdue it. Chen Mo silently roared within his mind. Buzz. The ethereal golden rune abruptly expanded, radiating with blinding brilliance. Countless chains of pure mental energy, gleaming with golden light, surged forth like living serpents, exuding a sacred and majestic aura, precisely entwining the fragment of the cold will that sought to annihilate everything. Hiss, as if a searing brand plunged into icy water. The golden radiance collided violently with the chilling wool fragment, wearing it down. Each searing touch of gold elicited a silent scream and struggle from the frigid will, as countless memory fragments were forcibly stripped away and obliterated. Yet every counterattack from the icy will caused the golden chains to tremble violently, dimming slightly, imparting to Chen Mo the excruciating pain of a soul being torn asunder. His face turned pale as parchment, his lips bloodied from his own biting, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sweat no longer merely oozed. It flowed like a stream along his temples, dripping from his chin onto the frigid snow, instantly freezing into beads of ice. His entire will was concentrated on the fierce tug-of-war within the sea of consciousness, maintaining the operation of the runic chains, akin to one desperately clinging to the last rope at the edge of a precipice. Time seemed to freeze. In the woods, only the sound of his labored breathing, akin to the heaving of a bellows, could be heard, along with the silent yet heart-stirring annihilation of energy within the sea of consciousness. After enduring the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, Chen Mo felt as though a century had elapsed, his sea of consciousness nearly depleted. The cold, vast shards of will, at long last, succumbed to the relentless bindings of countless golden rune chains, their seething ferocity extinguished. Like a ferocious beast confined within a cage, it emitted a low, reluctant roar of its soul before ultimately falling silent, transforming into a frigid shadow ensconced in golden runes, lying dormant in a corner of his consciousness. The crisis had been averted. Chen Mo suddenly leaned back, collapsing onto the icy ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, stars dancing before his eyes. A profound sense of exhaustion swept over him, as if his bones had been extracted from his limbs. Damn it, I nearly became a sacrifice to this wretched tree, he muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, the icy fabric awakening his senses. After a considerable pause, he struggled to sit up, casting a complex gaze upon the troublesome fishleaf wood heart, a mixture of trepidation and an intensified curiosity igniting within him. The terrifying will he had just encountered was formidable, yet the intrinsic value of this would likely surpass his wildest imaginings. This time, he summoned every ounce of his focus. The dagger approached the wood heart once more, moving with the deliberate slowness of a snail. Each incision demanded his utmost concentration, his consciousness acting as the most precise probe, constantly scanning the internal state of the wood heart, wary of rousing the slumbering beast within. The sharp Valyrian steel dagger penetrated the dark red wood, steadily and laboriously. As the cross-section fully revealed itself to the air, Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Within the wood heart, the dense growth rings were not the simple concentric circles of ordinary trees, but rather formed by an intricate tapestry of exceedingly fine, complex silver patterns that sent shivers down his spine. These patterns were entirely natural, devoid of any marks of human craftsmanship, interwoven and flowing together to create an indescribable harmony. He cautiously extended a faint tendril of consciousness into the intricate design. Buzz. That thread of consciousness seemed akin to a droplet of water cascading into an unobstructed conduit, gliding through those silver patterns with astonishing speed and unparalleled efficiency. Heavenly, natural, consciousness, transmission, patterns. Chen Mo enunciated each word with fervor, his voice tinged with excitement, his eyes sparkling with an intensity that was almost shocking. The earlier fear and anxiety were swept away by an overwhelming euphoria. He fixated on the flawless cross-section, akin to a miser gazing upon a mountain of gold. What was this? This was nothing short of a natural talismanic foundation coveted by practitioners in the realm of cultivation. The pinnacle of consciousness highways. His excitement nearly drove him to dance, marveling at the growth rings. Each complete circular growth ring formed a naturally stable energy circuit framework. The patterns and their energy conduction were practically tailored for channeling the power of runes. He suppressed his exhilaration, meticulously continuing to cut, treating this as a most exquisite treasure. Gently tracing the cross-section of the wood core with his fingers, he savored the cool, smooth sensation brought forth by the natural silver veins, while his mind raced. 1 piece. 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 12 slices. A total of 12 slices, each possessing a complete annular growth ring. The fist-sized wood core had ultimately transformed into 12 uniformly thick slices, roughly the size of a palm, their edges glistening with a dark red sheen, and their surfaces adorned with intricate silver patterns. Each slice emanated a warm, understated, yet immensely precious spiritual resonance. 12. Exactly 12 exquisite runic carriers. Chen Mo cautiously stored these 12 treasures in a soft-lined jade box he had prepared earlier, and as he closed the lid, an irrepressible smile crept across his face. The peril he had narrowly escaped from the ancient will now seemed an incredibly lucrative venture. This was a windfall. The brain of the substitute puppet was secured. He gazed at the jade box, envisioning a diligent 007 worker beckoning him. Chapter 35. The neural strands of the substitute puppet in the alchemy workshop of the main world. The flames had long since extinguished, leaving behind a faint scent of minerals and charred materials in the air. Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor. The hefty tome of the runic compendium spread open before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. In his hand, he held the slice of fishbeam wood that contained the spiritual confinement rune, successfully suppressing the fragments of the ancient deity's will, absent-mindedly tracing the flowing silver patterns with his fingertips. With the core secured, the carrier established, and the power source potentially obtainable through spirit stones. The question arose, but what about the neural strands? He murmured to himself, his gaze skimming the obscure descriptions in the runic compendium regarding the connection of Puppet's spiritual hubs. The proposals, which required the fusion of various rare metals and the drawing of complex guiding arrays, made his head throb. The starry silver and luminous copper mentioned in the plans were all precious spiritual materials, and more critically, the intricate and interlocking guiding array patterns demanded an exceptionally high level of spiritual awareness manipulation, alongside an almost obsessive precision in controlling spiritual energy fluctuations. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of chi refinement and his mediocre alchemical skills, the failure rate loomed at a staggering 99%. Moreover, any failure would result in the complete destruction of the materials, leading to utter ruin. Too cumbersome, too costly. Furthermore, the instantaneous requirement for spiritual awareness manipulation was exceedingly demanding. Frustrated, Chen Mo raked his hair, feeling as though the recently acquired fishbeam wood slices were mocking his poverty. No, he needed a simpler, more foolproof solution, ideally. Something that could be plug-and-play, allowing for natural control as effortless as moving his own body. He required a natural cable that inherently possessed robust biological activity and signal transmission capabilities. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Wincing at the pain. Eureka! The Busan world. Those ghastly creatures, particularly the mutated ones, were abnormally sensitive to sound and the breath of living beings. Their neural strands must have been enhanced by the virus, ensuring top-notch transmission efficiency and resilience. They were essentially ready-made biological cables. Moreover, the peculiar activity of the K virus might even foster a special affinity for spiritual signals. With this thought in mind, he resolved to acquire the enhanced biological nerves during the time when the virus outbreak had led to rampant mutation. Chen Mo gazed at the energy emanating from the bronze door, capable of precisely pinpointing the Busan realm, with the temporal anchor set after the incident at Taegu Station. The city had plunged into a deeper state of chaos. Following the familiar sensation of weightlessness, a noxious blend of gunpowder, blood, and a heavy stench of decay flooded his nostrils. Chen Mo found himself amidst the ruins of a desolate city. Crumbling walls and abandoned vehicles choked the streets, while sporadic gunfire and unsettling howls echoed in the distance. He immediately stifled his presence, concealing himself in the shadows. The target, a formidable mutant. Ideally, one of the swift or powerful variety, as their motor nerves would undoubtedly be extraordinarily enhanced. Chen Mo silently contemplated, his consciousness extending like invisible tendrils, cautiously probing the surroundings. Avoiding the aimless wandering of ordinary zombies, and seeking a more threatening target. Fortune smiled upon him. Near the entrance of a relatively intact underground parking garage, he discovered the corpse of a peculiar mutant, recently slain. This creature was significantly larger than average, its limbs exceptionally muscular, particularly its legs, with tendons that appeared alarmingly robust. Its fingertips had morphed into sharp bone claws, clearly favoring speed and agility. Its head had been precisely obliterated, the work of an experienced survivor, while the rest of its body remained largely intact. "You are the one, my friend. I shall borrow the cables from your body." Chen Mo's spirit lifted as he unsheathed his Valyrian steel dagger, scanning the vicinity with vigilance before swiftly approaching the still-warm corpse of the mutant. The creature's skin bore an unhealthy grayish-white hue, its muscles as hard as iron. Chen Mo pinpointed the spine's location, channeling his spiritual energy into the dagger, and carefully sliced along the vertebral seams. The process proved more arduous than anticipated. The mutated muscle and fascia were exceptionally resilient, exuding an unsettling elasticity. Sweat trickled down his brow as he strove to avoid damaging the internal nerve cords while remaining wary of other monsters that might be drawn by the noise. With a sickening sound akin to tearing flesh, a pungent aroma, characteristic of the virus, pervaded the air. Chen Mo held his breath, enduring the discomfort as he forcefully pried open a segment of the thick spine. Inside, several dark red, tube-like structures, significantly thicker than ordinary human nerves, came into view. They exhibited a texture that fused biological tissue with some bizarre crystalline substance, their surfaces cloaked in a translucent fascia. Even after the host's demise, faint, unsettling waves of vitality emanated from them, with tendrils of dark red energy flowing intermittently within. That's it. The K-virus enhanced nerve cords. Chen Mo's eyes glimmered as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. He meticulously severed the connections with his dagger, akin to extracting cables, withdrawing the longest and most intact dark red nerve cords from the spinal cavity. These mutant nerve cords were not cold to the touch. Rather, they possessed a peculiar warmth, exhibiting excellent resilience. A gentle squeeze revealed a subtle, electric-like tingling sensation within, even more potent than he had anticipated. It's done. This quality is unparalleled. Chen Mo swiftly gathered the precious biological threads into a specially crafted jade box lined with isolation runes. Sensing the surrounding stench dissipate slightly, he promptly returned to the primary world. Within the confines of the workshop, Chen Mo gazed at the materials laid before him. 12 pieces of dark red, silver-patterned metal, the vibrant heartwood of fish beam, several resilient dark red mutated nerve cables imbued with the remnants of a peculiar viral activity, alongside a pile of ironwood nourished by iron moss, rich in trace metallic essence and of formidable hardness, tanned cowhide, and several bundles of processed iron vine to serve as tendons. It was time to commence the creation of his first automaton. Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves, the spark of a creator glimmering in his eyes. The ensuing hours resonated with the sounds of sawing, sanding, and drilling. He fully embraced his philosophy of practicality over aesthetics, crafting a robust skeletal frame from hardwood for the limbs and torso, connecting the joints with resilient iron vine and tanned leather to ensure basic mobility. A rudimentary yet somewhat comical humanoid frame soon took shape, appearing square-headed and thick-limbed, adorned with unsightly leather patches at the joints, reminiscent of a poorly constructed toy assembled from sticks by a child. Though it bore an unrefined appearance, its structure was solid and durable. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, picking up a piece of fish beam heartwood. This would serve as the core CPU. Focusing his mental energy, he carefully began to inscribe on the smooth, dark red surface. This time, the etchings were not intricate attack runes, but rather a relatively simple, yet crucial foundational rune for receiving and converting mental commands. The rune's lines extended along the natural silver patterns, shimmering with a steady glow, perfectly merging with the heartwood itself. He hollowed out a cavity in the chest area of the wooden frame and securely embedded the inscribed fish beam heartwood as the core processor. The next and most critical step was wiring. Chen Mo picked up a dark red, mutated nerve cable, which trembled slightly at his fingertips, as if still retaining that peculiar viral activity. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the precise, surgical-level connections, requiring immense patience and meticulous control over his mental energy. One end of the nerve cable was cautiously guided by his mental energy, connecting to the edge of the core processor. Where a minuscule groove had been etched with spiritual energy, the other end was extended along the reserved grooves within the hardwood frame, accurately reaching the key joints of the arms, legs, and that square head. Each connection point was meticulously secured with a specially formulated adhesive infused with a faint spiritual essence and iron moss extract, ensuring optimal contact and efficient transmission of mental signals. The dark red nerve cable seemed particularly sensitive to mental energy, emitting a nearly inaudible buzzing sound during connection, as if actively absorbing spiritual energy. The nerve nodes in the left elbow joint were activated. The weight-bearing feedback nerve bundle in the right knee was connected. The neck pivot control cable was engaged. Chen Mo was wholly absorbed in his task, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This task demands not only meticulous craftsmanship, but also a formidable consciousness to guide and stabilize at the microscopic level. 1, 2, 3 dark red nerve fibers, akin to peculiar animated vines, intricately weave a sophisticated and efficient bioenergy conduction network within the rudimentary wooden puppet. As the final nerve fiber is securely affixed to the sensory node at the left ankle, Chen Mo exhales deeply, feeling more exhausted than after a confrontation with the old divine will. The consumption of his consciousness is immense. Yet the sight of the puppet interlaced with a network of nerves fills him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The neural network is connected, he declares solemnly, a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. This moment is pivotal to his success or failure. Chen Mo sits cross-legged in front of the puppet, closes his eyes, and centers his mind. Within his sea of consciousness, he delicately separates a thread of awareness, approximately 1/10 the strength of his own essence, carefully extending it like the most dexterous probe, precisely injecting it into the heart of the puppet, where the control rune is embedded in the fish leatherwood core. Buzz. It feels as if electricity has surged through it. The control rune on the fish leatherwood core instantly illuminates with a soft, stable white glow. At that very moment, the dark red mutated nerve fiber network connected to it activates as if a circuit has been energized, its eerie vitality fully awakened by the power of his consciousness. Invisible pulses of energy race along the nerve network, transmitting with astonishing speed and a hint of ferocity to the joints of the limbs and body. The conduction efficiency appears to exceed expectations, yet it also brings an indescribable sense of strangeness and restlessness. Crack, crack, creak. The silent room is filled with the unsettling sound of wood grinding against wood, interspersed with faint, tendon-stretching creaks. Under Chen Mo's tense and expectant gaze, the grotesquely shaped wooden frame trembles violently before the right leg, composed of hardwood and leather thongs, stiffly surges forward with an odd, jarring motion. Thud. The foot crashes heavily onto the ground. Next is the left leg. It too lifts rigidly, then nearly slams down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The movements are exceedingly uncoordinated, devoid of flexibility, exhibiting a forced, near-twitching stiffness, almost collapsing several times due to excessive force, yet it has undeniably begun to move. Under the unadulterated command of Chen Mo's consciousness, it strides forward. It is alive. It can move. Chen Mo is elated within, but he dares not relax his control. He feels as though his consciousness has bifurcated, one part remaining with his corporeal form, while the other attaches itself to the wooden body, experiencing each awkward and violent motion, receiving the rough vibrations from the soles of its feet. The transmission through the mutated nerve fibers is direct and somewhat fierce. He maneuvers the puppet, each step deliberate, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, laboriously making its way to the corner of the room by the medicinal field. There lies a small wooden bucket and a wooden ladle. Grasping the bucket, Chen Mo issues a command within his sea of consciousness. The puppet's head remained utterly motionless, yet its right arm, encased in hardwood and coarse leather, suddenly shot upward with a whistling sound. The 5 rudimentary wooden fingers sprang open, then lunged toward the handle of the wooden bucket. Clunk! It missed, the fingers nearly crashing onto the handle, causing the bucket to sway slightly. Again, another miss. For the third attempt, with a near jab, several wooden fingers finally managed to hook onto the edge of the handle, lifting the small bucket with a brutish grip that threatened to tear the handle asunder. Chen Mo observed with rising trepidation. The precision and control of this hand were nothing short of disastrous. This neural connection was far too exuberant. The puppet, rigidly clutching the bucket, lumbered awkwardly toward a meandering irrigation ditch nearby. Chen Mo dispatched another mental command, scoop water. This time, the puppet's execution was even more frenzied. It abruptly bent its stiff waist, seizing a wooden ladle that floated on the water's surface with its left hand, stirring violently, sending splashes in every direction. Then, with the ferocity of a catapult, it hurled the ladle, half filled with water, toward a patch of bone-eating flowers, which flourished with an alluring purple-black sheen. Splash! The half-ladle of water crashed upon the delicate petals and leaves of the flowers like a shell, instantly toppling a swath of them. Mud and flower fragments flew in all directions. Stop. Cease. That is the bone-eating flower. A precious medicinal herb. Not an enemy. Chen Mo roared silently within his consciousness, the waves of his mental energy tumultuously fluctuating as he attempted to forcibly suppress the overly exuberant neural signals. The wooden puppet abruptly halted, its square head slowly turning towards Chen Mo with a grating sound, its entire upper body creaking in protest. Its featureless wooden face now faced Chen Mo, still clutching the bucket and ladle, in a rigid pose that seemed to inquire, "How did I do? Am I not splendid?" It appeared to struggle to comprehend the complex command. Eliminate the flowers, the enemy? The standoff lasted for approximately half a second. Then, under Chen Mo's desperate gaze, the puppet seemed to grasp something anew. It again bent down sharply, forcefully plunging the wooden ladle into the ditch, filling it to the brim with water, even stirring up the silt from the bottom. Rising upright, it unhesitatingly tossed the mixture of muddy water, adopting a standard throwing posture, toward Chen Mo's seated position. Splash! The icy deluge of mud-water amalgam drenched Chen Mo's pant legs, shoes, and front torso completely, without a single drop wasted. Silence enveloped the small room. The only sound was the drip-drip of muddy water falling from the hem of Chen Mo's garments onto the floor. Chen Mo gazed expressionlessly at his sodden, mud-stained clothes and shoes, then glanced at the puppet, still holding the bucket and ladle, its wooden face focused intently upon him, seemingly awaiting the next attack command. Silence reigned in the smithy that night. After a moment, Chen Mo wiped the mud from his face and, in an exceptionally calm and unruffled tone, concluded, "Command delay. Approximately half a second. The ability to recognize complex environments is lacking, with a detrimental score. Control of force is at a catastrophic level. The understanding of stop commands exhibits a fatal, aggressive deviation. The K-virus has excessively heightened the neural cords activity, leading to erratic transmission, necessitating the integration of damping runes or a more powerful control core for suppression." He rose to his feet, the drenched and clammy fabric of his clothing causing him considerable discomfort. Approaching the wooden puppet, which stood resolutely brimming with combat spirit, Chen Mo extended his hand and patted the puppet's square, aesthetically unpleasing shoulder, producing a dull thud. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, a complex smile emerging on his face, oscillating between despair and exhilaration. "You can move. Full of strength. Exceptional execution ability. Although your comprehension is concerning, as a purely operational terminal, your potential is immense. That is sufficient. With some training, you will undoubtedly become an excellent worker. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost laborer, nay, my premier tool." He gazed at the puppet, his eyes reflecting the anticipation of honing a double-edged sword. "From now on, you shall be named Iron Clump, most fitting indeed. Watering plants, loosening soil, heavy lifting? These laborious tasks requiring strength will be learned gradually," Chen Mo proclaimed, hands on his hips, regarding his creation. "As for the issue of misinterpreting commands, we must first temper your excessively active nerves. Perhaps a sedative is in order?" He contemplated whether he should explore the viral inhibitors he had noted in Dr. Chui's journals or inscribe a rune of calming energy. The wooden puppet, Iron Clump, remained silently poised, grasping a bucket and ladle, its dark red neural cords within slightly warming, as if silently proclaiming its untamed vigor, born from a world of destruction. Yet Chen Mo had already embarked on a new plan. This initial attempt, fraught with challenges, had proven the concept entirely viable. The path of the surrogate puppet had thus been unveiled. Chapter 36. The demolition of the steam fortress. The wind of the wild hunter world, laden with the scents of rust, coal dust, and unburned grease, rudely invaded Chen Mo's nostrils. This was not the perception of his true form, but rather information relayed through a fragment of consciousness attached to Iron Clump's core, transmitted via the puppet's rudimentary head structure with basic filtering capabilities. He maneuvered this freshly completed, albeit flawed yet powerful, wooden surrogate puppet, stealthily lurking in the shadow of a dead giant tree, its cold wooden body seamlessly blending into the environment. Below lay the target of his endeavor, the steam fortress. Compared to his previous infiltration, this colossal edifice had become even more menacing. Thick riveted steel plates now encased a greater expanse of wooden structures, and enormous chimneys loomed like the breathing apertures of a behemoth, exhaling thicker, suffocating black smoke accompanied by a deep, relentless roar. The grinding of gears and the thunderous rhythm of steam pistons echoed from afar, causing the puppet's rudimentary wooden joints to tremble slightly. while the dark red mutated neural cords seemed to resonate with this rhythmic vibration, transmitting a subtle hum. The guards surrounding the fortress had evidently become significantly more vigilant. Dressed in a greasy leather apron, workers armed with massive wrenches or crude firearms doubled in number, their fierce gazes sweeping menacingly across the surroundings. More conspicuous were the newly installed colossal, brass-clad contraptions atop the fortress and in several key corners, kerosene-powered searchlights. The thick beams of light sliced through the cold steel and the shadows, like tangible swords, illuminating the dense forest surrounding the fortress with stark clarity. Has the bird gun been replaced with cannons? Chen Mo's consciousness tethered itself to the puppet's core, peering through a rudimentary visual module at the heavily guarded scene below, and couldn't help but click his tongue. It appeared that the last time he swiped those tattered blueprints had left quite the psychological scar on that burly foreman with the bushy beard. With searchlights now in place, one had to wonder if they were warding off thieves or birds. Alas, they could not guard against the wooden beings from another realm. His objective was crystal clear, the blueprint for the high-pressure steam core. Previously, he had traced a lead that confirmed this treasure resided within the fortress's heart. The thunderous power chamber, personally overseen by that irascible yet seemingly skilled foreman. This blueprint was crucial for transforming Frosthowl and could potentially influence future designs of steampunk-styled artifacts. A direct assault? Chen Mo glanced at his own creation, an amalgamation of wood, leather straps, and mutated nerve cords, and then at the fortress below, with its ominous gun barrels and glinting massive wrenches. Although this hunk of metal possessed great strength, its agility was lamentable, and its understanding was less than stellar. Sending it forth would likely result in it being reduced to kindling in mere moments. Thus, a more cunning approach was in order, leveraging the puppet's fearless, low-energy advantages. The plan was simple: create enough chaos to draw everyone's attention, luring the tiger away from its mountain. Chen Mo maneuvered the iron contraption, its movements somewhat stiff yet remarkably stable, as it descended the steep slope. The puppet's feet, crafted from ironwood and tough cowhide, barely made a whisper as they tread upon the gravel and snow. It nestled against the cold, rough exterior of the fortress, like a gray gecko, deftly avoiding the beams of the searchlights and the patrols of the guards, silently gliding downward. The awkward motions, shrouded in shadow and night, appeared strangely elusive. Before long, it reached the base of the fortress, close to the massive structural supports that resembled the skeletal remains of a colossal beast, holding up the enormous boiler platform above. Here, iron frameworks sprawled, pipes crisscrossed, and colossal rivets glimmered in the dim light like the scales of a monster. The hissing of steam leaks and the sounds of metal expanding from the heat filled the air, which was thick with the pungent scents of sulfur and machine oil. Guiding the puppet, Chen Mo cautiously retrieved 2 items from a rudimentary pouch on its back. These were specially crafted miniature high-pressure gas canisters made from the leftover materials he had acquired last time. Each metallic canister was the size of a fist, yet remarkably sturdy, compressed with violently volatile gas. Attached to each was a fuse made from a blend of grayish-white, slowly burning bone-eating flower fibers intertwined with heat-resistant grease. My treasures, it all hinges on you now. Chen Mo's consciousness caressed these 2 perilous little devices. To ignite the load-bearing structure, creating sufficient chaos without completely obliterating the fortress, as he still harbored intentions regarding the technology within, required a delicate balance. He selected 2 crucial load-bearing steel columns that directly supported the immense boiler platform, resembling a small mountain above. The bases of these columns were deeply embedded in the rocky foundation, intricately riveted to the complex steel framework above. The wooden fingers of the puppet were far less dexterous than human hands, and controlling the force remained a significant challenge. Clumsily, it wedged a high-pressure gas canister into an inconspicuous crevice between one of the load-bearing columns and the rock foundation. As the canister was half inserted, the wooden finger, due to excessive force, emitted a jarring crack, nearly losing a digit in the process. Chunks of wood fell like rain. Careful, it's not kindling. Chen Mo lamented within his mind, urgently transmitting gentle, precise thoughts. The puppet hesitated momentarily, seemingly adjusting its strength with a sense of grievance, and finally secured the first canister. Next came the second, nestled into the corresponding crevice of the other critical load-bearing column. With the canisters in place, the puppet, with its rather inept hand, missing a finger, tremulously twisted the 2 fuses together, setting a slow-burning timer for approximately 10 minutes. The fibers of the bone-corroding flower emitted a faint red glow, beginning to spread at a steady pace. The delay fuse was set. Off you go, Chen Mo silently commanded, maneuvering the puppet to retreat swiftly. The iron mass climbed back along its original path, like a gray shadow, ultimately concealing itself within the shadow of a massive gear structure on the fortress's periphery, enjoying an advantageous vantage point. Chen Mo's consciousness, akin to a cold lens, fixated on the two load-bearing columns below. Seconds ticked by, each moment stretching into eternity. The fortress's interior continued to roar ominously, guards cursing as they patrolled. Searchlights sweeping aimlessly across the night sky. The faint red glow, signaling the burning fuse, stubbornly advanced in the shadows. 10 minutes passed. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions erupted, resonating like the heart of the earth shattering, almost simultaneously from the positions of the two load-bearing columns at the fortress's base. Flames erupted like a hellish fountain, instantly engulfing the bases of the steel columns. Dense smoke, carrying searing metal fragments, stones, and wood debris, shot skyward in a volcanic eruption. Crack, creak. The spine-chilling sounds of metal twisting and breaking echoed clearly. The two robust load-bearing columns, under the explosive force, contorted and tore apart like bones bitten through by a colossal beast. The massive boiler platform, losing its critical support, groaned ominously, tilting violently downward. Scalding steam erupted from the ruptured pipes like a liberated white python, unleashing a piercing shriek. It's an explosion. The boiler is collapsing. Run. Water. Get water. Block the steam. Help. My leg. The air was filled with piercing wails of despair, frantic screams, and the chaotic clamor of panicked footsteps. As the once orderly mechanical hum was abruptly replaced by the hissing of steam, the entire fortress resembled a disturbed beehive, erupting into chaos. All guards and workers, regardless of their previous locations, surged toward the epicenter of the explosion like headless flies, gripped by terror as they sought to extinguish the flames, save lives, or simply flee from the encroaching shadow of death. The power room? Who could afford to think about that now? Precious blueprints? Reduced to mere scraps of paper in the face of mortality. The pandemonium spread like a plague, and in an instant, the vicinity of the heavy iron doors to the power room became desolate. Now was the moment. The puppet lurking in the shadows of the gears sprang into action. Like a true specter, it glided down the steel framework, pressed against the searing walls, and slipped silently through a partially ajar maintenance door, shaken open by the blast, into the power room. Inside, a wave of heat enveloped the space, and the massive steam pistons continued their slow, inertial movements, emitting a deep, labored sigh. The foreman with the scruffy beard was indeed absent, likely bellowing orders or cursing at the explosion site. Chen Mo's consciousness swept the room, quickly locking onto a target. Hanging prominently on the wall was a hefty scroll wrapped in thick, waterproof cloth. It was none other than the high-pressure steam core blueprint. Just as he was about to command the puppet to seize it, his gaze was drawn to several scattered draft papers on a nearby workbench. The papers were filled with intricate structural sketches, the lines wild and haphazard, accompanied by densely packed annotations and formulas resembling cryptic symbols. High-pressure steam core blueprint, with retrofit drive adaptation plan. What a windfall. A buy-one-get-one free offer. Chen Mo's consciousness erupted with silent, almost frenzied exclamations from within the puppet. Foreman, you are my lucky star. A living bodhisattva, the light of the tech-savvy. This concept is tailor-made for me. The puppet swiftly tore the substantial scroll from the wall, along with the invaluable draft papers, stuffing them into its shabby satchel until it bulged. Outside, the turmoil continued unabated, the shrill cries of steam intertwining with the lamentations of the people. The puppet showed no trace of hesitation, like before. It slipped into the shadows and exited through the maintenance door, vanishing swiftly into the deepening darkness surrounding the fortress. In the fleeting moment before the return portal's white light illuminated, Chen Mo commanded the puppet to halt in the shadows of the treetops. With its remaining arm, now missing a finger, it clumsily and symbolically waved toward the distant blaze and tumult of the steam fortress. Thank you, Foreman. Chen Mo's consciousness brimmed with triumphant elation. I graciously accept the blueprints and plans. I shall return when I have further needs. With a flash of white light, the puppet and its invaluable spoils vanished into the night of the wilderness hunter's world, leaving behind the fortress still groaning in agony, flames leaping high, and the foreman, hoarse from shouting, futilely roaring at the explosion site. The blueprints. My blueprints. Which treacherous thief has visited us again? In the refining workshop, Chen Mo's true form opened its eyes, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Despite the damage to Iron Clump's fingers, this operation was executed flawlessly. Chapter 37. The cultivation transformation of the Frostfire gun upon the small wooden table in the workshop precious cold iron ingots emitted a faint blue glow, their touch as frigid as a piece of polar ice. Spread beside them were the thick scrolls of blueprints that Chen Mo had retrieved from the steam fortress, along with several hastily scribbled drafts of spirit energy-driven adaptations, each worth a fortune. The air was thick with the scents of metal, charred wood, and a hint of elusive coldness. Chen Mo's fingers unconsciously tapped against the table as his gaze roamed over the intricate diagrams of pistons, valves, and pressure chamber structures on the blueprints. His brow furrowed and relaxed in turn, as countless thoughts collided within his mind. Can I use spirit stones to boil water and drive high-pressure steam to expel cold ice? Chen Mo murmured, his expression a kaleidoscope of absurdity, astonishment, and barely contained excitement. This was a perfect fusion of steampunk aesthetics and the art of refining. It was time for the Frosthowl pneumatic crossbow to undergo its ultimate evolution. A fierce determination ignited in Chen Mo's eyes as he slammed his hand on the table. From now on, you shall be called the Frostfire Gun. Ice and fire. A thrilling combination. His core concept was exceptionally clear: to discard the cumbersome and inefficient air compression tanks that required prior charging, and instead utilize the finest material from the cultivation realm, cold iron, to craft a miniature, high-pressure steam core capable of withstanding terrifying pressures. Then, employing the ideas from his drafts, he would engrave a modified array of runes within the core, directly converting the spirit energy from the spirit stones into a surging thermal energy to drive the steam. Ultimately, he would retain and optimize the original ice expulsion function. Without hesitation, Chen Mo sprang into action, gritting his teeth. He painfully extracted the last few glimmering low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and rushed towards the sect's marketplace. Under the incredulous gaze of the materials shop assistant, who clearly thought him mad, he exchanged nearly all his possessions for a substantial quantity of cold iron ingots. This material, known for its slow thermal conductivity, could trap internal high temperatures, boasting incredible strength and resistance to high pressure and corrosion, an unparalleled choice for crafting the steam core. Upon returning to the workshop, the ground fire furnace was ignited with full force, the roaring flames licking at the specially designed refractory crucible. The cold iron ingots gradually melted under the high temperature, transforming into a pool of blue, cold yet infused with heat, resembling flowing auroras. Chen Mo's consciousness became intensely focused, akin to the most precise 3D printer, guiding the molten metal into shape, cooling it, polishing it, drilling, and assembling the intricate internal piston and valve structures. This process demanded immense mental energy. Cold iron was extraordinarily hard, and even when softened by the furnace's flames, each act of cutting and polishing required substantial spirit power to assist. Every detail and tolerance specified in the blueprints was perfectly replicated under the aid of his formidable consciousness, albeit downsized to the size of a fist. After several days of relentless toil, with dark circles under his eyes and a pale complexion, Chen Mo's gaze shone with an unsettling brightness. A creation of exquisite azure, intricately designed to the point of dazzling complexity, the miniature high-pressure steam core fashioned from cold iron has finally come to fruition. It lies silently in Chen Mo's palm, exuding a chilling metallic luster and a restrained yet heart-pounding sense of power. As his fingers caress its surface, he can feel the extraordinarily intricate internal cavity structure and the mirror-like smoothness of its walls. Beautiful. Perfect. Chen Mo is entranced as he fondles this crystallization of otherworldly technology and the wisdom of cultivation, his fatigue dissipating instantly. Next comes the core of the core, the array for the conversion of spiritual energy into thermal energy. He picks up a few crumpled sheets of draft paper once more, scrutinizing the conjectures regarding the combinations of runes inscribed upon them. Drawing upon the knowledge acquired from the collection of runes and the journals of Emperor Rossel, he chooses the fire convergence rune as the foundation, significantly optimizing its structure to enhance energy conversion, enabling a more concentrated and explosive release of immense thermal energy in an exceedingly confined space. Additionally, he overlays an improved version of the pressurization rune and the stabilization rune to ensure that the resulting steam pressure reaches terrifying yet controllable levels, concentrating his refined consciousness at his fingertips, akin to the most minuscule of chisels. Chen Mo holds his breath and meticulously engraves intricate and arcane rune lines onto the smooth and incomparably hard inner wall of the miniature steam core. Each stroke demands considerable mental energy and precise control, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, sizzling softly as they land on the scorching metallic surface. Gradually, crimson lines resembling flowing magma begin to illuminate against the azure backdrop of the cold iron's interior, emitting an invisible wave of searing heat. Upon the flawless closure of the final rune node, the entire miniature core seems to awaken, the crimson lines merging into a singular entity, resonating with a deep hum. As a wave of scorching air escapes slightly from the opening, it is complete. Chen Mo exhales deeply, feeling immensely drained yet exhilarated in spirit. Carefully, he lifts the now scalding core, sensing the overwhelming power within, capable of rending steel asunder. The final step, integration. He retrieves his beloved Frosthowl pneumatic crossbow, which has undergone a complete transformation where the compressed air tank was originally installed. Chen Mo meticulously embeds the fist-sized cold iron miniature steam core, adorned with crimson runes, into the modified recess of the crossbow, sealing and securing it with specially crafted heat-resistant and high-pressure spirit glue, perfectly connecting it to the activation mechanism. The surface of the crossbow features openings for infusing spirit stones and pure water, as well as a miniature crystal window for observing internal pressure. The brand-new weapon radiates the azure of cold iron and the dark red glow of runes, boasting a more robust and weighty form that conveys a sense of power and an extraordinary aesthetic of technology, starkly contrasting with the antiquated ambience of the artifact workshop surrounding it. Chen Mo takes a deep breath, injecting a small vial of purified frost blue flower essence into the reserved atomization chamber. Then, with a sense of reverent pilgrimage, he retrieves a gleaming low-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch. This was one of his last remaining possessions, so Chen Mo carefully inserted it into the reserved slot of the steam core. Buzz! The moment the spirit stone nestled into the recess, the crimson runes etched upon the inner wall of the core suddenly illuminated, glowing like a heated branding iron. The low-grade spirit stone within the slot dimmed at an observable rate, its pure spiritual energy being fervently drawn and transformed by the rune array. An astonishing wave of searing heat erupted from within the core, raising its temperature dramatically. The small amount of pure water previously infused into the core vaporized completely within mere milliseconds, transforming into a frenzied torrent of high-pressure steam. The entire miniature steam core emitted a deep hum and tremor, reminiscent of an awakened primordial beast eager to unleash its power. The crossbow's body even radiated warmth, its surface's ethereal blue sheen seemingly illuminated by the internal crimson glow. Chen Mo hefted the now significantly heavier crossbow, aiming at a towering slab of hard granite. Standing 100 meters away outside the refining workshop, he inhaled deeply and pulled the activation trigger. Hiss! No longer was it the screech of compressed air being released, but rather the terrifying whistle of high-pressure steam breaking free from its constraints, sharp enough to rend eardrums. A column of condensed, almost tangible white vapor, mingled with the icy essence of the ethereal blue flower's juice, shot forth like the breath of a frost dragon from myth. The recoil was several times greater than before, jolting Chen Mo's shoulder. The speed of the vapor column surpassed the limits of visual perception. In an instant, it traversed the 100-meter distance, colliding forcefully against the massive granite. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a series of teeth-gritting, scalp-tingling cracks. The surface of the rock, struck by the white vapor column, was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of frost, hard as iron. This frost, as if possessing a life of its own, spread through the rock's interior at a terrifying pace, permeating its depths. Visible wisps of cold mist rose from the surface of the stone, the surrounding air temperature plummeting, while the grass at the ground's surface quickly became adorned with a crystalline layer of frost centered around the rock. In just a few breaths, that half-human-high granite had transformed into a colossal mass of ice, radiating an eerie chill and exuding a lethal low temperature. Bathed in sunlight, it refracted a spectrum of colors. The frost sprayer. The modification was a success. Chen Mo gazed at the astonishing scene in the distance, unable to suppress a triumphant fist pump. His smile radiant like a blooming sunflower, utterly brilliant. This power, this range, this coverage and freezing effect, it utterly eclipsed the previous ice arrows by leagues. In a brawl, one spray would turn them all into ice sculptures. In a narrow terrain, it would be nothing short of a divine artifact. However, this radiant smile lasted but 3 seconds. A wave of intense unease surged within him, not from the outside but emanating from the still-warm frostfire gun in his hand. He suddenly looked down, swiftly opening the spirit stone-filling slot of the miniature steam core. The recess lay empty. Only a small handful of grayish-white powder, devoid of any vibrant energy fluctuations, still retained a trace of warmth. The splendid low-grade spirit stone that had fueled this terrifying discharge had now been completely reduced to dust. Its energy was utterly expended. One shot consumed one low-grade spirit stone. The smile on Chen Mo's face instantly froze, as if he were encased in ice. He glanced down at the formidable frostfire gun in his hand, its chill yet to dissipate, and instinctively touched the completely deflated storage bag at his waist. A piercing pain, originating from the depths of his soul, swiftly supplanted all his excitement and joy. He gasped sharply, feeling as if his heart were bleeding, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What a mere injector this was. It was evidently a bottomless pit for spirit stones. The momentary power had been exhilarating, but what had been spent was his hard-earned savings. He weighed the hefty frostfire gun in his hand, his gaze as complex as that of a man observing a stunningly beautiful yet extravagant woman. This was no mere frostfire gun. It was, without a doubt, a spirit stone pulverizer. The power was formidable enough to make even late-stage Qi refinement cultivators retreat in haste. Yet, this terrifying consumption was unsustainable. Chen Mo could almost envision countless gleaming spirit stones vanishing into thin air the instant he pulled the trigger. This device was likely only affordable for those with inner sect privileges or the sons of elders. The power, range, and freezing effect were all superb. He regarded the frostfire gun with a heavy heart, delivering a somber assessment of its attributes. Its sustained combat efficacy was abysmal. No, it was negative. He sighed deeply, gingerly placing the frostfire gun on the table as if it were a scalding hot potato, fearing that a mere touch might cause it to devour more spirit stones. It appeared he would have to classify it as a strategic deterrent weapon to be used only in dire situations, or perhaps find a way to economize and supplement his income with side ventures to earn spirit stones. He gazed at the pile of grayish powder, feeling his wallet lamenting. Perhaps he should send Iron Clump to mine, or explore ways to reduce the consumption of this spirit stone-consuming beast. The joy of successful modification was swiftly washed away by the stark reality of poverty. Chapter 38. The Rampage of Dragon Scale Runes in the Artifact Refining Workshop. A persistent burnt odor mingled with a faint meaty scent that lingered for several days, remnants of Chen Mo tending to his wounds. The spirit stone pulverizing attribute of the frostfire gun had left him in agony for days, making everyone appear as if they owed him spirit stones. He decided to temporarily stow away this spirit stone glutton and turn his attention to more economical and practical options, at least ones that wouldn't obliterate a spirit stone with each shot. Offensive runes and weaponry. Physical attacks, energy attacks, demon-slaying attributes. Ideally, they would also amplify his consciousness. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He looked at the few dragon wing scales in his storage bag, still radiating warmth, their edges sharp, and reached for the Valyrian steel dagger at his waist, an instrument that had saved him multiple times, fully endowed with demon-slaying attributes. The Valyrian steel dagger was unparalleled in its ability to pierce through magic and physical defenses. The edges of the dragon wing scales were razor-sharp, innately infused with wind and fire attributes, boasting built-in acceleration and burning effects. Moreover, the spiritual confinement rune not only stabilizes energy, but also enhances the control of consciousness, potentially harmonizing the attributes of both. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, as though he envisioned a super artifact, embodying myriad virtues, being born in his hands. A blade capable of disregarding defenses, inflicting elemental damage, and being precisely manipulated by his consciousness. If this came to fruition, facing foes would become a matter of effortless precision and grace, wouldn't it? Excitement clouded his mind, momentarily overshadowing the psychological shadow cast by the previous explosion. He rubbed his hands together in exhilaration and cautiously retrieved two treasures from his storage pouch. In his left hand rested a pitch-black Valyrian steel dagger, its surface aglow with an ethereal light, the anti-magic property causing the surrounding spiritual energy to subtly warp, radiating a chilling touch. In his right hand lay a palm-sized scale from a wyvern, its edges as delicate as gossamer, remarkably sharp, and capable of drawing blood with the slightest contact. The scale's surface was adorned with intricate crimson patterns, warm to the touch, flickering with swirling winds and sparks, emanating a tumultuous energy wave. Perfect. A match made in heaven. Chen Mo licked the droplet of blood from his fingertip, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of an experimental zealot. He resolved to harness the potent wind and fire energy contained within the wyvern scale, attempting to inscribe either a fire-gathering or sharpness rune upon it, while utilizing the pre-existing spiritual confinement rune on the dagger to stabilize and control this energy, aiming for an effect that would breach magical defenses and manipulate consciousness. Without further ado, he began. He first guided his consciousness to manipulate the dagger, cautiously carving a recess in the thick area near the handguard that perfectly matched the shape of the wyvern scale. This process demanded immense control. He had to ensure the precision of the recess while preserving the dagger's inherent anti-magic structural integrity. Valyrian steel is exceptionally hard, and even with spiritual energy assistance. Progress was slow, sweat quickly dampening his forehead. When the recess was finally completed, fitting seamlessly, Chen Mo took the crimson wyvern scale, held his breath, and slowly embedded it into the recess. Buzz. At the moment the scale made contact with the Valyrian steel dagger, a sudden change occurred. Both trembled slightly in unison. A faint resonance of energy radiated from the point of contact. The dagger's dark, ethereal glow intertwined briefly with the scale's fiery crimson light, as if suggesting a trend of fusion and enhancement. An extraordinary aura of warmth and chill intermingled. This is promising. Chen Mo's heart soared with joy, sensing his hypothesis was being validated, rendering his previous caution seemingly unnecessary. The next step was crucial, inscribing the spiritual confinement rune. He intended to carve this intricate rune, lifted from the diary of Emperor Rossel, which had previously aided him in suppressing the will of ancient gods, onto the smooth, hard surface of the wyvern scale, to stabilize and control the wind and fire energy within, while simultaneously strengthening its connection to the dagger's anti-magic properties. He concentrated, gathering his refined consciousness at his fingertips, akin to the finest engraving needle. Chen Mo focused intently, carefully piercing the surface of the crimson wyvern scale with his consciousness needle. Hiss! A powerful repulsive force surged forth in an instant. The unique texture of the pterosaur scales was not only extraordinarily hard, but the active elemental energies within also exhibited a natural and formidable resistance against mental imprinting. It felt as though what he faced was not mere scales, but rather a searing hot branding iron, or a violent whirlwind desperately twisting and repelling any encroaching force. Each stroke of his mental energy was excruciatingly arduous, demanding an expenditure of effort and focus tenfold that required for etching on fishlangu or cold iron. Sweat rapidly soaked his back, and the veins on his forehead pulsed ominously. Even the wounds that had only just healed began to throb painfully. Carve it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, engaging in a fierce contest with the obstinate and tempestuous scales. His mental needle struggled to trace along the crimson scales, leaving behind minuscule, glimmering golden etchings. The progress was agonizingly slow, suffocatingly so, and his complexion grew increasingly pallid as his mental energy surged forth like a torrential flood. Time passed, second by second. At last, when the final stroke of the rune was laboriously completed, forming a perfect loop, a resonant hum echoed. The entire dagger, along with the embedded pterosaur scales, trembled violently. It emitted a deafening high-frequency buzz, no longer a harmonious resonance, but rather a cacophony of conflict and opposition. The Valyrian steel at the embedding point and the pterosaur scales erupted simultaneously in blinding radiance. The dagger itself emanated a dark, ominous glow, akin to a black hole that devoured light, possessing an overwhelming attribute of annihilation that disintegrated all energies, while the fiery brilliance of the pterosaur scales was fierce and domineering, embodying the heat and wildness that incinerated all in its path. The two lights no longer intertwined but clashed violently against one another, like sworn enemies, engaging in a frenzied battle of collision and tearing. The point of contact erupted with heart-stopping energy sparks. A tempestuous and utterly uncontrollable energy maelstrom erupted within the dagger. It surged left and right. The tremors of the dagger intensified, becoming searing hot, nearly slipping from his grasp. The embedding point emitted a grating metallic friction and the sizzling sound of energy annihilation. Chen Mo's mental attachment to the dagger was instantly shredded by this tumult. This is bad. Attribute conflict. Energy out of control. Chen Mo's expression shifted dramatically, his exhilaration transforming into sheer terror. He immediately sought to sever all ties with the dagger and cast it away, but it was too late. The newly inscribed spiritual confinement rune not only failed to stabilize or harmonize, but instead acted as a final fuse, igniting the irreconcilable, fundamental contradiction between the attributes of annihilation and fire. The power of annihilation sought to extinguish energy, while the fiery dragon force sought to unleash itself with wild abandon. These two forces from different realms collided in the confined space with the utmost directness and brutality. Boom! A deep and powerful explosion erupted at the embedding of the dagger's guard. Scorching metal shards and razor-edged fragments of dragon scales ablaze with crimson flames surged forth like an enraged swarm of hornets, propelled at terrifying speeds and with burning temperatures in every direction. The explosive shockwave, mingled with the shattered rune powers, formed visible ripples of distortion. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Mo, closest to the epicenter, bore the brunt of the chaos. Though he desperately arched backward to evade the explosion, several searing fragments struck him with the ferocity of bullets. A twisted shard of Valyrian steel, its edges blisteringly hot, embedded itself deeply into his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth instantly, staining his robe crimson. A chilling anti-magic force surged through the wound, rendering his entire left arm numb in an instant. Another sharp, smoldering dragon scale fragment grazed the outer side of his thigh, leaving behind a trail of blood and charred flesh as the fiery poison invaded, bringing forth an agonizing burn. The shockwave from the explosion violently propelled him away, his back crashing heavily against the hard wall of the forge with a dull thud, causing his internal organs to jolt violently. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and he could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Coughing amidst the swirling dust, Chen Mo curled painfully upon the ground, grimacing as the wounds on his left shoulder and thigh throbbed with fiery pain, a chilling and searing agony intertwining within him. Each breath tugged at the heaviness in his chest and the sensation of his body falling apart. It was slightly better than the last time he had been backfired by the puppet test, yet it was enough to make him feel utterly defeated. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle, the air thick with the scent of molten metal and blood. He struggled to lift his head, gazing towards the epicenter of the explosion, his heart bleeding. The ground lay in disarray, the walls and tables marred with scratches of varying depths and charred marks. His beloved Valyrian steel dagger, which had proven instrumental, now lay in ruins, its once proud hilt twisted and partially melted, forlornly resting on the charred ground, the anti-magic properties barely perceptible. Scattered around him were several shards of Valyrian steel, each grotesquely deformed, yet the lingering traces of their anti-magic properties were still discernible, emanating a faint dark glow, albeit significantly diminished. The dragon scale he had once held high hopes for had shattered into numerous pieces, each adorned with a web of cracks. Its once vibrant crimson hue now dulled, resembling the ashes of extinguished embers, the fiery energy within it completely dissipated, leaving only a trace of warmth. Quietly nestled among a small pile of black ash, the violent energy of fire and the cold anti-magic force had largely dissipated with the explosion. Yet those fragments stubbornly testified to their former might and the tragic nature of this failure. The clash of attributes had spiraled out of control. Chen Mo surveyed the wreckage, feeling the acute pain from his fresh and old wounds, alongside the dizziness brought on by the explosion, and forced a bitter smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. Not only had he failed to forge the artifact, but he had also nearly lost his life again, sacrificing a key piece of equipment in the process. Truly, he had attempted to steal a chicken only to lose a grain, suffering both losses in men and material. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise, first tending to the horrific wounds on his shoulder and thigh with rudimentary bandaging, then swallowing a few healing pills to alleviate the foreign energy within, feeling slightly better thereafter. Finally, he limped toward the explosion site, cautiously retrieving a relatively larger shard of Valyrian steel that still emanated a faint anti-magic aura. The edges of the fragments remained sharp, their touch icy, the unique attributes of the shattered mystical energy undiminished, albeit significantly reduced in magnitude. He picked up a piece of a pterosaur scale, marred by cracks and lacking luster. It felt warm in his hand, yet the elemental energies within had entirely dissipated, leaving behind a rather resilient scrap. The essence of Valyria steel's demon-slaying properties lies in its annihilation, its ability to decompose energy, an overwhelming force that verges on the realm of rules. As Chen Mo caressed the remnants of the demon-slaying shards, he sensed their chilling essence and pondered deeply. The fire within the pterosaur scales was a tumultuous clash of release and destruction. The demon-slaying instinctively sought to obliterate the flame, while the fire, in turn, yearned to incinerate all obstacles. Coupled with the external force of the spiritual confinement runes, rather than harmonizing, it felt akin to tossing a red-hot iron rod into a barrel of gunpowder. An explosion was inevitable. He sighed, surveying the scattered remnants of demon-slaying fragments and the discarded pterosaur scales, and bitterly mused. It seems this divine artifact is not so easily crafted. Material compatibility is a profound discipline. At the very least, one must first master the introduction to conflicts in cultivation materials, or perhaps seek a neutral element to mediate these conflicts. The natural runes within the Forest Child's rune compendium, which require life energy and resonate with harmonious rhythms, appeared to be a promising choice. Their vitality and balancing power might potentially reconcile the deathly silence of the demon-slaying essence with the ferocity of dragon fire. Alas, that tome still lay dormant in the forbidden section of the academic city. Moreover, the mere thought of the strange fish leaf branches and instant petrification of that place sent a chill down his spine. Well, he resolved to make use of the scraps. Chen Mo dutifully began to clear the battlefield, meticulously gathering the Valyrian steel fragments still imbued with demon-slaying properties and the remnants of the pterosaur scales. The demon-slaying shards, fashioned into darts or arrowheads, could still serve as useful tools, albeit with diminished power. Their ability to disrupt spells should remain intact. As for the dragon scales, they could serve as decoration or research material. He gazed at the sharp demon-slaying fragment in his hand and absently touched his aching wounds. Once more acutely aware of the arduous path of cultivation and the cost of reckless experimentation and blind innovation. Innovation carries risks. Forging requires caution. Perhaps next time, a more prudent approach would be wise. Or perhaps, finding a safer locale for testing would be advisable. Chapter 39. The Cost of the Forbidden Tomes in the Workshop. The scent of failure and demon-slaying fragments lingered in the air, a faint trace of charred remains and blood still palpable. Chen Mo surveyed the chaos around him. The painful lessons of the pterosaur scale experiment vividly etched in his mind. The wounds on his left shoulder and thigh throbbed subtly, serving as a reminder of the price of reckless creativity. He sat cross-legged, tending to his wounds and consuming healing elixirs. Once his breath steadied, he reopened the hefty copy of the rune compendium, his gaze fixated on the chapter concerning natural runes. The lines of those runes flowed smoothly and mysteriously, imbued with life and harmony, standing in stark contrast to the deathly obliteration of Valyrian steel and the violent destruction of the pterosaur scales. They seemed to encapsulate the power to harmonize natural energies and resolve conflicts, akin to the gentle streams in a forest that could soothe the raging flames and nourish the parched silence. If he could grasp these concepts, perhaps he could resolve the clash between the forces of demonic magic and fire, even mitigate the terrifying consumption of the Frostfire gun. A flicker of hope ignited within Chen Mo's heart, only to be swiftly extinguished by the cold harshness of reality. The existing copies were incomplete, particularly the final pages that detailed the high-level natural runes requiring life energy for activation. Those pages contained only vague descriptions and sporadic sketches, with critical structural diagrams and energy guiding circuits severely lacking, akin to a celestial script. It was imperative to obtain the complete diagrams. His gaze grew resolute, despite his heart fluttering slightly at the recollection of his previous harrowing experience in the forbidden section of the Academy's library. The memory of that eerie fishbeam-wood branch and the instant petrification threat lingered vividly. Yet, for the sake of acquiring greater power, and to prevent the calamity that nearly sent him skyward, it was worth risking once more. Knowledge is power, and at times, it is the key to survival. Once again, he crafted a substitute puppet, this time utilizing the remaining materials from Fishbeam-wood's core and the neural strands of the mutated entities from the Busan realm. Hastily assembling a second substitute puppet, its appearance was even more rudimentary, with some components cobbled together from ordinary wood, merely a disposable consumable. The atmosphere remained steeped in the musty odor of age, the scent of sheepskin parchment, and the oppressive aura of ancient magic in the Academy's forbidden section. The light was dim, and time seemed to stand still within these walls. Chen Mo's consciousness was tethered to the core of this crude puppet, carefully maneuvering it as if it were a marionette, silently navigating the profound shadows cast by the towering bookshelves. The silence here was even more profound than before. The air stagnant like cold grease, with only the faintest creaking of wooden joints piercing the oppressive stillness, each sound magnified in this pin-drop quiet. Beside a bookshelf, the desiccated fishbeam-wood branch, serving as mere decoration, stood silently, its carved visage indistinct, as if in eternal slumber, yet exuding an unsettling sense of watchfulness. Familiar with the surroundings, the puppet quickly located the tome that resembled a brick in its heft, bound in tree bark and animal hide. The Codex of Forest Runes fragment. It extended its remaining right arm, its clumsy fingers, crafted from rough hardwood and leather, cautiously prying open the heavy, frigid pages. From the specially designed grooves at its fingertips oozed a colorless, odorless, quick-drying ink solution. Lacking eyes, it relied entirely on Chen Mo's consciousness to scan and perceive. The puppet's fingers moved like the most precise of scanners, dipped in the ink, gliding steadily and gently across the ancient, yellowed, yet remarkably resilient parchment pages, pressing down. The ink seeped into the paper, vividly capturing the intricate and esoteric lines of runes imbued with the rhythms of nature onto the specially crafted absorbent parchment rolled over its fingertips, emitting a faint, hissing sound. Chen Mo's consciousness was intensely focused, requiring precise control over the puppet's movements to avoid damaging the ancient tome while meticulously memorizing every rune detail scanned, comparing and completing them with the previously fragmented sections. Time passed in suffocating silence, each second feeling like a dance upon the edge of a blade. At last, he had completed the imprinting of the final pages. The runes on these pages are extraordinarily intricate, their lines intertwining like living vines, resembling the very veins of the earth and the rhythmic pulse of a heartbeat, imbued with a magnificent vitality and an ancient will. Adjacent annotations in High Valyrian state, the breath of life must be guided by the green vision. Those not of the green prophet's blood, who act recklessly shall incur the wrath of nature. Indeed, these are the life runes, the keys to harmony and transformation. Chen Mo's spirit surged as he meticulously controlled the puppet for the final imprint, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. The wooden fingers of the puppet, dipped in a potion, cautiously caressed the central node of a complex life rune, depicting myriad entwined vines, akin to a throbbing heart. This was the core of the runic energy flow. Suddenly, a mutation erupted without warning. The desiccated branches of a seemingly lifeless fishleaf tree beside the bookshelf, upon which a blurred human visage was carved, abruptly opened its tightly shut eyes, revealing two blood-red points that radiated a cold, merciless light, fixating on the puppet that was pilfering knowledge. A hum reverberated. An invisible wave of magic, imbued with absolute order, the petrification of death, and the fury of nature, surged forth like an unseen tsunami, instantly expanding from the branch's epicenter, locking onto the puppet leafing through the forbidden tome with unerring precision. This wave was powerful and ancient, carrying an air of stern judgment. Crack, crack. A chilling sound echoed. The right arm of the puppet, extending to make the imprint, began to be enveloped from the fingertips in a grayish-white substance, akin to inferior plaster, spreading upward with unimaginable speed. The petrified sections swiftly lost all sensation, growing cold and heavy, rapidly extending along the arm towards the core fishleaf heart within the chest. Should the core become petrified, the puppet would be rendered utterly useless, and even Chen Mo's fragment of consciousness attached to it might be severely harmed by this eerie petrification magic. Cursed be this wretched thing. Sever it. Immediately sever the arm. Far away in the main world's refining workshop, Chen Mo's true self turned pale, and in his horror, his consciousness instinctively commanded the most direct and decisive action. Fortunately, this time he was employing a cheap, disposable puppet, making its abandonment a matter of no regret. Within the forbidden book area, the wooden puppet acted without hesitation. It suddenly contracted, freeing itself from the page it had been imprinting, and simultaneously, its left leg shot upward, revealing a gleaming steel knife. The puppet's body twisted in an exceedingly awkward yet swift manner, crashing its right arm against the blade. Crack! A clean, sharp sound of fracture resonated. The steel knife, infused with Chen Mo's resolute will, accurately severed the connection at the elbow joint. The right arm, now entirely transformed into a grayish-white stone from fingertip to elbow, fell heavily onto the cold ground of the forbidden area, shattering into several pieces with a dull thud. The puppet's body trembled violently, yet it showed no sign of pause. With a swift motion, the remaining left leg lifted the precious parchment, which bore most of its contents, from the table and tucked it into the leather pouch at his back. Without hesitation, he pivoted, propelling himself forward with the intact right leg and makeshift prosthetic. Akin to a cat startled by a stepped-on tail, unleashing an extraordinary burst of speed toward the exit etched in his memory. His movements, unbalanced and somewhat awkward, nevertheless exhibited remarkable swiftness. Just as the figure of the puppet staggered through the archway of the forbidden section, vanishing into the dim corridor, a voice echoed, "Who goes there? There is commotion in the restricted area. Quickly seize him." The hurried footsteps and furious shouts of the guards reverberated from afar, accompanied by the clashing of weapons, swiftly approaching the scene where petrification had recently transpired. A returning white light illuminated the refining workshop of the main world. The puppet, now missing an arm and appearing even more battered, materialized before Chen Mo, its wooden form marred by several scratches inflicted by the guards' weapons. The pouch on its back was bulging, containing the precious parchment acquired at great cost. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. The perilous encounter had left him shaken, his mind slightly aching from the tension. He had narrowly avoided disaster. And as he stepped forward to examine the core heartwood within the puppet's chest cavity, he confirmed that only a slight depletion of spirit had occurred. Free from the taint of petrifying forces, allowing him to finally relax. His gaze then fell upon the treasure the puppet had retrieved, the precious parchment, almost entirely inscribed with a complete collection of runes. Carefully, he extracted the parchment, inhaling the ancient scent of the forest mingled with the aroma of fresh potions. A weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. Worth it. Though fraught with danger, this knowledge was invaluable. Next, his attention shifted to the petrified right arm, severed by the puppet itself, lying on the ground. The gray-white stone arm, heavy and cold, retained the posture it had when severed, with traces of the imprinting potion lingering at the fingertips. Chen Mo crouched down, cautiously lifting it. The weight was immense, far surpassing that of wood of the same volume. Its texture hard and frigid, akin to genuine rock. Yet, within this icy stone, he keenly sensed a faint yet exceedingly pure magical fluctuation, imbued with the essence of death, the constraints of order, and a hint of natural wrath. Though subtle, the essence of this fluctuation was of a high order, leaving him with a sense of trepidation. The life energy of natural runes urged Chen Mo to explore the cold stone arm, his gaze profound. The petrification magic had been instantaneously activated. With precise targeting and terrifying power, this was far beyond a mere protective spell. He recalled the seemingly innocuous, withered branches of the Qinglan Sect within the forbidden section. The two suddenly ignited crimson eyes, and the chilling, vast will they possessed. Contemplating the weighty stone arm in his grasp, he sensed the pure, yet eerie remnants of magic. Slowly uttering a phrase, water runs deeper than the whispers of the old gods. What manner of arcane pursuits were these scholars engaged in? This shard of stone is not merely a memento of failed endeavors and a harrowing experience. It serves as a grave warning and a rare specimen derived from the enigmatic magical systems of another realm. Perhaps, in the future, insights may be gleaned from it, such as methods to combat this petrification. However, at present, he has more pressing matters at hand, namely the study of the life runes he has recently acquired, in order to resolve the imminent equipment conflict he faces. Chapter 40. Frostfire gun modification. Upon the small table in the forge, it appeared as though a miniature disaster had unfolded. To the left lay several twisted and deformed fragments of Valyrian steel, still emanating a faint wave of anti-magic energy, their cold, annihilating aura distorting the air around them. To the right rested a few cracked pieces, their luster utterly diminished, reminiscent of the remnants of a drake's scales after burning to embers. In the center, sprawled the hard-earned, nearly intact animal hide scroll of the Forest Child rune collection, with its flowing and vibrant natural rune lines starkly contrasting the dismal failures surrounding it, creating a striking and ironic tableau. All of this reflected the expression on Chen Mo's face, which was etched with pain, frustration, and an urgent need to rectify the losses. The artifact was temporarily out of reach. Chen Mo picked up a shard of anti-magic, its edges still sharp, and felt the familiar icy sting at his fingertips. The lesson of overreaching had been deeply learned, as he almost blew himself to pieces. Indeed, the path of cultivation requires adherence to fundamental principles. One cannot haphazardly create a patchwork of mismatched elements. His gaze swept over the pile of anti-magic fragments, then glanced at the corner where the gold-devouring behemoth, the Frostfire gun, resided, finally resting on the rune lines of the scroll that represented harmony, balance, and vitality. A more pragmatic plan, one attuned to his current impoverished status and the need to mitigate losses, began to crystallize in his mind. Integration, complementation, utility above all. He slammed his hand onto the table, causing the anti-magic fragments to jump slightly. Why indulge in such extravagant fusions? It is efficiency and cost-effectiveness that reign supreme. Every characteristic of the existing materials must be exploited to its fullest potential. The first step, recycling waste, reforging brilliance. He meticulously gathered all the Valyrian steel shards imbued with anti-magic properties. After expending his last few low-grade spirit stones, he rented the ground fire furnace from the forge. The searing flames surged once again, as the shards gradually melted in the specially designed crucible, impurities being cast aside, transforming into a small pool of liquid metal. Deep and dark as the night, Chen Mo's consciousness was intensely focused, guiding the molten metal as one would shape clay, cooling and polishing it. He abandoned complex structures, seeking only the utmost sharpness and the preservation of anti-magic characteristics. Ultimately, 12 3-inch long, sharply pointed, jet-black, spindle-shaped darts, each glimmering with a faint anti-magic aura, lay quietly on the soft fabric. They bore no unnecessary embellishments, only the most simplistic and streamlined lines of lethality. Anti-magic darts, each naturally possessed formidable properties of annihilating spiritual energy, with commendable physical sharpness. Though the power of a single dart pales in comparison to that of a complete dagger, their abundance and relative affordability made them invaluable. The second step, optimization of the carrier, speed above all. He extracted 12 slices of fishbeam wood, their edges glistening with a dark crimson sheen and their cross-sections adorned with natural silver veins. This time, he completely abandoned the notion of affixing intricate energy runes onto the medium. His gaze swiftly traversed the collection of runes, ultimately honing in on a remarkably simplified structure. An elementary rune for instantaneous acceleration. This rune stood in stark contrast to others that sought harmony and natural elegance. Its lines were sleek and wild, seemingly crafted solely to pursue the ultimate moment of explosive power, akin to a lightning bolt that rends the sky. Focusing his consciousness at his fingertips, he meticulously etched this rune, imbued with a sense of resoluteness, along the natural silver grain of each wood slice. The engraving process flowed with greater ease, showcasing the impeccable conductivity of the fishbeam wood. Yet, Chen Mo remained wholly concentrated, ensuring every stroke was precise, perfectly infusing the essence of a fleeting moment into each mark. The 12 slices, bearing the acceleration rune, emanated a subdued yet perilous aura, reminiscent of dormant bee stings. Step 3. System integration, Frostfire gun modification. Chen Mo unveiled his treasured Frostfire gun. He unscrewed the painstakingly crafted cold iron steam jet component, revealing the internal connection structure. Next, he produced a rotating disc launcher forged from fine steel overnight. The disc's center connected to the gun's activation mechanism through intricate latches and conductive lines, while its edges were evenly adorned with 12 precisely fitting grooves. He carefully embedded the 12 slices inscribed with acceleration runes into these grooves, as if setting gemstones. The dark crimson wood contrasted sharply with the silvery steel. Subsequently, he picked up a sleek, black anti-demon dart and gently placed it in the center of the wood slice, its tail perfectly locking into the core of the acceleration rune. With a soft click, the tail of the anti-demon dart aligned flawlessly with the acceleration rune, creating a striking aesthetic of lethal harmony between the obsidian dart, the dark red wood, and the silvery natural patterns. Final form, Frostfire gun modification. Its design was now more substantial and intricate. The original jet nozzle was replaced by a rotating disc gleaming with cold light, embedded with 12 black darts, exuding a chilling mechanical beauty and a palpable sense of menace. Testing commenced. Mode 1, Frost Spray, a classic, retaining functionality. Chen Mo adeptly opened the water injection port and spirit stone filling port of the steam core, enduring the pang of sacrifice as he inserted a low-grade spirit stone. He pulled the trigger. Hiss! The familiar sharp scream of steam erupted once more. A torrent of frigid mist, laced with ghostly orchid sap, surged forth, instantly enveloping a vast area ahead. Frost clung to the vegetation, and the ground froze solid. The range and speed of freezing remained terrifying. Consumption, 1 spirit stone per use. Power unchanged. Pain unchanged. Mode 2. Anti-demon precision strike. New function. Chen Mo's consciousness, akin to invisible tendrils, swiftly locked onto a wooden training dummy, fortified with mid-level Qi cultivation protective aura, stationed 100 meters away for testing the potency of the magical artifact. The surface of the wooden dummy shimmered with a pale yellow radiance, sturdy enough to withstand numerous strikes from ordinary flying swords. With a mere thought, he activated the disc, which emitted a subtle yet smooth mechanical whir. A groove embedded with the demon-slaying dart swiftly aligned, the cold tip aimed at the target. Acceleration rune, activate. Within his sea of consciousness, the command was issued. The power of his mind surged into the specific groove of the fishbeam wood core. Buzz. The streamlined and ferocious acceleration rune on the core suddenly blazed with blinding white light. The brilliance did not diffuse outward. Instead, it converged inward in an instant. Akin to a black hole, fervently channeling all energy into the demon-slaying dart it cradled. A flash of dark light zipped by. It was but a slender streak of shadow, moving faster than the limits of sight. It seemed to transcend the spatial distance itself. Even the sound of breaking air was left far behind. In an instant, he crossed 100 meters. With a soft yet nearly inaudible pop, akin to a silver needle piercing a soap bubble, a small, perfectly smooth hole appeared in the chest of the wooden dummy, which was fortified by mid-stage Qi refining protective light. That layer of pale yellow protective radiance, capable of resisting ordinary sword strikes, was as fragile as a soap bubble under sunlight, failing to even ripple as it was instantly pierced and obliterated by the overwhelming demon-slaying attribute and unparalleled speed. The dark demon-slaying dart continued unabated, showing no sign of deceleration. As if a red-hot iron nail were to penetrate butter, driving deep into the hard stone wall behind the wooden dummy, disappearing entirely. It left only a bottomless small hole in the stone. Its power was astounding, so terrifying. This pinpoint penetration far surpassed the previous ice arrow and could even pose a threat to the protective light of late-stage Qi refining cultivators. The smile on Chen Mo's face had just begun to bloom. He had yet to celebrate this flawless kill when an exceedingly faint, yet distinctly clear sensation of loss, emanating from the depths of life itself, quietly severed like a chilling silk thread or the tiniest grain of sand slipping silently through an hourglass, silently coursing through his soul. It was not the depletion of spiritual energy. It was not mental fatigue. It was a more fundamental emptiness that could not be remedied by ordinary pills. It felt as though a precious essence, innately his, had been permanently siphoned away. The smile on Chen Mo's face froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. He immediately calmed his mind, turning his focus inward to the depths of his sea of consciousness, contemplating the essence of life. He beheld the flame of life, representing the foundation of his lifespan, which had been steadily burning, now flickering ever so slightly, dimming just a fraction, though nearly imperceptible. Had it not been for his exceptionally keen perception and recent introspection, he would have failed to notice it. Yet for a cultivator who was acutely aware of his own being, this minor change shone as brightly as fireflies in the night. Lifespan, 1 year. Chen Mo fell silent. The forging workshop was enveloped in a profound stillness. Only the distant hum of the volcanic furnace resonated, accompanied by the subtle sound of sand slipping through the hourglass of Chen Mo's life. He had exchanged his lifespan for that singular, ultimate strike. Slowly he raised his head, his gaze a complex tapestry directed towards the formidable Frostfire gun modification in his hand. Beneath the nozzle, the glimmering, rotating disc bore 12 grooves that resembled frigid eyes, silently mocking him. Each groove housed a magical projectile capable of instantaneously snatching away an enemy's life, while simultaneously consuming his own precious years. Am I truly a master of weapon crafting? Why is what I create either a drain on wealth or a toll on life? Chen Mo mused, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He gently caressed the cold surface of the gun, the earlier excitement and pain dissipating, leaving only a profound, slightly absurd clarity. So this is the essence of the acceleration rune, he murmured, his voice dry. To overdraw the essence of life. To burn one's lifespan in exchange for an ephemeral surge of extraordinary speed, indeed demanded an exorbitant price. This was not merely a rune. It was a sorcerous technique that exacted a toll on life itself. This was not just a weapon. It was a deadly gambling table fueled by one's own lifespan, an opulent platform with 12 seats of demise. With each pull of the trigger, not only was the enemy's life at stake, but also his invaluable, irreplaceable years. He looked down at the 12 gleaming grooves, envisioning the grim fate that awaited him if he were to be drained of life. In moments of desperation, Chen Mo exhaled a long, heavy breath, gently placing the Frostfire gun modification on the table, as delicately as if laying down a searing iron. The point kill mode must not be activated lightly. The cost was far steeper than that of burning spirit stones. He touched his youthful visage, glancing at the pile of shattered magical fragments, dragon-scale remnants, and the hard-earned rune imprints scattered before him. The path of cultivation was indeed fraught with peril, riddled with pitfalls. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Yet deep within his eyes lay a resolve forged through adversity. Failure was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the absence of gain. At the very least, he had clarified his direction and acquired crucial knowledge. As he picked up the animal skin scroll, his gaze fell upon the vibrant natural runes. A new path seemed to unfurl before him. Perhaps harmonizing the conflicting energies of life was the key to resolving all issues. If the acceleration rune consumed lifespan, could there not exist natural runes that replenish or even enhance life? The shadow of diminishing lifespan was temporarily dispelled by a stronger thirst for knowledge. Chen Mo understood that his journey with rune weaponry was far from over. However, the next step would likely require him to seek out sources of life energy. Perhaps it was time to pay attention to the rumors within the sect regarding longevity elixirs or realms of life. Chapter 41. The Crystal Ball of the Diviner. The terrifying consumption of a year's lifespan by the Frostfire gun's projectile weighed heavily on Chen Mo's heart. A chilling lump that echoed the ticking clock of life. The power has reached its zenith, yet the cost is akin to using one's lifespan as mere fireworks. Even the wealthiest cannot sustain such extravagance. He lay sprawled on the cold stone floor of the chamber, gazing at the formidable Frostfire gun. exuding the dual essence of a spirit stone crusher and a lifespan devourer, feeling a sharp pang in his mind. The exhaustion of his consciousness could gradually recover. But this tangible depletion of the essence of life was akin to a wooden barrel with a hole, leaking water silently and steadily. In time, it would result in his demise before he could even form the golden core. It was imperative to devise a way to replenish it, or at the very least, to discover a method to halt this loss. Chen Mo rubbed his throbbing temples, his gaze flickering. The elixirs of the main world? Anything that replenishes the essence of life comes at an exorbitant price. Selling both myself and Wang Fatty's inheritance would barely scratch the surface. After much contemplation, the enigmatic world adept at manipulating souls and spiritual rules resurfaced in his mind. The world of the Wraith Master. Its methods of role-playing and the essence of alchemical potions fundamentally involve exquisite manipulation and enhancement of one's own spirituality, undoubtedly harboring knowledge or secret arts that could mend or even augment the essence of life. The risks were immense, yet the potential rewards might be even greater. It was worth another gamble. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mo resolved to proceed. His consciousness descended into the sea of awareness, and the bronze door, adorned with golden patterns and interwoven with dragon scales and fiery shadows, once again responded to his call, gradually illuminating. The familiar sensation, akin to being thrust into a rapidly spinning kaleidoscope while imbibing low-quality spirits, engulfed him, accompanied by a dizzying weightlessness. Countless distorted and shattered lights, accompanied by incomprehensible, frenzied murmurs, sought to assail his mind once more. Armed with prior experience, Chen Mo managed to retain a thread of clarity, gripping tightly the starry gemstone that served as his anchor. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was merely a moment, or perhaps an eternity. With a sudden thud, he found his feet once again on the familiar, solid stone path of Qinglan. A melange of faint coal smoke, the Thames tidal mist, the acrid scent of burning low-grade coal, and a deeper, oppressive aroma reminiscent of rust and unnameable blood surged into his nostrils, almost suffocating in its intensity. Outside the window, a gray-yellow fog, thick and viscous like sludge, silently enveloped the streets, buildings, and the distant spire of St. Samuel's Church, drastically diminishing visibility. The characteristic haze of Qinglan was upon him, yet this time, the fog was darker, its odor more pungent, and the unsettling malice intermingled within was more pronounced. A chill coursed through Chen Mo as he quickly assessed his condition. The dragon crystal triangle protective array functioned well, emanating a reassuring warmth that filtered and purified the tainted air seeping into the room. However, the atmosphere bore an elusive, rich aroma of black tea, incongruous with the oppressive environment. He silently tightened his grip on the sharp-edged Valyrian steel, shards hidden in his sleeve, his spiritual energy subtly circulating, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Back again. This journey appears to be even more tumultuous than the last. A gentle yet seemingly penetrating voice emanated from the direction of the living room, its tone steady and devoid of any surprise, as if it had long been seated there, awaiting his return. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, adjusting his expression before pulling open the door. To his astonishment, Mrs. Smith, the landlord, was unusually not nestled in her window-side armchair with a book, but was instead poised beside the coffee table at the center of the room. The exquisite porcelain teapot exuded a veil of steam, accompanied by 2 delicate cups. However, the most striking object was the flawless crystal sphere placed at the center of the table, its translucent surface revealing a miniature universe within, where countless tiny stars and nebulae languidly spun in an eternal dance of creation and dissolution. Mrs. Smith adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze from behind the lenses calm and profound, reminiscent of a still well, yet precisely focused on Chen Mo, as if she could see through his very being. Piercing the veil of his flesh to gaze upon the soul that had been slightly depleted due to the activation of an acceleration rune. Young man, the radiance you carry has dimmed ever so slightly since your departure, as though some insatiable force has surreptitiously gnawed at it, leaving behind a peculiar sense of void that accompanies the passage of time. Her voice was unhurried, yet it sliced through the superficial layers like the most precise scalpel, directly addressing Chen Mo's deepest anxieties and latent dangers. Is it for the sake of seizing power that transcends boundaries that you have recklessly borrowed time from perilous entities? Such actions are not befitting of a sage. A warning bell rang in Chen Mo's mind, cold sweat instantly beating on his back. The landlord's perceptiveness was terrifyingly inhuman. Before her, he felt as transparent as a glass figure, completely exposed. He decided to embrace a more candid approach, half-truths mingling with sincerity. his tone imbued with just the right amount of fatigue and trepidation. "Madam, your insight is indeed sharp. I have encountered some troublesome predicaments and resorted to a forbidden method. Though I was fortunate enough to succeed, the price paid was considerable. I urgently require a means to swiftly restore and augment my spiritual essence. Or perhaps a way to soothe the wear and mend the deficit. Might you have any counsel to offer?" He deliberately obscured the specifics regarding the Frostfire gun and the acceleration rune, focusing solely on the consequences, placing his hopes in her vast reservoir of knowledge. "Spirit? In Bakeland, we prefer to refer to it as spirituality. It is an extension of thought, an antenna of perception, and the very foundation of our existence in this chaotic world." Mrs. Smith nodded slightly, seemingly acquiescing to his statement, her fingertip gently touching the pristine crystal sphere. With a hum, the once slowly swirling nebula within the crystal sphere abruptly accelerated. Countless tiny, shimmering symbols converging as if drawn together, gradually coalescing into a complex and arcane map, composed of pure energy flows and specific rhythmic breaths. It was unlike the visualizations of the main world, more an abstract representation, directly pointing towards the essence of spirituality through harmonious vibrations. This was a foundational yet robust meditation technique for seekers of the arcane, known as the soul-soothing meditation. Mrs. Smith's voice resonated with a peculiar cadence, subtly echoing the path that emerged within the crystal sphere. While it could not bestow upon you immense power directly, persistent practice could significantly accelerate the natural restoration of your spirituality and slightly elevate its thresholds. More importantly, long-term adherence to this method could effectively solidify the beacon of your essence, illuminating the fog of the spiritual realm, thereby enhancing your resilience against external erosions and internal depletion. This would undoubtedly be beneficial for your current circumstances. She paused, her gaze seemingly casual as it swept over the specially crafted quiver at Chen Mo's waist, revealing a few dark arrowheads, which caught a glimmer of light on their surface. Indeed, knowledge, especially that which pertains to extraordinary paths, must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange in this era. Chen Mo immediately grasped that her aim was the dragon crystal arrowheads. These artifacts wield an almost law-like restraint over the undead and malevolent forces in this world, their pure and tranquil aura standing as a rare treasure amidst the chaos. 3 arrowheads, Mrs. Smith stated with an unperturbed tone, as if discussing the weather. "Those black arrowheads of yours that can soothe restless souls and purify the unclean. Recently, some old friends in the Eastern District Cemetery have been disturbed by malevolent entities lurking in the haze, becoming increasingly unsettled. They require gentle yet effective means to quell their eternal slumber." The cost for 3 dragon crystal arrowheads was indeed steep. These items served as potent tools against evil in the main world and were not easily crafted. Yet, the soul-anchoring meditation technique was precisely the foundational ability he desperately needed, not only to address his immediate depletion of life essence, but also to facilitate the growth of his consciousness and counter various forms of spiritual pollution in the future. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Mo hesitated only for a brief moment before decisively extracting 3 dark, gleaming dragon crystal arrowheads from the quiver. He gently placed them upon the lace-covered coffee table, their coldness contrasting sharply yet harmoniously with the warm, delicate porcelain cup. Within the crystal sphere, the meditation path became strikingly clear, every nuance of energy flow and the subtle rhythm of each breath imprinted profoundly in Chen Mo's mind. He could even sense a cool, serene aura following the guidance of the path, gently alleviating the faint stinging sensation caused by his depletion within the sea of consciousness. Mrs. Smith extended her hand, adorned with lace gloves, and delicately picked up the 3 dragon crystal arrowheads. Her fingertips glided over the icy, translucent shafts imbued with pure power, a faint glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes, an assurance that such untainted strength was far more comforting than the mass-produced silver blessings of churches. "A pleasant collaboration, young man." She tucked the arrowheads away and raised the teacup to take a gentle sip. As if suddenly reminded of something, she added, "Furthermore, the air in Bakeland has been quite dreadful lately, tainted with nauseating scents emanating from deeper realms within the gray mist. It would be wise to avoid venturing out at night, particularly in the Eastern District or the dock area, where rats and water spirits have been particularly active of late." She cast a meaningful glance out the window. Chen Mo followed her gaze, only to see the grayish-yellow haze outside thickening ominously, nearly obliterating the light, transforming the day into a twilight indistinguishable from night. The acrid scent of coal smoke, the stench of industrial waste, and an indescribable odor mingled with a faint hint of blood and decay stubbornly seeped through the cracks of the door and windows, even seemingly suppressing the warmth emanating from the dragon crystal protective array. In the streets, disordered cries, violent coughs, terrified footsteps, and a ghastly, hair-raising cacophony of guttural roars and greedy whispers reverberated through the dense fog, faint yet palpable. Suddenly, the heavy and grand bell of St. Samuel's Church rang out urgently, its solemn waves of sound striving to dispel the shroud of despair, only to be absorbed and swallowed by the endless fog, resulting in a muffled and oppressive resonance that carried a sense of helplessness. The haze of Bakeland had descended. A calamity had indeed arrived. This time, however, it appeared far more bizarre and perilous than he had ever comprehended. Chaos. Utter chaos. Yet, for Chen Mo, who was in dire need of testing his newfound meditation techniques and seeking further opportunities, this overwhelming tumult might serve as the perfect cover. "Thank you for the reminder, madam. I shall exercise caution," he replied, suppressing the flutter in his heart, bowing respectfully. He lifted the teacup and drained the lukewarm red tea, which possessed an unexpectedly rich flavor and a peculiar calming effect, before swiftly retreating to his room. He locked the door, drew the heavy velvet curtains tight, isolating himself completely within the heart of the dragon crystal triangular protective array. Eagerly, he settled into a cross-legged position, inhaled deeply, clearing his mind, and began to attempt his first formal cultivation following the vividly clear path of the soul-soothing meditation in his mind. His thoughts flowed with the shimmering symbols, his breathing attuned to an extraordinary rhythm, deep and resonant. Initially, there was a slight awkwardness. The operation of his consciousness experienced some impediment, but soon, a cool, tranquil essence, akin to a crystal-clear spring under the moonlight, seemed to arise from the void, gently flowing into his slightly parched and aching sea of consciousness, which had been strained by the condensation of his spiritual awareness and depletion of his life essence. The original fatigue and discomfort began to swiftly dissipate, as if caressed by a gentle tide. The speed of recovery of his consciousness was markedly superior to the instinctual absorption of the world's spiritual energy he had previously relied upon. Although the long-term enhancement of spiritual limits and stabilization of essence required time to accumulate, this immediate restorative effect invigorated Chen Mo, akin to a weary traveler in the desert finally savoring refreshing spring water, filling him with a sense of relief and elation from the depths of his soul. What a splendid boon! This exchange was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chen Mo rejoiced inwardly, gaining a renewed appreciation for Mrs. Smith's mystery and generosity. However, the scene outside abruptly tightened the relaxation he had just begun to feel. The grayish-yellow haze grew ever denser, swirling and writhing like a living entity, nearly engulfing all light. Even with the oil lamp lit, the room appeared exceptionally dim. The acrid stench intensified, the mingling aroma of faint blood and decay becoming increasingly pronounced, subtly evoking a deep-seated violence and dread within. The cacophony of chaos on the streets seemed to swell, as cries, coughs, and the sounds of frantic footsteps filled the air, with the inhuman howls and whispers becoming alarmingly frequent, drawing ever nearer. The turmoil had reached its zenith. Yet this ultimate chaos signified that the defenses in certain locales would be at their most vulnerable. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, and an audacious plan swiftly took shape. Now was the moment. Chapter 42. The smog of Bakeland. A sharp gleam flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he made a decisive choice. St. Samuel's Church. It stood as one of the core sanctuaries of the Night Goddess Church in Bakeland, undoubtedly harboring formidable protective forces and vital tomes. The knowledge of tranquil runes or similar protective barriers would most likely be found there. He sprang into action. First, he retrieved specialized equipment from his storage bag, a cloak crafted from dark, corrosion-resistant leather obtained in the wilderness, its lining infused with the essence of orchid sap and layers of activated charcoal, effectively shielding against the toxic particles and faint spiritual pollution in the smog. A hood and goggles of the same material, leaving only his eyes exposed, and a thick, multi-layered gauze mask equipped with a fresh filter. Next, he inspected his weapons, the Valyrian steel shard, hidden in his sleeve, ready to glide into his palm. The dragon crystal arrowheads in his quiver exuding an aura of purity and serenity, and the dagger inscribed with spiritual binding runes, securely nestled in his boot. Finally, he mentally reviewed the map to St. Samuel's Church, ensuring his focus was razor-sharp. Taking a deep breath of the relatively clean air within the room, Chen Mo slipped out of number 15 Minsk Street like a shadowy cheetah, instantly enveloped by the boundless, viscous gray-yellow haze. Visibility plummeted to less than 3 meters, possibly even lower. The world seemed reduced to the slick cobblestone beneath his feet and the swirling chaos surrounding him. The nauseating stench nearly penetrated his mask, inducing revulsion. Distorted sounds filled his ears, their origins indistinguishable. He had no choice but to push his soul-soothing meditation to its limits, relying on his heightened spiritual awareness to navigate and remain alert. His consciousness extended like invisible tendrils into the surroundings, and the images returned were even more disconcerting. The haze was rife with fragments of frenzy, fear, and despair, akin to cold, viscous sewage incessantly attempting to erode his sanity. What was even more terrifying was the sight of vague human silhouettes aimlessly wandering through the fog, their movements rigid, their eye sockets emanating waves of emptiness and hunger. Instinctively yearning for the essence of any living creature, undead beings, driven by a greedy thirst. And their numbers were far greater than he had imagined. He cautiously evaded all moving figures, relying on his keen sense of direction and spiritual perception to navigate the labyrinthine streets. Several times, he nearly brushed against the staggering undead, their cold, lifeless limbs almost grazing his cloak, which he narrowly avoided each time. He even observed shadows battling for sustenance or territory within the thick fog, gnashing their teeth and producing sounds that sent chills down one's spine. As he traversed a narrow alleyway, his senses swept over the scene, revealing a cluster of trembling civilians huddled together, barricading the entrance with broken planks and tattered cloth, their eyes brimming with boundless terror. Chen Mo cast a silent glance before moving on. He was no savior, and revealing himself in such an environment could lead to a swift demise. The closer he approached St. Samuel's Church, the density of the fog seemed to diminish slightly. Yet the air was thick with an even more palpable aura of malevolence and chaos. The grand silhouette of the church loomed through the mist, resembling a colossal beast lurking in the apocalypse, emanating a faint yet resolute wave of tranquility, resisting the surrounding turmoil. The main entrance stood firmly shut, marked by signs of battle, with several contorted corpses strewn across the ground, their blood long since tainted to a murky brown by the fog. However, a side door appeared to have been forced ajar by panicked worshippers or guards seeking refuge, allowing a soft and warm candlelight to seep through, along with a hint of comforting sanctity. That was the place. Chen Mo stilled his presence, utilizing his soul-soothing meditation and wilderness stealth techniques to minimize his existence. Pressing himself against the cold, rough wall like a gecko, swiftly and silently advancing towards the side door. Just as he was about to draw near, two men clad in the uniforms of the night church guards emerged, their faces etched with fatigue and tension, holding steam rifles and scanning the fog with vigilance. They were evidently changing shifts or embarking on a patrol. Chen Mo's heart tightened. He instinctively held his breath, his body blending into the deepest shadows of the wall corner. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Any conflict could summon more guards or even extraordinary beings from within the church, leading to dire consequences. In a flash of inspiration, he swiftly drew 2 dragon crystal arrows from his quiver, cradling them in his palm. The pure, serene, and exorcising aura emitted by the arrowheads spread like an invisible, gentle force field. The 2 guards evidently sensed this calming presence. They instinctively inhaled deeply, their taut expressions softening slightly as they glanced around in confusion. When their gaze swept over the shadowy area where Chen Mo concealed himself, they perceived nothing amiss, mistakenly believing it to be a relic or barrier set by the church, naturally inducing a sense of safety and a diminished need for vigilance. How strange. The air feels a bit better here. Perhaps it's the new relic the deacon has arranged. Never mind, let us hurry and change shifts. This dreadful weather is unbearable. The guards murmured to one another, subconsciously avoiding the shadowed area where Chen Mo hid, retreating deeper into the fog. A close call. Chen Mo released a silent breath of relief, not daring to linger. Like a slippery eel, he silently slipped through the gap of the door just as the figures of the guards vanished into the mist. Inside the church, the atmosphere was still permeated with a thin fog, yet it was far more bearable than outside. Beneath the grand, towering dome, the flickering candlelight served as the primary source of illumination, casting a gentle glow upon the empty pews and the few devout souls kneeling in despair, silently beseeching divine intervention. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, the air thick with the scent of candle smoke, aged wood, and a faint, sanctified aroma reminiscent of sandalwood, yet colder in essence. The church's guardians were evidently few. The scattered sentinels bore expressions of fatigue, vigilantly scanning the doors and windows. It appeared that most of their strength had been diverted to maintain order or to confront the ever-increasing horde of terrifying, animated corpses outside. Chen Mo's objective was clear, aimed resolutely towards the depths of the church. He constricted his presence, allowing the inner tranquility bestowed by his soul-soothing meditation to harmonize subtly with the sacred atmosphere surrounding him, rendering him almost indistinguishable from the church's environment. Like a gecko, he clung to the shadows cast by the walls and the enormous stone columns, advancing swiftly and silently inward. Utilizing his keen perception and acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of energy, he deftly avoided the scattered worshippers and guards, traversing the side aisles and circumventing the confessional, until he arrived at the entrance of a relatively secluded prayer room deep within the church. The door to the prayer room was ajar, and it seemed unoccupied. This was the place. Chen Mo could distinctly sense a tranquil force emanating from within, a power that dispelled inner fears and external malevolence, akin to the most precious spring in a parched desert amidst the pervasive despair. He silently pushed the door open. The prayer room was modest, sparsely furnished with a few benches and a simple altar. The source of power lay behind the altar, on the wall. The surface was adorned with intricate, ancient runes and patterns, aged yet still radiating a soft silver luminescence. These runes were markedly different from those of the primary world, emphasizing symbolism, the condensation of intent, and resonance with specific divine energies, their lines graceful and imbued with sanctity. They intertwined to form a cohesive array, from which a powerful yet gentle force of peace, protection, and purification emanated, creating an invisible barrier that completely isolated the room from the encroaching fog and malevolent energies outside. The Tranquility Runes, or rather, the core array of this world's version of a large-scale tranquility barrier, stirred great excitement within Chen Mo. This was the very aim of his journey. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the meticulously prepared impression scrolls crafted from the resilient hide of shadow leopards and treated with a special concoction. Along with a custom charcoal pencil, he inhaled deeply, centering his focus, his mind sharp and alert, his eyes akin to the most precise scanners. With fingers steady as rock, he began to swiftly and accurately replicate every detail of the rune array. Each turn, every seemingly inconsequential decorative curve. The process was tense and concentrated. He could vividly feel the madness, chaos, and despair swirling within the dense fog, battering against this realm of tranquility like relentless waves. The silver luminescence on the wall flickered slightly, as if resisting an unseen pressure. The distant commotion and cries echoing from the main hall of the church only heightened the urgency of his endeavor. Time slipped away, second by second. On the scroll, ancient and sacred runes were meticulously replicated, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. As the final stroke, representing the core emblem of the Eye of Night, was flawlessly inscribed, Chen Mo exhaled a long, silent sigh of relief. It was accomplished. He carefully rolled the parchment made of animal hide, feeling the gentle, yet potent tranquil energy it contained, his heart brimming with joy from his successful endeavor. However, just as he prepared to secure the scroll, a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps, accompanied by the clanking of metal armor, echoed from outside the prayer room. The sounds were rapidly approaching. The guards at the side door had reported an anomaly. They were to check all rooms, especially the deeper areas. Yes, Captain, we've been discovered. It was possible that a distant observer caught a glimpse as he slipped through the door crack, or perhaps a subtle energy fluctuation was inadvertently revealed during the replication. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he spun around, his gaze sweeping across the stained glass window of the prayer room. Outside lay the church's back alley, shrouded in the same thick fog. In a swift motion, he dashed forward, disregarding any need for concealment, as the quintessence of his five-layered energy surged within him, enveloping his arm, and he forcefully struck the vibrant glass window. Bang! Crash! With a resounding impact and the shattering of countless shards, Chen Mo's figure shot forth like an arrow from a bow, breaking through the window and leaping into the fog-laden back alley of the church, where visibility was nearly non-existent. His form instantly engulfed by the grayish-yellow, viscous haze. Behind him, the door of the prayer room was violently thrown open, and several guards of the night church, their expressions a mix of shock and fury, rushed inside, only to behold the shattered rear window, the ground strewn with glistening fragments, and a fleeting, unfamiliar scent dissipating in the air. Who? Stop! The furious shout of the guard captain and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the window. Yet, Chen Mo had already blended into the vast, perilous fog of Beakland, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, relying on his acute sense of direction and perception to navigate the labyrinthine alleyways, disappearing completely within the all-encompassing mist fraught with danger. Clutched against his chest, the scroll exuded a faint aura of peace, helping to shield him from the pervasive mental pollution and sinister whispers lurking within the thick fog. This daring venture had yielded rewards far exceeding his expectations. Chapter 43. The golden chains behind the door with the hard-won scroll, radiating a subtle tranquility. Chen Mo navigated through the chaos and peril of the nearly invisible fog. His consciousness was highly attuned, the soul-soothing meditation technique operating at its zenith. Akin to steering a fragile vessel amidst raging storms, cautiously evading all moving shadows and the area saturated with a palpable sense of death and hunger. The scroll in his arms became a faint beacon of light in this chaotic abyss. The runes imprinted upon it, though dormant, exuded a trace of sanctity, order, and tranquility derived from the ancient carvings of the St. Samuel Cathedral, subtly dispelling the most vile spiritual pollution and whispers from the surrounding mists. This created an almost imperceptible yet undeniably real sanctuary around him, allowing his taut nerves a fleeting moment of respite. Nevertheless, the experience remained profoundly harrowing. The sounds of gnashing teeth, the abrupt cessation of anguished cries, and the nauseating scrape of the undead's bones, along with their ravenous howls, echoed as if they were mere breaths away. Several times, he narrowly avoided colliding with the staggering shadows, relying solely on his heightened awareness and extraordinary agility to evade them. He could vividly witness the tragedies unfolding in the misty corners, yet he compelled himself to remain composed, akin to a most unfeeling observer, swiftly passing by. His objective was to return to the relatively safe northern district, to Minsk Street number 15, and immediately communicate with the Bronze Door for his return. Beckland had irrevocably transformed into the slowly dying belly of a colossal beast, and every second spent there added unpredictable peril. With his formidable sense of direction, memory, and a stroke of luck, Chen Mo eventually returned to the confines of the northern district unscathed. The fog here seemed somewhat less dense, yet the oppressive chaos lingered omnipresent. Like a wraith, he traversed the final streets, silently returning to Minsk Street number 15. He swiftly locked the door behind him, leaning against the cold door panel. He exhaled deeply, finally alleviating the tension within as his racing heart began to settle. Inside, the warm glow emanating from the dragon crystal triangular protective array dispelled the chill he had brought back from outside, granting him a long-forgotten sense of safety. Without a moment's hesitation, and without even changing out of the soiled garments tainted with the mists and the stench of death, he hurried to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. His consciousness plunged unhesitatingly into the sea of awareness, reaching out to the bronze portal that stood silently, entwined with golden patterns and shadows of dragon scales. The time for his return had arrived. He wished not to linger in this world for another moment. Within the sea of awareness, the bronze door sensed his summons, and the patterns upon its surface began to illuminate one by one, radiating a soft, alluring golden light as familiar signs of temporal and spatial transformation began to emerge. However, just as Chen Mo's figure began to fade and dissolve, on the verge of departing from this realm, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. The scroll tightly clutched against his chest, adorned with tranquil runes and deeply imbued with the unique sanctity and order of the St. Samuel Cathedral. Along with the faint waves of holy light he had absorbed during his prolonged stay within the cathedral's confines and subsequent fervent meditation, suddenly became the most conspicuous, delectable bait amidst the darkness. It instantaneously triggered a deep-seated, greedy instinct within the bronze door of the sea of awareness. A thunderous rumble ensued. The portal trembled with an unprecedented intensity. No longer did it emit the gentle, inviting light, but unleashed a ferocious pull imbued with an insatiable gluttony. The target of this overwhelming force was not Chen Mo himself, but rather the pure and orderly holy light that enveloped his body and the beast skin scroll, a manifestation of this enigmatic world. What was happening? Chen Mo was filled with astonishment. This sensation was more intense and urgent than when he absorbed the dragon crystal arrowheads and the ashes of dinosaur genes. He scarcely had time to react before he beheld a visible, soft yet resilient milky white beam of light, intermingled with countless delicate, shimmering runic phantoms, being forcibly torn away from him and the beast skin scroll by an irresistible brute force. This sensation was not one of pain, but rather a peculiar feeling of detachment, as if an invisible, gentle protective layer belonging to this world was being forcibly stripped away. The brilliance of the runes imprinted on the beast skin scroll dimmed considerably in an instant, as though it had lost part of its essence. The beam of light that had been severed, imbued with tranquility, order, and the essence of sacred power, was violently drawn into the violently vibrating bronze door. Like a torrent consumed by an unseen leviathan, inside the door, the scene transformed dramatically. No longer was it a chaotic void, but rather a battlefield where two primal forces clashed and fused with fervor. The golden lines, originally entwined around the door and derived from the essence of this mysterious realm, surged forth like ravenous creatures starved for eons, frantically wrapping, tearing, devouring, and refining the inflowing sacred white light. The sacred white light, containing the might of order and tranquility, instinctively resisted this consumption, emanating waves of purification and stabilization, while the mysterious golden lines represented another profound law, one that contained order within chaos, imbued with aggression and adaptability. The two equally potent, yet fundamentally different forces collided, fused, and annihilated within the door, producing a deafening resonance of laws perceptible only to Chen Mo's soul. The entire sea of consciousness trembled in response. Chen Mo's heart raced as he fixated on the tumult within the door, fearing that the clash of these two forces might exceed the control of the bronze door and even affect him. The secrets of this door were numerous, and each disturbance was accompanied by immense uncertainty. However, the bronze door exhibited an overwhelming dominance and mystery far beyond his imagination. The golden lines evidently held the upper hand, or rather, they were an integral part of the door itself, possessing absolute authority. The resilient sacred white light, though defiant, was gradually disintegrated, devoured, and transformed. The entire process seemed to stretch on for ages, yet felt like a mere moment. When the last vestige of sacred white light was completely consumed and fused by the golden lines, all violent fluctuations abruptly ceased. The interior of the door reverted to chaos. Yet the golden lines glowed with unprecedented brightness and solidity, even imparting a sense of fullness. Immediately thereafter, a more astonishing transformation occurred. The reinforced golden lines, as if endowed with their own will, began to converge towards the inner edges of the doorframe, extending as though an invisible, supreme hammer of law was forging them. A crisp and authoritative sound, resonating from the very essence of the soul, echoed forth. Crack, 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 under the awe-inspiring gaze of Chen Mo. A chain composed entirely of countless intricate, sacred golden runes, embodying the forces of divine confinement and absolute order, gradually coalesced from the chaotic depths within the doorframe. This chain, though intangible, manifested with a solidity reminiscent of eternal divine gold, its surface shimmering with a radiant yet gentle golden glow, exuding an overwhelming aura that quelled all spiritual unrest, bound the essence of souls, and dismantled chaotic malevolence. One end of the chain was firmly and inherently connected to the inner wall of the bronze door. As if it were an integral part of the portal itself, the other end dangled into the infinite void of chaos beyond the door, swaying gently and emanating a disquieting power. The chain of mental confinement. A cold yet clear message surged into Chen Mo's consciousness instinctively. This chain could be driven by divine awareness, launching forth to disregard most physical and energy defenses of the same tier, directly affecting the core of the target's soul, forcibly imprisoning their thoughts, interrupting their spellcasting or connection with the celestial energies, and plunging them into a state of absolute stasis. The effectiveness and duration of the confinement depended on the disparity in divine awareness between the parties. It possessed a special suppression against negative, malevolent, and chaotic entities, yielding exceptional results. The returning white light finally enveloped Chen Mo completely, and a powerful force began to draw him away from this world. In the final moment of his departure from Beakland, Chen Mo cast a deep glance at the golden chain suspended in the void within the door, radiating a magnificent divine might, seemingly capable of ensnaring all souls, his heart brimming with indescribable shock and euphoria. This bronze door not only traversed the heavens, but also devoured the primal forces of different worlds, evolving powerful mystical abilities tailored to the characteristics of those forces. What was its true origin? What kind of fortune had he truly acquired? With a flash of light, the suffocating haze of Beakland, along with its chaos and despair, vanished entirely. The familiar, simple scenery of the stone house reappeared before him. Chen Mo's figure materialized in place, slowly opening his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer in his gaze, a sign that the newly acquired power had yet to be completely contained. Instinctively, he touched his chest. The scroll of beast hide remained, though its spiritual luster had dimmed considerably, as if it had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, he paid it no mind, focusing all his attention on the golden chain within his sea of consciousness, which radiated a reassuring yet exhilarating power. Chain of mental confinement, he murmured softly, savoring the immense power it contained, unable to suppress a smile that curled at the corners of his lips. This journey to Beakland bore immense risks. Yet the rewards exceeded all expectations. Not only had he acquired the soul-soothing meditation technique and the tranquil runic manuscript, but he had also inadvertently allowed the bronze door to absorb the holy light, evolving such a potent means of mental offense. This trump card was likely more covert and insidious than the modified killing mode of the Frostfire gun. As he reveled in his newfound joy, faint yet peculiar sounds emanated from the direction of the medicinal herb garden outside, hinting at something unusual, perhaps even sinister. The golden glimmer in Chen Mo's eyes swiftly retracted, transforming into a cold and piercing gaze, akin to that of a hawk detecting the trail of its prey. Upon returning, has an unwitting fly come seeking its demise? Chapter 44. The trial of the inner sect disciple's brother Zhao Ming graced the medicinal garden with his presence once more. Unlike his previous display of unabashed arrogance and blatant greed, this time a somewhat rigid and insincere smile adorned his face, as he spoke with a deliberate politeness tinged with an almost imperceptible urgency. Yet, the desire and cunning concealed within his slender eyes were sharper and colder than ever, reminiscent of a viper's tongue, scanning the entire garden, particularly the lush field of iron moss with roots shimmering like dark metal. Junior brother Chen, it has been a few days, and the atmosphere of your medicinal garden is truly extraordinary. Zhao Ming feigned a smile, bowing slightly with his voice softened. Yet he could not mask the underlying condescension. His gaze meticulously swept over each iron moss, as if he were not observing mere plants, but glittering piles of low-grade spiritual stones that could elevate his status. I have heard that the iron moss you cultivate possesses remarkable properties, not only purifying the soil but also demonstrating a unique affinity for absorbing various metallic impurities. Even the elders in the affairs hall have heard whispers of it, praising your keen insight and skill, junior brother. As he spoke, he ambled a few steps closer, the aura of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator emanating from him, subtly enveloping the space and creating an undeniable sense of pressure. Such a rare specimen, if merely utilized to enhance the soil of this modest medicinal garden, would indeed be a gross misallocation of resources. Do you not know, junior brother? The astronomical figures the sect's refining pavilion spends annually on purifying low-grade spiritual ores and processing smelting waste? The mountains of Dross not only occupy valuable spiritual land but also pose a threat, as the residual foreign metallic energy can erode the ley lines over time. If your iron moss could be cultivated on a large scale, whether for assisting in or purification or processing waste, it would be a monumental contribution to the sect, benefiting generations to come. With a tone more insistent, Zhao Ming continued, I am acquainted with several overseers in the inner sect's refining pavilion, and I can indeed speak on this matter. Why not share the cultivation secrets of your iron moss? Rest assured, I am not one to resort to unscrupulous tactics. I would never allow you to suffer loss. He thumped his chest, adopting a demeanor of earnest concern, yet his eyes, fixed on Chen Mo, betrayed an unrestrained eagerness and determination, as if any refusal from Chen Mo would unleash dire consequences. Internally, Chen Mo scoffed with disdain, yet his expression instantly morphed into one of feigned astonishment and profound difficulty, his brow furrowed as he rubbed his hands together, his performance remarkably natural. Akin to a lowly cultivator suddenly confronted with a tremendous opportunity, yet feeling utterly incapable of seizing it. Brother Zhao, your generous regard truly overwhelms me. The words of my senior brother resonate with profound wisdom. Regarding matters of such significance to our sect, I, as a junior disciple, am filled with exuberance, yearning to present the secret methods immediately. However, he shifts his tone, revealing an expression of profound pain and regret, as if he were parting with a cherished heirloom. His voice tinged with bitterness. Yet, the cultivation of this iron moss indeed presents insurmountable difficulties, making large-scale promotion utterly impractical. It is not that I am withholding secrets. The conditions are excessively stringent. Oh, what difficulties do you speak of? Pray do share. Zhao Ming's gaze sharpens, akin to a hawk's, meticulously observing every subtle change in Chen Mo's expressions and the fluctuations of his eyes. His formidable spiritual sense acts as an invisible probe, intricately scanning Chen Mo's emotions, attempting to discern the veracity of his words. For my senior brother, any issue resolvable by spirit stones or resources poses no challenge. His tone exudes the confidence and arrogance of an inner sect disciple. Sigh, I shall not conceal the truth from you, senior brother. Chen Mo exhales deeply, his expression growing more sincere, even tinged with a hint of grievance. This item is not an ordinary spirit plant. Its ability to devour and transform metals requires an exceedingly rare catalyst to activate. I, too, stumbled upon immense fortune in my early years. Discovering remnants of dragon blood essence atop an enormous, unknown beast's bones within a long-abandoned ancient cultivation cave. It was by sheer luck that I managed to cultivate this small patch. He emphasizes the keywords: ancient cultivation cave, enormous beast bones, dragon blood, with great weight. His tone infused with a sense of helplessness and lament for a lost opportunity. Without authentic dragon blood or treasures embodying a similar high bloodline essence as the core catalyst, this cultivation method becomes utterly futile, impossible to replicate. Any forced attempts would merely lead to the seeds withering. The meager essence I obtained has long been depleted. Now, I find myself in a situation where a skilled artisan cannot create without materials, possessing a treasure mountain yet unable to access it. He spreads his hands, wearing an expression that conveys his own desperation. Dragon blood. Zhao Ming's pupils constrict sharply, his breath instinctively growing heavier, his voice slightly altered by overwhelming shock and greed. The dragon, a mythical beast of ancient lore within the realm of cultivation. Its blood is immeasurably precious, brimming with life force and fragments of rules. Even a single drop could incite frenzied competition among golden core cultivators. He instinctively glances around, as if fearing that this term might be overheard. He fixates intently on Chen Mo's eyes, amplifying his spiritual perception to its utmost limits. Chen Mo's emotional fluctuations are rife with regret, sorrow, helplessness, and even a hint of longing for dragon blood, yet devoid of any signs of guilt or evasion. Either he speaks the truth, or his acting has reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Zhao Ming's gaze flickers intensely, a tumult of greed, doubt, desire, and caution swirling within him like boiling water. Although the notions of an ancient cultivation cave, enormous beast bones, and dragon blood essence sound preposterous, how abundant are the coincidences in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, it conveniently explains the peculiar nature of this iron moss, which had previously been unheard of. If indeed dragon blood is required, he pauses for a moment, rapidly weighing his thoughts. Should he force the issue? What if this young man speaks the truth? Failing to acquire the genuine secret method would be futile, potentially leading to a disastrous outcome. Initially believing in its existence, he thought that if he could uncover even the slightest clue of dragon blood, the rewards would far surpass mere iron moss. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, heartily patting Chen Mo on the shoulder, his tone transforming into one of profound camaraderie. So that's it. Such a divine artifact is indeed required. Dragon blood is truly elusive, quite elusive. Ha! No wonder my junior brother finds himself in such a predicament. His laughter seemed genuine, yet the glint of greed in his eyes burned even more fervently. Rest assured, my junior brother, this matter is under my purview. I shall mobilize all my connections, sparing no effort to investigate. Whether it be in the black market auction houses or among those ancient families of cultivation, there are bound to be hidden treasures. Should I uncover anything, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. After speaking, he cast a deep, avaricious glance at the flourishing iron moss fields, as if envisioning himself presenting the dragon blood and secret techniques to the sect, earning the admiration of the Golden Core elders, and subsequently soaring to great heights within the inner sect. His impatience was palpable, and he turned to leave with a sense of urgency and lightness. Watching Zhao Ming's retreating figure until he vanished at the entrance of the herb garden, Chen Mo's expression of surprise and helplessness swiftly dissipated, replaced by a cold, serpentine smile, reminiscent of a viper locking onto its prey. The bait, laced with poison, had been artfully cast. This greedy fish had already caught the scent of dragon blood's intoxicating aroma. He would stop at nothing to seek it out, to validate its existence. And what Chen Mo needed to do was prepare a lethal surprise for him at the moment of his greatest desire and excitement. Go ahead and search, Brother Zhao. Chen Mo murmured to himself, his voice as frigid as the winds of a winter night. I hope you will enjoy the dragon's lair I have prepared for you. Chapter 45. The dragon bone beneath the dead swamp. Zhao Ming, this greedy fish, had firmly caught the scent of dragon blood's maddening allure and would not easily relent. Chen Mo could almost envision him racking his brain, leveraging every connection to hunt for the elusive dragon blood clues. Time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly prepare an ancient dragon's remains that could convincingly mimic the essence of dragon blood. His objective was clear: a colossal, ancient, and visually stunning skeletal remains of a creature that could withstand preliminary scrutiny. Chen Mo recalled the worlds he had traversed and immediately pinpointed one that also housed gigantic beasts. One that could plausibly align with his narrative, beyond the wall in the world of Game of Thrones. That forsaken, frozen wasteland, once believed to be the home of the children of the forest and giants, would be an unsurprising sight for ancient remains, perfectly matching the fabricated tale of ancient cultivation ruins and beast bones. More importantly, he had previously cut through the heart of a fish beam wood there with a Valyrian steel dagger, gaining insight into the essence and rules of that land, making the traversal relatively manageable. It was indeed the right place. The frozen wasteland, the bones of giants. Chen Mo resolved firmly. His consciousness sank into the sea of knowledge, communicating with the colossal bronze door. Upon its surface, the flame dragon motif and the icy patterns representing the Game of Thrones world illuminated simultaneously, intermingling in a brilliant display. This time, he intentionally set the temporal anchor during a brief lull in the tempestuous snowstorm, though the chill still penetrated to the very marrow. The chosen location was a remote and seldom trodden expanse near a colossal ice crevasse, deep within the northern reaches beyond the Great Wall. After the familiar sensation of vertigo subsided, the extreme cold enveloped him, as if countless icy needles had viciously pierced every pore of his being. Despite his prior preparations and the thick, insulating garments he wore, Chen Mo could not suppress a violent shiver, his breath crystallizing into ice upon exhalation. Before him stretched an endless realm of ice and snow, the leaden sky hovering low, as if it were within reach. Towering glaciers lay sprawled across the land like silent behemoths, while jagged ice spires jutted toward the heavens like unsheathed blades. The howling wind whipped through the air, stirring the snow on the ground into a wailing cacophony. This place was even more desolate than the northern territories, steeped in a profound silence that resonated with an eternal, unyielding bleakness. Shadow, Chen Mo called with his mind. Soon, a weary yet agile caw echoed from the horizon. The shadow folded its wings, braving the fierce winds, and alighted upon his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling him before sharing its perspective. Through the shadow's blurred and expansive vantage point, Chen Mo meticulously searched for his quarry. He sought a skeleton, half buried in the snow, substantial yet imperfect enough to avoid detection. Fortune favored the diligent. At the edge of the ice crevasse, beneath a massive ice wall shielded from the wind, the shadow uncovered a gigantic skeleton partially ensconced in the snow. Most of the skeleton was obscured, yet the exposed portions were still astonishing. A leg bone as robust as a temple pillar, a pelvis as large as a door, albeit with jagged edges, and several twisted, fractured vertebrae far exceeding human dimensions. The skeleton exuded a ghastly pallor, polished by countless years of wind and snow, emanating an ancient and moribund aura. This is it. Its scale, its appearance, will surely convince many. Chen Mo's spirits lifted. He braved the biting wind, trudging through the snow with faltering steps. The closer he drew, the more he felt the oppressive magnitude of the skeleton. It lay quietly in the snow, as if it had slumbered for eons. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the skeleton was not entirely of natural origin. Some bones bore distinct signs of colossal bite marks and tearing, suggesting it had endured a fierce struggle. Perfect. This further enhanced its authenticity and antiquity. I apologize, unknown giant beast, but I shall borrow your skeleton, and I assure you, it will not be in vain. Chen Mo muttered to himself as he began his work. He first meticulously cleared the surface snow and ice from the skeleton, revealing more of its structure. Then, he retrieved the Valyrian steel dagger, which had proven invaluable in past endeavors. As the dagger was drawn, the surrounding frigid air seemed to relent slightly, its chilling, anti-magic properties causing the space to warp ever so slightly, rather than cutting into the bones themselves. Chen Mo carefully utilized the dagger's unparalleled sharpness to scrape away at the relatively fragile joints and small bony protrusions, creating signs of weathering and natural wear, while deliberately mimicking the gnawing and tearing marks of a large carnivore. Subsequently, he retrieved several pieces of dark red ore, resilient and derived from the wilderness of the hunter's world, from his storage pouch. With a dagger, he meticulously scraped off a substantial amount of fine powder. This powder was then combined with a modicum of clear water and carefully applied to fill the fissures and joints of the bones, particularly in the areas that had been processed, creating an ancient effect of blood and mineral infusion. The most crucial step had arrived. He produced a small, carefully cherished jade vial, containing a few drops of an exceedingly precious viscous liquid, extracted from remnants of wyvern scales in the realm of Game of Thrones. This dark red substance harbored a faint yet inherently potent elemental energy of wind and fire, imbued with a hint of primal ferocity. With a fine needle, he dipped into this treasure and, with utmost caution, let a minuscule amount trickle into the marrow cavities of the main bones and some hidden fissures. He then swiftly covered it with ice and snow, allowing it to seep slowly, solidify, and merge with the bones, leaving behind an ethereal yet extraordinary trace of draconic essence. This essence was exceedingly faint, nearly undetectable without meticulous scrutiny. However, once one employed specific incantations or focused spiritual perception, they could sense the distinct, ancient pressure that transcended ordinary beasts. After completing this task, he stepped back to admire his masterpiece. Before him lay a colossal, ancient skeleton, scarred and half buried in the snow, exuding an aura of desolation, yet subtly radiating an ineffable noble pressure. Perfect. The remnants of a battle between ancient cultivators and formidable beasts were now complete. Chen Mo, satisfied, clapped his hands, disregarding the numbness in his fingers. Finally, to enhance the authenticity, he deliberately sought out some shattered fragments of seemingly ancient stone weapons and a few dull shards of Valyrian steel from his earlier failed experiments, scattering them around the skeleton to meticulously create the appearance of an ancient battlefield relic. With everything in place, Chen Mo communicated with the bronze door. This time, the energy expenditure for the traversal was indeed considerably less than that for the Jurassic world. A radiant light enveloped the grand, artfully aged and modified beast skeleton, along with the surrounding relics, and in an instant, they vanished into the biting cold winds of the frozen wasteland of the Game of Thrones world. Upon returning to the primary world's herb garden, it was already late at night. Chen Mo tirelessly transported the massive dragonkin skeleton to the most secluded corner of the herb garden, into a deep pit he had previously dug. He carefully arranged it in a combat posture, covering it with the original soil and withered branches, and set up a rudimentary concealment array inspired by the tranquil runes from the mysterious world, effective enough to obscure general investigations and fluctuations of essence. Having accomplished all this, the dawn began to break on the horizon. Chen Mo stood at the edge of the pit, gazing at the seemingly ordinary land beneath him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The stage was set, and the props were in place. Now, he awaited the greedy protagonist to step into this meticulously crafted script. Chapter 46. The trap of the gene editor, however, merely having the stage and props was insufficient. Chen Mo required a bait capable of enticing Zhao Ming to willingly take the hook, ultimately igniting a chain reaction of events. This bait had to appear as if it offered immense benefits derived from the dragon blood remnants, with its destruction seeming entirely natural, leaving no trace that could lead back to him. He once again retrieved the invaluable manuscript on virus enhancement and gene editing theory by Choi Jong-ho, obtained from the Busan expedition. Beneath its cold cover lay the fervent yet rational explorations of a genius scientist into the essence of life. With swift precision, Chen Mo flipped to the chapters concerning gene induction expression, controllable collapse, and energy overload detonation, his gaze fixed and frigid. Drawing upon his close encounters in the world of Game of Thrones, where he had even personally processed the colossal beast's skeletal remains, he recalled the frenzied, ancient energy particles sensed from the marrow's crevices and the minuscule residues scraped from the bones. An intricately woven and malicious trap began to crystallize in his mind. His objective, to create a super iron moss that appeared to have undergone a benign, euphoric mutation due to the nourishment of dragon blood, while secretly harboring an energy bomb within. Chen Mo murmured to himself, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth, blending the essence of a scientific madman with that of a hunter. He made his way to a more concealed corner of the stone chamber, where a subterranean laboratory lay protected by layers of intricate wards. Here, an array of glass vessels, extraction tools, and a miniature, spirit stone-powered constant temperature array were meticulously arranged. He first selected a small segment of the healthiest and most robust iron moss mother plant, carefully transplanting it into a specially crafted white jade pot. The base lined with a layer of fine soil tainted with a faint dragon blood essence, sourced from the vicinity of the colossal beast's bones. Next came the pivotal steps of gene grafting and trap setting. He held his breath, his eyes gently closed, his formidable consciousness sharply focused, akin to wielding the most delicate of nanosurgical instruments as he delved into the cellular layers of the iron moss. With utmost caution, he guided the frenzied ancient energy particle, extracted from the beast's remains and refined through the repeated purifications of his consciousness, into the iron moss's root nodule cell nucleus, skillfully slicing and splicing it near a gene sequence responsible for energy absorption and transformation. This process demanded a level of mental acuity far surpassing that required for engraving the most intricate runes. It necessitated an in-depth understanding of life structures and meticulous control. A moment's inattention could lead to the plant's instantaneous collapse and death. Sweat poured from Chen Mo's forehead, his complexion rapidly paling, as if his very consciousness were being siphoned away. Yet, his eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance and steadiness. Simultaneously, based on Dr. Choi's notes regarding gene locks, conditional apoptosis, and energy overload feedback, he cleverly embedded a concealed, dual-trigger countdown bomb around the grafted dragon blood particle fragments. The first trigger, energy critical point. When the metallic energy absorbed by the plant, catalyzed by the dragon blood particles, reached a predetermined high threshold. The second trigger, intense external spiritual energy stimulation. When the plant is subjected to intense and unnatural external spiritual forces, particularly those imbued with predatory or destructive intent. Any one of these conditions can cause the tampered genetic chain to collapse instantaneously. This results in the reverse transcription of numerous erroneous and profoundly destructive proteins, triggering a cascading energy destabilization reaction that ultimately leads to an explosive release of the immense metallic and biological energies accumulated within the plant cells, resulting in an extraordinarily violent and corrosive combustion explosion. To enhance the deception and allure, rendering this trap appear more like a delightful dilemma, Chen Mo meticulously concocted a highly effective nutrient solution. He extracted the precious juice of the ghost orchid, imbued with extreme coldness that stimulates cellular activity, albeit subtly guided into a state of frigid exhilaration by his faint consciousness, alongside the bone-corroding venom of the bone-eating flower, which was transformed into a pseudo-stabilizer, and a small amount of active substances extracted from the iron moss itself. This was blended with a spiritual spring to create a verdant liquid that exuded a peculiar, ethereal fragrance, capable of temporarily and dramatically enhancing the plant's metabolic rate and energy absorption efficiency. He concentrated this nutrient solution on the genetically modified iron moss. The results were immediate, even exceeding expectations. These transformed iron mosses surged forth as though invigorated by a super stimulant, akin to having been nourished by dragon's blood, growing at a frenzied pace. Their root systems visibly thickened and twisted, exhibiting an unusual dark golden sheen reminiscent of molten metal. With an accelerated absorption rate of metallic particles from the soil, the leaves became exceptionally thick and robust, their deep green hue almost black, with a strange, metallic iridescence shimmering across their surfaces, refracting dangerous glimmers in the sunlight. The overall energy fluctuations emanating from the plants grew markedly stronger and more agitated. Within merely 2 to 3 days, this small patch of approximately a dozen iron mosses had grown to be more than twice the size and sturdiness of their counterparts, presenting an extraordinarily fierce and extraordinary appearance that would lead any observer to believe they were witnessing a rare and immensely beneficial enhancement, a miracle born of dragon's blood. Chen Mo designated this meticulously crafted trap area as GD12 type enhanced iron moss, pseudo, codenamed gold-devouring vines. Grow freely, he mused. The more enticing and alluring you become, the better. Observing the thriving plants, exuding an aura of dangerous temptation, a cold smile curled upon his lips, akin to a director awaiting the curtain to rise. In 3 days, at most, the energy you harbor will reach the threshold of genetic collapse, triggering your self-destruction sequence. Or, should any fool rush in to extract you forcefully, injecting you with abundant predatory spiritual energy, then that will be your moment of final, resplendent bloom. He could almost envision Zhao Ming's ecstatic visage upon discovering these gold-devouring vines, as well as the bewilderment and terror that would ensue as he attempted to seize them, ultimately being consumed in the process. The countdown to genetic collapse, like the silent whisper of the Grim Reaper, quietly commenced within the deepest core of these extraordinary plants. Chen Mo stepped back a few paces, gazing with satisfaction at his masterpiece. The golden devouring vines shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a thrilling vitality intertwined with an underlying sense of destruction. The trap had been meticulously set, with bait that was irresistibly enticing. Now, all that remained was a modicum of patience, awaiting the greedy prey to embark upon this grand avenue leading to annihilation. Chapter 47. The prototype of the mind's thorn. The trap of the golden devouring vine had been laid, releasing an alluring yet perilous fragrance, silently anticipating the arrival of greedy visitors. However, Chen Mo was acutely aware that Zhao Ming was no ordinary adversary. His cultivation at the late stage of qi refinement and the formidable influence he had cultivated within the inner sect over many years indicated that, should the situation escalate, it would inevitably bring forth immense risks. Relying solely on the passive activation of the trap might severely injure or even eliminate Zhao Ming's minions, yet to ensure absolute success, and at critical moments to deliver a decisive blow or directly eliminate the greatest threat, he required a more proactive, more covert, and more lethal means of assault. a capability that could disregard most conventional defenses, striking directly at the opponent's most vulnerable point, the essence of their soul. He turned his gaze towards the undulating, resplendent, mind-binding chains within his sea of consciousness, along with the spiritual binding, runes he had long since mastered, yet struggled to employ frequently due to their considerable energy consumption. Although the binding effect was formidable, its commotion was too pronounced, dazzling with golden light and immense power, making it more suitable as a definitive controlling measure or for dealing with special entities such as spirits and malevolent beings. He needed a more discreet, sudden, and razor-sharp dagger, one that could silently penetrate the opponent's sea of consciousness, targeting the weak points of their mental defenses, causing instantaneous paralysis or even obliteration. The ongoing practice of the soul meditation technique had elevated his control over his own consciousness to an entirely new level. The mind was no longer merely an introspective tool for driving runes. It had become an intent-driven hand capable of finely perceiving, akin to an extension of oneself, with clarity to sense the slightest fluctuations of his own soul essence, and even faintly touch the currents of external energy. He immersed himself once more in contemplation, beginning to dismantle and study the structure of the spiritual binding rune. This rune, derived from the diary of Emperor Roselle, had been instrumental in suppressing fragments of the old god's will and was exceedingly complex. Yet its essence was encapsulated in a few strokes that represented absolute solidification, frozen thought, and suspended awareness. These strokes embodied the profound understanding and application of soul power. The essence of binding is solidification, the act of halting the flowing thoughts and spiritual energy in a state of absolute stagnation. As Chen Mo delved deeper into the permutations within his sea of consciousness, countless lines of runes flickered and combined like stars. If this solidifying force could be infinitely compressed, eliminating all redundant components used to construct rune structures, maintain stability, and expand influence, condensing all intent and power into a minuscule point, a bold, nearly mad notion sparked in his mind, akin to lightning slicing through darkness. Could ultimate solidification yield ultimate penetration? Just as water, under immense pressure, can transform into a blade capable of cutting through all, transforming binding into piercing, condensing into a single point, specifically designed to breach the defenses of the soul. This notion quickened his heartbeat. It was not merely a simple application of runes, but rather a profound reinterpretation and reverse engineering of the Tao. The risks were immense. Should he falter in control, the highly compressed consciousness could just as easily injure himself before harming the enemy, potentially leading to irreparable damage to his soul structure. Yet, the potential rewards were equally monumental. If successful, this would become a true trump card. Chen Mo sat cross-legged, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. He first devoted himself entirely to the soul-calming meditation, allowing his sea of consciousness to enter an unprecedented state of tranquility, fullness, and mastery. The power of his awareness flowed like a gentle, yet vast ocean, moving in accordance with his will. The next step was fraught with peril. Rather than delineating a complete rune, he, akin to a master craftsman forging exquisite steel, began to compress and refine his consciousness with fervor. His thoughts were intensely focused, pouring all his mental energy into controlling the sea of consciousness. The vast power of awareness was forcibly restrained by an invisible force, pressed inward in a furious manner, compressed, and then compressed again. Within the sea of consciousness, it felt as though a cataclysmic wave was rising, as if a star were being born, enduring unimaginable pressure. Agonizing pain surged like a tide, as if his very soul's essence were to be crushed by this overwhelming force. Chen Mo's complexion turned ashen, drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his gums bleeding from the pressure of his clenched teeth, yet his gaze remained extraordinarily resolute, fiercely maintaining the terrifying compression process. But this was still insufficient. At the moment when his consciousness was compressed to its utmost limit, on the verge of forming an unstable energy core, he summoned the last vestige of clarity. Carefully inscribing the most essential and absolute foundational Tao patterns of the spiritual confinement runes into the very core of this highly compressed, unstable consciousness energy core, akin to performing precise laser etching within fragile glass. Buzz. At the instant those Tao patterns fused, the entire energy core, compressed to its extreme, trembled violently. The chaotic energy within seemed to have found its core, abruptly altering its nature. An essence of ultimate solidity and penetration was born. Chen Mo felt as if his head had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer. Darkness enveloped him, and he nearly lost consciousness. However, he persevered through the excruciating pain of his soul being torn asunder, and the overwhelming sense of emptiness, fiercely maintaining that final condensation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt like mere moments, yet as if eons had passed. Just as his consciousness was nearly depleted and his will on the brink of collapse, Buzz, an imperceptible, needle-like spike, exuding an aura of extreme sharpness and absolute solidity, suddenly coalesced in the deepest recesses of his sea of consciousness. It shone with an almost transparent dark golden hue, quivering slightly, as if it could transcend all barriers and pierce through any mental shield. Where it passed, even the space within the sea of consciousness appeared to momentarily solidify, leaving behind a subtle trace. Spike of consciousness. The initial form had emerged. Coughing violently, Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes. A fierce cough nearly forcing out a mouthful of blood imbued with the essence of his spirit, which he managed to swallow back down with great effort. He appeared as though he had just emerged from water, drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale as parchment. His temples throbbed violently, and his mind felt as if it were being mercilessly pierced and stirred by 1,000 steel needles. Waves of excruciating pain and profound exhaustion crashing over him like a relentless tide. Weak and spent, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a finger, gasping for breath as he endured the searing agony that ravaged his nearly depleted consciousness. Yet, in his bloodshot eyes, a flicker of intense excitement and ecstasy shone brightly. He had succeeded, though merely a prototype, and having drained a significant portion of his spiritual essence to forge this spear of consciousness, accompanied by severe backlash and torment. It undeniably validated the feasibility of his concept. Struggling to sit upright despite the agonizing pain, he focused his mind, attempting to manipulate the dark golden needle that floated within his sea of consciousness. The target, a humble gray spider diligently spinning its web in the corner. The spider, small and fragile, emitted a nearly imperceptible soul fluctuation, making it an ideal candidate to test the fundamental efficacy of his creation. With a thought, the spear of consciousness vanished without a trace. No light, no sound, no hint of energy escaping. In the next instant, the spider, mid-weaving, froze without warning, its delicate legs twitching momentarily before it plummeted from its web, lifeless, its minuscule soul core obliterated by the spear imbued with absolute intent, extinguished without a whisper. Perhaps even unaware of its own demise. Success. Despite the hollow weakness in his consciousness and the searing pain coursing through his body, Chen Mo could not help but grin, though his smile was more akin to a grimace. Although the creation of such a spear of consciousness was immensely taxing, its current power seemed limited to ambushing the unprepared or those whose spiritual strength paled in comparison to his. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a cunning, lethal trump card, nearly impossible to defend against. It struck silently, targeting spiritual defenses, a pivotal technique for creating opportunities in critical moments and turning the tide. It was worth it, immensely so. As he slumped on the ground, enduring the repercussions of his exertion, he eagerly began to meditate, drawing upon the sparse spiritual energy of the world, slowly replenishing his nearly exhausted consciousness. Pain was temporary, but this new trump card would afford him greater initiative and security in the impending turmoil. While he recuperated, he began to mentally simulate how to integrate this spear of consciousness with the traps of the voracious golden vine, preparing an unforgettable gift for the guests yet to come. Chapter 48. The price of the night raid. 3 days passed, time flowing slowly amidst an atmosphere thick with tension. In the medicinal garden, the several voracious golden vines thrived astonishingly, propelled by a specially formulated nutrient solution and their own genetic fervor, changing remarkably day by day. Their roots twisted and coiled like a dark golden serpent, deeply entrenched in the soil, greedily siphoning the metallic particles hidden beneath, even producing a faint rustling sound that only the highly concentrated awareness of Chen Mo could detect. The leaves were as thick as if wrought from metal, their color darkening to an almost black hue, with a bizarre, bluish sheen shimmering under the sunlight, subtly emanating an ominous glow even in the darkness of night. The plant exuded a tumultuous and potent energy wave, as if on the verge of surpassing some critical threshold. Chen Mo was acutely aware that the countdown to genetic collapse had reached its final moments. The energy accumulated within these gold-devouring vines was nearing saturation, akin to a balloon being inflated to the point of bursting. He could even faintly sense several concealed and ravenous presences lurking beyond the hidden formations surrounding the herb garden, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Almost there, Chen Mo stood before the window of the stone house, his gaze cold as it swept over the dark golden plants, which exuded a dangerous allure under the night sky. The fish had gathered, poised to strike. That night, The moon was obscured and the winds howled, thick clouds completely shrouding the light of the stars and moon, rendering the herb garden a place where one could not see a hand in front of their face. Only the mournful whispers of the wind could be heard, causing the ordinary iron moss leaves to rustle, accentuating the pervasive silence. Even the typically vibrant nocturnal insects had vanished, as if they sensed the impending disaster. Chen Mo did not rest within his stone house. Instead, he had concealed himself among the dense canopy of a large tree at the edge of the herb garden. His presence suppressed to the utmost degree, his heartbeat and breath nearly suspended, merging entirely with the shadows and the sound of the wind, transforming into a lifeless piece of driftwood. Only his highly focused awareness, akin to an invisible and keen net, silently enveloped the area of the dark golden gold-devouring vines. Each detail vividly relayed back to his mind. Just past the midnight hour, all was silent, the moment when one is most weary and lax. Several phantoms, more profound than the darkness itself, quietly scaled the low walls surrounding the herb garden, perfectly concealed by the shadows. They landed as lightly as feathers, making no sound, clearly possessing formidable skills and mastery of stealth. Leading them was a figure clad in a tight-fitting dark attire, a black cloth obscuring his face. Yet the insatiable greed and urgency in his slender eyes were unmistakable. Even from a distance, Chen Mo could sense it was Zhao Ming. Behind him followed two similarly clad and masked subordinates, their movements agile and their presence steady, radiating the energy of the fifth level of qi refinement. Move swiftly, hold your breath and focus, do not make a sound, Zhao Ming commanded in a hushed, raspy voice. His gaze fixed on the dark golden vines that still emitted a faint and alluring luster in the darkness, as if he were not gazing at plants, but rather at a staircase leading him to a higher echelon within the inner circle. The target is that patch of dark golden vines. Do you see it? The energy fluctuations are extraordinarily intense. It must be a treasure infused with dragon's blood essence. Dig it up along with the soil and ensure everything is intact. Not a single piece must be left behind. Anyone who dares to damage the roots will face my wrath. Two minions were evidently filled with trepidation towards Zhao Ming. Upon hearing his words, they immediately nodded, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. They swiftly produced jade shovels, specifically designed for excavating spirit plants without damaging their root systems, along with specially crafted cloth bags. Channeling their inner spiritual energy, they moved with the swiftness of lightning, directly lunging towards the unusually thriving golden, devouring vine. Just as their feet entered the vine's domain and the jade shovel was on the verge of making contact with the dark golden roots, Chen Mo, who had remained motionless atop the treetop like a statue, suddenly unleashed a fierce glint from his eyes, akin to a venomous serpent revealing its lethal fangs after a long wait. In an instant, a sharpened consciousness darted forth from his mind, silently and swiftly, surpassing the realm of thought itself, devoid of any luminescence or disturbance, as if it were merely a fleeting notion. Its target was none other than Zhao Ming, who was anxiously observing, his mind wholly consumed by the extraordinary treasure before him and his future aspirations. Suddenly, Zhao Ming was caught off guard. He felt as though a searing, indescribably sharp object had pierced his mind, akin to being seared and then abruptly frozen. A profound, indescribable agony emanated from the depths of his soul, as if his thoughts had been instantaneously frozen and then violently torn apart. Darkness engulfed his vision. All gathered spiritual energy dissipated in an instant, and his consciousness trembled violently, akin to a balloon that had just been punctured. A ghastly, distorted wail escaped him, a sound utterly unrecognizable as human, as he clutched his head in torment, staggering backward in pain, his body shaking violently, nearly collapsing to the ground, utterly losing control of the situation. This sudden, excruciating cry, along with Zhao Ming's bizarre, head-clutching stumble, left the two minions, who were preparing to excavate with utmost caution, utterly astonished and shaken to their core. Instinctively, they feared they had fallen into an ambush, believing that a formidable enemy had dealt a grievous blow to brother Zhao with some sinister spell. In their panic, their movements became chaotic. Forgetting entirely about the requirement to avoid damaging the roots, the instinct for survival and their disarray compelled them to infuse their jade shovels with a torrent of violent, predatory fire and earth elemental spiritual energy, one of the very triggers for what was to come, rendering them exceedingly sharp as they frantically dug into the roots of the golden devouring vine, aiming to seize the treasure swiftly and facilitate their brother's retreat. At that very moment, as the jade shovel, brimming with tumultuous spiritual energy, made contact with the dark golden roots of the vine, boom! It was as if a massive cache of explosives buried deep underground had been ignited, like a dormant volcano erupting violently. All the dark golden tendrils erupted in a blindingly ominous, ghastly green light, instantly engulfing the surrounding darkness. Subsequently, these wildly growing vines, which had accumulated terrifying energy, visibly withered in an instant, turning black and carbonized, as if all life had been siphoned away. The immense metallic energy and uncontrollable biological force stored within them, catalyzed by collapsing genes, erupted with a thunderous roar. With a whoosh, ghastly green flames, akin to the hellish fires of the underworld, erupted uncontrollably. The temperature of the flames was terrifying, imbued with a potent corrosive quality and a violent explosiveness that swiftly engulfed the entire golden devouring vine field, along with its two minions. No, help, senior brother. The two minions, both at the 5th level of chi refinement, could only emit a brief and chilling scream before their protective spiritual light crumbled before the dreadful emerald flames, disintegrating like mere paper. Their bodies melted away at a visible speed, charred and carbonized, as if they had been cast into a furnace. Even their jade shovels and the magical artifacts they wielded warped and deformed in the corrosive fire, losing all spiritual radiance. The shockwave from the explosion, mixed with searing heat and deadly green flames, surged wildly outward. Despite being engulfed in excruciating pain and confusion, Zhao Ming instinctively manifested the abilities of a late-stage chi refinement practitioner. A battered turtle shell shield flew forth to protect him, while a talisman activated, creating a thin barrier of light. With a resounding crash, the shockwave collided with the barrier and the turtle shield, shattering the barrier instantly and leaving cracks on the shield. Zhao Ming was violently hurled away, landing awkwardly on the ground several rolls before finally coming to a stop. His night cloak was singed in multiple places, his hair disheveled, and his face covered in soot. As if to add insult to injury, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The cause uncertain, whether from the backlash of his consciousness or internal injuries. The two loyal minions he had brought now lay transformed into indistinguishable, charred remains on the ground, emitting acrid wisps of smoke that told tales of the brief, yet brutal destruction that had just unfolded. As the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, only the sporadic crackling of the emerald flames remained, alongside the pungent aroma of charred flesh and a peculiar, metallic scent that lingered in the air. The entire medicinal garden was enveloped in a suffocating silence. From the shadow of the treetops, Chen Mo gazed down with indifference at the charred pit and the cracked earth surrounding it, as well as the two pools of human-shaped charcoal, his expression devoid of emotion. The trap had been flawlessly triggered, the bait thoroughly consumed, and the evidence had incinerated itself. Zhao Ming, terrified by the piercing of his consciousness and the bizarre explosion, was left severely wounded. Greed, like a serpent that swallows an elephant, has now choked on its own ambition, Chen Mo mused softly, his voice as cold as the wind of a winter's night. Chapter 49. The hunger of the bronze door. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Since Zhao Ming dared to set his sights upon him, he must be prepared to face the consequences, even if it meant losing his life. Chen Mo felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead of approaching the epicenter of the explosion immediately, he carefully circled the edge of the charred pit, employing his formidable spiritual sense like a finely tuned radar, meticulously scanning the surroundings to ensure no trace of himself remained, nor any hidden observers. The rustling of the ordinary iron moss fields in the distance sounded particularly clear at that moment. Only after confirming safety did Chen Mo begin to tidy up the aftermath. He retrieved a specially crafted white jade vial from his storage bag, its interior inscribed with rudimentary anti-corrosion and sealing runes. He then donned a pair of gossamer thin isolation gloves, fashioned from ice silkworm silk and the essence of bone-corroding flowers, with meticulous precision akin to that of a delicate surgical procedure. Cautiously, he approached the two charred remnants, holding his breath to shield himself from the unpleasant odor. With a pre-prepared jade stick, he gently prodded the surface layer of the completely carbonized, brittle char, revealing beneath it a relatively intact layer of ash, deeper in color and interspersed with fine crystalline particles and unburned oily residues. He collected approximately half a vial of this ash, which was remarkably unique, containing not only the remnants of thoroughly incinerated iron moss plants and the ashes of two 5th-tier chi refinement cultivators, along with fragments of their shattered artifacts, but more importantly, the profound energy imprints of the uncontrollably collapsed, genetically modified golden devouring vine, as well as a trace of the feral and ancient genetic factors meticulously grafted in by Chen Mo. derived from the skeleton of a colossal beast. This constituted the core evidence of the entire trap and was the most valuable waste for research. Upon completing this step, he produced a small porcelain bottle, uncorked it, revealing a clear yet pungently aromatic, transparent liquid. This concoction, crafted primarily from the essence of the bone-corroding flower, blended with several potent corrosive herbal juices, served as a corpse-dissolving agent, designed to obliterate organic remnants and obscure energy signatures. He evenly sprinkled the solution over the two piles of remains and the surrounding scorched earth. With a hissing sound, the last remnants of organic material that could potentially reveal the cause of death and identity rapidly dissolved and carbonized, ultimately transforming into a more complete ash. The acrid scent intensified, yet completely masked the original aura. Having accomplished this, Chen Mo slowly straightened, exhaling deeply and silently. The scene resembled a rare and immensely powerful incident of energy backlash from a rogue spiritual plant, compounded by the missteps of two cultivators, leading to this tragedy. Anyone observing would likely conclude that Zhao Ming's subordinates were simply unfortunate, never suspecting that this was all a meticulously orchestrated trap. He stepped back, preparing to return to the stone house to recuperate from the exhaustion brought on by the use of his spiritual consciousness and to contemplate how to confront Zhao Ming, who would undoubtedly not relent. However, just as he turned, clutching the vial containing the special ashes, ready to return it to his storage bag, a resonant hum erupted from the depths of his consciousness. The previously dormant bronze door, entwined with golden patterns and shadows of dragon scales, stirred as if awakened from an ancient slumber by the intoxicating aroma of an irresistible feast. Without warning, it trembled violently, imbued with an unprecedented desire. The once dim dark golden patterns on the door flared to life, glowing with a searing and ravenous light, as a powerful suction emanated from within, locking onto the small, seemingly inconspicuous jade vial in Chen Mo's grasp with unwavering precision. It seemed as though the contents were not mere ashes, but rather exquisite delicacies of unparalleled flavor. It desires this again? A sudden shock coursed through Chen Mo's heart as he instinctively tightened his grip on the jade vial. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The last time he had consumed the meager bloodline essence derived from the pterosaur scales, it had significantly reduced the cooling period. This time, however, the ashes contained within were infused with gene energy, processed through his genetic editing techniques, making them more concentrated, more ferocious, and more distorted. Although their nature was chaotic and imbued with destructive qualities, they were likely a far more appetizing nourishment for the peculiar bronze door, which seemed to have an insatiable thirst for advanced life factors. Is it a blessing or a curse? One cannot evade fate. Without hesitation, Chen Mo was eager to discover the transformations this offering could provoke. He promptly lifted the jade vial, bringing it close to his forehead, and initiated a conscious dialogue with the bronze door. Buzz. There was no need for him to uncork the vial. The jade vessel even radiated a slight warmth as the ashes within instantly transformed into a faint, yet intensely chaotic, ferocious, and primal yellowish airflow. This energy swiftly penetrated the material and runic barriers of the jade vial, immediately seized by the bronze door's violent yet precise suction, devoured in an instant. Boom. The dark golden patterns on the door surged with brilliance. The dark hue deepened at a visibly rapid pace, solidifying, even creating an illusion that the door was subtly opening and closing, breathing, and becoming more vibrant. An ancient and majestic wave, imbued with a sense of primordial grandeur, emanated from within the door, causing a slight tremor and reverence to stir within Chen Mo's very soul. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed that the cooling time and energy accumulation required for the bronze door's interdimensional traversal had been drastically reduced, akin to an invisible hand swiftly erasing a significant portion, shortening it by nearly 1/3. The portal, which would typically require several days to stabilize for another opening, now felt as though it could activate at any moment, merely at the whim of his thoughts. Indeed, the essence of advanced life, particularly those ancient behemoth gene factors, processed and refined, served as its premium fuel. Not only did it significantly diminish the cooling period, but it also seemed to enhance the door's own aura, making it even more formidable and complete. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the seemingly animated, vividly lifelike patterns on the door, filled with both astonishment and elation. The pathway to rapidly enhancing the bronze door, and perhaps indirectly augmenting his own strength, became increasingly apparent. This door was akin to a gluttonous beast, selective yet insatiable, feasting on an array of peculiar delicacies, particularly those pertaining to genes and bloodlines. Oh, gluttonous door! I must procure something even more exhilarating for you next time. Chen Mo patted his forehead, as if engaging in a conversation with the mysterious portal, his tone laced with an unmistakable excitement and curiosity. He then shifted his gaze towards the window, looking in the direction of the inner door, his expression turning once again cold and sharp, akin to a tempered blade. However, before that, he needed to thoroughly eliminate the troublesome flies at home. Zhao Ming, having been startled and suffering a loss, would not rest easy with his vengeful nature. He might become even more unhinged. He weighed the now empty jade vial in his hand, feeling the undulating, imposing presence of the mind confinement chain and the small yet lethal mind spike within his consciousness. It was time to prepare a truly devastating farewell gift for his troublesome senior brother Zhao Ming. Chapter 50. The Dead City. After 10 years, in the Salvation Army, this still remained a world of the Walking Dead. But the temporal anchor had quietly shifted to a decade later. The once familiar town had irrevocably transformed into a vast graveyard, entwined with vines and the remnants of concrete. Skyscrapers lay in ruins, streets were torn apart by rampant vegetation, and the rusted carcasses of vehicles resembled the remains of colossal beasts, scattered amidst the overgrown grass and rubble. However, unlike the pure, chaotic desolation of memory, this silence bore an oppressive sense of order. On the crumbling walls, grotesque and flamboyant W symbols were painted in coarse white or black, resembling some malevolent totem that proclaimed the ruler's existence. Several desiccated corpses, long deceased and suspended by chains from twisted lampposts, swayed gently in the breeze, their hollow eye sockets gazing upon this land of death, silently narrating the fate of the rebels. The Salvation Army. Negan. Chen Mo immediately grasped the current situation. The tyranny established on terror and power had transformed this land into its hunting ground. His objective was crystal clear: to seek out heavy firepower capable of posing a threat to cultivators. Ordinary firearms were already of limited threat to mid to late-stage chi refinement practitioners. He required something of larger caliber and higher explosive power, such as machine guns or even explosives. He moved like the most cautious of specters, silently traversing the shadows of the ruins. Draped in a cloak fashioned from dark deer hide and bone-absorbing resin acquired in the wilderness hunter's world, he could effectively absorb light and scent, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Wearing a mask equipped with activated charcoal filters and rudimentary runes, his eyes scanned the vicinity through a modified brass-framed infrared night vision device borrowed from a steam fortress. Thermal signals were scarce, mostly consisting of small animals trembling in the depths of the ruins and a few sluggish zombies aimlessly wandering in the distance. Their numbers seemed reduced compared to a decade ago, yet they remained the ambient sound of this world. In the distance, the sound of heavy, synchronized boot steps echoed, interspersed with coarse shouts and the sharp crack of whips. Chen Mo swiftly concealed himself behind the shattered wall of a half-collapsed building, cautiously peering out. A squad of approximately 10 individuals was advancing along the broken road. They wore matching armor made from black leather and rough steel plates, most donning fingerless gloves and headscarves or masks smeared with white paint, wielding baseball bats studded with nails, machetes, or relatively well-maintained modified rifles. In the center of the group, a string of about 20 emaciated, ragged men and women, their eyes glazed with despair, were tethered together by ropes, herded along like cattle. Any sign of delay would invite the lash or a brutal strike from a rifle butt. The patrol team of the Salvation Army, along with the tributes they collected, passed by. Chen Mo's gaze traversed the enslaved individuals, fixating intently on the two robust men at the rear of the formation, who were laboriously carrying a long, heavy object wrapped in oilcloth. The shape unmistakably suggested the body of a heavy machine gun, although the entire form was obscured. The elongated barrel and the distinctive grip structure quickened his heartbeat. It was the M2 Browning machine gun, a terrifying weapon of .50 caliber. The bullets it fired could easily tear through the protective auras of chi refining practitioners, and if caught unaware, could severely injure early-stage foundation-building body cultivators. He had to acquire it. However, to seize it by force would be tantamount to courting death. The patrol team was numerous, well-equipped, and evidently seasoned. A strategy was essential. Like a shadow, he trailed this group for 2 full days, discerning their return to a stronghold that was a repurposed medium-sized prison, now a Salvation Army outpost. The outpost was fortified with towering walls, lookout towers, and light machine guns, heavily guarded. A frontal assault was not feasible. Cunning was required to infiltrate. On the 3rd day, an opportunity presented itself. A squad of the Salvation Army ventured out to collect supplies, leaving the outpost relatively unguarded. Chen Mo commenced his performance. He first appeared within the peripheral vision of the outpost, deliberately creating a disturbance that attracted several wandering corpses, demonstrating his immunity to their attacks, not through true immunity, but rather through his extraordinary speed, agile movements, and a diluted T-virus solution, laced with a potent paralytic agent, applied around his body. He maneuvered through the throng of undead. This concoction significantly diminished the allure for the corpses, even inducing brief moments of hesitation and revulsion, allowing him to glide through the horde, occasionally deflecting their grasping hands without sustaining injury. This astonishing spectacle did not go unnoticed by the guards atop the lookout tower. Soon, the gates of the outpost swung open, and a small team of the Salvation Army rushed forth to disperse the sluggish corpses, ushering Chen Mo inside. The interior of the outpost reeked of sweat, smoke, and a brutish atmosphere. In a room filled with an array of trophies, from bottles to human skulls, Chen Mo encountered the leader of the outpost, a brawny man adorned with a black eye patch, a face marked by rugged features, and a necklace of bullets hanging around his neck. He was Simon, a notably effective lieutenant under Negan, infamous for his cruelty and greed. "I hear you are unafraid of those stinking creatures?" Simon boisterously proclaimed while reclining in a chair draped with animal hides, nonchalantly picking his teeth with a dagger. His solitary eye scrutinized Chen Mo with unabashed interest. "And immune, you say? Quite intriguing. Speak, outsider, what is it you desire? Food, safety, or perhaps women?" His tone was flippant, eliciting lewd laughter from his subordinates. With a calm demeanor, Chen Mo seemingly disregarded the crude remarks and stated directly, "Weapons. Heavy weaponry." He gestured toward the depths of the outpost, where a heavily guarded, ironclad warehouse stood. "I saw your men bringing back an old gun. I want it." Simon paused in his action of picking at his teeth, a flicker of surprise and vigilance crossing his singular eye, which soon transformed into a deeper intrigue and avarice. "Hey, you've got a keen eye? But that's quite a hefty prize, worth a fortune. What do you have to offer in exchange?" Chen Mo retrieved a glass vial sealed with a cork from his satchel. The bottle contained more than half of a murky liquid, faintly shimmering with an eerie purple hue. "I offer this, a special concoction. When applied to the skin or scattered in the vicinity, it significantly reduces the likelihood of being detected and attacked by the undead for several hours. You witnessed its effect just moments ago. Of course, this was a ruse. It was merely a mixture of diluted T-virus, bone-corroding floral paralyzing toxins, orchid condensate, and various pigments and fragrances. It might deter the undead somewhat, but it certainly did not confer immunity, and its duration was far less than the claimed hours. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to entice these marauders who eked out a living under the threat of the undead." Simon gazed intently at the vial, his eye flickering with uncertainty. Reducing the threat of the undead held immense significance for the saviors, who frequently ventured out to pillage. He even envisioned the rewards he might receive from offering this concoction to their leader, Negan. Ultimately, greed triumphed over caution. "The potion is yours." Simon slammed his hand on the table. "You may enter the warehouse to select one item. Just one. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the undead." He growled menacingly, rising to personally escort Chen Mo to the warehouse. As the heavy iron door swung open, a potent blend of gun oil, dust, and metal assaulted the senses. The warehouse brimmed with assorted supplies. Yet the most striking items were the weapons lined against the wall. From commonplace AKs and M16s to shotguns and even some rocket launchers, it was a veritable treasure trove. However, Chen Mo's gaze bypassed them all, immediately fixating on a steel construct partially concealed by green canvas in the corner. Exuding an air of chilling death, an M2 HB heavy machine gun. With a caliber of 127 millimeters, its sturdy barrel, robust receiver, and cold grip all spoke of its terrifying destructive potential. Scattered nearby were several ammunition boxes and a few olive-drab M67 fragmentation grenades, each the size of a fist. This one, Chen Mo pointed decisively at the M2, his heart racing with exhilaration. Although it was exceedingly heavy, and coupled with its mount and ammunition was nearly impossible to carry alone, the firepower it offered was worth the effort. He had already begun to contemplate how to employ refining techniques and runic technology to enhance it, transforming it into a formidable weapon within the realm of cultivation. Simon grinned, revealing a sinister smile, seemingly pleased with Chen Mo's discerning eye, yet also mocking his audacity. "Can you handle it, kid? She's a feisty one." Ignoring Simon's taunt, Chen Mo stepped forward to inspect the condition of the gun. It was relatively well maintained. He skillfully disassembled the heavy tripod and extraneous components, retaining only the core gun body, barrel, and a simple bipod. Even so, it still weighed nearly 60 pounds. While a considerable burden for an average person, It was manageable for someone like Chen Mo, who had honed his physical prowess. He then gathered the 5 M67 grenades and 2 fully loaded ammunition boxes nearby. These are mere embellishments. Chen Mo's tone was calm, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. Simon, with his singular eye narrowed, ultimately gestured for his subordinates to assist Chen Mo in removing the items. In his eyes, this peculiar immune individual was already akin to a dead man. Let him carry the items for now. Once outside, the transaction would be completed. With the heavy M2 core component slung over his shoulder and a backpack filled with grenades and ammunition, Chen Mo departed the outpost, escorted enthusiastically by Simon and several guards. Just as they exited the line of sight of the outpost and entered an area littered with abandoned vehicles, resembling a graveyard of steel, an alarm bell rang in Chen Mo's mind, escalating to its peak. The greed and malice in Simon's gaze were almost overt, and he would never allow himself to leave with such precious potions and heavy weaponry. Indeed, bang, bang, bang. The sharp sound of gunfire suddenly erupted from the ruins of the high-rise buildings on either side. Bullets whizzed past, striking the wreckage of vehicles beside Chen Mo, sending brilliant sparks flying. Eliminate him. Retrieve the items and potions. Simon's signature, cruelly excited snarl echoed from a window above. An ambush, and not just one. At least 3 gunmen were concealed in different vantage points. Chen Mo reacted instantaneously, his body lunging sideways like a cheetah, using the remains of an overturned bus as cover. The weight of the M2 severely hampered his speed. Bullets grazed his back, the scorching airwaves searing his skin. A direct confrontation was not an option. The enemy held the advantage of position, their numbers unknown, and they posed a heavy firepower threat. His mind raced, his consciousness unfurling like invisible tendrils, swiftly scanning the battlefield. To his left at a 45-degree angle, behind a shattered second-floor window, a gunman was pulling back the bolt. Directly ahead, behind a pile of tires, 2 burly men wielding machetes and handguns lay in wait. High to his rear right, another gunman was positioned. Simon's voice emanated from a building to his left rear. His gaze swiftly locked onto a seemingly inconspicuous target, a rusted fuel tank, half buried in the debris not far away. Although the tank was covered in corrosion, it appeared not entirely devoid of fuel, and a faint, aged scent of gasoline lingered in the air. This was it. He quickly retrieved 2 M67 fragmentation grenades from his backpack, flicking off the safety pin with his thumb, but refrained from tossing them immediately. Silently calculating the timing, he listened for pauses in the gunfire. Now, he suddenly emerged from behind cover, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl the first grenade accurately towards a pile of discarded tables and tires beside the fuel tank. The very spot where the 2 knife wielders were ambushed. Boom. The grenade detonated midair. Shrapnel and shockwaves instantly obliterated that cover. Cries of agony erupted. I'll blow you to pieces. Simon howled with excitement from above, believing Chen Mo was retaliating against the ambushers. In that fleeting moment, as everyone's attention was captivated by the explosion, Chen Mo had already executed his second maneuver. He hurled the second grenade towards the fuel tank's refueling port with a precision akin to that of a javelin thrower, targeting the distinctly dented and rusted cap. The grenade traced a graceful arc, effortlessly slipping through the narrow gap of the refueling port and rolling into the tank's interior. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The next moment, boom. The earth-shattering explosion erupted, far more terrifying than the first grenade's detonation, magnified tenfold, 100-fold. The fuel truck was instantly transformed into an enormous, rolling fireball of brilliant orange. The searing shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, indiscriminately sweeping everything in its path. Countless vehicle wrecks, shattered stones, and broken walls were effortlessly hurled. Torn apart and ignited, the entire steel graveyard appeared to be mercilessly crushed by an invisible giant hand and then tossed into a steel mill. The cries of the ambushers and Simon's frantic shouts of retreat were utterly drowned out by the cataclysmic roar of the explosion. The intense heat wave even pushed the bus wreckage where Chen Mo was hidden several meters. Clinging tightly to the M2, he curled his body, feeling the terrifying heat radiating from behind him. Now was the moment. Seizing the cover of chaos and swirling smoke, Chen Mo resolutely lifted the heavy core component of the M2 and dashed into the area not yet engulfed by smoke and flames, sprinting desperately in the opposite direction of the watchtower. As he leapt over a collapsed low wall, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a figure, blackened and tumbling, flung by the explosive shockwave. It was Simon. A significant portion of his leather armor had been torn away, revealing a metallic lining glimmering with the dark, subdued light and adorned with unique wave-like patterns. That texture, Valyrian steel? A tremor coursed through Chen Mo's heart. How could Valyrian steel exist in this apocalyptic world? Though it was merely a fleeting glance, he could not be mistaken. However, there was no time to ponder. Behind him loomed towering flames and the potential threat of pursuers. Suppressing his shock and confusion, he pushed his speed to the utmost and soon vanished into the depths of the chaotic ruins. Finding a relatively safe hiding spot, Chen Mo unhesitatingly reached out to the bronze door in his consciousness. The light of return illuminated around him, enveloping him in the hard-won M2 heavy machine gun core component. This journey to another world, though brief, yielded immense rewards and planted a deeper mystery. Why had Valyrian steel appeared in this post-apocalyptic realm? Chapter 51. The revelation of dragon steel gears. As the disorientation of return had yet to fully dissipate, Chen Mo eagerly retrieved the heavy, cold core component of the M2HB heavy machine gun from his storage bag, placing it heavily on the cold stone floor of the forging workshop. The eerie blue cold iron and darkened refined gold shimmered with a chilling luster under the dim light, their rugged lines and substantial structure silently proclaiming the aesthetic of pure mechanical brutality. What a remarkable find! Chen Mo caressed the cold, rough gun body, his eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and contemplation. The formidable power of this heavy machine gun is beyond question, even without any modifications. Its 50 BMG armor-piercing rounds are sufficient to threaten, if not shatter, the protective spiritual light of a Qi refinement practitioner. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. It is excessively heavy, structurally complex, and its loading is slow, rendering it quite disadvantageous in the swift close-quarters combat favored by practitioners. Not to mention the deafening sound of gunfire and the tremendous recoil, which make it akin to a beacon in the darkness of the stealth-oriented conflicts of the cultivation world. A transformation is imperative. The goal is to meld its raw power with the techniques of cultivation, converting brute force into divine prowess. Chen Mo was resolute. He refrained from immediate action, instead dedicating an entire day to employing his formidable spiritual sense as a precise scanning device to meticulously analyze every component, every crevice, and every interlocking structure of the M2, committing it all to memory, from the weighty barrel and intricate bolt mechanism to the robust recoil spring. Particularly the sophisticated mechanism that converts recoil energy into cyclic fire. The critical elements lay within the feed tray and extraction arms core gears. With utmost caution, he disassembled the small, dark, and heavy steel gears that were slightly smaller than his palm, examining them closely in the palm of his hand. The craftsmanship of the gears was superb, yet, under the scrutiny of his spiritual sense, he could still discern minute metal burrs and were marks invisible to the naked eye. A testament to prolonged use. Although composed of high-strength alloy steel, in the eyes of the cultivation world, it was still mere mundane iron. Its strength was adequate, yet its ductility and energy conductivity were virtually non-existent. Subjected to prolonged high-impact stress and the infusion of spiritual energy, it would inevitably deform or even shatter. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. Replicating or reinforcing these gears with ordinary materials would be of little significance. As he pondered how to address the challenges of material and structural precision, a vivid memory flashed through his mind before departing from the world of the undead. He had seen the leader of the Salvation Army, Simon, sent flying from beneath his leather armor, revealing a glimmering metal lining with a unique wavy pattern. Valyrian steel, that ethereal yet indestructible metal, renowned for its remarkable affinity for energy and demon-repelling properties. What if he were to forge these core gears and bearings from Valyrian steel? The thought struck Chen Mo like a bolt of lightning, causing his breath to quicken. The physical properties of Valyrian steel far surpass those of ordinary iron. It is incredibly lightweight, yet capable of withstanding tremendous impacts and high temperatures. More importantly, it possesses exceptional conductivity and stability with respect to energy, including spiritual power. If he could use it as a base and reinforce it with runes, it would be feasible, absolutely feasible. A fierce light ignited in Chen Mo's eyes as he sprang into action with fervor. Without hesitation, he retrieved a small bundle meticulously wrapped in thick beast hide from the depths of his storage pouch. Unwrapping it, he revealed fragments and scraps of Valyrian steel he had collected from various weapon remnants and armor pieces during his journeys through the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. These shards varied in size, the largest no bigger than a fingernail, the smallest akin to grains of rice, yet all emanated a chilling dark luster. Warm to the touch, yet imbued with unparalleled sharpness. The materials were limited, and he needed to manage them with utmost precision. Chen Mo ignited the ground fire in the forging workshop, meticulously adjusting the flames to a unique cerulean hue. This was the pinnacle of stability and control he achieved by merging the forging techniques of the primary world with the steam technology of the wilderness hunter realm. He carefully placed fragments of Valyrian steel into a specially designed high-temperature crucible. As the ground fire scorched the fragments, they gradually turned a vibrant red, softening and melting. Chen Mo remained completely focused, his consciousness acting as the most sensitive temperature probe, precisely controlling the smelting process while meticulously removing even the slightest impurities from the molten metal. The entire procedure demanded absolute precision. Any deviation in temperature would adversely affect the performance of the final product. Once the metallic liquid reached an unparalleled purity, resembling a magnificent dark red molten glass, Chen Mo employed specially crafted spirit magnetic tongs to lift the crucible, pouring the molten Valyrian steel into a meticulously prepared mold. Composed of a mixture of Qinglan heart powder and cold iron powder. Within the mold lay a perfect replica of the gear structure he had previously disassembled, adapted and optimized through his consciousness, including the crucial bearing ball grooves. As the high-temperature steel met the cool air, it rapidly solidified into shape. Yet, this was merely the initial phase. In the subsequent steps of forging, quenching, tempering, and polishing, Chen Mo personally engaged in each task, channeling his spiritual energy and consciousness to the utmost. Rather than employing a traditional hammer, he concentrated his consciousness into an intangible weight, harnessing the power of the ground fire to refine the metal at the molecular level. Each strike was precisely delivered to the crystalline nodes within the metal that required fortification the most. Simultaneously, he concentrated a highly condensed spiritual energy at his fingertips, akin to the finest of chisels, meticulously inscribing almost imperceptible silver runes on the surface of the teeth of the gears and the contact surfaces of the bearing balls while they were still warm. These runes did not originate from the Forest Children system. Instead, they were a composite of sturdy, agile, and resilient runes derived from the fundamental forging techniques of the primary world, combined with energy conduction optimization techniques gleaned from Roselle's diary, simplified and amalgamated into a weight-reducing reinforcement rune. This process was exceedingly taxing on the mind, demanding an extraordinary level of control over his consciousness. Sweat beaded on Chen Mo's forehead, his complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes sparkled with the fervor of a creator. After several days of relentless toil, 6 brand new gears and a set of 12 precision ball bearings lay quietly on the soft mat at the center of the forging workshop. They emanated the characteristic dark hue of Valyrian steel, their surfaces shimmering with an understated, wave-like ethereal glow. When touched, they did not exhibit the coldness typical of metal but instead exuded a warmth reminiscent of jade, imbued with a sharp, piercing quality. Each tooth of the gears was as smooth as a mirror, their meshing surfaces flawless, containing a dense structure fortified by countless strikes and rune enhancements. The minuscule bearing balls were perfectly round, uniform in size, and when gently shaken in the palm, they produced a faint, melodious sound of collision. Chen Mo picked up one gear and tossed it lightly. The gear gracefully rolled through the air, and upon its descent, it produced a resounding ding, effortlessly leaving a shallow dent on the iron ingot beneath. Its weight was merely a tenth of that of the original steel gear, yet its strength and resilience exceeded all expectations. Chen Mo, suppressing his exhilaration, cast his gaze towards the pneumatic crossbow, Frost Howl, nestled in the corner. The power of Frost Howl was indisputable. However, its arrow-loading mechanism still relied on traditional levers and catches, making loading speed its most significant drawback. Particularly after the installation of the cold iron steam core, the requirements for the structural strength and stability of the bow increased considerably. You are the one. My first experimental subject. Chen Mo immediately set to work, completely disassembling the loading mechanism of Frost Howl. He selected 2 bearings made of Valyrian steel, replacing the original steel sleeves, and swapped out a small gear responsible for transmission with a Valyrian steel gear. Once the modifications were complete, he retrieved a specially crafted ice arrow and placed it in the arrow slot. Then, as was customary, he grasped the loading lever, preparing to pull it back with force. Yet, at the moment of exertion, a faint yet melodious hum resonated from within the bow's body. The heavy ice arrow, equipped with a tri-blade armor-piercing tip, seemed to momentarily lose its weight, drawn by an invisible, silky force. It glided effortlessly into the depths of the arrow slot, fitting perfectly. The entire process was astonishingly smooth. What once required a certain amount of strength and time had now become as effortless as pushing open a well-oiled sliding door. The loading speed had increased by more than threefold, nearly reaching the point of instantaneous completion. Success! Chen Mo could not restrain a triumphant exclamation as he abruptly pulled the trigger. The sharp sound of high-pressure air propelling the arrow forth was still piercing. Yet the recoil vibrations from the bow had significantly diminished, imparting an overall sense of stability and solidity. The arrow's departure speed appeared to be even quicker. He conducted a series of tests, loading, shooting, and reloading, each action flowing with an intoxicating smoothness. The Valyrian steel gears and bearings, in their rapid motion, revealed intricate, ethereal patterns of ice blue and fiery red, a truly wondrous sight. Perfect. This was not merely a material replacement. It represented a revolutionary enhancement in energy transmission efficiency and mechanical structure. Chen Mo lovingly caressed the cold body of Frosthowl, listening to the subtle yet delightful hum of the internal bearings, reveling in the exceptionally smooth texture. Rune technology. This was the essence of true rune technology. The combination of extraordinary materials, precision mechanics, and the power of rune laws held potential far beyond mere cultivation or mortal craftsmanship. A surge of ambition welled up within him. Gazing at the precision component shimmering with a dark luster in his hand, a name naturally surfaced in his mind. Based on Valyrian steel, forged with dragon flame, and imbued with runes, I shall name you Dragon Steel Bearing. This small bearing and gear not only resolved the loading issue of Frosthowl, but also opened a new door for him entirely. A path that intricately intertwines the realms of technology, materials, and the cultivation system has unfurled beneath his feet. He envisions a future where gun barrels, bridges, engines, and even mechas are crafted from dragon steel, adorned with intricate runes. With fervent determination, Chen Mo gazes at the imposing bronze door within his sea of consciousness, recognizing the necessity for more sophisticated pressure control technology. This advancement aims to enhance the potency and stability of the frost sprayer, potentially applicable in other realms as well. His focus shifts to the unique steampunk civilization of the wilderness continent and the tribal community with whom he has engaged in several transactions, fostering a distinctive technological rapport. Chapter 52. The steampunk era of the tribe. The triumph of the dragon steel bearings has flung open a new gateway for Chen Mo. The fusion of runes and machinery reveals a potential that far exceeds his expectations. Yet, he understands that this is merely the inception. While the loading issue of the Frosthowl has been resolved, another daunting challenge looms. The energy consumption and stability of the Frostfire gun continue to weigh heavily upon him. The terrifyingly high-pressure steam core boasts unparalleled power, yet it is also a relentless spirit stone pulverizer. Each discharge resonates with the heart-wrenching sound of low-grade spirit stones being reduced to mere powder. More troublesome is the precision required for pressure control. While high-pressure gauges can display readings, the crux lies in how to more accurately and stably manage the generation and release of steam, minimizing unnecessary energy wastage, and ensuring absolute safety under extreme pressure. These are the keys to enhancing efficiency and reducing consumption. A more refined pressure control technology is essential, ideally one that integrates a rune feedback mechanism for active regulation. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chen Mo's gaze returns to the silent bronze door in his sea of consciousness. This time, his awareness locks onto the unique steampunk civilization of the wilderness continent, specifically the tribal community with which he has established a budding trust through multiple exchanges. The temporal anchor point synchronizes to a decade later, corresponding to the last time he departed. He is keenly curious about the developments of the tribe, which has drawn inspiration from the technological legacies of French colonizers and the spark of the thunder god, the flint, over the past 10 years. The frosty patterns of ice and gears upon the bronze door illuminate. After experiencing a familiar sensation of weightlessness, his feet once again touch the land of the Rocky Mountains. The air is crisp and invigorating, infused with the scents of pine needles and snow melt. Standing in stark contrast to the decay and oppression of the world he had previously traversed. However, the sight before him renders Chen Mo momentarily stunned, almost believing he has mislocated his destination. The rudimentary tribal camp, characterized by cave dwellings and animal skin tents, has vanished entirely. In its place rises a sprawling steampunk mountain city, nestled against the rugged terrain. Massive steam pipes, encased in riveted steel plates and robust copper tubes, snake-like colossal serpents along the steep cliffs, extending and connecting various points. In the valley, a gigantic wooden water wheel thrums powerfully as it is propelled by the river's flow, channeling the surge of nature's force deep into the heart of the mountain city through intricate gear systems and drive rods. The rhythmic clang of the hammer, the sharp wail of the saw, and the low hum of the small mill grinding grain intertwine to create a powerful and vibrant industrial symphony. The hunters of the Li tribe, clad in traditional buckskin robes, harmoniously mingle with the oil-stained craftsmen in their coarse work attire. Though the rugged features of the Highland people still bear the marks of their harsh environment, their faces radiate a spirit brimming with hope and vigor. Children frolic in the shadows cast by the pipes, curiously observing the sudden appearance of an oddly dressed outsider. Is it really 10 years? Chen Mo cannot help but marvel at the astonishing pace of development, reminiscent of the Industrial Revolution. Chen, the spirit of the forest blesses. You have truly returned. A booming voice filled with surprise reaches his ears. Turning, Chen Mo sees a robust man, more imposing than before. With a few weathered lines on his face yet exuding vitality, striding toward him. It is Qinglan Sect, dressed in a blend of leather and coarse canvas. He sports a massive, gleaming wrench at his waist, his face aglow with pride. Qinglan Sect, your transformation is remarkable. Chen Mo greets him with a smile. Huh, thanks to you. And the inspiration from the thunder god's spark you left behind. Qinglan Sect claps Chen Mo on the shoulder with surprising force. Come, let me show you the new face of our tribe. We no longer rely solely on hunting. With enthusiasm, Qinglan Sect pulls Chen Mo along, as if showcasing the most treasured of artifacts, to the tribe's steam core. Deep within a cavern, a colossal workshop has been expanded, centered around a giant steam engine based on a French boiler design, yet significantly improved and enlarged by the Lee craftsmen. The massive pistons thunder with rhythmic motion, powering various machines and tools. The workshop is filled with steam, as the craftsmen shout in unison, working in perfect harmony. We have enhanced the ceiling, using 3 layers of hardened bison hide, with a viscous tree resin sandwiched in between and tightened with copper hoops on the outside. The pressure is more than double that of that old French junk. Qinglan Sect proudly points to a hissing yet remarkably stable valve as he introduces it. Chen Mo watches in rapt attention, silently admiring the unique mechanical prowess of the Lee people. Their improvements, though rough, are exceptionally solid and durable, teeming with pragmatic wisdom. After the tour, Chen Mo reveals his purpose. Qinglan Sect, my friend, your achievements are astounding. I have come seeking a sealing technology for high-pressure gas tanks. Ideally one that can withstand repeated drastic pressure changes. Qinglan Sect's smile dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of difficulty. Chen, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. This high-pressure sealing technology, especially the method of creating multi-layer composite gaskets and the material ratios, has been mastered by a few of our old craftsmen after much experimentation. It is crucial for the safety of our core steam equipment and is considered one of the tribe's highest secrets. Chen Mo is well prepared. He smiles faintly and retrieves 2 items from his bosom. The first is an ancient manuscript on falconry, written in High Valyrian, obtained from the restricted section of the Learning City. The leather-bound cover exudes an antique charm, while the pages are tinged with yellow, brimming with a sense of history. The second item consists of several pages inscribed in the universal language of this world, adorned with simple illustrative diagrams. These notes encapsulate advanced falconry techniques, meticulously derived from the application of his formidable consciousness. The content includes methods for establishing a deeper connection with trained birds of prey through specific combinations of whistle frequencies and faint fragments of consciousness, enabling the sharing of their distant, hazy visions. I will exchange this, Chen Mo said, handing over the items. The techniques inscribed on those few pages should allow your falcons to see farther and expand their warning range. The breath of the swift horse suddenly grew labored. It snatched those pages, its gaze magnetically drawn, fixated on the descriptions regarding the sharing of 100-mile vision and the peculiar whistle frequency diagrams. For the Lee clan, which heavily relies on hunting and early warnings, this was nothing short of divine skill. Its value far surpassed that of mere sealing techniques. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, it resolutely clenched its teeth, tightly clutching the notes and ancient book to its chest, as if fearing Chen Mo might change his mind. Deal. Follow me. It pulled Chen Mo swiftly toward the deepest part of the workshop, to a small compartment tightly concealed by a hide curtain. Inside lay an array of finely crafted tools and an assortment of peculiar materials, hardened leather of varying thicknesses, mineral powders of diverse colors, several jars of thick resin emitting strange aromas, and a small piece of peculiar soft metal that shimmered with a silvery glow. In a hushed tone, the swift horse elaborated on the principles of their composite sealing, how to select the number and thickness of leather layers according to pressure levels, the boiling temperature and application techniques of the resin, the stamping and annealing processes for metallic spacers, and most critically, the unique method of leveraging temperature differences and pressure to achieve a perfect fusion during multi-layer lamination. It promptly crafted a sample of a specially designed composite sealing gasket suitable for small high-pressure gas tanks, and handed it to Chen Mo. Use it sparingly. This should last you for a while. It advised, sharing both the material formula and techniques, instructing that from now on, Chen Mo must source the materials himself. The swift horse's eyes occasionally darted toward the notes, filled with an eager desire to experiment. With the transaction complete, Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 53. The ancient workshop beneath the ice lake with the successful completion of the trade with the swift horse. Just as Chen Mo prepared to communicate with the bronze door to return to the main world, the swift horse suddenly recalled something. In a lowered voice. Its expression carried a hint of the mystery and reverence reminiscent of tribal elders recounting ancient legends. Wait, Chen. Seeing your keen interest in our craftsmanship reminds me of an old story passed down from generations. Perhaps you would like to hear it. The swift horse led Chen Mo to a relatively quiet corner outside the workshop, gazing at the vast ice lake in the distance, covered in snow and as serene as a mirror. The elders say that long, long ago, during the coldest winter, the bravest ancestors of our tribe tracked a rare herd of white elk to the heart of the lake. The ice there was exceptionally thin, and there existed a massive ice hole, as if something had struck it and then frozen over. The sound of the swift horse carried a distant melody, emboldening them as they descended beneath the frigid depths of the ice lake, where they beheld the lair of a colossal steel beast. A lair? A spark of realization ignited within Chen Mo. Indeed, the swift horse nodded fervently, its eyes alight with fervor. They spoke of a lair forged from iron, submerged in the lake's silt, immense beyond measure, long deceased, cold as ice. Yet, within it lingered remnants of the past, self-rotating iron wheels, ice crystallize, more translucent than the purest water, adorned with curious patterns, and even diminutive devices that emitted a faint hum. Their ancestors, wary of lingering too long, pried loose a few glimmering metal shards and hastened to the surface. These fragments would later be fashioned into the tribe's earliest exquisite arrows. The swift horse paused, its tone growing grave. But that place is cursed. Those who venture there often meet with misfortune. The elders claimed it disturbed the ice spirits dwelling beneath the waters. Thus, it became a forbidden realm for the tribe, shrouded in mystery, and none dared to delve deeper. You seem extraordinary, favored even by the spirits of the forest. Perhaps that place holds significance for you? A steel beast? Self-rotating iron wheels? Ice crystal eyes? Chen Mo's heart raced. This description bore no resemblance to the constructs of this era. It evoked images of an extraordinarily intricate ancient mechanism or even artifacts from another world. Thank you for sharing this, Swift Horse. This revelation may hold greater value than the secrets of sealing technology. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude earnestly, waves of excitement crashing within him. He suppressed the urge to dash toward the ice lake, bidding farewell to the Swift Horse and feigning an exit from the tribe. Concealed behind a snow-laden slope, Chen Mo engaged the bronze portal, not fully activating his return, but rather leveraging the brief moment of temporal stability to maintain himself in an exquisitely delicate semi-rival state, minimizing disruption to the current world and conserving his own energy. He required time for reconnaissance and could not afford to squander this precious opportunity for traversal. He immediately focused his mind, sending a directive to his companion, Gray Shadow, who circled high above, through a tenuous connection of spiritual awareness. Gray Shadow, descend and meticulously survey that vast ice lake, particularly the central region. For areas where the ice layer appears anomalously thin or reveals significant voids, the command was dispatched, infused with a specific whistle frequency intertwined with waves of consciousness. Far away, over 100 miles distant, Gray Shadow emitted a call, retracting its wings and beginning to lower its altitude, gliding silently across the expanse of the ice lake like a shadowy specter. The blurred visuals shared with Chen Mo simultaneously projected within his mind. The ice lake stretched vast and silent, a realm of desolate silver. Gray Shadow's gaze swept across the surface like a low-resolution wide-angle lens, gradually scanning the terrain. Most areas revealed a sturdy ice layer, cloaked in snow. As time passed and doubts crept into Chen Mo's thoughts regarding the authenticity of the legends, Gray Shadow's vision abruptly focused on a particular spot at the lake's heart, magnifying. There, the ice layer exhibited a markedly darker hue, an ethereal blue, interlaced with a web of cracks, both new and old. At the very core of that region loomed a colossal ice pit, nearly 10 meters in diameter, its edges grotesquely irregular. The lake within the cavern was as dark as ink, unfathomably deep, with occasional massive bubbles rising from the abyss, bursting forth to release a chilling aura. Eureka! Chen Mo's spirit soared. It was indeed there. Gray Shadow, draw closer and endeavor to discern the conditions beneath the ice. The gray silhouette spiraled downwards, braving the biting cold winds, straining to focus on the impenetrable darkness of the icy void. Through a murky haze, the dim waters reluctantly revealed a colossal, angular shape partially ensconced in sediment, a figure that was certainly not a natural formation of rocks or submerged timber, but rather bore unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. It exhibited straight lines, sharp angles, and even protrusions reminiscent of masts or cannon tubes. A vessel, a magnificent, sunken steel ship. Though the details remained obscured, this revelation was sufficient. Target acquired. Chen Mo hesitated no longer and fully descended into this realm. He first retrieved specialized gear from his storage pouch, a waterproof and insulated bodysuit crafted from the thick hides of massive snow yaks from the wilderness. Lined with layers of warm fleece and insulated with bone-eating flour gel, a pair of long boots, equally waterproof and insulated, embedded with ice claws. A pair of waterproof goggles fashioned from transparent crystal, sealed with thin membranes along the edges, and a rudimentary underwater respirator equipped with a miniature breathing pouch. Thanks to newly acquired high-pressure sealing technology. Fully prepared, he executed his technique, swiftly and stealthily advancing toward the heart of the lake. The closer he approached, the more he could sense the bone-chilling cold emanating from the ice cavern, accompanied by a disquieting silence that made his heart race. Upon reaching the edge of the ice hole, the frigid wind sliced through like a blade. Chen Mo inhaled the icy air deeply, checked his equipment, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the obsidian waters below. The piercing cold enveloped him instantly, even with the insulated suit. The essence of the freezing air seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Chen Mo immediately activated the spiritual energy within him, his blood surging as he resisted the frigid temperatures. The waterproof goggles ensured his vision remained intact as he activated the specially bound waterproof fluorite lamp on his arm, casting a faint yet steady beam ahead. The lake water was exceedingly murky, laden with ice crystals and impurities, rendering visibility perilously low. Relying on his spiritual awareness and the contours etched in his memory, he descended rapidly like a great fish. The lake bed was deeper than he had anticipated. The pressure gradually intensified, causing a buzzing sensation in his eardrums. After descending over 30 meters, his feet finally made contact with the thick, soft silt. The beam from the fluorite lamp swept ahead, illuminating the immense object before him. A colossal, ancient wooden sailing ship. Yet, crucial components of its hull, including the bow, keel, and sides, were enshrouded in thick, rusted steel armor. The towering mast had splintered, leaning precariously in the muck, while the once mighty sails had decayed, leaving only tattered ropes tangled about. A vast gaping hole marred the ship's hull, seemingly torn apart by some monstrous force or explosion, which was likely the primary cause of its sinking. Was this an exploratory vessel, or a warship? In Chen Mo's mind, he surmised that the structure exhibited a history spanning at least several centuries, resembling artifacts from the late age of geographical discovery. It was likely the remains of a fleet that had attempted to traverse the Northwest Passage or embark on polar explorations. He cautiously approached the gaping hole, parting the entwined aquatic vegetation and silt to venture into the ship's interior. Much of the space was cluttered with sediment and decaying debris, exuding a musty, putrid odor. The furniture, clothing, and everyday items had long since succumbed to disintegration. However, within a relatively intact sealed chamber, seemingly reinforced with special care, Chen Mo made a startling discovery. The hatch was unusually heavy and metallic. He pried open the rusted latch with his Valyrian steel dagger and pushed the door with all his might. Inside, no water was present. The air was dry and frigid, saturated with the scents of oil and metal. The glow of his fluorite lamp illuminated the scene within the chamber, causing Chen Mo's breath to catch in his throat. A machine, approximately half a man's height and bewilderingly complex in its construction, was firmly anchored to the ship's base. Composed primarily of brass and high-grade steel, it was marred by rust and dust, yet its main structure remained intact. It was adorned with handwheels, levers, calipers, tracks, and countless precisely interlocking gears. On a nearby workbench lay several brass discs of varying sizes, covered by shattered glass domes. Beneath the glass, clear scales and frozen pointers indicated they were pressure gauges. Moreover, their precision far exceeded the rudimentary products of the Qinglan or even the French fortifications. What astonished Chen Mo even more was the metal nameplate at the bottom of one of the larger dials, which bore a series of indistinct French engravings alongside a minuscule, intricately complex rune emanating an exceptionally faint, yet unmistakably otherworldly magical aura. This rune was unlike any he had encountered before. It differed from the cultivation runes of the primary world, the natural runes of the forest children, and the symbolic insignia of the mysterious world. It radiated an icy, precise, and unnaturally mechanical essence. The legacy of ancient colonizers? This rune certainly did not resemble a product of this world. Chen Mo suppressed the tumultuous waves of astonishment within, realizing that this discovery might pertain to deeper secrets. Time was of the essence. The air in his underwater breathing apparatus was limited. Without hesitation, he immediately set to work, employing his dagger and tools to meticulously dismantle the core gear transmission mechanism of that intricate machine, along with the intact pressure gauges. These components were exceedingly heavy, yet he gritted his teeth and managed to cram them all into the oversized waterproof pouch he had brought. Before departing, he cast one last lingering glance at the nameplate inscribed with the extraordinary rune, committing it firmly to memory. Emerging to the surface, the cold nearly rendered his limbs numb. He struggled back onto the icy expanse and promptly activated the bronze door. A radiant light enveloped him and the bulging pouch. This expedition into the wilderness had yielded rewards far beyond his expectations. Not only had he acquired crucial technology and a falconry companion, but he had also uncovered an ancient workshop that might conceal interdimensional secrets. Chapter 54. The profound profits of cold essence. The journey to the ice lake proved to be exceedingly fruitful. The exquisitely precise core components of the ancient machinery, alongside the pressure gauge adorned with enigmatic runes, were meticulously disassembled, cleaned, and examined by Chen Mo within the confines of his refining workshop. Each gear's interlocking and the smoothness of every guide rail transcended the craftsmanship he could currently achieve. Particularly noteworthy was the pressure gauge, whose needle exhibited a subtle oscillation when stimulated by specific spiritual energy, with its finely calibrated scale offering the potential for precise control over the core pressure of the Frostfire gun. However, delving into these intricate mechanisms demanded time and an abundance of spirit stones. Whether it was sustaining the flame of the earth furnace, experimenting with various spiritual material ratios, or even daily cultivation, each endeavor rapidly depleted his already modest reserves. The troubles left behind by Zhao Ming had yet to fully subside, preventing him from readily utilizing that batch of dubious spirit stones, while the meager profits from the medicinal garden were but a drop in the ocean. Just as Chen Mo was fretting over his spirit stones, the shadowy raven he had dispatched to the market heights to monitor the outer sect's movements relayed an unusual sight through the increasingly clear shared vision spanning 100 miles. The outer sect's black market, a gray area nestled in the corners of the marketplace, composed of filthy alleys and dilapidated houses, had recently seen a marked surge in foot traffic. Numerous figures, deliberately pulling their hoods low, moved hurriedly with an air of suppressed urgency during transactions. Their frequent comings and goings, accompanied by hushed inquiries, all pointed towards a singular item, the soul chill powder. This was a rather obscure first-grade high-quality elixir, primarily composed of phantom orchid and frost moss, supplemented with Severine Qinglan Sect. Its properties were extremely frigid, primarily employed to quell the spiritual turbulence caused by certain domineering fire and metal cultivation techniques, or to stabilize one's mind in the early stages of demonic deviation, preventing spiritual energy from spiraling out of control and incinerating meridians. Due to the relative scarcity of its main ingredients and the stringent requirements for crafting, the success rate was low, making it quite expensive even in ordinary circumstances, albeit with a consistently stable demand. However, through the keen eyes of the shadow and the indistinct auditory fragments shared, Chen Mo distinctly discerned several keywords: intersect, demonic deviation, urgent need, life-saving, negotiable price. Had an intersect disciple faced a bottleneck and succumbed to demonic deviation? Chen Mo immediately formed a judgment in his mind. Moreover, given the current situation, it likely involved not just ordinary disciples. Otherwise, the fluctuations in the black market prices would not have reached such dramatic heights, verging on a state of scarcity. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards a particularly flourishing corner of his medicinal garden. Thanks to his meticulous cultivation and the more refined spiritual atmosphere brought about by his journey to the ice lake, the phantom orchids and frost moss he had planted thrived far beyond the capabilities of ordinary herbalists. The leaves of the phantom orchid were thick and exuded a semi-transparent, ice-sculpted azure hue, emanating a rich chill. The frost moss resembled a thick, dark green velvet carpet, its surface adorned with delicate white ice crystals. These were the two most vital and heavily consumed primary ingredients in the crafting of soul chill powder. Furthermore, their quality was exceptionally high. An extraordinary opportunity lay starkly before him. Heaven offers, yet if one does not seize it, one shall bear the consequences, Chen Mo mused, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he lamented his financial constraints. A pillow arrived at his doorstep, a gift from a benefactor of the inner sect. To forego the opportunity to reap substantial profits would be a disservice to his hands. Capable of cultivating extraordinary spiritual herbs. Without hesitation, he sealed off his crafting workshop and commenced the alchemical process. Chen Mo eschewed the traditional and cumbersome methods of alchemy. He carefully connected a brass pressure gauge, adorned with unusual runes and salvaged from a sunken ship in the icy lake, to his modified geothermal control valve. With its precision far surpassing that of ordinary instruments, he was able to regulate the furnace temperature within an exceptionally narrow and stable range, with a margin of error not exceeding 5 degrees. Simultaneously, employing the high-pressure sealing techniques he had recently mastered from the Li clan, he enhanced the sealing mechanism of the alchemical furnace lid, utilizing composite leather gaskets and specially formulated resin to ensure that no medicinal properties were lost to the high-temperature steam. Next, he extracted a copious amount of high-quality ghost orchids and frost moss, incorporating several auxiliary herbs to commence the extraction, purification, and amalgamation process. With the dual advantages of precise temperature control and effective sealing, the alchemical endeavor progressed remarkably smoothly, achieving an astonishing fusion potency exceeding 90%. Within a mere 3 days, he produced a substantial quantity of high-grade frost essence powder. This powder exhibited a pure moon-white hue, cool to the touch, with a rich and subtle fragrance. However, Chen Mo was not yet satisfied. At the critical stage before the powder set, he meticulously and uniformly introduced an infinitesimal amount of specially treated blue vein dreamflower pollen. This unique herb from his medicinal garden originally possessed potent hallucinogenic and paralytic effects. Yet, through the bioactivity control techniques from Dr. Chui's genetic notes, he employed a gentle electric current and specific frequency fluctuations of spiritual energy to pre-treat it, significantly diminishing its hallucinogenic properties while enhancing its paralyzing effects, allowing for a delayed onset. He precisely controlled the incorporation and mixing process to ensure that each portion of frost essence contained this nearly imperceptible ingredient. The result was that the frost essence itself possessed formidable efficacy in suppressing spiritual turbulence and stabilizing the mind, providing immediate relief, making it a lifeline for those practitioners teetering on the edge of madness. However, the duration of its effects was meticulously calibrated to approximately 6 hours through the minuscule amount of paralyzing pollen. After 6 hours, the pollen's effects would wane, and the temporarily suppressed spiritual turbulence and mental backlash would rebound with greater intensity and urgency, compelling the afflicted to consume the frost essence once more for relief. A perfect strategy for repeat customers. Moreover, it was a life-saving necessity for them. 1 dose for immediate aid, 10 for prolonging life, and perhaps 100 could deplete the fortunes of an inner sect disciple. Chen Mo gazed at the dozens of small jade vials filled with moon-white powder before him, his expression calm to the point of cruelty. The world of cultivation is inherently one of survival of the fittest. He merely played the game with deeper insight. He refrained from making personal appearances and instead utilized the ongoing surveillance from the shadows to identify a second-hand dealer who had thrived in the outer sex black market for years. Renowned for his extensive network and discreet channels, the individual in question possesses modest cultivation, merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, yet he is remarkably slippery, adept at discerning others' intentions, and exceptionally tight-lipped. Chen Mo donned an inconspicuous gray cloak, utilizing the cover of night to materialize like a specter along the path the merchant would inevitably traverse, enveloping him in a simple soundproof barrier. The merchant nearly soiled himself in fright, but upon Chen Mo tossing him a vial of exceptionally high-quality cold essence powder and stating his sole desire for wealth, with a promise of a generous reward thereafter, the merchant's eyes instantly gleamed, greed overshadowing his fear. The deal was struck. Chen Mo would supply the elixirs while the merchant would handle the sales, splitting the profits 7-3, with a stern prohibition against inquiring about the source or divulging transaction details. Once the high-quality cold essence powder infiltrated the black market, it ignited a frenzy akin to a drop of cold water in boiling oil. Those who had been as anxious as ants on a hot skillet rushed forth, driving the price to astonishing heights. Spirit stones flowed through the merchant's hands like water, continuously pouring into Chen Mo's storage bag. In the span of a single day, the initial batch of cold essence powder was completely depleted. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Mo calmly observed the spectacle through the merchant's perspective. A substantial quantity of low-grade spirit stones, and even a few shimmering mid-grade ones, replenished his once withered storage bag. However, amidst the throng of buyers, one figure captured Chen Mo's particular attention. This individual, cloaked in an oversized black robe that concealed him entirely, made his purchases with extravagant ease, settling the transaction with mid-grade spirit stones and acquiring 5 portions of cold essence powder in one go. Yet, through the sharp gaze of the shadow and the indistinct shared perception, Chen Mo distinctly sensed an unsettlingly frigid aura emanating from him, with a hint of unnaturally pale skin visible between the folds of his cloak. During the transaction, the surrounding light seemed to dim slightly, and a faint yet palpable scent of blood mingled with an eerie wail of vengeful spirits permeated the air. This was no aura befitting a righteous cultivator. It was that of a demonic practitioner. Alarm bells rang in Chen Mo's mind. The inner sect disciples had succumbed to madness, attracting a demon to purchase cold essence powder. Was it for their own needs, or for some more significant figures? This unexpected windfall suddenly felt dangerously hot to the touch. Yet, the spirit stones were already in hand. Perhaps this crisis accompanied an opportunity. Chapter 55. The resonance of dragon crystal. The immense wealth brought forth by the cold essence powder was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, temporarily alleviating Chen Mo's increasingly pressing resource crisis. He did not allow this windfall to cloud his judgment. Rather, he rationally exchanged the majority of the profits for mid-grade spirit stones, which possessed purer energy, more conducive for absorbing and powering advanced array instruments. A small portion was allocated to procure rare refining materials such as ink gold and cold essence iron, alongside a substantial supply of blank talisman paper and high-grade beast blood cinnabar. All of these efforts aimed towards a singular goal: to further optimize the dragon steel components and definitively resolve the energy consumption nightmare of the Frostfire gun. Within the refining workshop, the ground fire burned incessantly, the hum and rhythmic clanging forming the only backdrop to his endeavors. Chen Mo was immersed in the ocean of technology, nearly oblivious to the passage of time. He employed the precise pressure gauges obtained from the ice lake, repeatedly testing the energy output efficiency and stability of the Frostfire gun steam core under various pressure thresholds, meticulously recording a plethora of data. Simultaneously, he endeavored to inscribe more intricate and subtle weight reduction runes onto the second batch of dragon steel gears and bearings, striving to further enhance their performance limits. However, the unease brought forth by the emergence of magical cultivators in the black market did not dissipate with the passage of time. Rather, it settled quietly in the depths of his heart like a festering wound. He dared not let his guard down, intensifying shadow surveillance over the black market and its surrounding areas, while also augmenting the rudimentary defensive array of the forging workshop with 2 additional devices. One was a spiritual alert barrier derived from the arcane world, utilizing dragon crystal powder and tranquility runes. Any entity harboring malice or potent negative energy that attempted to probe or touch would trigger a faint alarm within his consciousness. The other was a purely mechanical trap, composed of slender, nearly transparent, bone-corroding poison threads, cleverly positioned at critical points of doors, windows, and ventilation openings, connected to dragon steel bearings, poised in a semi-triggered state. Should it be activated, the poisoned ice arrows would swiftly shoot towards any intruder. Thus, he spent days oscillating between vigilance and research, rarely venturing outside, akin to a spider weaving its web in anticipation. One night, bathed in moonlight that streamed through the crevices of the forging workshop's ceiling, casting a few strands of cool radiance, the ground fire had been adjusted to its lowest maintenance state, resembling a dark red beast breathing slowly. Inside the workshop, only a few pieces of luminous stones embedded in the walls emitted a steady, faint glow, illuminating the scattered parts and blueprints on the workbench. Chen Mo had just completed the final fine-tuning of the latest pressure regulator for the Frostfire gun. The core of this valve was crafted from dragon steel, integrating the sealing techniques of the Li clan with the precise scales of the ice lake apparatus, theoretically capable of controlling steam pressure fluctuations within an astonishingly narrow range. He carefully installed this precious valve onto the gun's body, releasing a long sigh as a wave of long-forgotten fatigue washed over him. He seated himself cross-legged, preparing to engage in the soul requiem meditation technique to nourish his consciousness, which had become somewhat muddled from the days of intense mental manipulation. In the profound silence, only the sound of his breathing and the subdued murmurs of the ground fire could be heard. Suddenly, a faint yet distinctly clear vibration emanated from his waist without warning. It did not originate from the outside world, but rather directly affected the wearer's sense of touch. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, his pupils constricting in the darkness as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. His consciousness, like an invisible ripple, instantly expanded to envelop the entire forging workshop. The array remained intact, the poison threads undisturbed, with no signs of external intrusion. Yet the vibration persisted, clearly originating from his storage pouch. He immediately focused his consciousness, probing into the relatively small space of the storage pouch. The sight before him sent a chill down his spine. Within the confines of the bag, something was pulsating with an intensity that defied all rationality. It was not a mere chaotic tremor, but rather a synchronized resonance, an increasingly frantic rhythm, producing a deep and powerful hum reminiscent of the heartbeat of some ancient colossal beast. Among these artifacts lay fragments of a Valyrian steel dagger, a relic from the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, entirely obsidian with a subdued glow, imbued with formidable anti-magic properties. At that moment, its once frigid blade began to emit a gentle warmth, and the intricate wave-like patterns on its surface appeared to come alive, swirling perpetually. Additionally, there were several dragon crystal arrowheads housed within a specially crafted jade box. These arrowheads, forged from the essence of black dragons, possessed a natural resistance to malevolent energies and spirits. Their hard yet brittle texture now quivered collectively, radiating a pure and chilling black luminescence that illuminated the interior of the jade box, creating the illusion of a miniature starry cosmos. The deep, shadowy glow of the dagger and the frigid black brilliance of the dragon crystal arrowheads did not oppose one another. Rather, they complemented each other in a harmonious interplay, as if performing an incomprehensible, ancient, and stirring symphony. What startled Chen Mo even more was that these two extraordinary artifacts, both originating from the same world, trembled in perfect unison, steadfastly directing their energies toward the southwest. Moreover, an invisible, transcendent call that spanned infinite time and space was intensifying at a disconcerting speed. It felt as though something, deeply connected to their essence, was awakening in the distant expanse, or perhaps something on the brink of annihilation was about to unleash its final, most resplendent brilliance. It was the world of Game of Thrones. Without a doubt, it was the world of Game of Thrones. Chen Mo suddenly realized, his heart racing uncontrollably. Valyrian steel and dragon crystals were deeply rooted in the laws of that realm. The intensity and synchronization of their reactions could not arise from mere trifles. Was it an ancient dragon breaking free from its seal? A legendary artifact imbued with the essence of dragons revealing itself? A hidden realm containing the mother lode of dragon crystals or raw Valyrian steel being unveiled? Or had the fabled dragon Queen Daenerys stirred up some momentous upheaval? Whatever it was, the resonance it triggered held unimaginable energy levels and potential value. It could even touch upon the very core of the mysterious powers inherent in Valyrian steel and dragon crystals. An opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yet, it undoubtedly came with unpredictable and immense risks. The forces capable of eliciting such resonance were certainly not benign. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo resolved to seize the moment. Such profound sensations were rare and might be a singular opportunity. If missed, it would be a lifelong regret. Resources and technology could be accumulated gradually, but this fleeting chance to grasp the secrets of the world's essence could vanish in an instant. He immediately suppressed all distractions, focusing his entire mind on the silent bronze door within his sea of consciousness, preparing to once again pinpoint the coordinates of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. However, just as his consciousness grazed the bronze door, before he could begin to recall the specific temporal anchor points and locations of that world, an unexpected transformation occurred. There was no need for him to exert any effort in locating it. The bronze door seemed to have been activated by the increasingly potent resonance of the homogeneous energy emanating from the storage pouch, drawing it in. Upon the door, the once relatively dim flame dragon emblem, representative of the world of power struggles, suddenly blazed forth with a fervor akin to being doused in boiling oil. The radiance was not gentle. Rather, it bore an intense, almost insatiable yearning. A powerful yet remarkably gentle force surged forth from within the door. Not the usual brutish consumption, but a clear guiding invitation. It was as if the portal itself sensed the delectable essence and kinship from the distant shore, proactively tearing apart the fabric of time and space to unveil the most expedient direct passage. The portal relayed a cold yet lucid stream of information. High concentration and purity of homogeneous law energy resonance detected. Coordinates automatically locked. Energy direction confirmed. Transdimensional passage forcibly initiated. Buzz. The bronze door erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, a dazzling amalgamation of fiery crimson and the shadowy hue of dragon crystal, engulfing Chen Mo along with his incessantly vibrating storage pouch entirely. As the transmission light enveloped him completely and his consciousness was on the verge of detaching from this world, Chen Mo distinctly sensed that the intense resonance transcending time and space reached an unparalleled zenith in that fleeting moment. akin to millions of thunderclaps resonating deep within his soul, assaulting every fiber of his perception. What monumental upheaval was unfolding at the destination? Chapter 56. Wildfire in the Dragon's Lair. The blinding light of the transmission and the distorted sensation of his soul being torn asunder had yet to fully dissipate when an indescribable stench, mingling charred remnants, sulfur, and a volatile energy fluctuation, violently invaded Chen Mo's nostrils, inducing a fit of severe coughing and prompting tears to spring forth. He abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, his heart tightening in alarm. Before him lay a vast expanse, as if trampled by titanic beings, reduced to ruins. Charred remnants of walls jutted out at odd angles, while the ground was riddled with fathomless fissures and immense craters, reminiscent of a meteor's impact. A dense sulfuric aroma permeated the air, alongside a more unsettling, heart-stopping energy fluctuation that hinted at the imminent ignition of tons of gunpowder, reeking of death. In the distance, the remnants of a colossal archway and a collapsed dome structure hinted at the former grandeur of this place. This was the Dragon's Lair of King's Landing. Once a prison for the dragons of House Targaryen, it now lay as a desolate expanse, buried under legends and death. What sent shivers down Chen Mo's spine was the presence of tiny, ghostly green flames, drifting slowly through the air, exuding a sweet, yet lethal fragrance of wildfire. Such an alchemical abomination, once ignited, could send all of King's Landing skyward. The resonance of the dragon crystal arrows in his storage pouch not only remained undiminished, but pounded against his perception like a war drum, collectively directing him towards the deepest, most perilous part of the ruins, a gaping maw akin to a monstrous beast's mouth, leading to a vast pit entrance into the depths below. Within that space, an intense aura of unstable energy emanated, accompanied by an ancient, tempestuous essence that seemed to be engulfed in silence. Danger, utter peril, yet the allure was equally immense. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo swiftly retrieved the modified brass-framed infrared night vision goggles from his storage pouch and donned them. The world instantaneously transformed into a monochromatic tapestry of varying temperatures, yet his vision became remarkably clearer. He suppressed his presence, channeling his soul-consoling meditation to its utmost limit. Akin to a shadowy cheetah, cautiously traversing the dilapidated, debris-strewn steps leading deeper into the dragon's lair. As he descended, the suffocating waves of energy intensified. The air became increasingly suffused with a green luminescence, coalescing in certain corners into viscous pools of a ghastly green liquid, slowly coursing and exuding a lethal allure and threat. Beneath his feet, he occasionally trod upon charred, brittle remnants that crackled lightly, seemingly the remains of incinerated bones. Delving further into the abyss, the spectacle before him was truly harrowing. In the depths of the cellar, the space was extraordinarily expansive, yet it resembled an alchemist's nightmarish workshop. Numerous towering oak barrels stood haphazardly about, many of their bodies damaged and distorted, oozing a thick, syrupy wildfire liquid from their cracks, which flowed freely across the ground, pooling into luminous green puddles that radiated an aura of death. The air was saturated with a cloyingly sweet and lethal scent, nearly palpable in its density. Nearby, some barrels still bore lit fuses that crackled and sputtered with sparks and blue smoke, like a countdown from the Grim Reaper. The entire dragon's cellar resembled a colossal bomb, poised to detonate at any moment. Should it explode, not even a golden elixir cultivator would escape unscathed, let alone him. Chen Mo's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yet he compelled himself to remain calm, his gaze sharp as lightning, swiftly surveying the scene. The source of resonance lay just beyond those perilous wildfire barrels. He cautiously navigated around the streams of wildfire and the still-burning fuses, using the shadows of the ruins and the remnants of crumbling arches for cover. Inching closer to that direction, at long last, he circumvented the final barrier formed by the wildfire barrels. The sight that met his eyes caused his breath to catch abruptly. A colossal skull, comparable in size to a small house, lay half-buried beneath the rubble and fallen stones. The skull was as black as ink, its texture reminiscent of the finest obsidian, yet it bore a metallic quality. Despite enduring the ravages of countless ages and displaying signs of scorching and corrosion, it exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty and a hint of ferocity, pure and primal, as if it derived from the very essence of flames at the dawn of creation. The skull of the Black Dragon. It could very well belong to Valyrian, the Black Reaper, or another ancient dragon of equal stature. At this moment, the resonance reached its zenith, the dragon crystal arrow box vibrating as if it sought to break free. This was it, the source of resonance. Within this skull lies an unimaginable source of draconic power. It could be a treasure for forging unparalleled divine weapons, or perhaps the key to comprehending the laws of fire. It must be acquired. Yet, before the skull stands a stack of 7 or 8 oak barrels, seeping with wild flames, alongside a heap of heavy rubble. Forcing them aside could result in a catastrophic explosion at the slightest collision or spark. Time is of the essence. Who knows how long those hissing fuses will continue to burn? Chen Mo's mind raced, and his gaze swiftly fixed upon an object retrieved from his storage bag, a specially crafted high-pressure gas cylinder, standing about half a person tall. Reinforced with runes and modified using the high-pressure sealing technology of the Qinglan and precision instruments from the Ice Lake. Inside was not air, but a mixture of liquefied, extremely cold essence extracted from the ghost orchid and the cold ground moss, originally intended for the ultimate test of the Frostfire gun. Now it was his sole hope. He quickly placed the gas cylinder firmly on the ground, adjusted the nozzle, and aimed it at the obstructing barrels and rubble. The pressure gauge on the surface of the cylinder swung wildly, indicating an exceptionally high internal pressure. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his entire spiritual energy into his arms and forcefully opened the valve. A piercing shriek erupted, sharp as a frost dragon's roar. A highly condensed, visibly pale jet of high-pressure cold air surged forth like an unseen giant's fist or the frigid whirlwind of the extreme north, violently gushing out. The terrifying cold instantly engulfed everything ahead. The leaking wildfire liquid was the first to succumb, freezing into a grim green solid at the very moment of contact. Next, the oak barrels were quickly enveloped in a thick layer of hard white frost, their bodies groaning under the strain, sliding and rolling back under the forceful airflow. The heavy rubble was blown about, clearing a narrow yet unobstructed passage. Wherever the high-pressure cold air passed, all was frozen. Even the green glow drifting in the air seemed to be arrested in place. Now is the moment. Chen Mo, braving the splintering icy shards and the still unfrozen droplets of wildfire liquid, shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, reaching his fastest speed along that path, permeated with lethal chill, charging toward the enormous black dragon skull. It was heavy to grasp. Within its icy exterior lay a latent, searing heat that seemed capable of incinerating all. He could even sense the surging, tumultuous fire attribute energy within the skull pulsating gently. With no time for hesitation, he focused his mind and unhesitatingly stowed the colossal object into his storage bag. Fortunately, his storage bag had undergone numerous enhancements and expansions. Otherwise, this giant would not have fit. Just as the skull vanished, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Those wildfire barrels, temporarily subdued by the cold air yet still harboring internal pressure, were finally ignited by nearby fuses that had not yet extinguished or by the drastic temperature fluctuations, resulting in a deafening explosion. The green flames surged like ancient malevolent spirits unshackled, frantically leaping upwards, greedily licking and consuming everything in their vicinity. The speed at which the fire spread was astonishing, instantaneously transforming the surroundings into an expansive sea of green flames. A scorching wave of heat, mingled with lethal toxic smoke, rushed towards him. Without hesitation, Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine and turned to flee. He pushed his speed to its utmost limit, employing a newly mastered technique that combined the principles of acceleration runes, darting forward like a wisp of smoke, retracing his steps in a frantic escape. Behind him, the green inferno roared upwards accompanied by deafening, continuous explosions. The entire dragon's lair quaked violently, and more of its structure began to collapse. The searing air almost singed his hair, and debris rained down upon him. Just as the green death fire was about to engulf his retreating figure, a returning white light finally emerged, enveloping him like the most formidable shield. In that fleeting moment of escape from this world, the last sight that Chen Mo beheld was the dragon's lair transformed into a green purgatory, along with the terrifying explosion illuminating the sky in a ghastly hue of green. Chapter 57. The rune within the skull before the returning white light had fully dissipated. Chen Mo eagerly retrieved the immensely heavy black dragon skull, emanating an ancient pressure, from his storage bag and carefully placed it in the cleared central area of the refining workshop. The enormous skull nearly filled the space, its dark bone exuding a profound sheen under the glow of the fluorite, while the contained, ferocious essence of fire, even in its dormant state, caused the surrounding air to subtly distort, the temperature rising imperceptibly. The extreme sensations of ice and fire seemed to linger in his senses, intertwining the scorching heat of the dragon's lair's wildfires with the piercing cold of the high-pressure frost canister. He suppressed the slight tremors of his body and the deep-seated turmoil, within his soul brought on by the harrowing escape. His gaze intensely fixed on the hard-won spoils of this near-fatal encounter. It was worth it. Merely the material itself justified the effort. Chen Mo circled the skull slowly, his fingers lightly brushing against its cold, hard surface, which nonetheless radiated a faint warmth. This skull was an exceptional treasure for refining. Whether ground into powder to be mixed into rune ink or forged as a defensive talisman or offensive artifact, its potential was immeasurable. However, he did not immediately begin to break down the material. A strong intuition and the previous unusual resonance indicated that the skull's value extended far beyond its composition. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a cross-legged position before the skull, closed his eyes, and concentrated his consciousness, akin to the most precise probe, meticulously scanning each inch of its surface before delving deeper within. As his consciousness swept over the vast eye sockets, the sharp cheekbones, and the menacing nasal spines, he found no anomalies aside from the overwhelming fire attribute energy and ancient draconic might. However, as he scanned the inner surface of the skull, particularly the core region near where it connected to the cervical vertebrae, a faint yet distinctly different fluctuation, disparate from the surrounding dragon fire energy, caught his attention. The color of the bone appears to be darker, its surface cloaked in a nearly imperceptible, glassy hardened substance formed by extreme temperatures that have burned, melted, and subsequently cooled. It seems as though it has endured some terrible energy impact or erosion. There lies a mystery. Chen Mo immediately intensified his mental output toward that area. Akin to cleansing silt with flowing water, cautiously peeling away that layer of vitrified hardened material and the energy residues clinging to it. This process demanded immense patience and precise control, lest he damage whatever might lie beneath. Gradually, as the covering was removed, the true visage beneath was unveiled. Those were not the naturally occurring skeletal textures. They were inscribed by human hands. A series of twisted, archaic, deep crimson runes, infused with a primal, raw power, were deeply imprinted on the interior of the skull. He was exceedingly familiar with the style of these runes. They were the very script of the children of the forest. Yet, unlike the relatively serene and nature-oriented runes in the Children of the Forest runes collection, these particular symbols radiated a more unrestrained and domineering essence. Each stroke seemingly containing explosive power, exuding an air of disdain for all and the intent to incinerate everything. Who could have etched runes within the formidable skull of such a mighty dragon? Was it a powerful entity among the children of the forest? Or perhaps another existence? A tempest surged within Chen Mo's heart as he swiftly retrieved the carefully preserved Children of the Forest runes collection fragment, parchment from his storage pouch. Laying it upon the ground, and, under the glow of the fluorite, meticulously compared and deciphered the runes within the skull. These runes were more intricate and profound than any he had previously studied, their structures often ambiguous and steeped in ancient transformations. He struggled to interpret them, integrating the context, the flow of energy within the runes, and the fiery characteristics of the skull itself, using dragon breath to converge the flames from all directions, compressing them to shatter stones and melt gold. Chen Mo's brow furrowed as his mental faculties surged, combining his understanding of energy compression to analyze each word. This description resembled a technique for extreme compression of fiery energy, followed by instantaneous explosive release. Was it the art of flame compression? A term began to take shape in his mind. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. The principle bore striking similarity to the approach he had employed while enhancing his pneumatic crossbow and frost projector. Both involved compressing energy, whether it be air pressure or cold currents, through a specific structure for instantaneous release, thereby achieving greater power and range. However, the energy hierarchy and efficiency of this art of flame compression were undoubtedly on an entirely different scale. It directly utilized the immensely violent energy of dragon breath as a blueprint, mimicking the natural runic circuit that compresses, accelerates, and erupts the energy deep within a dragon's throat. A stroke of genius. No, a stroke of brilliance. This concept distilled the very principle of dragon breath into a learnable runic technique. Chen Mo's eyes ignited with ecstatic brilliance. As though he had stumbled upon a treasure, he instantly recognized what the art of flame compression meant for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the transformation and upgrade of the Frost Howl. His objective was no longer merely optimization of loading, but rather the reconstruction of the core runic array. He meticulously affixed the precision pressure gauge salvaged from the sunken vessel in the icy lake to the side of the Frost Howl crossbow, connecting it to several crucial spiritual sensing points for real-time monitoring of the fluctuations in spiritual pressure within the bowstring. Subsequently, he retrieved a carving knife and spiritual vermilion, holding his breath in concentration as he cautiously erased the rudimentary energy accumulation and amplification runes that adorned the interior of Frosthowl. While these runes were effective, they appeared woefully simplistic and inefficient in the face of the ancient art of flame compression. Next, drawing upon the recently deciphered composite rune structure imbued with the essence of dragon breath, he guided his own spiritual consciousness to mix a specially formulated ink infused with dragon blood crystal powder. At the core of the crossbow, he meticulously engraved a new array of composite runes, tenfold more intricate than before. These runes were no longer mere geometric shapes. They emulated the energy conduit structure of a dragon's throat, characterized by fluid curves and precise nodes that intertwined and coalesced into a miniature yet formidable simulation system of dragon breath. The entire process demanded immense mental focus and spiritual energy, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his hands remained as steady as rock, each stroke executed with unwavering precision. The moment the last rune node was flawlessly closed, a hum resonated through the air. The entire body of the Frosthowl quivered gently, the newly inscribed rune array illuminating with a blend of crimson and icy blue luminescence, generating a powerful suction that began to draw in the spiritual energy stored within the grooves of the spiritual stone. The needle of the precision pressure gauge commenced its slow ascent, stabilizing within a remarkably high-pressure range, trembling slightly, yet showing no signs of impending rupture. The transformation was complete. The Frosthowl now bore a slight increase in weight, its surface aglow with a ghostly blue sheen of cold iron interspersed with the subdued radiance of crimson runes, taking on a more menacing appearance, brimming with a palpable sense of latent power. Chen Mo took a deep breath, inserted a low-grade spiritual stone, and hefted the now somewhat heavier crossbow, aiming at an almost imperceptible black dot high in the sky. This was a hawk leisurely soaring above the clouds, and judging by the shared visual perspective of the shadow, it was at least 3 miles away. This distance had long surpassed the limits of ordinary Qi refinement stage practitioner spiritual locks, exceeding the original range of Frosthowl by more than tenfold. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh. Bang. The sound was utterly different. No longer merely the shriek of high-pressure air, but at the moment the arrow was released, a visible ring of compressed, near-liquid crimson vapor erupted from the tail of the arrow. The immense recoil, even with Chen Mo's fortified physique, caused his arm to sink heavily. That specially crafted ice arrow, in that instant, seemed to transcend its corporeal form, transforming into a streak of ice-blue light that tore through the air. The speed was such that only a fleeting afterimage remained in the visual field. Surrounding the arrow, the rapid friction against the air created a delicate white vortex trail. In the blink of an eye, that ice-blue streak had already traversed the vast distance. In the high altitudes, the unsuspecting eagle seemed to be struck abruptly by an invisible, colossal hammer from the ancient past. It was unable to emit even a mournful cry before it was instantaneously obliterated, transforming into a splendid yet tragic amalgamation of blood mist and feathers that cascaded downwards. One strike, instant demise. Not a trace remained. Chen Mo quickly lowered his gaze to the pressure gauge on the crossbow. The needle, having experienced a drastic peak, was now stabilizing and swiftly retreating back into the safe zone, showcasing impeccable pressure release and control performance. His formidable consciousness allowed him to vividly capture the moment of the eagle's explosion from 3 miles away. An indescribable surge of ecstasy and fulfillment flooded his heart, dispelling all weariness. A 3-mile range, a long-distance kill. It was accomplished. Chen Mo couldn't help but clench his fist vigorously, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. The crossbow in his hand still radiated a gentle warmth, its runic glow gradually subsiding. From this day forth, you shall no longer be called Frosthowl, Chen Mo murmured, caressing this weapon forged from the wisdom and technology of multiple worlds. You shall be named Spirit Pressure Crossbow. Thus, the instrument of long-range assassination was born. Chapter 58. The Landlady's Tea Party. The Spirit Pressure Crossbow's extraordinary long-range killing capability undoubtedly elevated Chen Mo's combat prowess to new heights. The sensation of controlling the battlefield from silence, achieving victory from 3 miles away, was enough to instill dread in any opponent. However, with the enhancement of power came new bottlenecks and deeper yearnings, an eternal melody on the path of cultivation. Successfully wielding the Spirit Pressure Crossbow for that flawless kill from such a distance nearly exhausted the majority of his spiritual energy at the time. The highly compressed, runic arrow infused with a hint of dragon's breath demanded an almost stringent level of precision, stability, and sustained output from his consciousness. He realized with clarity that if he wished to fluidly operate multiple runic weapons like the spirit pressure crossbow and frostfire gun in future battles, creating crossfire or executing more complex tactics, or commanding larger and more intricate composite runic arrays, his current spiritual strength, particularly in the refined distribution of consciousness, parallel processing, and independent control capabilities, was already stretched thin. Multitasking, the differentiation of thoughts, and ultimately coalescing a second or even third consciousness were the foundations for unleashing the true power of runic mechanisms. Chen Mo stroked the still warm body of the spirit pressure crossbow, his gaze once again directed toward the silent bronze door in his sea of consciousness. A portal connecting myriad worlds. The most profound knowledge involving the soul, consciousness, and mental realms awaited within that world filled with spirituality, order, roles, and madness, where perhaps more systematic and perilous answers could be uncovered. As his consciousness delved into the sea of perception, he reached out to the bronze door. Upon its surface, ethereal golden patterns, composed of countless delicate and elusive symbols and faint phantoms from enigmatic realms, quietly illuminated, emanating a hazy, mysterious aura that irresistibly beckoned the mind to immerse itself within. After a familiar yet slightly disorienting journey through the fabric of time and space, Chen Mo found himself precisely situated within the safe house at 15 Minsk Street, Beekland. The room was adorned as he remembered, and a wave of familiarity enveloped him. Thick velvet curtains effectively insulated the interior from the capital of the ruined kingdom's characteristic, murky, ochre haze, permitting only a few faint rays of light to pierce through, tracing distinct paths in the dust-laden air. In the corner, a dragon crystal triangle protection array operated silently, emanating a steady warmth that dispelled the omnipresent chill and sense of surveillance in this ominous city. However, today, the atmosphere within bore a subtle difference. Alongside the familiar aromas of dust, a hint of saltpeter, and the scent of aged wood, there wafted a rich, aromatic essence of freshly brewed black tea, an exquisite quality far beyond the reach of his usual cheap tea bags. A shiver coursed through Chen Mo, his muscles tensing instinctively, his consciousness expanding like countless invisible, sensitive tendrils, swiftly scanning every corner of the room. There were no signs of forced entry. The protective array remained intact, and the energy flowed steadily. Yet, from the direction of the living room, there emanated a calm, yet undeniable presence of life and spiritual resonance. Silently, he adjusted his breath to minimize his presence, and from the sleeve of his right hand, several sharp-edged fragments of Valyrian steel daggers slipped into his palm, their cold touch instilling a measure of composure. He slowly opened the slightly heavy wooden door connecting to the living room. There, seated elegantly at a small tea table adorned with a pristine lace tablecloth, was Mrs. Smith, the landlord, as if participating in an afternoon salon. Today, she wore a form-fitting deep purple velvet gown, its neckline embellished with delicate black lace, and perched upon her nose were her signature gold-rimmed glasses, the chain glinting softly in the light. Her gray-white hair was meticulously styled into a refined bun at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead and calm, piercing eyes. On the table lay an exquisite set of Eastern white porcelain tea service, edged in gold and emitting wisps of steam, accompanied by a small plate of golden brown scones, fragrant with butter and flour, alongside a dish of clotted cream and strawberry jam. She appeared utterly unfazed by Chen Mo's sudden appearance, not even glancing up, but gracefully lifted the silver teapot with her gloved right hand, pouring the amber-hued, malt-scented Dixie tea into an empty, exquisite teacup, the amount precisely measured. Back are we? The spatial fluctuations this time seem far more stable than the last. It appears traversing has become somewhat habitual for you. As Mrs. Smith set down the teapot, she finally raised her gaze, adjusting her glasses. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, seemed capable of piercing through the veil of flesh to discern the essence of the visitor's soul and the recent imprints it bore. The light about you, more precisely, the essence of that flame which has tainted your spirit, seems even more remarkable than when you departed. She slightly tilted her head, as if meticulously discerning the intricate top notes of a complex fragrance, ancient, tumultuous, imbued with primal desires for destruction, reminiscent of a primordial beast from a bygone era. Yet intriguingly, this force was forcibly restrained, compressed, and tamed in a remarkably exquisite and powerful manner, akin to an enraged fire dragon being forcibly confined within a delicate and fragile glass vial. It was perilous, yet it presented a twisted, breathtaking beauty. Her tone was as unembellished as if she were appraising a painting, yet each word precisely struck at the heart of Chen Mo's recent discoveries. She paused, her gray-blue eyes, peering through the lenses, emanated an undeniable certainty that directly locked onto Chen Mo. I am quite intrigued by the runes governing that compressive power you possess. It transcends mere energy manipulation techniques, verging closer to a nascent form of underlying principles, even brushing against the fringes of symbolism. To you, it is merely a tool, but to certain entities, it might serve as a key. Chen Mo's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing within him. How could she perceive the existence of the flame pressure runes so clearly? She had even discerned its underlying essence of law. This sequence 7 diviner, or rather this enigmatic landlady, possessed insights and perceptiveness far beyond his imagination. The entity she referred to sent an inexplicable chill down Chen Mo's spine. Before he could formulate a response or denial, Mrs. Smith, as if she had long prepared her bargaining chips, retrieved a quaintly styled notebook from an unremarkable knitted tote bag at her side. The notebook's cover was crafted from a dark, seemingly ancient leather-like material, presenting an ominous deep brown hue, devoid of any text or imagery, yet emanating an exceedingly faint, insidiously creeping spiritual vibration imbued with madness, whispers, foreboding, and absolute taboo. Merely casting his gaze upon it felt as though he could hear countless fragmented, hoarse murmurs filled with resentment and despair echoing at the edges of his consciousness. Some notes from the Antigonus family. Mrs. Smith placed this disquieting notebook in the center of the lace-clad coffee table. Her tone as flat as if she were introducing an expired newspaper, which contained sporadic accounts of dangerous knowledge regarding the essence of spirituality, division, and control. Of course, it was incomplete, riddled with deliberate omissions, distorted metaphors, and malicious traps. One misstep, and the reader's mind could be tainted by the madness contained within, or their spirit could be torn asunder by invisible forces, transforming them into a lingering shadow of madness in the corners of the spirit realm. She did not conceal the peril of this knowledge. Rather, it was precisely this danger that accentuated its value. The Antigonus notes. This was precisely what he urgently needed: advanced knowledge pertaining to the fragmentation and meticulous control of consciousness. Chen Mo's heart raced, his breath nearly stilled. However, the fiery pressure rune demanded by the other party holds immense value as well. It is one of the core runes he has comprehended through the amalgamation of knowledge from multiple realms, forged amidst perilous trials, and serves as the cornerstone of future rune machinery systems. A trade? A gamble rife with risks and opportunities. The other party is evidently well prepared. Just as Chen Mo's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons, organizing his words to prepare for negotiation or to propose more specific terms, a thunderous crash erupted. The sturdy oak door of the living room was suddenly smashed open with sheer brute force from the outside. The heavy door slammed against the wall behind it, emitting a painful groan as metal pieces of the lock flew apart. 3 figures clad in knee-length black trench coats, exuding a chilling demeanor as frigid as an iceberg, with eyes sharp as drawn daggers, swiftly infiltrated the room like specters rehearsed in countless drills, seizing advantageous positions at the entrance. The leader was a stern-faced, rugged middle-aged man, wielding a silver dagger that shimmered with an eerie cold light. The dagger's archaic design seemed to embody a power that restrained the spirit. Adorning his chest was the emblem of the Church of the Goddess of Night, a crimson crescent moon against a black backdrop, cold and solemn. The other 2 moved with the swiftness of leopards, silently dispersing to either side, one blocking the window, while the other severed the path to the inner chamber. Their icy gazes swept across the room like searchlights, swiftly locking onto the Antigonus notebook on the coffee table, which emanated a potent aura of foreboding and taboo. Their expressions grew gravely serious, sharp, filled with an unmistakable intent to kill. Night Watchers. The middle-aged leader's voice was low and frigid, each word imbued with the chill of Beckland's winter nights, carrying an undeniable authority and oppressive weight. In the name of the goddess, I advise you to cease this perilous exchange of knowledge immediately, relinquish your resistance, and submit to investigation. His gaze bore down like tangible shackles, firmly affixed to the Antigonus notebook, which seemed to corrupt the very space around it, situated before Mrs. Smith and Chen Mo. The sudden turn of events was akin to ice water splashing into boiling oil, shattering the previously subtle and tense atmosphere of the tea gathering into fragments. The warm facade was utterly torn apart, and the air filled with the palpable scent of gunpowder, signaling that the next moment would unleash a tempest of thunder and rain. Chapter 59. The Notebook and the Chains Run. Mrs. Smith's reaction was astonishingly swift. Almost before the reverberations of the night watchers crashing through the door had fully dissipated, her sharp, truncated command reached Chen Mo's ears. Simultaneously, The crystal ball she had appeared to idly toy with erupted in a blinding, searing white light, akin to a miniature flashbang detonating in the living room, as the violent force of illumination ferociously engulfed every inch of space, attempting to drown all visual perception. May the night protect us. The leader of the Night Watchers clearly possessed ample experience, having anticipated such disruptions well in advance. He let out a low growl, his peculiar silver dagger tracing a fluid and enigmatic arc of light. The blade seemed to transform into a miniature black hole, forcibly absorbing and deflecting much of the oncoming blinding white light, causing its brilliance to diminish significantly. Nevertheless, the flash unleashed by the Sequence 7 Diviner, even when weakened, achieved its transient effects of blinding and spiritual interference. For beings of the caliber of Chen Mo and Mrs. Smith, this fleeting moment of mere seconds was more than sufficient. As the door was burst open, Chen Mo was already in motion. His target was unmistakably clear, the ominous and alluring Antigonus notebook resting on the coffee table. The Night Watchman. The investigation. None held the significance of this tome, which potentially contained the secrets of consciousness fragmentation. His body sprung forward like a tightly coiled spring, his left hand darting like lightning towards the dark brown leather notebook. The moment he touched it, a chill coursed through his fingers, as if he were caressing the skin of a slumbering creature rather than an inanimate object. Simultaneously, his right hand produced a compact, modified spiritual pressure crossbow, now reduced to the size of a palm for ease of concealment. There was no time to aim, relying solely on his combat instincts and acute perception of danger. He pulled the trigger aimed at the Night Watchman squad leader who had just dispelled the white light, his vision not yet fully restored. Whoosh! A streak of dark energy shot forth, silent and swift. This was no ordinary bolt, but rather a meticulously crafted dragon crystal-penetrating arrowhead designed specifically to combat spiritual entities. The dragon crystal arrowhead possessed an innate restraint against the extraordinary beings traversing the night. The squad leader felt an acute, icy sensation, a threat so sharp it seemed capable of tearing apart his very soul. His protective spiritual energy surged forth as if facing the scorching sun, yet it swiftly melted away. In horror, he desperately attempted to evade. The dragon crystal arrow grazed his chest, inflicting no severe physical harm. Yet the purifying power contained within it acted like a venomous brand, instantly tearing a gash in his spiritual defenses, leaving a charred mark. More critically, that force penetrated his spiritual body, unleashing excruciating pain and immediate spiritual disarray. He emitted a muffled cry of anguish, his momentum faltering involuntarily, his face paling in an instant. Seizing the minuscule opening created by Mrs. Smith and further widened by his own dragon crystal arrow, Chen Mo grasped the Antigonus notebook firmly in his hand, stowing it away in his bosom without a second glance. Without pausing, he propelled himself forward, akin to a lithe cheetah, crashing through the colorful glass-paneled rear window of the living room. Crash! The jarring sound of shattering glass erupted. Multicolored fragments scattered like raindrops. Chen Mo's figure had vanished beyond the window. Mrs. Smith was equally swift, nearly simultaneous with Chen Mo's movement, her body blurred and dimmed like a melting shadow, transforming into an elusive specter that followed him through the shattered window at an astonishing speed. Pursue. Do not let them escape, especially that notebook. The Night Watch captain endured the searing agony inflicted by the spirit entity, bellowing in rage. The other two Night Watchmen promptly reacted. One steadied the captain while the other, unhesitatingly, leapt through the window, chanting incantations and gesticulating fervently. With a swift whoosh, two ethereal chains, shimmering with a muted glow and composed entirely of pure spirit, shot forth like venomous serpents, exuding a chilling aura that ensnared souls, expertly wrapping around Chen Mo's legs as he landed and began to sprint. Concurrently, an intangible curse, laden with heaviness and lethargy, enveloped Chen Mo's back like a quagmire. This was the extraordinary power of the Night Watchman. Chen Mo felt his legs grow heavy, as if ensnared in an invisible mire, his speed plummeting. A wave of drowsiness and mental disarray washed over him. With a fierce bite of his tongue, the sharp pain ignited his consciousness, and he activated the soul-soothing meditation technique, managing to dispel a portion of the curse's influence. At the same time, his leg muscles surged with energy, forcefully shattering the insubstantial spiritual chains. However, this delay allowed the Night Watchman to close in. More spiritual assaults and curses followed in rapid succession. Without looking back, Chen Mo pushed his speed to the limit, racing through the cluttered alleyways of Minsk, closely trailing Mrs. Smith, akin to two gusts of wind. Behind him echoed the frantic footsteps and piercing whoosh of the night watchman. Ahead loomed a nearly 3-meter-high stone wall. A glint of determination sparked in Chen Mo's eyes as he maintained his speed, propelling himself into the air, his toes tapping against the rough wall twice, vaulting over with the grace of a spiritual ape. Just as he soared over the wall, a radiant white light began to illuminate his form. The Night Watch captain, who had been wounded by his dragon crystal arrow, suppressed his discomfort and hurled his silver dagger through the air. A beam of refined, pale silver moonlight, composed of highly compressed tranquility and slumbering power, shot toward Chen Mo like an arrow, striking him fiercely in the back. With a sudden impact, Chen Mo felt a frigid, serene force, imbued with the capacity to utterly dismantle his will, surge into his body, freezing his internal organs in an instant. Blood surged from his throat, warm and uncontrollable. As darkness clouded his vision, his consciousness wavering momentarily, severely injured. Yet, in that perilous instant, the bronze door deep within his consciousness seemed to sense the fierce attack from the otherworldly laws. The golden patterns adorning the door, which had recently absorbed the sacred light of St. Samuel's Cathedral to form the confining chains of consciousness, erupted with an unprecedented, voracious pull. The moonlight power that had struck Chen Mo's back, ravaging his vitality and attempting to disintegrate his soul, along with the residual spirit emanating from the injured and enraged Night Watch captain, was forcibly stripped away from Chen Mo, drawn into the depths of an insatiable abyss. The door trembled violently. The sacred white light clashed fiercely with the enigmatic golden glow, intertwining and annihilating one another. The roar of the laws reverberated throughout Chen Mo's consciousness. Ultimately, all foreign energies were ruthlessly devoured and transformed by the bronze door once more. Beside the pre-existing, consciousness-binding chains, more golden runes, akin to living entities, surged forth and intertwined along the inner edges of the doorframe, coalescing into existence. The sound of clinking echoed, as if an unseen artisan was hastily forging anew. A second, slightly finer yet more substantial chain, composed of countless intricate binding runes, gradually took shape, manifesting as a pure golden chain. This newly birthed chain radiated a dark golden luminescence, exuding a more subdued yet chilling aura of restraint, its potency sufficient to instantly freeze the consciousness of even the most accomplished chi refinement practitioners. Secondary consciousness binding chain. It was formed. The returning white light completely engulfed Chen Mo's gravely injured figure, drawing him back from that world teeming with peril and opportunity. In the alleys of Minsk Street, only a few drops of still fresh blood, shards of glass, and the furious cries of the night watchman remained. Within the artifact workshop, Chen Mo staggered into view, another mouthful of blood erupting forth, his complexion as pale as parchment, his breath utterly depleted. Yet, within the depths of his nearly unconscious sea of consciousness, two undulating golden chains emanated an overwhelming divine presence. Severely injured, yet the gains were monumental. Chapter 60. The conclusion of the Golden Devourer. The dizziness from his grievous injuries and the excruciating pain that felt like his insides were being torn apart washed over Chen Mo like a tidal wave. He stumbled and fell onto the cold, rough stone floor of the artifact workshop, another wave of scalding blood erupting uncontrollably, splattering a glaring dark red upon the ground. The furious strike from the Night Watch captain, imbued with an unimaginable tranquility and power of slumber, not only severely wounded his body, but nearly shattered his consciousness. Had it not been for the bronze door greedily absorbing that alien power at a critical moment, he might have dissipated spiritually on the journey back. He clung to the last vestiges of clarity, trembling as he fumbled in his storage bag for several jade vials. Without regard for discernment, he poured the contents, healing, revitalizing, and essence-nurturing elixirs, into his mouth, swallowing them with great difficulty as though they were mere beans. He also retrieved a precious medicinal salve from the wilderness, hastily applying it to the terrifying, cold, dark bruises on his chest and back. After completing these tasks, he was nearly exhausted, leaning against the frigid wall, gasping for breath, each inhalation pulling at the fiery pain in his chest. Within his sea of consciousness, the newly formed, yet more substantial, secondary consciousness binding chain, and the original chain floated serenely, emanating a reassuring golden light that barely stabilized the turbulence caused by his injuries. The extraordinary individual traversing the Night Watch's sequence 7 indeed troubled Chen Mo, causing him to cough up a mouthful of bloodied spittle, a flicker of fear and severity flashing in his eyes. He noted this debt down. The effects of the elixirs gradually unfolded, their gentle potency beginning to nourish his damaged meridians and organs, alleviating the pain somewhat. Yet, Chen Mo understood that this relief was merely temporary. Without meticulous care over the course of 10 days or a month, recovery was inconceivable. At this moment, what he lacked most was time and a tranquil environment. Though Zhao Ming has departed from this realm, the years he spent managing the inner circle have undoubtedly left behind loyal remnants, and those intertwined with his interests. Now, burdened by grievous injuries and diminished strength, he finds himself in a state of vulnerability. Should word of his condition reach his adversaries, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike a blow while he is down, eliminating all traces or seizing his legacy. It is imperative that he recuperates swiftly while preparing for the worst. With a gaze as cold as ice, Chen Mo, enduring excruciating pain, begins to strategize. He first releases the shadowy raven, instructing it to soar high above, vigilantly monitoring the medicinal garden and its surroundings for any signs of disturbance, particularly during the night. Simultaneously, he expends the already scant remaining spirit stones to amplify the rudimentary defensive array of the garden to its maximum capacity. While it may not deter formidable foes, it will at least serve as a warning and buy him precious time. Most crucially, he discreetly activates the area of the voracious golden vine, which he had previously disguised as a thriving iron moss field. At this moment, they appear more vibrant than ever, with a dark golden sheen coursing beneath their leaves, seemingly harboring boundless power, an irresistible lure for any covetous onlooker. The countdown to genetic collapse is already set. Having completed these preparations, he drags his wounded body back to the innermost part of the refining workshop, activating a pre-drawn, simplistic concealment array that merges the soul-calming meditation technique with the tranquility rune. Hiding himself within while channeling his energy to heal. For the time being, he entrusts the external world to the watchful shadow. Time drags on, marked by agony and recovery. The day seems to pass in tranquility. However, as darkness envelopes the medicinal garden and silence reigns, a sharp and urgent call resonates through his consciousness, striking Chen Mo's mind like an alarm bell. The shadow transmits a warning. 3 figures clad in dark garments, agile and fierce, silently scale the low walls of the garden. Their objectives are clear. Upon entering the garden, they unhesitatingly head straight for the stone house where Chen Mo resides, and the area of the iron moss field emanating a peculiar energy fluctuation. They have arrived. Indeed, remnants of Zhao Ming's faction. Their choice to strike in the dead of night reveals their nefarious intent. A cold smile creeps upon Chen Mo's lips. Yet he refrains from any action. His injuries have barely healed to a mere 20%. Engaging them directly would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, he continues to focus on his recovery while observing the impending drama through the Shadow's perspective. The 3 masked individuals possess cultivation levels at the mid-stage of chi refinement, demonstrating a seamless coordination in their movements. Clearly not their first foray into such underhanded tactics. They cautiously approach the stone house, probing with their consciousness for a moment before revealing their surprise and frustration at finding it unoccupied. Damn it, the brat isn't here? Search. He must be hiding nearby. Or perhaps there's a secret chamber. First, let us grab the valuables and those spirit herbs, especially that patch of dark golden vines. Senior Brother Zhao specifically instructed us to pay attention to them. The trio exchanges hushed words before quickly turning their gaze towards the enticingly gleaming voracious golden vines beneath the moonlight. Greed swiftly overrides their caution. They dispersed, with one person assigned to keep watch while the other 2 eagerly lunged toward the coveted land, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Get to work. Uproot it completely. Be careful not to damage the roots. One urged in a hushed tone, producing a gleaming medicinal hoe, seemingly intent on taking matters into his own hands. The other, more direct in approach, deemed the hoe too slow and instead channeled his spiritual energy, wielding a ring-handled blade. Grinning malevolently as he struck fiercely at the flourishing golden devouring vine, attempting to sever it violently. Cut it down. The blade, infused with the power of the 5th layer of chi refinement, sliced through the vines with a sharp, piercing sound. Boom. It was as if a spark had dropped into a massive powder keg, stimulated by this sudden, intense surge of chaotic energy. The hidden stress triggers and energy thresholds within the genetic makeup of the golden devouring vine were simultaneously ignited. All the dark golden vines seemed to be injected with a frenzied vitality, only to be stripped of all support the next moment, erupting into a blinding and ominous, ghastly green light. The brilliance was so intense that it cast an eerie glow over the entire medicinal garden. Immediately thereafter, the rapidly growing vines withered at a visible pace, turning black and carbonizing. The immense metallic energy and uncontrollable biological force they had accumulated erupted under the collapsing genetic catalyst. Whoosh! The ghastly green flames, reminiscent of ghostly fires from the depths of hell, surged into existence. The temperature of the flames was horrifying, exuding strong corrosiveness and violent explosiveness, instantly engulfing the two attackers and the entire patch of golden devouring vines. What in the world is this? Save me. Brother, help. The chilling, inhuman wails erupted, abruptly cut off as if their throats had been severed. The two assailants could hardly struggle. Their protective spiritual barriers crumbled before the ghastly flames like paper, disintegrating instantly. Their bodies melted like candles, their essence fervently drained by the burning vines, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to two charred, desiccated remnants, barely recognizable in form. The remaining watchman, struck by terror, turned pale as a sheet, forgetting his companions. With a blood-curdling scream, he turned and scrambled away from the surrounding walls, his speed more than doubled compared to his arrival. Within mere moments, the ghastly green flames, having fulfilled their purpose, extinguished rapidly as if they had never existed. In their wake lay a charred pit, surrounded by land scorched to a glaze from the intense heat. And at the bottom of the pit, two pools of smoking, viscous remnants emanating a foul and peculiar odor. The entire medicinal garden fell once more into a profound silence, broken only by the night wind that carried a whiff of the nauseating burnt scent. It was only then that Chen Mo slowly emerged from his concealed formation. His face still pale, yet his gaze was as cold as frost. He approached the edge of the pit, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the two charred remnants, confirming the absence of any signs of life. With the precision of a composed anatomist, he retrieved a specially crafted jade vial and isolation tools, meticulously collecting some relatively clean, deeper-hued ashes interspersed with fine crystalline particles from beneath the wreckage. These ashes contained the profound energy signatures of the voracious gold-devouring vine, along with a trace of its ferocious genetic factor. Subsequently, he produced a potent corrosive liquid derived from the bone erosion flower essence, evenly dispensing it to further obliterate any potential traces. After completing these tasks, he lifted his gaze towards the inner gate, his eyes deep with contemplation. The troubles had been partially alleviated, yet a greater storm was perhaps just beginning to brew. Chapter 61. The temptation of dragon blood crystals. The hellish green inferno ignited by the self-destruction of the gold-devouring vine, though fleeting, unleashed a terrifying wave of energy and two abrupt, piercing wails that shattered the tranquility of the outer gate's medicinal garden like a boulder cast into a silent night sky. The acrid stench, a noxious blend of charred remains and peculiar fishy odors, wafted through the air, sufficient to draw the attention of patrolling disciples. Despite the faint barrier of the formation, moreover, the bizarre green light that flared and extinguished in an instant, along with the energy shockwave, was as conspicuous to any cultivator of modest ability as a beacon in the night. Chen Mo was acutely aware of this. He swiftly concluded his operations, striving to eliminate direct evidence before refraining from returning to the refining workshop. Instead, he bore the lingering pain in his body and discreetly exited the medicinal garden, deliberately appearing in the bustling outer gate market. There, he procured some inconsequential ordinary herbs and talismans, exchanging pleasantries with several familiar stall owners, artfully crafting an alibi for his absence that night. It was only when dawn began to break that he returned to the medicinal garden, his face etched with fatigue. As anticipated, upon nearing the garden's perimeter, he sensed several formidable consciousnesses scanning him without restraint. The entrance to the garden had been cordoned off and secured. For law enforcement disciples, clad in deep black judicial garb and bearing stern expressions, stood sentinel with standard long swords, resembling gatekeepers deterring any unauthorized individuals from approaching. Within the garden, the charred pit and the lingering aura of dread lay bare for all to witness. Chen Mo immediately donned a mask of well-calibrated astonishment and trepidation, hastening forward to bow respectfully to the guarding disciples. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Esteemed brothers, what has transpired? How could such a calamity befall my medicinal garden?" One of the leading disciples regarded him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, confirming his identity. His tone was formal and businesslike. "Where were you last night?" "In response to my brother, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation last night and ventured to the market to procure some herbs conducive to meditation. I engaged in exchanges and discussions with a familiar friend at a refining workshop until late into the night, returning only this morning. This can be corroborated by Manager Li of the 100 Herbs Pavilion and fellow Taoist son of the Forging House." Chen Mo recited his prepared explanation with sincerity. allowing just the right amount of shock and confusion regarding the scene within the garden to surface upon his countenance. The disciples of the punishment hall recorded several notes, but did not immediately accept them, merely gesturing for him to enter. Please go in. The steward is inside conducting an investigation and has questions for you. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo feigned an anxious demeanor and stepped into his own medicinal garden. Within the garden, 3 figures stood around a charred pit. Apart from the 2 disciples responsible for the investigation, the foremost was a middle-aged man clad in a deep purple robe of the punishment hall, with a gaunt visage and eyes sharp as a hawk's. Unlike his subordinates, who scoured the area, he remained quietly at the edge of the pit, his gaze sweeping over every inch of the scorched earth as if it were tangible, his fingers unconsciously twitching as though calculating something. The spiritual pressure emanating from him was palpably at the initial stage of foundation establishment, imposing immense pressure upon Chen Mo. This individual, surnamed Qin, was renowned in the outer punishment hall for his meticulous mind and ruthless methods. Upon Chen Mo's arrival, Steward Qin's gaze locked onto him like a bolt of cold lightning, seemingly capable of penetrating his very being. Disciple Chen Mo, I acknowledge your presence, he stated, his voice flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. An energy explosion occurred in your garden last night, resulting in the demise of 2 unidentified intruders. The residual energy is exceedingly violent and peculiar, beyond the explanation of ordinary techniques or self-detonation. What do you have to say? His eyes remained fixed on Chen Mo's, leaving no room for even the slightest emotional fluctuation to escape detection. Chen Mo's face displayed a timely mix of shock, trepidation, and greater confusion. Such a thing occurred. I had no knowledge of it. His performance was masterful, embodying the persona of a disciple who had just returned home to discover a cataclysmic event, filled with fear and bewilderment. I was indeed absent from the garden last night, as I have just reported to the gatekeeper. As for the energy, he furrowed his brow, striving to recall, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the scorched earth. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation, he pointed to a particular spot at the bottom of the pit. What is that? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Among the blackened ashes, a faint, dark red glow flickered momentarily. A disciple from the punishment hall promptly approached, cautiously using a jade spade to sift through the surface ashes, revealing a crystal about the size of a grain of rice, irregularly shaped, emanating a faint yet exceptionally pure aura of vitality and a trace of ancient majesty. This was precisely the crystal that Chen Mo had deliberately left behind, wrapped in specially treated oil paper. What is this? Steward Qin's gaze was instantly captivated by the crystal. He could distinctly sense the surging life essence within it and the disquieting aura of ancient power. This was no ordinary possession of a cultivator or demonic beast. Its energy nature resonated subtly with the violent remnants present at the scene. Chen Mo hastily rummaged through his storage pouch, finally producing an ancient tome inscribed in archaic script, bound in tattered animal hide, its edges fraying as if it might disintegrate upon touch. Steward Qin, please discern. He reverently presented the ancient tome with both hands, his tone infused with excitement and uncertainty. Recently, while organizing a corner of the herb garden, a disciple had inadvertently discovered this fragment and several peculiar stones deep within an abandoned mouse hole. The fragment vaguely recorded that certain special veins of the earth, after eons of nurturing, may, albeit with a minuscule probability, give rise to an extraordinary substance known as the essence of the pseudo-dragon. This essence is said to contain a trace of true dragon's might, teeming with immense yet perilous energy, and to touch it would invite dire repercussions. As he spoke, he cautiously turned to a specific page of the tome, where he had meticulously forged content using various potions to give it an aged appearance, then pointed to the indistinct text and illustrations. Behold, what is depicted here bears a striking resemblance to these stones. It also mentions that the appearance of the essence would incite the earth's fire into a frenzy, posing extraordinary dangers. Could it be that Senior Zhao and the others, in their attempt to touch or collect this item, triggered the backlash of the earth fire, leading to this calamity? Elder Qin accepted the tome, which exuded a musty odor and the essence of time, and began to peruse it carefully. The ancient text was archaic and obscure, and the illustrations were blurred. Yet the descriptions regarding the pseudo-dragon essence, its inherent dangers, and the backlash of the earth fire indeed bore some resemblance to the crystalline object and the scene before them. He then picked up the crystal, attuning himself to its essence. The pure power contained within it was undeniable, albeit faint, yet of a remarkably high tier. Furthermore, the overwhelming life force it held exuded an unmistakable sense of instability. Coupled with the destructive energy remnants present, characterized by intense burning and corrosive properties. It painted a vivid picture of the situation. More critically, as Elder Qin turned to a page in the middle of the tome, a half-yellowed sheet filled with dense ancient text and strange symbols fell out. A nearby disciple from the punishment hall picked it up, glanced at it, and his expression shifted, promptly handing it to Elder Qin. Upon receiving the fragment, Elder Qin merely glanced at it, and his pupils constricted slightly. The half-sheet detailed a fragmented formula for a terrifying alchemical concoction known as wildfire. The characteristics described for several core materials, particularly their explosive, unstable nature and the peculiar flames they exhibited when ignited, aligned ominously with the residual energy fluctuations present at the scene. This half-sheet of the wildfire formula was undoubtedly one of the spoils that Chen Mo had brought back from the Dragon Cavern in the world of power struggles. It now served as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, solidifying the conclusion that the emergence of the ancient dragon's treasure had incited the backlash of the earth fire. Elder Qin held the dragon blood crystal and the ancient fragment, remaining silent for an extended period. The doubts etched on his face gradually gave way to a weighty and subtle exhilaration. The ancient dragon's treasure, the nurturing of the dragon by the earth. This entailed far greater implications than mere theft, leading to the demise of two outer disciples. It could potentially involve the sect's secret realms or some unknown ancient legacy. Reporting this to the inner sect could very well yield significant merit. As for Chen Mo, merely an outer disciple who fortuitously discovered the tome and happened to be absent from the scene, his suspicions paled in comparison to such irrefutable evidence. This matter was of utmost gravity. Elder Qin finally spoke, his tone exceedingly solemn, carefully stowing away the dragon blood crystal, the ancient tome, and the fragment together. Sealing off the scene, what transpired today must not be divulged to anyone. The ancient texts and evidence must be promptly submitted to the inner sanctum for the elders to deliberate. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Mo, his tone softening slightly. Since you are not involved in this matter and have provided crucial clues, you may remain in the medicinal garden for now. But you must not leave at will and should cooperate with the investigation at all times. Having said this, he disregarded Chen Mo and, accompanied by his subordinates and significant evidence, hurriedly departed. Clearly, his attention had been entirely captured by the elusive treasures of the ancient dragon, eager to report upwards. As he observed the retreating figures of the Hall's officials, Chen Mo's expression gradually regained its customary calm, though a subtle glimmer of coldness flickered in the depths of his eyes. Deception mingled with truth, misfortune redirected. For the moment, he had evaded danger. Chapter 62. The plan to incinerate the garden. Though the attention of the Hall was temporarily diverted towards the ethereal treasures of the ancient dragon, the meaningful gaze of Steward Qin and the directive to cooperate with the investigation loomed over Chen Mo like a sword suspended above him, compelling him to remain vigilant. He understood well that the colossal machinery of the sect, once set into motion, would not halt easily. The so-called investigation would persist until the truth emerged or a sufficiently weighty scapegoat was found. As the initial discoverer and the master of the medicinal garden, he remained the prime suspect. The remnants of Zhao Ming's faction would undoubtedly not relent, and the next visitors might not be mere incompetent cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement. This medicinal garden had transformed from a sanctuary into a veritable powder keg and prison. It was not prudent to linger here. Chen Mo resolved within himself. He required a plan, one that would enable him to extricate himself completely from this place while perfectly concealing all secrets, perhaps even allowing him to reap considerable benefits in the end. The incineration of the garden, a cataclysmic inferno that would erase every trace. The core concept of the plan was both simple and audacious. Harness the terrifying power of wildfires, capable of razing cities and nations, to orchestrate an explosion that would appear accidental, yet be meticulously controlled. However, wildfires are notoriously unstable and sensitive to ignition. The greatest challenge lay in how to store them safely, arrange them precisely, and ensure reliable remote detonation when needed. With only a few days remaining of his temporary authority, a glint of calculation shone in Chen Mo's eyes. He immediately invoked his managerial privileges under the pretense of improving the soil structure to cultivate rare spiritual plants, requisitioning a batch of tools from the outer disciples and hiring several laborers who, lacking knowledge of cultivation, were only adept at manual tasks. He personally marked and directed the work, secretly excavating several deep pits, reaching several zhang in depth, beside the charred ruins of the golden devouring vines. Beneath key ley line nodes in the garden, and most importantly, deep within the foundation directly beneath his stone house. Throughout the process, he supervised meticulously, appearing to guide with authority while actually utilizing his formidable spiritual perception to sense the underground structures, avoiding possible surveillance and disturbances from the spiritual veins, ensuring that the depths and locations of the pits met his exacting requirements. Though the laborers found the tasks peculiar, they were swayed by Chen Mo's articulate explanations and the generous remuneration, and thus they labored diligently, regarding this steward as merely eccentric. Once the pits were excavated and the laborers dispersed, the true core of the work was undertaken solely by Chen Mo. He retrieved all the remaining wildfires obtained from the Dragon's lair in the realm of power games. These grim green viscous liquids were meticulously divided and stored in specially crafted glass containers, unearthed from the shipwreck beneath the icy lake, renowned for their extraordinary stability and resilience. Instead of utilizing them directly, he undertook a process of dilution and stabilization, incorporating a substantial amount of refined phantom orchid condensate and bone-corroding flower paralysis gel to diminish their sensitivity, transitioning them from being instantaneously explosive to requiring a potent detonator for ignition. He then retrieved several custom high-pressure gas canisters, engineered using the Li clan's advanced pressure sealing techniques and reinforced with runes. Originally intended for the subsequent enhancement of the Frostfire gun, they were now repurposed for a new endeavor. Carefully, he infused these robust canisters with the stabilized wildfire liquid and sealed them securely. Next came the most intricate phase, wiring. Utilizing the core gear assembly and drive rods from the precision machinery salvaged from the shipwreck, he devised a complex dual detonator system capable of transmitting both spiritual energy fluctuations and physical shocks. Strands of fishbeam wood heart, interwoven with metallic wires inscribed with faint conductive runes, along with more covert physical slow-burning cords crafted from bone-corroding flower fibers and dinosaur sinews, were meticulously embedded in the excavated trenches. These connections, linking all the buried wildfire canisters, ultimately converged at the heart of the explosive apparatus situated beneath his stone abode. The explosive core was a hollow sphere forged from cold iron, adorned both internally and externally with robust runes of binding and orientation. At its core lay a small piece of artificially created dragon crystal, treated to be exceedingly unstable, surrounded by the purest, undiluted wildfire essence. This would serve as the epicenter for the eventual energy detonation, a pivotal element in ensuring the explosion's capacity to obliterate everything in its vicinity. For the detonation mechanism, he opted for the most reliable and discreet method, a remote triggering via spiritual consciousness. Through the intricate conductive cord system, he would only need to transmit a specific frequency of spiritual shock to the sensitive artificial dragon crystal from a considerable distance, igniting the core's wildfire essence instantaneously. This would then initiate a chain reaction, detonating all the high-pressure canisters at the buried points through the dual conduits of the physical slow-burning cords and the spiritual guiding cords. To enhance the plausibility of this unforeseen event, he meticulously arranged the final props. With utmost care, he transplanted the earliest specimens of the intoxicated immortal grass, which had thrived under genetic fertilizer, into the soil directly above the explosive core. In the ensuing days, he deliberately adjusted the micro-water system array of the herbal garden, allowing a gentle flow rich in leyline energy and faint wildfire essence to irrigate these prized specimens. The effects gradually manifested. Under the prolonged and slow infusion of wildfire energy and leyline essence, the roots of the intoxicated immortal grass began to take on a foreboding crimson hue, reminiscent of molten lava coursing within. The leaves transformed into a translucent red akin to rubies, their surfaces adorned with eerie, vein-like dark patterns, concealing dangerously unstable and exhilaratingly explosive energy fluctuations. Their aura became searing and perilous, starkly contrasting with the ordinary spiritual plants surrounding them. Amidst the peculiar transformation of the spirit plants under the influence of energy, Chen Mo gazed upon the several anomalous specimens of the crimson flame drunken immortal grass, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Their existence perfectly elucidated the accumulation of such tremendous, unstable energy in this locale, directing blame for the impending explosion towards a certain unknown and perilous mutation of the spirit plants, a flawless loop. Every piece of the plan had been meticulously arranged, the wildfire jars buried deep underground, the intricate network of runes, the epicenter of gathered energy, and these bizarrely captivating culprits above ground, all awaited a propitious moment, a sufficient chaos to seize everyone's attention, allowing him to ignitively spark the fuse and then escape amidst the turmoil, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Standing in the herbal garden, his gaze swept across this long-tended domain, his eyes serene and undisturbed. Here lay the remnants of his nadir, and it bore witness to his ascent. Now, it would serve as the stepping stone and smoke screen for his emergence onto a broader stage. A tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 63. The Shackles of Consciousness Foundation. All components of the Burning Garden plan had been silently and thoroughly set in place. Akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait beneath the earth, primed to strike with lethal precision at the right moment. The surface of the herbal garden had returned to its former tranquility, while the few anomalous crimson flame-drunken immortal grasses, nourished by Chen Mo's deliberate energy, glistened with an increasingly vivid crimson hue, their internal instability manifesting more evidently, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite at any moment. Yet, Chen Mo did not hasten to trigger the explosion. He understood well that escaping the burning garden was merely a means. The enhancement of his own strength was paramount. Before embarking on the imminent and potentially perilous unknown journey, he required greater power to ensure his safety. The series of intricate schemes, the accumulation of experiences traversing the realms, the life and death struggles, and the residual potency from the recent consumption of numerous healing elixirs surged within him like rivers converging into the sea, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, brushing against the intangible barrier leading to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment marks the first true chasm on the path of cultivation. Once crossed, the essence of life undergoes a metamorphosis. Longevity is significantly enhanced. Spiritual energy transforms into liquid form, and the consciousness experiences a qualitative leap. For Chen Mo, a formidable consciousness is the core reliance for manipulating runic weapons, executing arcane spells, and safely traversing the realms. The surge in consciousness brought by Foundation establishment was of utmost importance to him. He chose to break through at midnight. In a secluded corner of the herbal garden, near the edge of the formation. This location was relatively tranquil, distanced from the core area where the wildfire jars were hidden, thus preventing any uncontrollable chain reactions triggered by the fluctuations of spiritual energy during the breakthrough. The moonlight, like flowing water, bathed the quiet garden. Chen Mo sat cross-legged in the shadow of an ancient tree, his aura adjusted to its optimal state. He first retrieved several formation flags from different worlds, each possessing unique effects, and simply arranged a small gathering formation and concealment formation to gather the sparse spiritual energy of the surrounding environment while masking any anomalies that might arise during the breakthrough. Subsequently, he took a deep breath and plunged his consciousness into his dantian. There, the once ethereal and swirling spiritual energy has now thickened into a viscous cloud, surging and roaring, relentlessly battering the barriers of his dantian, seeking an opportunity for transformation. The moment has arrived. With a single thought, Chen Mo ceased to suppress the tumultuous spiritual force within him. The technique operated at full throttle, akin to a flood breaching its dam, directing all the spiritual energy into a frenzied compression at the core of his dantian, coalescing. Boom! A resounding explosion akin to the creation of the heavens erupted within him. The invisible barrier that had thwarted countless Qi refining practitioners shattered under the overwhelming force of the accumulated spiritual energy. The instant the barrier crumbled heralded the arrival of the tribulation of the heart's demons, a baptism signifying a leap in the levels of existence. In an instant, Chen Mo felt the scene before him transform dramatically, as a torrent of chaotic, distorted illusions brimming with negative emotions surged into his consciousness, threatening to drag him into an abyss of despair. The twisted visage of Wang Fatty before his demise, with bulging eyes streaming tears of blood, silently cursed, Chen Mo, may you not die a good death. Zhao Ming's sinister grin materialized amidst the flames. You little rascal, for stealing my belongings, prepare to pay with your life. In a world of the undead, countless decaying arms stretched from the ground, grasping at his ankles, emitting ravenous howls. In the dragon cave of the Game of Thrones, green wildfires morphed into the form of a colossal dragon, opening its mighty jaws to devour him. The Night Watch captain of Beakland, wielding a silver dagger, bore a cold gaze, as the faint silver moonlight once again pierced through his soul. The explosive roars, the dragon's fiery breath, the wails of the undead, and the venomous curses, all these negative emotions and fearful memories interwove into a catastrophic torrent, assaulting the core of his consciousness, intent on shattering his will and plunging him into eternal despair. Were he an ordinary pinnacle Qi refining practitioner, such a fierce onslaught of heart demons would not only threaten his mental stability, but also plunge him into a harrowing struggle filled with peril. However, Chen Mo was well prepared. His consciousness was no longer that of a mere novice. Just as the heart demon's illusions were about to engulf his awakened consciousness, Chen Mo issued a silent, resolute command within his mind's eye. Deep within his consciousness, two golden chains, formed from the absorption of exotic energies through the bronze door since his passage into this mysterious realm, seemed to awaken in anger at the clamor of the heart demons. Suddenly clattering to life, like two slumbering golden dragons, instantly alert and taut. Consciousness-binding chains. Secondary consciousness-binding chains. Upon these chains, countless minuscule runes, imbued with divine binding and the power of order, radiated forth with brilliance. The golden light shone resplendently, akin to the sun rising in the east, instantly illuminating the chaotic sea of consciousness. The chains intertwined like the most robust and formidable of cages, accurately ensnaring and binding the tumultuous heart demon illusions that surged forth. Wherever the golden light traversed, the malevolent visage of Wang Pengzi melted away like snow under the sun, while Zhao Ming's sinister grin shattered into fragments. The arms of the zombies turned to ash, and the dragon flames along with the wildfires were forcibly subdued. The heart demon emitted a silent, anguished wail filled with resentment. Yet beneath the golden chains designed to target the soul and restrain chaos, its power was swiftly stripped away, purified, and annihilated. This heart demon tribulation, for Chen Mo, who possessed the dual soul-binding chains, was akin to encountering a natural nemesis. Although the process remained thrilling, it was far less perilous and prolonged than that experienced by ordinary cultivators. In merely a few breaths, the chaotic scene within the sea of consciousness receded like the tide, restoring clarity and tranquility. The two golden chains gradually loosened, their runic brilliance subdued, and once more they floated within the sea of consciousness as if they had merely accomplished a trivial task. The heart demon tribulation was quelled. Almost simultaneously with the suppression of the heart demon tribulation, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness trembled violently, embarking upon a fundamental transformation. The lake of divine consciousness, initially shrouded in mist, began to expand at a visibly frenzied pace. Moreover, the gaseous power of divine consciousness, under the influence of certain laws, rapidly condensed and compressed, transitioning toward a liquid state. The viscous liquid divine consciousness, shimmering with a pale golden hue, instantly enveloped every inch of land within 100 zhang radius centered around him, akin to an expansive ocean. With this liquefied divine consciousness, the world became unprecedentedly clear. The writhing of insects and ants 3 feet underground, the subtle flow of spiritual energy in the air, the faint ripples of distant arrays, all details became strikingly evident. More importantly, he distinctly perceived the buried fire gas canisters beneath the ground, the intricately woven runic pipelines, and the perilous explosive device located beneath the stone house, emanating a dangerous aura. Even the tenuous energy connection between the roots of the crimson flame intoxication grass and the explosive device was vividly presented before his eyes. This insight transcended the realm of an ordinary early-stage foundation cultivator, nearing the threshold of mid-foundation. Foundation established. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing before settling into profound depth. He sensed the liquid spiritual power surging within him like a river, and the liquefied divine consciousness enveloping 100 zhang radius, instilling within him a powerful sense of confidence. The surge in strength brought forth a clearer decisiveness. His cold gaze swept across the medicinal garden he had inhabited for so long, ultimately fixating on the perilous explosive device beneath the stone house. Here, there was no lingering attachment. It was time to conclude everything and embark on a new journey. Without a hint of hesitation, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, and the powerful liquefied divine consciousness, akin to the most precise invisible fuse, instantly penetrated through the soil, disregarding all physical obstructions along the way, and accurately pierced into the core of the cold iron explosive runic core at the center of the medicinal garden. Within that extremely unstable artificial dragon crystal. Boom. He silently intoned, issuing his final command. Thunderous roars erupted. In the next moment, it was as if an ancient volcano, long dormant beneath the earth, had been completely awakened. The earth of the entire medicinal garden emitted a groan, burdened and profoundly dull, before it violently trembled. At each node where the wildfire jars were buried, the ground bulged upward, as if struck by a tremendous force from within, cracking open. Terrifying flames, a horrific amalgamation of crimson, sickly green, and pitch black, colors signifying destruction and deadly poison, rose violently into the air, mingling with lethal smoke and the sharp, metallic aura generated by iron moss absorbing metallic elements over time. resembling a hellish fountain that had been suppressed for millennia. Boom, 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 boom. A series of chain explosions followed in quick succession. A deafening roar reverberated endlessly, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. At the forefront were the bizarre crimson flame drunken immortal herbs, igniting like fuses, instantly transforming into the fiercest fuel, amplifying the explosion's power. The raging flames and shockwaves devoured everything in their path like a voracious beast. The stone houses crumbled to dust in the blaze, vanishing into oblivion. The medicinal fields were upturned, and all spiritual plants vaporized in the extreme heat. The makeshift formations shattered like soap bubbles. In mere moments, the entire medicinal garden transformed into a burning, explosively chaotic inferno. The ascending flames cast a crimson glow across the night sky, visible even from a distance, pulsating with a heart-stopping energy and searing heat. The earth's fire erupted. It was the backlash of the ancient dragon's treasure. Run! The medicinal garden has exploded. Alert! All disciples, retreat from the medicinal garden area. The outer gate was instantly plunged into utter chaos. The piercing alarm shattered the night air, awakening countless disciples from their slumber, who fled in panic. The law enforcement disciples from the punishment hall and the arriving stewards changed countenance, desperately trying to evacuate the crowd while attempting to organize forces to suppress the non-existent uprising of the ancient dragon's treasure, leading to a scene of utter disarray. Amidst this extreme turmoil and panic, no one noticed a figure clad in an inconspicuous gray cloak, with a bulging satchel on their back, merging silently into the frenzied throng, swiftly slipping into the depths of the more complex and chaotic outer market. Chen Mo cast one last glance at the sky ablaze with fire, his gaze calm and unperturbed, before disappearing into the shadows of a narrow alleyway. The old garden lay in ashes, yet the road ahead remained long. Chapter 64. The truth of the star map of the gate. In a cramped alchemy workshop rented in a corner of the market, Chen Mo found temporary refuge. The clamor surrounding the eruption of the medicinal garden and the backlash of the ancient dragon's treasure continued unabated. With the punishment hall's investigations and discussions among disciples rife with speculation, but none of this concerned Chen Mo anymore. He existed like a true phantom, lurking in this chaotic realm, carefully concealing his presence under the alias of Mo Chen. The strength gained from successfully establishing his foundation was all-encompassing. Liquid spiritual energy surged through his meridians, providing a stamina and explosive power far beyond his previous capabilities. Most notably, however, was the thick, mercury-like liquid consciousness enveloping an area of 100 feet, heavy and dense. This profound perceptual ability has not only elevated his control over his own state to unprecedented heights, but has also deepened his understanding of the myriad skills he has previously mastered. Be it the precision of rune engraving or the grasp of the internal energy flow in the spiritual pressure crossbow and frostfire gun, the differences are stark. He harnesses this formidable divine awareness, combining it with the dragon steel-bearing technology and the meticulous scales of the ice lake pressure gauge, to optimize the performance of several rune weapons in his possession, rendering them more stable and efficient. Concurrently, he embarks on the endeavor of crafting simplified replicas of the spiritual pressure crossbow, devoid of core technologies such as the flame pressure rune, intending to discreetly sell them through black market channels to procure resources for his cultivation and research. Yet, the dark red crystal dragon blood, formed from the ancient beast genes and the blood essence of cultivators devoured by the voracious golden vine, collected during his escape from the burning garden, continues to linger in his thoughts like an enigma. This is particularly true for the largest crystal, the deepest in color, and imbued with the most potent life essence and majesty. On this particular night, the smithy was dimly lit. Chen Mo finally retrieved the largest dragon blood crystal, cradling it in his palm for a closer examination. The crystal was approximately the size of a fingernail, taking on an irregular diamond shape, warm to the touch, with reddish golden lights swirling gently within, exuding an ancient and pure life aura. Though the sense of majesty was faint, it bore a dignified presence that seemed to transcend all beings. He attempted to cultivate his techniques to absorb the energy within. However, as soon as his spiritual power made contact, the energy within the crystal erupted into a violent frenzy, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, interspersed with fragments of a chaotic, primal will that sought to counteract his mind. It was evidently futile. Chen Mo promptly severed the connection, his brow furrowed. The energy within the crystal was too tumultuous and unruly. Direct absorption was detrimental and unbeneficial, necessitating special purification and refinement. With his current capabilities, it remained impossible to utilize it safely. As he pondered how to handle this precarious situation, a stirring emanated from deep within his consciousness. From the previously dormant, bronze, giant door. This disturbance was unlike any he had experienced before. It was no longer the hunger and voracious desire for a specific type of energy, but rather a resonance and yearning as if a slumbering giant beast had been awakened by the high-tier bloodline aura of the same origin. Buzz. Upon the bronze door. The once relatively dim dark golden dragon scale patterns now glowed with an unprecedented brightness, as if summoned by a king. The light was not searing, but carried an ancient, majestic significance. The entire door began to tremble slightly, emitting a deep, grand hum, as if something behind the door was beginning to awaken. The transmission from the door was no longer a mere stream of information, but a profoundly intense guiding intent, aimed directly at the dragon blood crystal in his hand. Chen Mo's heart stirred. The bronze door had consumed the ashes of the ancient beast genes, shortening its cooling time. The dragon blood crystal, containing a purer and more primordial essence of the beast's bloodline, even infused with a trace of genuine dragon might, clearly held greater significance for the bronze door. Perhaps this time more of your secrets will be unveiled? Chen Mo gazed at the warm crystal in his hand, then turned his attention to the resounding colossal door within his sea of consciousness, a flicker of resoluteness glinting in his eyes. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what transformations this enigmatic portal would undergo with such exquisite fuel. Without hesitation, he gently brought the largest blood crystal of the dragon closer to his brow. The moment the crystal made contact with his skin, a thunderous roar erupted. It was as if a crimson golden deluge, infused with colossal life essence, ancient dragon might, and chaotic primal will, was forcefully drawn into the bronze door by its ferocious allure, devoured whole. This commotion surpassed all previous occurrences. The entire sea of consciousness trembled violently. The bronze door transformed into an unfathomable abyss, ravenously consuming the energy of the dragon blood crystal. The dark golden dragon scale patterns upon the door ceased to merely glow. Instead, they began to breathe and pulse as if they had truly been imbued with life. The dark golden sheen deepened, solidifying in layers that enveloped the entire door, emanating a terrifying pressure akin to that of a primordial behemoth. The intensity of this pressure sent shivers through Chen Mo's liquefied consciousness. The devouring process persisted for an entire instant-stick's duration. As the last vestige of crimson golden energy was absorbed by the door, the violent tremors gradually subsided. However, the changes within the door had only just begun. The once eternal, obscuring chaotic mist inside the door was now violently stirred by an unseen hand, dispersing entirely. In its place emerged a vast, boundless, and resplendent cosmic star map, slowly rotating and unfurling within the doorframe. The star map comprised countless luminous and dim points of varying sizes, interconnected by slender beams of light, forming a complex and arcane network. Most areas lay dim and lifeless, cold and silent, reminiscent of long-extinct ancient star rivers. Yet, a few points shone exceptionally bright, exuding unique waves of aura. One dim and lifeless point radiated a potent essence of decay, despair, and the lifelessness of the undead world. Another, a swirling blend of ice blue and crimson, pulsed with the mournful cries of dragons, the chill of winter, and the flames of political intrigue, reminiscent of the world of ice and fire. Additionally, several smaller but stable points corresponded to realms Chen Mo had previously traversed, such as Wild Hunters, Train to Busan, and the Master of the Mystery. These points served as coordinates, clearly delineating the worlds the bronze door had connected. However, what left Chen Mo breathless with astonishment was at the edge of this star map, where the previously chaotic darkness revealed three entirely new, dazzling star trails, emerging slowly, coalescing like three entangled, frolicking dragons of light, radiating an awe-inspiring presence and irresistible allure. Star Trail A, emitting a primal, raw vitality, resonating with the thunderous, sky-rending roars of dinosaurs and the howls of colossal beasts. Faintly discernible are the lush, prehistoric jungles and the colossal silhouettes of ancient creatures, perhaps from the Jurassic world, or an even more archaic era of titanic beasts. Star Trail B pulses with vibrant, tidal magic, its resplendent hues illuminating the majestic spires of a castle shrouded in mist. Imbued with mystery, wisdom, and an enigmatic order, be it from Harry Potter or the broader realm of sorcery. Star Trail C is particularly peculiar. Not a single hue, but rather entwined in thorn-like, seemingly sacred yet oppressive golden radiance, interspersed with countless shattered runes of law resembling chains. This amalgamation exudes a profoundly intricate aura, one of divinity intertwined with restraint, blessing mingled with bondage, echoing the realm of Elden Ring, a fractured domain ruled by golden law. The unfolding star map reveals an undeniable truth. The bronze door connects not to a mere fictional instance or illusion, but to the tangible, diverse broken planes scattered across the infinite void. It serves as a temporal gateway capable of traversing myriad realms. Chen Mo stood frozen, speechless for an extended moment. Despite prior suspicions, the impact of such a grand and brutal reality presented so vividly was beyond imagination. His gaze fixated upon the 3 new star trails, ultimately locking onto Star Trail C, entwined with golden thorns and fragmented laws. The golden law blesses the tarnished of Elden Ring. This world is fraught with peril, its rules bizarre. Semi-deities roam freely, chaos reigns, yet it harbors profound mysteries regarding law, deities, and the eternal. It is rich with formidable prayers, martial techniques, and arcane artifacts. The dangers are immense, yet so too are the opportunities. Chen Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. A tumult of fear and exhilaration surged within him. The rules and power structures of that world are starkly different from the cultivation, spirituality, and technology he knows, perhaps offering him a gateway to an entirely new realm. Chapter 65. The lurking in the market. The vast star map unfurling within the bronze door unveils an endless celestial canvas before Chen Mo. Those twinkling celestial points. The 3 radiant, entwined new star trails, especially Star Trail C, entwined with golden thorns and shattered laws, proclaim the reality beyond the door, a vast and perilous multiverse. As the shock of this realization settled, it birthed an unprecedented clarity and caution. Elden Ring. He silently echoed the name captured from the Star Trail's information. Merely from the fragments perceived through the star map. Golden colossal trees, the throne of the soulless, spines pierced by thorns, fervent prayers. Blessings flickering like candlelight in the wind. He sensed a glimpse into a world where rules are harsh, deities tread upon the earth, and the boundaries of life and death blur. The peril here likely exceeds any adventure he has previously encountered. A fundamentally different power structure signifies that the cultivation energy, rune weapons, and martial skills upon which he relies for survival may be drastically diminished there, or even provoke unknown rejection and hostility. The so-called golden rule instilled within him a sense of constraint that heightened his vigilance. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in 100 battles. The unknown is the greatest peril. Chen Mo was acutely aware that to recklessly invade an unfamiliar world without comprehension was tantamount to suicide. He required time, information, and above all, thorough preparation for this uncertain journey ahead. The narrow alchemy shop nestled in a corner of the market became his temporary sanctuary and command center before the impending conflict. Under the unremarkable pseudonym of Mo Chun, he completely concealed himself. Each day, apart from essential meditation to solidify his foundation, he devoted the majority of his energy to 2 pursuits: acquiring resources and researching how to maximize the conversion of his existing abilities into survival capital for the new world. The imitation and sale of spiritual pressure crossbows emerged as his most stable source of spirit stones. Utilizing the smooth firing experience provided by the dragon steel rune bearings and the foundational stability guaranteed by the ice lake pressure gauge, he crafted several modified versions of the spiritual pressure crossbow. Though these crossbows were far less powerful than the originals, with range and precision only slightly superior to ordinary magical artifacts, their simplicity of operation rendered them appealing to lower-tier practitioners. Through previously established black market channels, he anonymously sold them in batches at a considerable price, and they quickly gained popularity among lower-tier practitioners, dubbed the Mo crossbow, which brought him a substantial income of mid-grade spirit stones. He did not abandon the channel for the cold essence powder. The cold, sinister aura of the demonic cultivator client indeed contacted his agent again through discreet means, placing a massive order for 100 units. Chen Mo felt a twinge of caution, but, driven by the promise of spirit stones, he did not refuse. He merely exercised greater care in refining this batch of cold essence powder, ensuring that the delayed paralysis effect remained within limits, allowing the client to perceive no abnormalities in the short term while ensuring dependency. This transaction yielded him a considerable amount of spirit stones and made him realize that the demand for stabilizing the mind and suppressing backlash in the demonic path might be more urgent than in the righteous path. This information could prove valuable in the future. With ample spirit stones at his disposal, Chen Mo began to procure life-saving items in abundance. He nearly exhausted half of his savings, acquiring 10 blood red talismans, known as blood escape talismans, through multiple anonymous channels. These talismans were exceptionally powerful once activated. They could consume half of the user's blood essence to instantaneously flee 3 miles away, serving as a true trump card for survival in desperate situations, albeit at a steep cost. Another life-saving item, an eerie artifact known as the Life Replacement Doll, was acquired through trading a substantial quantity of cold essence powder with the demonic cultivator client. This doll, palm-sized and carved from a ghastly white bone, was inscribed with twisted, malevolent runes, and its icy touch seemed capable of siphoning the soul. It could absorb a single lethal blow directed at its holder, whether from physical attacks, energy shocks, or curses, but the price was a direct depletion of 10 years from the user's lifespan. Such a sinister item could only circulate in the underbelly of the demonic market. In addition to external items, Chen Mo also began to adapt his personal equipment. He retrieved the sole surviving specimen of the drunken immortal grass, the only plant salvage from the incinerated garden, its leaves slightly curled from the intense heat. This plant held a profound bond with him, having aided him in achieving remarkable feats on numerous occasions. He meticulously crafted a ceramic basin, its inner walls lined with a gossamer thin foil of Valyrian steel, employing a unique forging technique. This was not merely to obstruct energy detection. He sought to ascertain whether this peculiar metal, known for its strange affinity for energy in the world of Game of Thrones, could disrupt or absorb the laws of energy prevalent in the realm of Elden Ring. As he brought the basin closer to the sea of consciousness, simulating the essence of Star Trek Sea, tendrils of golden-like patterns spontaneously emerged on the curled leaves of the intoxicating herb, resonating faintly with the aura of law. This astonishing transformation filled Chen Mo with both surprise and joy, prompting him to designate this mutated intoxicating herb as a priority for protection. The spiritual pressure crossbow was also upgraded once more, anticipating the dense foliage or bizarre small creatures he might encounter in this new world. He equipped it with a simple switch for a shotgun mode, capable of firing dispersive iron sand or poison short nails. Additionally, he crafted 3 specially designed armor-piercing arrows, polished with dragon crystal, inscribed with miniature runes that enhanced their anti-demon properties, specifically aimed at potential spirits, revenants, or other strange entities that might fear pure energy. Around his neck hung a falconer-esque whistle from the Li clan. Though uncertain if Grey Shadow could be summoned to that world, it represented a glimmer of hope. He even began consciously nurturing the whistle with his spiritual awareness, attempting to deepen the tenuous connection that spanned worlds. Ultimately, he undertook a seemingly superfluous yet crucial preparation. He incinerated all the core design blueprints for his runic weaponry, including the spiritual pressure crossbow, frostfire gun, and dragon steel bearings, along with several of his research manuscripts. He committed the finished products and all knowledge firmly to memory, to prevent his technology from falling into the hands of any potential adversaries in that unknown world should he become ensnared. As he completed these material preparations, Chen Mo's mind raced, conducting tactical simulations. In response to the fragments of information regarding the law suppression, blessing energy, and thorny environments perceived by Star Trek Sea, he continually devised possible countermeasures. Law suppression? He meticulously engraved a tranquil rune from the Beckland Cathedral onto a small piece of Valyrian steel foil, carrying it close in the hope of resisting the pervasive sense of regulatory constraint. Blessing energy? He positioned the enormous skull of a black dragon at the outermost layer of his storage bag, hoping its property of absorbing anomalous energy would interfere with the so-called blessing detection or influence. Thorny environments? In addition to the shotgun crossbow, he prepared a substantial number of bone-eating flower paralysis thorns for area coverage, aimed at clearing vegetative obstacles. As he diligently prepared, an unexpected incident occurred. One day, the Grey Shadow Raven, which he had stationed high in vigilance, suddenly emitted an urgent caw, diving down from the sky and dropping before him a small fragment of a metallic blade, shimmering with a silver luminescence and adorned with peculiar spiral patterns. This blade tip, no longer than a finger, exuded an aura of eternity and death, as if it could sever all connections. Chen Mo had never encountered such material or pattern, yet its lingering essence instinctively sent shivers through him. Where had Grey Shadow found this? Chen Mo cautiously grasped the fragment of the blade's tip with specially designed tweezers, noting the remarkably smooth break, as if severed by an incomprehensible force in an instant. He attempted to probe it with his consciousness, only to be repelled by a gentle yet absolute force. The term fingerblade fragment flitted through his mind, seemingly resonating with a vague image perceived within the Starpath Sea, though he could not ascertain the origin or purpose of this shard. Its aura of eternal silence suggested it might prove useful at some future juncture. He carefully stowed away this unexpected fragment, categorizing it as the last unknown variable. With all preparations complete, Chen Mo took a final inventory of his gear within the refining workshop. The upgraded spiritual pressure crossbow, specially crafted ammunition, life-saving talismans, and bone puppets. Mutated intoxicated immortal grass, and various materials. His gaze was calm and resolute. It was time. He inhaled deeply, concentrating fully, and reached out to the bronze door within his sea of consciousness. His spiritual awareness extended like tendrils, accurately touching the star path, sea entwined with golden thorns. Target world anchored, law as shackles, and the land of blessings. Cross-dimensional transport initiated. The corresponding patterns on the portals suddenly illuminated, and the light of star path sea magnified, engulfing Chen Mo's form like a tidal wave. Just as his consciousness was enveloped by the radiance of transport, on the brink of departing this realm, he seemed to transcend the barriers of endless time and space. Clearly hearing the cries of countless souls interwoven with despair and devotion from the land he was about to tread. Behold, the fated one restores the shattered law, even as the spine is pierced by golden thorns. Chapter 66. The final chapter, the return to origin of all realms and the gate of transcendence. The light of star path sea engulfed Chen Mo's consciousness entirely, akin to a torrid golden torrent. This passage was far longer and more intense than any previous experience, as if he were not traversing space, but rather ascending against the cascading waterfall of time, peeling back the cosmic womb layer by layer. Countless fragmented visions, chaotic whispers, and shards of order assailed his very soul like a tempest. Had he not reached the foundational stage of his cultivation, secured by dual golden chains of consciousness, he might have lost himself in an instant. Time became an abstraction, and suddenly, the suffocating pressure dissipated. His feet touched the ground, greeted by a complex aura intermingled with decay, sanctity, blood, and miracles. The sky was an eerie dark yellow, the silhouettes of twisted golden giant trees obscuring the sun, yet appearing utterly dilapidated. The earth was riddled with cracks, and in the distance, remnants of castles and bizarre creatures flickered in and out of view. The air was thick with the vibrations of rune power and that omnipresent, spine-chilling sensation of law as constraints. In the world of Elden Ring, at the borderlands, Chen Mo's arrival caused little commotion. He materialized in a relatively secluded ruin. The tranquil ruins lined with Valyrian steel emitted a gentle warmth, effectively mitigating the suppression of the law. The black dragon skull within his storage bag trembled faintly, seemingly absorbing something. The leaves of the intoxicated immortal grass in his arms glimmered with golden patterns, resonating wonderfully with this world. Like a cautious specter, he commenced his exploration of this brutal realm. Armed with formidable foundational strength, the keen edge of runic weaponry, and an extraordinary level of caution, he adeptly evaded most meaningless skirmishes, his intentions clear: to gather intelligence, comprehend the rules, and seek methods to either escape or gain deeper control over the Bronze Gate. He witnessed the struggles of the fated ones, observed the might and madness of demigods, and felt the chilling gaze of the supreme will. He engaged in trade with the fated ones using frost essence, acquiring secrets regarding runes, blessings, and the shattered law rings. He discerned that the laws of this world were fundamentally an immensely powerful yet rigid programming of rules, with the law rings serving as their core vessel. The shattered law rings were the very source of chaos within this realm. During an exploration of the Eternal City's ruins, he inadvertently triggered a long-buried secret. Fragments of a finger knife brought by the gray shadow resonated with an ancient device within the city, revealing a segment of obscured history: the finger witch, the supreme will, the outer gods, and the truth of the Bronze Gate. It became evident that the Bronze Gate was not a natural creation, but rather the final legacy of a long-extinct, higher-dimensional civilization devoted to the study of the theory of universal convergence. This civilization posited that all fragmented and separated dimensions originated from an ancient cataclysm, and only by discovering the foundational rules of each dimension and reconnecting and recalibrating them could the entirety of the multiverse be prevented from descending into utter heat, death, and void. The Bronze Gate served as an instrument for locating, connecting, and calibrating these foundational rules. The various patterns upon the gate and its ability to absorb energy were all designed to adapt to the rules of different dimensions and collect the necessary fragments of those rules. Chen Mo, an unexpected host who gained the gate's recognition, essentially became the executor of this grand restoration plan. Each world he traversed, The Walking Dead, anomalies in life and death rules, Game of Thrones, bloodline and magical rules, the mysterious, spiritual, and sequence rules, and now Elden Ring, law rules, represented a foundational world with severe rule distortions or fractures. This revelation left Chen Mo in profound shock. He had thought himself a fortunate traveler, only to find himself ensnared in a grand narrative concerning the existence of myriad realms. Simultaneously, he made breakthroughs in his study of the Bronze Gate. Utilizing the profound insights gleaned about law and the greater runes in the interstice, combined with his knowledge of rules from multiple worlds, he gradually began to actively guide the power of the Bronze Gate, even attempting to fine-tune the connections within the stellar map of the gate. No longer content with passive traversal, his ambitions shifted from mere survival and personal enhancement to exploring the mysteries of the multiverse and seeking the possibility of completely mastering the Bronze Gate. Even aiming to mend the Great Division, he understood that this would inevitably encroach upon the interests of those beings revered as deities in their respective worlds, such as the supreme will of the Elden Ring world or other outer gods. An unavoidable conflict erupted beneath the Golden Tree. Chen Mo united a group of fated ones seeking to break the shackles of law, including a mage fixated on the conclusion of the stars, armed with meticulously crafted rune weapons and a profound comprehension of the rules, as well as the sudden surge of power emanating from the bronze door that interfered with the laws. They engaged in a climactic battle against the formidable Sir of Infinite Wisdom and his forces. This confrontation was nothing short of brutal. Chen Mo's spiritual pressure crossbow and frostfire gun diminished significantly under the weight of the rules, yet his understanding of the essence of power, coupled with the assistance of the bronze door, allowed him to avert disaster time and again. Ultimately, after incurring heavy losses, they successfully vanquished their adversaries and accessed the core of the Golden Law. Chen Mo chose neither to become the new Elden Lord nor to embrace the madness of chaotic fire. Instead, he utilized the bronze door to forcibly extract and replicate the crucial fragments of rules necessary for mending the Elden Ring, simultaneously liberating the boundary from the absolute dominion of the supreme will, steering it towards a future rife with uncertainty. With the invaluable fragments of law acquired from the Elden Ring realm, Chen Mo returned to the primary world. His mastery over the bronze door had evolved significantly. No longer was he a passive traveler, but an active planner, purposefully venturing towards realms that could complete the puzzle of the rules. He revisited the world of ice and fire, delving into the ruins of the Valyria Peninsula, seeking the primordial rules of dragons and magic, clashing with remnants of ancient beings. He returned to the mysterious realm, navigating the mists of Beckland, engaging in a game of wits with hidden entities, probing the fundamental rules behind the pathways of the sequence. He even dared to enter perilous worlds depicted on star maps, where bizarre rules prevailed, such as the ruins plagued by nanomachines and illusions ruled by conceptual beings. Each adventure was fraught with immense risk, but deepened his understanding of the rules across myriad realms, honing his control over the bronze door. His cultivation surged through these unconventional trials, ascending from the initial foundation stage to the golden core and nascent soul, while his system of rune weapons evolved into the all-encompassing mechanism of myriad laws. After an indeterminate span of time traversing countless worlds, Chen Mo finally gathered all the crucial fragments of the rule nodes. His power had reached an astonishing zenith, rivaling the deities of those realms. He returned to the starting point, standing before the bronze door that had initially altered his fate. The door, once dull and somber, now radiated with a spectrum of vibrant hues, its engravings forming a complete and harmonious cosmic tableau. He infused all the collected rule fragments into the door. The bronze door emitted an unprecedented roar, its brilliance illuminating the boundless void. As it slowly opened, what lay beyond was no longer a specific world, but a chaotic sea of origin, teeming with all possibilities. This was the inception of the Great Division, as well as the culmination of the return to the essence of all realms. Within the Sea of Origin, Chen Mo beheld the final message left by the transcendent civilization. There are two choices for mending the Great Division. Firstly, it is to center one's own volition, reshaping a unified and stable new universe, thus becoming the sole supreme deity. However, this also signifies the obliteration of the independence and diversity of all existing worlds. Secondly, it is to guide all foundational rules to connect organically, forming a dynamically balanced network of myriad realms, preserving diversity, yet necessitating a powerful will to act as the administrator, eternally maintaining the network's stability and warding off unknown threats from beyond the Sea of Origin. Chen Mo remained silent for a considerable time. He had traversed countless worlds, experiencing the joys and sorrows of existence, witnessing the resilience of life and the brilliance of civilization. He had no desire to become a tyrant who erases all. Thus, He chose the second path. With his unparalleled magical prowess and profound understanding of the rules governing all realms, he guided all foundational rules to interconnect, weaving a vast network of rules that spanned the endless void, shimmering with countless lights. He transformed into the core node of this network, a guardian of the transcendent gate that watches eternally. He transcended the limitations of individuality, becoming the custodian of the rules of myriad realms. He no longer belonged to any singular world, yet remained interconnected with all. At any moment, he could solidify his form and descend into any world, experiencing the myriad facets of existence, where he could quietly observe the rise and fall of all realms from the sea of origin, former enemies, friends, and past grievances, under such a grand perspective, became mere ripples in the cosmic river. He safeguarded this precious equilibrium composed of countless possibilities. At the story's conclusion, in an ordinary world, on a sunlit afternoon, a young man entered an antique shop, his gaze drawn to an old door in the corner, covered in verdigris. The door seemed to shimmer with a peculiar light that flickered and vanished. The shopkeeper lifted his head, revealing a faint, enigmatic smile.